Assailed by the uncertain mist, Adrian traverses to March of 1349, embarking on his enigmatic journey as a lawyer. Chapter 1. In the courtroom, Wood Johnson stands accused of stealing a set of gilded horse harnesses belonging to Mr. Raoul Hendler, valued at approximately 15 soulers, on the 17th of November. Do you plead guilty, Mr. Johnson? I am innocent, sir. As Burton Chester listened to the familiar exchange between the clerk and the defendant, he cast his gaze to the young man seated to his left. This was a strikingly handsome youth, adorned with a white starched collar, draped in a black robe with padded shoulders, and sporting a short white wig fashioned from horsehair. He sat upright, attentively regarding the judge presiding over the bench. He was none other than Rawls Adrian, the defendant's counsel. Burton Chester was well acquainted with this young man, or rather, in the circle of legal professionals in Bakerland, no one was ignorant of his reputation. Rawls hailed from a family of lawyers. His father, Mason Adrian, emerged from humble beginnings but was not content with his lot. He labored by day in the docklands, while by night he attended a free night school. Established by the goddess of the night, through diligent effort and steadfast resolve, he gained admission to a law school, ultimately becoming a barrister. Within a mere few years, he had risen to prominence in Bakerland's legal arena, and by the age of 35, he had founded his own law firm. Perhaps it was the toll of his early exertions that led to Mason's untimely demise before reaching 60, succumbing to illness 2 years prior. However, had it merely been this, Burton would not have possessed such intimate knowledge of Rawls. He was merely a young man who inherited a family practice. Each year in Bakerland saw numerous youths inheriting vast fortunes, only to squander them and find themselves wandering the docks or toiling as laborers. Burton had witnessed many such cases during his tenure as a clerk, drafting numerous contracts for their transactions. But Rawls Adrian was different. Following his father's death, he completed what should have been 5 years of studies in a mere 6 months, graduating from Lincoln Law School and becoming a barrister. Then, much like his father, but indeed surpassing him, he achieved fame within a single year, establishing himself as a distinguished barrister in Bakerland. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Rawls had recently begun to engage in ordinary civil cases, even taking on matters involving sums as trivial as £1. Glancing again at Rawls, Burton could not help but sigh inwardly. He was far too young. Rumor had it that Rawls had yet to reach the age of 22, while he himself had still been a student at law school at that age. Meanwhile, Rawls observed Judge Harvey Brooke, who appeared to be in his 50s, his broad face lined with wrinkles. Dressed in a black silk judicial robe and adorned with a short white wig, he held a goblet of wine. From the memories of his past life, Rawls knew that many judges who worshipped the Lord of Storms had a penchant for sipping a glass of Lancey wine during court proceedings, though neither he nor his predecessor had ever witnessed such a practice. Perhaps due to the minor civil case at hand, involving a mere 15 soulers, Judge Brooke felt at liberty to indulge in a glass of Lancey. In contrast, Rawls had dealt with significant civil and criminal cases, where no judge would dare to partake in a drink before court, especially not a strong Lancey. Yet, observing the disarray of feather quills, silver candlesticks, and the tilted scales upon Judge Brooke's bench, Rawls speculated that this venerable judge might not shy away from a drink even during grave proceedings. However, at his advanced age, being merely a salaried magistrate of the Quo district, it was unlikely he would encounter the opportunity to preside over major cases. After all, this was the capital of the Kingdom of Ruin, the City of 10,000, where the House of Lords, the Court of Appeals, the High Court, and the Royal Court all convened. There was little chance for a district magistrate to handle significant matters. Summoned Raoul Hendler. Upon hearing the clerk call for the party Raoul Hendler, Rawls recognized that the hearing was about to commence, and Judge Brooks set down his goblet, straightening his black robe. As he turned his attention to the plaintiff, Raoul Hendler. Raoul Hendler, approximately 50 years of age, was dressed in a white shirt, a red waistcoat struggling to contain his protruding belly, and wore a genial expression. Hendler pointed to Wood Johnson, who stood at the defendant's position. I learned that Mr. Johnson's son had fallen ill and might have stolen my gilded harnesses to sell for his son's treatment. Consequently, I immediately dispatched a servant to inquire. Upon arriving at Mr. Johnson's residence, the servant fortuitously discovered my harnesses. Thus, I penned a letter to Mr. Johnson, requesting the return of my property. However, Mr. Johnson refused to comply, leaving me no option but to initiate legal action against him. Hendler's words incited a murmur among the jury, prompting Judge Brooke to rap his gavel. Rawls Adrian. Rawls rose from his position at the attorney's bench, nodding respectfully to Judge Brooke before directing his gaze towards the plaintiff, Raoul Hendler. Mr. Hendler, could you please elucidate how you discovered your harnesses to be missing? Was in the course of their intended use that you found them absent? Not at all. It was during an inventory of my possessions. You see, I had been away for Bakerland for over a month, vacationing at the Dixie Bay, and there are always some unscrupulous servants who take advantage of their master's absence. To pilfer their belongings, as Hindler spoke of unscrupulous servants, he cast a glance towards Wood Johnson, standing opposite him. This is a situation every gentleman abhors, which is why I must always conduct a thorough inventory of my possessions before and after each holiday. Quite so. Such occurrences are not uncommon in my household as well. It seems I must take a leaf out of Mr. Hindler's book, exclaimed a young man clad in a black tailcoat from the jury. Tap.Mr. Charles, I trust you do not wish to be excused from this court? Judge Brooke warned, striking his gavel. The young man, Charles, begrudgingly retook his seat. Rawls turned to Wood Johnson, signaling him to remain silent, as he sensed the man was eager to defend himself. Rawls let out a light laugh. So you possess 2 carriages, then? No, I have but a single 2-wheeled cart. That hardly befits your standing. You ought to procure a 4-wheeled carriage. In Bakerland, affluent gentlemen typically own 2 carriages, 1 2-wheeled and 1 4-wheeled. Yet I have heard that you purchased a considerable amount of land the year before last, and last year alone, your income approached £3,000. Chapter 2. Interrogation. However, I have heard that 2 years ago you acquired a considerable amount of land, and last year you earned nearly £3,000. It is worth noting that the annual income of a prominent barrister in Bakerland is merely around £1,000. Raoul Hindler's lawyer, Burton Chester, recognized the impropriety and stood up, exclaiming, Your Honor, I object. Mr. Rawls's questioning is irrelevant to this case. Harvey Brooke nodded, signaling Chester to be seated, and remarked, Mr. Adrian, please ensure your remarks pertain to the matter at hand. Rawls placed a hand over his heart and bowed slightly to Judge Brooke. I apologize, Your Honor. I shall adhere to that. Seemingly oblivious to Hindler's suddenly ashen visage, Rawls began to inquire about Wood Johnson. Mr. Johnson, I understand that the roles of butlers, servants, and coachmen differ from that of dock workers, as they are not compensated weekly, but rather receive an annual salary? Indeed, Mr. Lawyer Wood replied, nervously rubbing his hands on his loosely fitting breeches. You see, individuals like us could lose everything due to an unforeseen misfortune at any moment. As a coachman, I have the privilege of residing with my employer, which results in a slightly higher wage. However, even though we are on an annual salary, most employers typically pay weekly, with only minor delays. Is that the arrangement with Mr. Hindler? Rawls pressed. No. Payment is made after a year of service. Johnson quickly interjected. Good heavens! My goddess, how dare he? Gasps erupted from the jury. Although the criteria for jury membership were low, its members were often from affluent families, having chosen to serve on a jury out of boredom due to a lack of entertainment. Nonetheless, this also meant they possessed a keen understanding of how servants' wages should be handled and were acutely aware of the consequences of delayed payments on a servant's life. All eyes turned towards Raoul Hindler, whose pale face flushed crimson with indignation. I offered him an annual salary of £27, £2 more than the standard for a coachman. Yet my client did not consent to this, did he? Rawls pressed further. Hindler waved his arms vehemently. But I promised to provide him with additional remuneration, and he agreed. All eyes shifted once more to Wood Johnson. Is that so, Mr. Johnson? Rawls did not continue questioning Johnson, instead offering him a handkerchief before turning back to Hindler. Mr. Hindler, when did my client, Wood Johnson, commence his employment as your coachman? Realizing the precariousness of his position, Raoul Hindler frowned and replied, I stated previously, in November of the year before last. Please specify the date. It is crucial. The 7th of November. I remember distinctly, for the day prior, young Johnson mentioned that his teacher had appointed him as the class monitor. Johnson wiped away tears with the handkerchief, his eyes reddening. The free school was established by 3 major churches or certain charitable organizations, operating night classes from 8 to 10, entirely free of charge, even providing writing materials and some paper, serving as a means of literacy education. Corresponding to free schools were institutions like technical worker apprenticeships, which represented the scant opportunities available for the impoverished to transcend their social strata. Regrettably, such organizations were few and far between, offering little more than a drop in the bucket. Rawls continued his questioning of Hindler. And when did he leave? Observing Hindler's reluctant nod, Rawls declared, Thus, my client, Wood Johnson, has been employed in Mr. Hindler's household for a year and is owed £27. Pausing momentarily, Rawls raised his voice, and for other considerations, he approached Hindler, fixing him with an intense gaze. May I inquire, Mr. Hindler, do these other considerations include a set of gilded harness valued at nearly £1? Chester, the lawyer, had already closed his eyes, realizing he had lost the battle when Rawls mentioned Hindler's extensive land acquisitions. Though he had interrupted just in time, The young Rawls had proven remarkably adept at stirring emotions, and it seemed even his own employer was as oblivious as a crested baboon, having forgotten the pre-trial admonitions and easily divulging the truth under Rawls's probing. "I shall not relinquish my harness to anyone. That is mine," Himmler began. But Rawls interjected. "What is it, Mr. Himmler?" "Something that could serve as both remuneration and satisfy Mr. Johnson as a coachman." "You ought to exercise your intellect, Mr. Himmler. Consider what else might qualify." Rawls's finger traced slow circles near his head. "There must be something else," Himmler pondered earnestly. "However, I doubt there is. After all, what else remains in your household that hasn't been sold off to settle debts?" Thanks to the establishment of the Corn Laws, land prices had soared in recent years. Himmler had reaped the benefits of the land he purchased 2 years prior, investing last year's profits entirely into further land acquisitions and incurring substantial debts. Just a fortnight prior, news of the impending repeal of the Corn Laws had surfaced, and a week ago, the House of Commons had formally introduced relevant legislation. Himmler's creditors were now demanding repayment, and in selling off all his land and valuable belongings, he had barely managed to clear his debts. "Mr. Chester, it's your turn." Upon hearing the clerk's words, Chester opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He felt utterly helpless. The attitudes of both the jury and the judge were evident in the clerk's tone. Chester glanced at Adrian Rawls, who was already engrossed in organizing his case files, and sighed deeply within. So very young. Chapter 3. Victory. Members of the jury, deliberate on your verdict. Judge Harvey Brooke reclined in his chair, lifting his wine glass once more. After a brief consultation, a young man clad in a black wool coat rose from his seat, scanned the room, and proclaimed, "Not guilty." Outside the magistrate's South Court on Silver Street, Wood Johnson, donned in a brown thick jacket and loose breeches, wore a look of profound gratitude. Rubbing his right hand on his trousers, he extended it and said, "Thank you, Mr. Adrian. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Rawls reached out, shaking his hand with a smile. "It is my duty, and besides, you have already compensated me, have you not?" No. "I understand that for someone of your stature, that 10 shillings is woefully inadequate. It is merely your kindness that compelled you to take on my case. Initially, I believed that such a sum would only suffice to engage my solicitor for representation in court. Never did I imagine I could enlist a barrister of your caliber. In the kingdom of Rune, lawyers are categorized into barristers and solicitors. The latter handle matters that do not require court appearances, such as gathering evidence, consulting with clients, drafting wills, overseeing asset distribution, and providing legal advice. Of course, they may also represent clients in preliminary magistrate courts for straightforward cases. Barristers, on the other hand, specialize in evidence research and courtroom defense. According to Rune law, they must maintain an objective stance, thus can only interact with clients through their assistants, the solicitors, ensuring that each individual is a true legal expert possessing exceptional oratory and debating skills. As both types of lawyers have distinct roles, the costs incurred by clients inevitably increase. In ordinary cases, parties are generally required to simultaneously engage 2 attorneys. However, if the matter involves royal interests or is particularly intricate, it necessitates the hiring of a barrister, thereby potentially imposing the financial burden of 3 lawyers upon the parties. Nevertheless, in cases like that of Wood Johnson, where the stakes do not exceed a single pound, a junior solicitor suffices for the defense. Yet, the distinct roles of the 2 types of lawyers result in varying degrees of competency in court representation. Should Johnson lose, the demand for the return of gilded harness and compensation would merely be the most basic of his claims. The judge's penalties could range from light sentences such as branding or flogging to severe punishments like exile to the southern continent or a remote island. Indeed, several decades ago, such a loss could even result in hanging. Rawls vividly recalls a related judgment he perused, the most egregious being that of a 13-year-old boy named Andrew Browning, who was sentenced to hang for the theft of a spoon at 47 Woodhome Road, Hillsdon District, in the offices of Adrian Company. Rawls had donned a purple morning coat adorned with golden embroidery. Although the barrister's robe was spacious, the stiff, turned-down collar had rendered him uncomfortable throughout the past fortnight. Leaning against the sofa, Rawls gently rotated his neck, observing the young man who was organizing case precedents for him. "Locke, what is your perspective on Mr. Johnson's case today?" "Mr. Johnson is truly unfortunate. He merely wishes for his son to attend grammar school. Yet, Mr. Grant," Rawls interjected, pausing his neck movements to fix his gaze upon the young man before him. "Which law school did you graduate from?" The young man, adorned in a double-breasted navy coat and with golden hair, stood momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Rawls. I graduated from the Middle Temple. Rawls interrupted Grant once more. Please enlighten me on the distinction between a barrister and a solicitor. Although taken aback by Rawls' sudden outburst, Locke Grant understood that as an intern, he must endure the trials imposed by his supervising attorney. Otherwise, his aspirations in the legal profession would falter. Moreover, Rawls was not only his mentor, but also his employer. Barristers primarily handle defenses. Indeed, defense. Remember, our sole duty is to defend, nothing more. You need not concern yourself with whether the client is pitiable, impoverished, or affluent, just or vile. Rawls resolutely maintained this line of reasoning, wholly dismissing the notion of letting Locke finish his thoughts. Locke was rendered speechless, grappling internally with the image of Rawls, the head of a law firm, who often provided pro bono defense for the destitute, being portrayed as a merciless individual indifferent to the plight of his clients, even to the moral dichotomy of justice and malevolence. Observing Locke's bewilderment, Rawls softened his tone. This is not to instruct you to become a lawyer devoid of principles. Rather, it epitomizes the fundamental tenet of becoming an exceptional barrister. How could that be? Locke Grant was thoroughly confounded, entirely at a loss regarding Rawls' assertions. What do you believe constitutes the path to becoming a distinguished barrister? Mastery of the law? Exceptional eloquence? Locke endeavored to engage his mind. Yet Rawls' prior comments left him feeling as though he had been struck dumb, his thoughts still muddled. Mastering the law may render you a legal expert. An exceptional eloquence may make you a formidable orator. Yet, these are merely prerequisites for becoming a barrister. Prerequisites? Indeed, prerequisites. To ascend as an accomplished barrister, the ability to identify loopholes is indispensable. Whether these exist in the law itself, in the adversary's discourse, or, most crucially, within the very soul. Rawls stood, jabbing his finger against his chest. Locke, touching his heart, murmured, loopholes of the soul? The disparate roles of barristers and solicitors stem from the traditions of ruin. Although many legal professionals advocate for their amalgamation, I, however, hold a contrary stance. Should a barrister grow too close to their client, delving too deeply into their psyche, they risk becoming emotionally entangled, leaving themselves vulnerable to the adversary's exploitation of their soul's vulnerabilities. Winning or losing hinges on a fleeting moment. Gazing at the still bewildered Locke, Rawls furrowed his brow. How did I secure victory in this defense? I apologize, sir. Locke felt akin to a bewildered baboon. I first elicited sympathy from the jury for Mr. Johnson, then utilized that pressure to compel Hendler to disclose his agreement with Mr. Johnson, ultimately referencing Hendler's substantial debt incurred from the repeal of the Corn Laws, rendering him utterly speechless. It was thus that I ensnared Hendler's soul's vulnerability, leading to his loss in this case. Chapter 4. Transcendence. On the third floor of Adrian Company, in Rawls's office, despite projecting an air of confidence to Locke Grant, he was acutely aware of how precariously he had navigated today's proceedings. Had he not already ascended to the rank of a grade 9 barrister, this case would surely have culminated in defeat. His initial strategy had been to provoke an emotional breakdown in Raoul Hendler, as he had previously conveyed to Locke. Once emotions spiral out of control, they are easily manipulated by a lawyer adept at detecting weaknesses, ensuring swift victory, akin to the cases he had managed in the preceding fortnight. Regrettably, just as Rawls had begun to make headway in guiding Hendler's emotions, he was abruptly interrupted by Burton Chester, necessitating a shift in focus to his client, Wood Johnson. Neither his predecessor nor Rawls himself relished the prospect of questioning their own clients, particularly when some resembled bewildered baboons. For a single misstep in court could place Rawls at a disadvantage. Moreover, constrained by the legal stipulations of the ruined kingdom, Rawls, as a barrister, was obliged to maintain an objective stance, relying solely on solicitors to gather information, with direct contact with the client permitted only under the supervision of a solicitor, allowing for merely a few minutes of brief communication prior to the hearing. This scant time frame proved wholly inadequate for Rawls to engage meaningfully with his client, compelling him to rely on emotional manipulation of the opposing party for victory, a tactic for which his predecessor had received considerable acclaim. However, today, he was compelled to interrogate his own client. Though fortunate for him, Mr. Johnson was sufficiently cunning. He recognized that the seemingly honest and kind demeanor Johnson displayed in court, victimized by a cruel master, was merely a fade. The lawyer's elixir not only endowed him with extraordinary eloquence and persuasive capabilities, allowing him to distort or guide the target's thoughts to a degree, engendering a sense of familiarity and trust, but also endowed him with remarkable insight. While it lacked the miraculous ability of an audience to perceive genuine thoughts, it was adequate to sense emotional fluctuations, discerning deceit through facial expressions. The jury consisted of rather unimpressive individuals, a group of wealthy, idle fools. Coupled with Johnson's commendable acting skills, he easily deceived the jury, yet not the enhanced perception afforded by the elixir. The near debacle of the day was attributable to Burton Chester's untimely interruption of Rawles's emotional guidance. From my observations, Burton Chester appeared to be an ordinary individual. The reason for his fortunate interruption of my guidance likely stemmed from his extensive experience as a barrister, an occupation that invariably demands a high degree of expertise. Having practiced for over 20 years, such experience was undoubtedly justifiable. This is not a manifestation of excessive suspicion on Rawles's part. Rather, it reflects the chaotic nature of this world. As a time traveler, Rawles must learn from the yet-to-arrive protagonist, Mr. Q, and refrain from acting recklessly. Indeed, traversing through time has become exceedingly commonplace in this era. Having perused numerous novels featuring time travel, Rawles quickly acclimated to his new reality after his own traversal. For in his previous life, he understood the philosophy of individual sustenance leading to familial well-being. The prospect of ascending to the pinnacle of existence in an alternate realm seemed tantalizing. However, as Rawles gradually integrated the fragmented memories of his former self and began to comprehend the intricate details of the world he inhabited, regret washed over him. He had unwittingly landed in the universe of Lord of the Mysteries. As a remarkable work penned by the illustrious author, the Cephalopod Maiden, Rawles had indeed perused it and envisioned himself partaking in magical potions, believing that as long as he steered clear of witches and the terrifying pathways of the abyss, he could thrive, even if it meant embracing the mother and moon pathways. After all, Rawles was not inclined to ascend too high, aware that with great power comes an inevitable descent into madness. Yet, never did he fathom that his journey would lead him to this particular world. In other realms, traversers, especially those with knowledge of the plot, were deemed exceedingly fortunate, as it rendered the secrets of the universe as exposed as an unadorned maiden, ripe for exploitation. Yet in this realm, knowledge proved toxic. The more secrets one harbored, the greater the peril, for the more one knew, the swifter the demise. Even now, Rawles shuddered at the recollections of the conspiracies and secrets that flitted through his mind, potent enough to either lead to his untimely demise or morph him into a grotesque entity. However, after several days of trepidation, Rawles discovered that no calamities befell him, leading him to conclude that some force must exist within him to shield against the inner secrets. Nevertheless, after half a month of his transmigration, he had yet to uncover any extraordinary attributes within himself, and so he decided to cease pondering this matter. He now embraced a philosophy of reckless abandon, willing to confront whatever may come. During this fortnight, though he made no progress on the aforementioned issue, he did unravel the secrets of his corporeal predecessor. Rawles Adrian, at the age of 23, had graduated from the Tingen Lincoln Law School. His father, Mason Adrian, had passed away 2 years prior from a heart ailment, leaving behind a substantial inheritance for his predecessor. This included over £7,000 in savings, 3 properties in Beckland, 1 in Tingen, a vacation villa in the Dissy Bay, and the culmination of Mason's lifelong endeavor, the Adrian law firm. Moreover, the predecessor had been industrious, graduating 5 years early from law school with exceptional marks, swiftly ascending to the rank of barrister and winning numerous lawsuits. Not only did he successfully take over the law firm, which had been left in disarray following Mason's death, but he also revitalized its reputation. Yet, these were merely the visible accomplishments of his predecessor. Otherwise, Rawles could have joyously embraced the inheritance, perhaps opting to forego a legal career in favor of nurturing the firm. It was precisely due to the myriad complications left behind by his predecessor that Rawles was compelled to continue practicing law. His predecessor was not an ordinary individual. He had ingested a Sequence 9 lawyer potion, which elucidated why he had graduated ahead of his peers. Typically, one required 7 years of study at law school to graduate, followed by a year of apprenticeship. The latter was circumvented by his predecessor, who, as the owner of a law firm, selected a mere figurehead and leveraged Mason's connections, along with a substantial donation to the Bar Association, to bypass the standard process. However, the source of the potion posed a significant challenge. Chapter 5. The Secret of Identity. This potion came from the fearful Duke Birdmaston, who served as the second mate to the King of the Five Seas, Naster Solomon. When Rawls learned that his predecessor had become Birdmaston's informant in Beckland due to a Sequence 9 potion, his heart sank. To prevent the fragmentation of Mason's esteemed law firm, and likely due to the looming presence of the notorious pirate Birdmaston, who had a bounty exceeding £10,000, his predecessor had chosen to become a lawyer and an informant for Birdmaston in Beckland. Yet, after imparting some esoteric knowledge and methods of intelligence gathering, Birdmaston departed hastily, leaving no concrete assignments. It was only a year ago that Birdmaston had tasked his predecessor with investigating the ironclad warships secretly being constructed by the Kingdom of Ruin. However, his predecessor had gleaned nothing over the course of a year, and Birdmaston had not pressed the matter, appearing to have forgotten about the assignment entirely. A month prior, his predecessor lost control, and then Rawls found himself transported. Upon piecing together these events, Rawls was beset with numerous questions. Firstly, the sudden loss of control by the predecessor was utterly without warning or reason. He was not a wild, extraordinary individual, and under Birdmaston's tutelage, he was well-versed in the art of role-playing. Although preoccupied with the affairs of a law firm, he had maintained a firm grasp of the essence of role-playing, making a sudden loss of control illogical. Secondly, regarding Birdmaston, the fearful Duke's demeanor did not align with the station. Although as the second mate to the King of the Five Seas, Naster, he was expected to uphold the virtue of not harming captives as dictated by his lineage. He was nonetheless a pirate, a notorious one at that. His treatment of Rawls' predecessor was excessively gentle. As an informant, he provided no specific tasks, yet lavished him with intricate instruction, even divulging knowledge of role-playing. Rawls, not being his predecessor and knowing naught of the extraordinary circles, recognized the significance of role-playing. It was rare for even lower-tier extraordinary individuals within the 7 great churches to possess knowledge of it, and those who did were often bound by oaths to the 7 true gods to refrain from disclosing such secrets. Yet Birdmaston had freely shared this knowledge, and, as a pirate with a bounty surpassing that of Chillingers, a Sequence 5 Chaos Mentor, lingered in Beckland for an entire week to impart arcane wisdom to his predecessor. If his intention was to enable the predecessor to better probe the ironclad ships, his lack of urgency and absence of information seemed counterproductive. Rawls speculated that either Birdmaston shared a profound bond with Mason or harbored ulterior motives. Thus, he did not attribute his predecessor's loss of control to Birdmaston, for regardless of the reason, there was no compelling incentive for such actions. As for the potion's recipe, he recalled that the majority of extraordinary individuals could enhance their memory effectively, and the lawyer potion was among the elite, being a Sequence 9 that relied on rhetoric rather than force. The primary materials for the barbarian potion included 1 stalk of frenzy grass and a solid horn crystal from an earth rhinoceros, with auxiliary components comprising 1 deep patterned walnut, 1 stalk of lemon balm, 10 milliliters of pure dew extracted from willow bark, and 100 milliliters of strong liquor. For Rawls, assimilating the lawyer potion was not arduous, as his predecessor had accomplished much of the groundwork. His recent reprimands and guidance towards his intern, Locke Grant, were in fact the method his predecessor sought to digest the potion by elucidating the principles of legal conduct through mentoring. Over the past month, he had similarly distilled the principles of legal practice, needing only an opportunity for complete assimilation. In his time, he had accepted only minor cases to familiarize himself with his abilities, unwilling to place others' lives at stake through his experiments. However, through a recent litigation, he gained a clear understanding of the extraordinary powers at play, paving the way for him to engage with more significant cases henceforth. Nevertheless, gathering the primary materials for the barbarian potion proved challenging for Rawls, as the only extraordinary individual he was aware of was Birdmaston. The intermediary responsible for liaising with him, Ken Rister, was merely an ordinary citizen who operated a bar in the dock district. Rawls was aware that Beckland harbored numerous extraordinary circles, yet entry typically necessitated an introduction, and the opportunities to join were likely scarce. One such circle was that of the gentleman who had brought Audrey Hall into the fold. But that connection entailed involvement with the lunatics of the Aurora Society. Furthermore, he was uncertain of Fur's whereabouts and deduced that he would likely need to begin his search with Hudiel. This, however, would be straightforward, as she had established a formidable reputation among the labor class and criminal organizations in the eastern district of Beckland. Another circle of extraordinary individuals is the gathering hosted by the great detective Isingston, located near the Braveheart Tavern on Iron Gate Street in Bridge District. There, one might encounter a woman in need of a barbarian formula, and it should be feasible to exchange potions for this formula. Furthermore, she is likely backed by craftsmen, which presents an excellent opportunity to acquire some extraordinary items. Alongside the pursuit of this circle of extraordinary beings, one must also embark on a regimen of physical training and combat practice. Both the protagonist and his predecessor lack experience in this domain. Yet it is imperative for him to prepare for the inevitable challenges ahead, thus laying the groundwork for his transformation into a barbarian. Chapter 6. Edmund Robert. Knock, knock, knock. Come creak. As the door swung open, an elderly gentleman entered. He was of average height, his hairline receding significantly like many men of ruin, yet impeccably groomed. Dressed in a sharply tailored black tailcoat, his brow furrowed slightly as his slate-blue eyes scrutinized the protagonist, who was clad in a morning suit, and he sighed, "Rolls. I have repeatedly advised you against wearing morning attire in the office. Should a guest arrive and see you in such garb, they would perceive the Adrian family as lacking in decorum and refinement." Rolls shrugged with a smile. "Wearing a morning suit for meetings will convey a sense of intimacy to my guests, fostering a more conducive atmosphere for further development. Would it not, Uncle Robert?" The morning suit, rich with the essence of intis, serves as a comfortable home attire for men, suitable for receiving guests at gatherings or dinners. However, in the conservatively styled ruin, only a handful of young men dare to don such attire, opting for the comfort of morning suits over the rigidity of formal three-piece suits when hosting visitors. This trend has drawn the ire of many elderly gentlemen in ruin, especially from Edmund Robert, who once served as the etiquette tutor for Rolls and his father, Mason Adrian. At 59 years of age, Edmund Robert is the younger son of a baron and thus has not inherited a title. Following his father's passing, he received little in the way of inheritance and maintains a strained relationship with his elder brother, the title holder. Consequently, possessing a refined sense of etiquette, Edmund chose to support himself as an etiquette instructor, specializing in teaching the newly affluent who lack such training. Mason, who had always been somewhat of a lone wolf, was at a loss regarding the establishment of a law firm. After discussing the matter with Edmund, who was then instructing Mason in etiquette, Edmund volunteered to assist him in founding what is now known as the Adrian Law Firm. In its nascent stages, Mason focused on building the firm's reputation, while Edmund managed its day-to-day operations. Their collaborative efforts propelled the Adrian Law Firm to become one of the most renowned legal establishments in Beckland. Had it not been for Edmund's devotion to the Lord of Storms, while Mason revered the Goddess of Night, their familial ties would have undoubtedly positioned Edmund as the godfather of the protagonist. Although Edmund did not attain the status of godfather, their bond is notably close. Not only because the protagonist had followed Edmund in learning the nuances of etiquette since childhood, but also due to the less-than-ideal father-son dynamic between him and Mason, which prompted him to seek education in Tingen. After Mason's demise, had it not been for Edmund's efforts to stabilize the protagonist's standing, even with his new status as a lawyer, the transition would have been far more arduous, considering that prominent lawyers could thrive in any firm. To motivate the protagonist, Edmund began to adopt the role of Mason's stern father figure, frequently reminding Rolls of the Adrian family's legacy, as if the family were akin to some hereditary aristocracy. Edmund closed the door and stepped forward, gesturing toward the window. "You must remember, Rolls, this is ruin, and you are a distinguished lawyer. The individuals you associate with belong to the upper middle class of ruin. They will not interpret your attire as a sign of intimacy, but rather as a lack of respect, tarnishing the honor of the Adrian family. My guests, hailing from well-mannered households, will invariably notify me of their impending visits, and I will ensure that I am prepared to welcome my esteemed guests accordingly." Rolls pointed toward a wooden door opposite the sofa, which served as his changing and resting room. "Rolls." Edmund's expression turned serious, and he paused, adjusting his walnut cane. "Your father would never resort to sophistry in an illegal courtroom after learning etiquette." Instinctively, Rolls took a step back. Mason possessed a similar cane, which held unpleasant associations for him. "My apologies, Uncle Robert." Rolls felt helpless ever since discovering Mason's true identity. He had harbored doubts that Mason had studied etiquette merely to gather intelligence, yet he could not directly voice his suspicions to Edmund. Edmund's demeanor softened slightly as he settled into the single sofa, leaning his cane against the wall. "Do you still intend to take on those minor cases?" He had always disapproved of Rolls pursuing such small matters, not due to any concern over their meager financial returns. Rolls was not in want of money, but rather because he deemed them of little utility to the Adrian family. He believed that engaging in charitable activities would yield greater acclaim. No, these cases, while small, come with scant evidence and excessive complications. Therefore, I intend to take a break. Rolls replied, waving his hand. Indeed, these cases had drained him, especially the one from today, which had nearly gone awry. Furrowing his brow, Rolls inquired, are they truly troublesome? Who are these individuals? Initially, he had not considered the ramifications, merely wishing to test his abilities as a lawyer, indifferent to the potential earnings. It appeared he had inadvertently disrupted market prices, leading to dissatisfaction among the senior lawyers at his firm. With me here, they have no place to criticize the firm. His tone radiated confidence, for this firm had been founded by him and Mason, and with Edmund managing its daily affairs, they had weathered many storms. Uncle, I have an idea. Would you care to consider its feasibility? Rolls approached the desk, retrieving a sheet of paper from his notebook and offering it to Edmund. This was his contingency plan. Should he discover a lack of aptitude for law, he intended to retire, content to be a manager, allowing time to mitigate the effects of the potions on him, as long as he remained in control. Edmund retrieved his handheld monocle, its crystalline lens framed in silver, adorned with intricate engravings and a green gemstone. His advancing age had rendered his vision less reliable, yet he eschewed the discomfort of conventional spectacles that would leave marks upon his nose. Chapter 7. Law Partner. Law Partner? Edmund exclaimed, astonished as he continued to read. The partnership model is indeed prevalent across various industries in ruin, whether it be a group of individuals co-owning a company or jointly acquiring a ship for fishing expeditions. Even in a strict sense, the pirate kings and their captains, along with their crews, could be viewed as partners. The Adrian law firm, founded by Edmund and Mason, exemplified this partnership model, albeit Edmund was not a lawyer and merely handled daily operations. The law partnership proposed by Rolls essentially involved distributing a portion of the firm's shares to some of the more distinguished senior lawyers within the firm, allowing them to receive additional funds beyond their fixed salaries and case commissions, thereby augmenting their annual income by several dozen to £100. While the additional income was secondary, the primary goal was to forge a stronger bond between these individuals and the firm. It is indeed a commendable idea, Edmund mused, putting away his monocle and massaging his temples, but it is unnecessary at present. Unnecessary? Rolls felt a twinge of surprise. He had anticipated Edmund's acceptance, considering this was the only concept he retained from his past life in the legal profession. After all, the lawyers depicted in television dramas, aside from vying for love, are primarily engaged in the pursuit of partnership qualifications. Had you proposed this plan when you first took over the firm, I would have undoubtedly agreed. However, it is no longer necessary at this juncture. Edmund sighed, lamenting the absence of such a proposal back then. Observing Rawls' puzzled expression, Edmund was reminded of Mason in his earlier days. Despite their strained father-son relationship, both shared remarkable talent in law and exhibited an uncanny knack for management, akin to that of a curly-tailed baboon. Following Mason's untimely demise, although you assumed control of the firm, rival firms eagerly sought to poach our lawyers, causing many esteemed attorneys and associates within our firm to waver. To retain them, I not only raised their salaries, but also assured them that you would not interfere with the firm's daily operations, much like during Mason's tenure. Edmund waved the paper in his hand, exclaiming, now, our senior associates earn a weekly wage of £4, with annual incomes nearing £400, while most senior lawyers have also reached approximately £1,200 per annum, representing the most lucrative compensation that Beckland Law Firm can offer. Well, I should have been able to conceive such an idea back then. Rawls replied, exasperated. Wouldn't that have been better? Our firm would attract a greater number of esteemed lawyers and associates. That depends on your perspective, Edmund replied, setting down the paper. If you wish to pursue a career as a lawyer like your father, then by all means, you may do so. My father? The protagonist recalled that his relationship with his father was fraught with tension, leading to arguments over trivial matters, and they never discussed the affairs of the law firm. It was Edmund who frequently shared captivating cases handled by the firm, which, despite the poor relationship with his father, ultimately guided the protagonist toward a legal career. It was the 5th year since the establishment of the firm, and everything was falling into place. The firm merely required steady management without the need for excessive effort. Mason had also married, and your mother was expecting you. For your sake, he intended to become a judge in the High Court. In Rune, all judges, excluding part-time magistrates, must be appointed from lawyers who have graduated from one of the 4 major law schools. Those appointed as judges in the local court must have no less than 7 years of courtroom experience, while those appointed to the High Court must possess a decade of such experience or 2 years as a local court judge. Judges of the appellate court must have 15 years of courtroom experience or more than 2 years as a high court judge. At that time, Mason Adrian already had over 15 years of courtroom experience and was a highly renowned barrister at Beckland. While the nomination for the appellate court could take some time, the nomination for the high court was relatively straightforward. Your father had already received his nomination, but upon your birth, your mother passed away. Consequently, Mason chose not to pursue the role of judge, but instead continued his practice as a lawyer, filling his life with an endless stream of cases. His health was already precarious, and compounded by the emotional turmoil from your mother's death and the burden of numerous cases, he departed this world at a young age. Edmund's eyes glistened with moisture, and his nose turned red. For him, Mason was not merely a friend, but a savior, rescuing him from a fate as a mere etiquette instructor, while his brother, who was to inherit the barony, had perished early due to his indulgence in vice. I believe my father would be pleased. He and my mother are surely at peace in the realm of the divine, Rawls could only echo, aware that the protagonist's connection with his father was already tenuous, and his memories of his mother even more faint. He could only hope that the goddess of the night, a fellow traveler, would watch over his parents. Edmund retrieved a handkerchief to dab at the corners of his eyes and turned to Rawls, inquiring, "How long has it been since you last prayed at St. Samuel's Church?" Since attending the moon mass last month, I suppose it has been about a month." Rawls stammered, suddenly frozen. Since his arrival in this world, he had been preoccupied with fear and later busy experimenting with his newfound abilities, leaving little time for prayer. Moreover, as a traveler, he was wary of approaching St. Samuel's Church in the North District, known for its association with the goddess of the night, and even avoided the local magistrate's court in the Jowood District, steering clear of St. Wynne Church. Lest the Lord of Storms discern the irreverent thoughts he struggled to suppress within his mind. "Indeed," Rawls hesitated, "I have not given this matter much thought, Uncle Robert. Absent the apocalypse, and had the protagonist not been ensnared in the extraordinary realm, I would have naturally aspired to practice law for many years, eventually securing a judicial nomination and leading a tranquil life. However, with the advent of the end times and my own extraordinary status, I am left uncertain about the secrets I may harbor. It is inconceivable that I could lead such a life." Edmund nodded. "True. You have only recently been a lawyer for 2 years. Nonetheless, it is imperative to contemplate the future of the Adrian family and its development." Rawls bowed his head in silence, contemplating his response. Chapter 8. The Secret Chamber. Yellow Tide. How is it that your presence is felt everywhere? No wonder Klein has so much to say about you. You embody every trait a traveler could possess, leaving little for those who follow. Very well, Rawls conceded, realizing that this plan could only be implemented once he officially entered the realm of the extraordinary, when he would be unable to manage the firm any longer. However, it seemed he had never truly managed the firm in the first place. "All right, that'll be all for today." Edmund picked up his walnut, cane leaning against the wall, rising to make his way toward the door. "I shall see you out," Rawls exclaimed, eager to accompany the distinguished gentleman and elder, feeling a constant sense of unease in his presence. "Very well," was all Rawls could manage to say, nodding in agreement. "And do attend more balls, banquets, and salons. The Adrian family needs you to carry on its legacy." Rawls could only watch as Edmund departed, pondering what further advice he might offer if he followed him any longer. Perhaps due to his early years spent renting a small room, Mason harbored a profound yearning for property, preferring to purchase rather than rent. Even when Rawls rebelliously attended school in Tingen, where he would spend a maximum of 7 years, Mason acquired a modest villa worth approximately £1,500. Rawls refrained from hiring new servants. He harbored far too many secrets, being an extraordinary individual himself. The law of the extraordinary being's characteristic aggregation could easily attract others of similar paths. This location was at the intersection of Beckland's affluent and noble districts, where extraordinary beings traversing arbitration were abundant. Should he, like Klein, hire a group of problematic servants, he would not fare as well. Unlike Klein, who was nurtured by the goddess of night and possessed a source fortress, Rawls might find himself in dire straits. Moreover, Rawls speculated that Mason's residence in this area was likely for better intelligence gathering, as the West District housed numerous wealthy individuals, while the nobility favored the Queen's District, just a street away. Crossing William Street led directly to the Queen's District. The property prices here were exorbitant, and Mason's status did not quite align with the locale. Nevertheless, Mason had resided here for nearly 30 years, suggesting his identity had indeed been verified by the Night Watch squad in the West District. It remained unclear whether it was the fearsome Viscount Birdmast who aided in concealing his past, or whether Mason himself had skillfully masked it. In the original work, the descendant of the Tudor family, Laughter Pond, had managed to obscure his identity from Klein's abilities of divination and hypnosis. Although Klein was merely a sequence 8 fool at the time, he was still a diviner. Had Klein not left a contingency plan in the form of his source fortress, the truth would have remained completely hidden. Mason was a lawyer, after all. His expertise lay in identifying loopholes within language, skillfully sidestepping the truth. Every word uttered by a lawyer is indeed factual, yet that does not mean they convey the whole truth. Lawyers possess the unique ability to construct lies from the very fabric of truth. With a creak, Rolls opened the door to a storage room within the villa, revealing a long-abandoned underground chamber that had become a secret hideaway for its former occupant. Coughing persistently, Rolls realized that this chamber had not been opened for nearly a year, and its lack of ventilation had rendered the air almost stagnant. After a few moments, he deemed it sufficient and stepped into the hidden room, lighting the gas lamp. The warm glow instantly cascaded down the lengthy staircase, illuminating the dim, subterranean space. The chamber itself was modest in size, with an oak bookshelf leaning against one wall, accompanied by a dark red writing desk cluttered with several haphazardly stacked books. Dust covered the desk, the books, and the glass of the bookshelf, suggesting that studying would be futile today. With a sigh, Rolls felt a surge of unexpected elation. After all, any form of learning was mentally taxing. Moreover, due to the previous occupant's lack of serious study, he found himself unable to take shortcuts and was compelled to relearn everything from scratch. But wait, when did I start thinking like this? Rolls furrowed his brow. Such thoughts were not characteristic of him. For trivial matters, he might procrastinate for a few days, but never for anything of significance, especially when his very life was at stake. Was it the influence of the potion? Yet, both the former occupant and he had nearly processed the potion. They only needed a suitable opportunity to ascend to sequence 8. Or was it the effect of my transmigration? But I don't feel anything amiss. Unfortunately, as a lawyer, he lacked the ability to perceive emotions beyond gestures and expressions. Could this be the reason for the former occupant's loss of control, or perhaps a consequence of my crossing over? How long has it been since you last came here? Suddenly, a man's voice pierced through the stillness. Rolls turned, startled, toward the entrance of the chamber at the top of the staircase. Who is it? Chapter 9. Birdmaston. Who is it? Though the chamber was small, its depth was significant, and the staircase leading to it was quite steep, prompting Rolls to look up and only catch sight of the newcomer from the knees down. He wore black leather boots and dark trousers, the rest obscured from Rolls' line of sight. Can you not recognize my voice? The voice belonged to a middle-aged man, imbued with authority, stirring within Rolls an instinct to submit. Authority? Rolls' pupils constricted as he recalled the voice belonged to the infamous Earl of Fear, Birdmaston, the pirate with a bounty exceeding 10,000 pounds. A powerful sequence 5. How could he appear so suddenly? Just as Rolls had dismissed the task assigned by the Earl from his mind, the man had materialized. Was he here to urge him to fulfill the task? But he had no clue about it. Would the Earl punish him? Right? The original text contained a description of that ironclad ship. What would he say if questioned about the source of his information? Had he heard from some judge at the royal court? No. He could sense that Johnson was lying. The Earl, being of a higher sequence, would undoubtedly discern his deception. What are you thinking? Am I that frightening? Birdmaston's voice rang out again. Nothing, sir. You've come regarding the ironclad ship, Haven to you? Rolls inwardly chastised himself for speaking out. Why did he let that slip? Are you a curly-haired baboon? It would have been better to remain silent. Suddenly, Rolls felt the tension in his nerves dissipate, and the air around him seemed to begin flowing again. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized it was not merely a figment of his imagination. Small whirlwinds appeared within the chamber, stirring up the dust. The dust coalesced into a mass the size of a fist, slowly drifting up the steep staircase and out of the chamber. Meanwhile, Birdmaston began descending the stairs. Contrary to the descriptions in the bounty notices, he was not clad in an intricately patterned-into shirt or a dark red captain's coat, but rather dressed like most gentlemen of Beckland, in a white shirt and waistcoat beneath a black suit, topped with a bowler hat. The only notable difference was his bronze skin, a testament to years spent at sea, due to the cramped space of the chamber and the steepness of the staircase. Rolls had to bow his head and bend slightly to navigate his descent. Although Rolls stood nearly 6 feet tall, Birdmaston matched his height. Yet he did not lower his head or bend at all, walking straight down the staircase as if the distance between the chamber's ceiling and the stairs had inexplicably expanded. It was a distortion. The ability of the Sequence 6 corrupt baron had warped the space between them. As Rolls pondered this, Birdmaston suddenly stood before him, having distorted the distance between them. He made no mention of the ironclad ship, but rather surveyed the entire chamber before speaking. I had thought you and your father would choose not to pursue the extraordinary path any further and would seal away this chamber. Why then, have you opened it today? Well, Rolls chuckled awkwardly. I apologize, sir. I've grown accustomed to it. You cannot continue like this. Remember the essence of your role. You are merely playing the part of a lawyer. Do not become entranced by it. Your father suffered from this very flaw, delaying his mastery of the potion. Birdmaston sighed, a hint of sorrow in his expression. My father. Rolls pressed on, eager to bypass the topic of the ironclad ship entirely. He felt Birdmaston's presence grow larger, the light in the chamber dimming momentarily, the air once again becoming stagnant. This was the power of the Sequence 5 chaotic mentor, emanating authority from his mentor. Rolls instinctively chose to cease probing Birdmaston further. Yet, from his earlier inquiry regarding the Earl of Fear, it became evident that his initial suspicions were correct. Birdmaston shared an extraordinary connection with his father, Mason Adrian, to become a more powerful, extraordinary being. For what reason? Birdmaston furrowed his brow. Although he had only interacted with Rolls for a week on the surface, he had been observing him for a considerable time. He understood the nature of Rolls well. Despite a life of privilege, he lacked the naive curiosity about the extraordinary world that characterized many noble offspring. The influence of a legal family had instilled in Rolls a rational demeanor, maintaining a cautious attitude toward the extraordinary realm. His decision to consume the potion and become extraordinary was largely compelled by the pirate's pressure. Thus, when imparting mystical knowledge, Rolls only focused on the vital aspects of survival, relegating other esoteric knowledge to mere acquaintance. I'm simply weary of it. Indeed, he was exhausted. Although he had only practiced law for just over half a month, the towering stacks of case files and precedents had proven overwhelming for a novice lawyer. The laws of the Kingdom of Ruin were not based on statutory law, but rather on case law. Judges relied on previous cases to pass sentences, necessitating that lawyers collect relevant precedents when handling cases. These compendiums of case law often measured several centimeters in thickness, with some exceeding a meter in height. Senior lawyers would sift through these volumes to find the lightest sentences for their clients, allowing judges to pass judgments without fear of public scrutiny, as they had precedents to follow. Birdmaston nodded, signaling his understanding. After all, Rolls was merely a young man in his early 20s. Despite his rationality, what could it change? Unlike Mason, who had risen from poverty, Rolls' privileged background allowed him to endure for 2 years, a testament to Mason's dedication. Birdmaston himself had once been a lawyer and understood the nature of his former peers all too well. However, this turn of events is fortuitous, as it spares me the burden of concealing matters regarding Mason from Rolls. Using a sapphire ring, crafted with the attributes of a wind wielder, Birdmaster conjured a whirlwind to seal the door to the hidden chamber, distorting the very notion of closure into a means of sealing the room, thus isolating its interior from the outside world. Chapter 10. Mason's Secret. Rawls, what I am about to divulge pertains to your father. Please refrain from interrupting or posing questions until I have concluded. I suspect you can surmise that my relationship with your father is far more intricate than I previously conveyed, or else you would not exhibit such audacity. Rawls offered a sheepish smile, mimicking a zipper motion across his mouth. Birdmaster shot Rawls a disapproving glare and continued. I have known Mason for nearly 50 years. In our adolescence, we toiled together in the docklands of Beakland, earning a meager salary of approximately 15 sulas a week. Had we persisted in this manner, perhaps we might have married daughters from similarly impoverished families, sired children who would grow up to mirror our struggles, and ultimately succumb to a life of pain in our 40s. Count White Maple is indeed the master of the Black Emperor, the king of the 5 seas, Nastur. His title was inherited from his father, the notorious pirate Savini Solomon, a title bestowed upon him by the great Russell. Rawls had previously assumed that Birdmaster and Mason first acquired the legal potion, with one opting for piracy and the other for the law. Little did he know that they encountered the king of the 5 seas while still mere mortals, with his father having met Nastur first. At that time, the Count covertly infiltrated Beakland. Given his prowess, he should have remained undetected. However, he was unexpectedly discovered by the Sea King, Ian Cotman of the Storm Church. The three great churches and the Rune royal family dispatched their elite forces to pursue the Count. Although a friend of the Count managed to divert them, the Count sustained severe injuries. With Beekland itself sealed off by the three churches, the Count had no choice but to hide. Adhering to the wisdom of the great Russell that the darkest places are often beneath the light, seeking refuge near the Cathedral of St. Samuel. Was Nastor truly in such dire straits? Indeed, in the original text, Shio mentioned that Nastor had nearly been captured in Beekland. This must have been the occasion. However, was Ian Cotman even in Beekland at that time? Perhaps his failure to apprehend Nastor led to his reassignment to the ROSDC? Could this explain why the Archbishop of the Cathedral of the Holy Wind has now become the messenger of the divine? Isnik? Yet, Nastor is indeed worthy of his title as the King of the Five Seas. The archbishops of the three great churches in Beekland are predominantly saints. And with the formidable forces of the Rune royal family and their seals, they could easily assemble a luxurious lineup of 5 saints, yet he managed to escape. Nastor's friend? The original text made no mention. Could it be that Nastor's actions inadvertently led to their demise? Could it possibly be Bernadette? If it were Huang Bei, combined with the seals left by Russell, they might indeed withstand a congregation of 5 saints. What manner of reasoning possessed Nastor to seek refuge so close to the Cathedral of St. Samuel, even if it were the darkest place beneath the light? Surely it would have been wiser to hide near the Cathedral of the Holy Wind? Did he not know that the goddess's title includes the Mother of Secrets and the Queen of Misery and Terror? Does he not fear a curse might befall him from the goddess herself? Rawls lowered his head, fearing he might burst into laughter, internally mocking Nastor for his choice of hiding near the goddess's cathedral. It was a rather unfortunate decision on Nastor's part. The fearful Viscount Birdmaster, seeing Rawls with his head bowed, assumed he was stunned by his words and nodded in satisfaction. In his view, it was imperative for Rawls to grasp the terrors of the extraordinary world, to restore him to his previous state of rationality. Rawls raised his head, inquiring, "Did my father choose to reside in Beekland?" "Indeed, your father did not wish to become a pirate. He longed for a stable life, whereas I could not." Birdmaster raised his palm before him and clenched his fist. "I could not endure such a life. I would rather embrace piracy." Deep within, he understood that even without encountering the King of the Five Seas, he would not have been able to persist for long. Nastor's arrival merely provided him with a more justifiable excuse. And so, Mason and I parted ways. Birdmaster lowered his gaze, exhaling a long sigh as he seated himself in the chair before the desk. Chapter 11. The Reason. At that time, I had begun to grasp the intricacies of digesting potions. After informing your father, I departed from Beekland. Little did I know, your mother passed away shortly after giving birth to you, plunging Mason into near madness. By the time I learned of this, it was far too late. Even if I had sought the Count's counsel on the potion's digestion, knowing how to enact the transformation would have done little to stabilize Mason's fragile mind. Alas! Rawls sighed inwardly, as his previous self had believed that Mason prioritized his work over his son, unaware that Mason's mental state was fundamentally unstable. Yet, what good is this knowledge now, when both of them are gone? 2 years ago, your father had Ken Reister send me a message, hoping to meet with me. Is my father nearing his end? Every individual possesses a spirit, capable of empathizing with the spiritual realm and sensing information from higher planes of existence. It is merely that ordinary people cannot perceive such nuances. When utilizing divination tools, these insights manifest through the medium. Even without divination, Birdmaster, as a Sequence 5 Chaos Mentor, possessed a strong grasp of his own spirituality. Originally, I intended for Mason to consume the Sequence 8 Barbarian Potion to bolster his physical strength. As for the potion's effects, I could address that later. However, Mason was reluctant to partake. Thus I could only provide him with some healing elixirs I had brought, which merely prolonged the inevitable. The fearful Viscount Birdmaster sat in his chair, as if in prayer, his hands clasped against his forehead. Rawls quietly observed, knowing there was little else he could do. After a prolonged silence, Birdmaster straightened up, exhaling deeply as he looked at Rawls, asking, "Do you know your father did not desire for you to become extraordinary?" Observing Rawls' astonished expression, the fearful Viscount felt a momentary lift in his spirits, only to be swiftly engulfed by sorrow again. "Your father did not wish for you to become extraordinary, nor for you to enter the realm of the exceptional, even going so far as to hope I would never contact you." "Why?" Rawls questioned, utterly perplexed by Mason's intentions. "Are you inquiring why Mason wished for you not to become extraordinary, or Or are you asking why I disregarded Mason's wishes and allowed you to embrace the extraordinary? Both. Mason believed that despite your strained relationship, you could lead a fulfilling life without becoming extraordinary. With Edmund by your side, the firm would not falter, and coupled with the inheritance he left you, you would certainly not endure the hardships we once faced. Rawls found himself bemused. Was this trust or distrust? Mason informed me that his fate transformed upon becoming extraordinary, yet also lamented that it rendered him a pitiable creature incapable of normal interaction with his own child. He does not regret becoming extraordinary, but he did not wish for you to follow suit. Rawls finally understood the weight of the phrase, "We are guardians." Yet we are also a collection of wretched beings perpetually contending against danger and madness. Although Mason was not a night watcher, once one entered the realm of the extraordinary, there was no turning back. One either met death or succumbed to madness. Truly, it is a chaotic and frenzied world. No wonder that during the funeral for Mason, Uncle Robert appeared unwell, visibly weakened. I harbored reservations about my arrangements for Mason, contemplating throughout the night, yet ultimately resolved to allow you to embrace the extraordinary. True power lies within oneself, granting the autonomy of choice. Thus, you stormed in the very night after my arrival, feigning the guise of a fearsome pirate, coercing me to become your informant in Beakland. Rawls found it rather amusing that he had been coerced into becoming an intelligence officer for pirates, a role that initially terrified him, only to end up in such a situation. What does it mean to feign the demeanor of a pirate? I'm a pirate, a grand pirate worth 18,000 pounds. Rawls nearly forgot that if Birdmaston were not the second mate of the Black Emperor, his own prowess would be sufficient to elevate him to the rank of a pirate general. After all, Admiral Chillingers of the Hurricane was merely a Sequence 6 wind wielder, yet he had managed to ascend to the ranks of pirate generals through his insatiable hunger. Your relationship with your father has never been good, and fearing you might misunderstand Mason, I chose to conceal everything about him, intending to explain later. Unlike your father, after consuming the potion, I will reveal to you the matter of impersonation. It will not lead to such a fate. Upon uttering this, the fearful Viscount fell silent, likely reflecting on Mason Adrian. Rawls reassured him, saying, "Your father will not hold it against you. Had I not become an extraordinary being, I might not be who I am today." Birdmaston gestured towards the books on the desk, the dust having been cleared away by his hurricane ring. At that time, due to your coercion, I found myself somewhat resistant to these materials. Rawls felt a mix of helplessness, unsure whether to fault Birdmaston for his brusque manner or to blame his predecessor's obstinacy. In Chapter 12, Conversation, Birdmaston picked up a black-covered book from the desk, its title inscribed in Hermetic script, hinting at meditation techniques. The knowledge within is merely rudimentary esoteric lore, which I had instructed Ken to procure from the underground market in Beakland, suitable only for those yet to become extraordinary or those newly initiated into Sequence 9. Yet for me, it suffices, having been a Sequence 9 for 2 years. I still find myself a neophyte in mysticism, Rawls inwardly lamented. Why? Does knowledge not bestow power? Rawls understood that in this world, esoteric knowledge could bring peril. But it equally promised power, albeit far less than the knowledge equivalent to power espoused by the Emperor of Knowledge. This statement is indeed accurate, particularly for seekers or generalists, who acquire strength through the pursuit of knowledge. They often create charms or establish various rituals to augment their capabilities, yet for lawyers, it is a different matter. What distinguishes lawyers? Firstly, our path does not delve into the realm of knowledge. Secondly, we are not members of the church, and thus cannot invoke the 7 true gods through rituals to craft charms. Does this not place us at a disadvantage? It is not solely us. Many extraordinary beings from various paths face similar challenges, compelled to purchase charms manufactured by artisans. Artisans are Sequence 6 practitioners of the generalist path, also known as mechanical experts, capable of crafting mechanical wonders and moderately powerful extraordinary items. Whether in reality or the realm of mysticism, they are undoubtedly masters of creation, producing extraordinary items with minimal negative impact and optimal efficacy. Birdmaston smirked, chuckling lightly. For most low-sequence extraordinary beings, close combat is often the optimal choice. Besides lacking sufficient ability, the thickness of their wallets often compels them to resort to melee. A low-tier charm starts at £1, and even then, they are hard to come by. Moreover, the potency of charms diminishes over time, and most can only be used once before they are rendered useless. However, for you, financial constraints are not an issue. He shifted his focus to Rawls. Although Beakland is teeming with extraordinary beings, relative to its population of over 5 million, your encounters with them will be few, and the likelihood of conflict remains low. Thus, charms may be dispensable for you. Yet you are unaware of how tumultuous Beakland's future will be. Any of them could easily crush me. Rawls felt a sense of helplessness, unable to voice his thoughts. Internally, he contemplated the possibility of survival, but expressing it might invite calamity. Nonetheless, the prospect of acquiring charms is appealing. Despite Klein being dubbed the god of poverty, in battle, charms are flung without cost. Although Klein's charms are crafted through his own prayers, the materials used are indeed one time only. I still wish to procure some. Do you, sir, know where I might acquire charms? Birdmaston furrowed his brow. I am not well versed in Beakland's extraordinary circles. Kin should have some knowledge, but do not harbor overly high expectations. Charms are scarce everywhere. Even low-tier charms largely come from the extraordinary beings of the church who sell them. It seems so, apart from Klein. There are indeed few who readily dispense charms in the original narrative. Aside from Klein, the only one to produce high-tier charms is the Supreme Commander of the Sunyan Navy, Admiral Emilius Livet, a demigod of the Judicator path. Even at higher sequences, where one does not necessarily rely on charms in combat, it is evident that charms, especially high-tier ones, often require materials from zero-level seals or demigod-grade components for their creation. Do not dwell too much on these matters for now. Your focus should be on learning, particularly regarding close combat. This will better prepare you for your ascension to Sequence 8 Barbarian, allowing you to assimilate and embody it more effectively. However, while impersonating, take care to conceal your identity. You are a prominent lawyer in Beakland, and should you be discovered, it would easily attract the attention of the three major church's extraordinary beings. Rawls nodded in agreement, but suddenly recalled his recent erratic behavior and thoughts, hastily asking, what about the past instances of losing control? He dared not mention the gravity of the situation, exaggerating its severity instead. The fearful Viscount abruptly stood, causing his chair to wobble, then suddenly halted. How long has it been? Aside from that, have there been any other unusual occurrences? His voice bore an unmistakable urgency. Rawls had become extraordinary because of him, and if he were to lose control, how could he face his old friend? Approximately a month, aside from that, there have been no other peculiar manifestations. Birdmaston breathed a sigh of relief. If that were the case, it was manageable. However, Rawls was a Sequence 9. How could he exhibit such behavior? Your manifestations resemble those of a corrupted baron of Sequence 6, where one's spirit cannot be contained, resulting in mental instability. Have you consumed anything unusual recently? Not at all. Why would it be abnormal for Sequence 6, recently promoted, to struggle with spiritual containment? The corrupted baron of Sequence 6 possesses the ability to darken the soul and incite greed, often leading to irrational choices. Coupled with a lawyer's keen awareness of loopholes, under unstable mental conditions, it is easy to entertain thoughts of taking shortcuts. Yet you are a Sequence 9. Such behavior should not be expected of you. It is possible that your prolonged career as a lawyer has caused you to be influenced by the emotions of others while guiding them, thus resulting in this manifestation. Birdmaston, prior to boarding the Black Emperor, had been assigned to Intis as a lawyer for 3 months by King Nastor of the Five Seas, making him somewhat unfamiliar with Rawls' situation. In Chapter 13, Barbarian and Hunger, it may initially prove challenging, but you can deepen your study of close combat after becoming a barbarian. After Rawls agreed, he inquired, could you enlighten me about the abilities of a barbarian? The narrative provides scant details on the lawyer's sequence, primarily focusing on mid to high sequence powers, with little depiction of the lower sequences. Now, with Birdmaston, a Sequence 5 chaotic mentor before him, Rawls recognized that he would possess a deeper understanding of the lawyer path compared to the squid. From the name alone, it is clear that barbarians can bestow upon you an immensely formidable strength, fortifying your physique, endowing you with extraordinary resilience and recovery capabilities, while also enhancing your mental fortitude. Of course, you may perceive them as stronger, more savage physicians, and consider this aspect while impersonating. The Physican Empire, situated in the northern expanse of the continent, is a powerful nation that venerates the god of war, claiming its citizens possess the blood of giants. Over 7 centuries ago, the Kingdom of Rune engaged in a protracted 20-year conflict with the Empire of Farsak, culminating in Rune's defeat and the cession of Sunni Island, which remains under Farsak's dominion to this day. The Farsakians, known for their towering stature and brutish demeanor, have been derogatorily labeled as savages by the more reserved and taciturn Runians. Yet, it is worth noting that the majority of Pharsakians belong to the warrior class. Where then could I possibly find a Pharsakian for the role-playing I must undertake? This is Rune, specifically the capital, Bekrand, where Farsak has no embassy to speak of. The relationship between the Kingdom of Rune and the Empire of Farsak is far from cordial, with frequent skirmishes erupting between the two nations. Although both sides exercise restraint in border regions, conflicts persist in Rune-esque colonies along the eastern coast of the southern continent, resulting in the tragic loss of a true deity and a king of angels. Unless the ruins of Tuda beneath 8 William Street manifest later, drawing the Pharsakians and the citizens of the Republic of Intis, possessed by the spirit of the hot pot, towards us. It would be wiser for Rawls to concoct an excuse for a journey to the Empire of Farsak or to embark on a maritime adventure. Rawls can only recall Bishop Otrosky of the Harvest Church as the sole Pharsakian he knows, yet he has been tamed by the Earth Mother, and it is unlikely that even harsh words would elicit a response from him. Moreover, Bishop Otrosky is favored by the divine. Rawls would not dare to approach him without clarity on the situation. Lord Birdmaston produced a golden pocket watch, intricately engraved, and with a snap, opened it. "It is already 8 o'clock. I must take my leave," he declared, waving his hand dismissively. "Time is of the essence. My intention was merely to steal a glance at you. If you are unoccupied, you may depart. However, upon discovering your presence in this secret chamber, I felt compelled to meet with you." He paused briefly before continuing. "As for the inquiries I entrusted you with regarding Rune-esque construction of ironclad ships, should you procure any intelligence, it would be most advantageous. Otherwise, do not feel compelled to delve deeply." Upon hearing the mention of ironclads from the fearful lord, Rawls felt a tightening in his chest, which soon relaxed, and he hastily replied, "Understood. However, there is another matter that requires your attention. Be vigilant regarding affairs concerning the Emperor Rossel, particularly items associated with him. If anything of significance arises, do reach out again and have him contact me." "No problem," Rawls affirmed. "There is no need to dwell on this. It is an old task." As Rawls pondered this, a creaking sound interrupted him. He looked up to find the fearful lord had vanished, and the door to the secret chamber stood ajar. The invisible force that had sealed it now dissipated. Rawls ascended the steep staircase from the chamber, only to find the space before him deserted. How swiftly he departed! Rawls gazed up at the night sky, where a blood-red moon hung ominously, accompanied by a sparse scattering of stars. The mere thought of the moon sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hasten toward his bedroom. Observing the moon's phases, he realized that a full moon was imminent, and the Cathedral of St. Samuel would soon host a lunar mass. He resolved to inquire about it tomorrow, as it was a rite worth attending. After donning his nightgown, Rawls reclined lazily against the headboard of his bed, which he had ordered from Intis at a cost of £130, including shipping. Such a style was now quite rare, though remnants of its former influence lingered. Intis had transformed into a republic, no longer contemplating the resurrection of the Dark Emperor Rossel, and would undoubtedly strive to obliterate all traces of him. Yet, the impact of the Traverser is not easily erased. However, as a lawyer on the path of the extraordinary, how shall I navigate my future ascension? Must I change my path? Both the Judicator and the Dark Emperor are entwined with the establishment of order. I am neither royalty nor nobility. What course should I take? I can only hope that the ascension rituals for the second tier of both paths are not overly arduous. We're the second tiers of the two paths again. Yes, the Balancer and the Duke of Entropy. Merely hearing their titles suggests the completion of their rituals will be quite challenging. Gurgle, gurgle. A growl of hunger emanated from Rawls' abdomen. Blast it! I have yet to eat. Chapter 14. The Neighbors. Rawls rose from his luxurious bed, stifling multiple yawns. He had only managed to fall asleep amidst the protestations echoing from the Temple of the Five Organs the previous night. Though he had slept, the quality was poor, and his biological clock woke him at 7 o'clock. Stretching languidly, Rawls realized he might once again miss breakfast. In this 7000 garden villa, he was entirely alone, without a cook or servant to prepare a morning meal, and there was little to eat in the house. Typically, by this hour, his intern, Locke Grant, would have arrived in the firm's carriage to fetch him, after which Locke would procure breakfast for him upon their arrival at the office. Yet, in this affluent enclave, each household possessed its own carriage, and no public conveyances passed through. The nearest hiring point was 2 streets away on West Villars Street. Rawls waited at home until 7:30, but Locke did not appear with the firm carriage, evidently adhering faithfully to the advice Rawls had given him. With a sigh of resignation, Rawls began changing out of his nightgown, preparing to walk to West Villars Street, contemplating whether it might be time to consider a different turn. Draped in a knee-length black overcoat and donning a black felt hat, Rawls ultimately abandoned the thought of replacing Locke, deciding instead to wait until Locke's internship concluded before seeking a more astute candidate. Locke Grant, at 24 years of age, was 2 years Rawls senior and one of the rare lawyers from a peasant background at the middle hall of the law academy. Such lawyers often veer towards two extremes. One excessively sympathizes with workers and farmers of lower income, offering pro bono defense, while the other mercilessly extracts every last penny from clients, particularly those of modest means. Neither approach is favored by Buchanan law firms, but if one must choose, the latter is generally more welcomed. Locke, however, did not fit neatly into either category, although his father was a farmer. The benefits of the Corn Laws provided sufficient funds for Locke's studies. Due to Rawls' misguided guidance over the past fortnight, Locke had evidently leaned towards the first extreme, prompting Rawls to bluntly address his issues yesterday, as Locke currently lacked the means to learn from Rawls. Selecting a black cane with silver inlays, Rawls exited his residence at 45 Gaddon Street in the West District. "Mr. Adrian?" A somewhat hoarse yet surprised female voice reached Rawls' ears. Turning, he beheld a lady clad in a light blue gown, adorned with a hat embellished with purple satin ribbons, his neighbor from across the street, Mrs. Curtis of 46 Gaddon Street. Rawls tipped his hat and bowed slightly. "Good morning, madam. You remain as lovely as ever." "Good morning, Mr. Adrian." Rawls opened his mouth, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. "Indeed, madam. I recall the young man who accompanied you recently. His name is Locke Grant, correct? He is quite courteous. Has something transpired?" Mrs. Curtis chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Rawls, that is your concern." "Indeed, madam." Rawls readily admitted his fault, entirely forgetting his earlier inclination to shift blame onto Locke. "Are you headed to the law office? I have an idle carriage at home. You may take it to your destination." Rawls once more removed his hat in gratitude. "I am immensely thankful, generous Mrs. Curtis, but I do not need to go to the office today." "Oh, it is indeed a rarity to find our busy Mr. Adrian absent from the office. Such an occurrence is more uncommon than the sun shining today." Mrs. Curtis, having been neighbors with the Adrians for nearly a decade, knew Rawls exceedingly well. Since Mr. Rawls took charge of the firm, he has made a point to visit the office daily, save for the New Year holiday. And at times, he would even spend extended hours there, if it were not for the occasional glimpses of Mr. Rawls that Mrs. Curtis managed to catch. She might have presumed he had vacated the premises entirely. With a nonchalant shrug, Mr. Rawls remarked, "After such a prolonged period of busyness, one must allow oneself a respite. And how long does our industrious individual intend to indulge in this respite? Will you find the time to attend the art salon I am hosting?" Though Mrs. Curtis hailed from the realm of ruin, she had spent her formative years in the culturally rich capital of Indus, Trier, a sanctuary for painters, musicians, and novelists. Under such enriching influences, upon her arrival in Beckland, Mrs. Curtis frequently hosted art salons at her residence, attended by many affluent ladies from the West District. During the social season in Beckland, even noble ladies and maidens from the Queen's District occasionally graced her gatherings. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Mrs. Curtis, Mr. Rawls politely took his leave. Had he lingered any longer, she would have certainly heard the grumbling of his stomach. Upon reaching West Village Street, Mr. Rawls hired a carriage and instructed the driver to take him to the nearest restaurant, for he intended to treat his stomach to a hearty meal. Chapter 15. The Servants' Association. After consuming a portion of roasted bacon, 2 fried eggs, and a slice of toasted bread, Mr. Rawls finally felt a semblance of relief in his stomach. For Mr. Rawls, the most disconcerting aspect of his new life was the food, particularly breakfast. In the kingdom of ruin, breakfast was always a monotonous affair. Toast, bread, bacon, fried eggs, and cream, dreary and repetitive. Within a mere month, he had begun to grow weary of it. Lifting a white porcelain coffee cup, he took a sip of coffee, and the drowsiness brought on by his satiation immediately dissipated. The coffee he savored was a bitter brew from the Fairmore region of the Paw River Valley. Invigorating yet intensely bitter, an ideal companion for those late nights spent poring over case files. As he exited the restaurant, Mr. Rawls noticed the carriage he had just hired awaiting him across the street. Upon seeing him emerge, the driver promptly urged his brown horse forward, bringing the carriage to him. The driver, clad in a 3-piece suit, skillfully halted the horse and leaped down from the carriage, Inquiring, sir. Where to next? To Carnarvon Street in the Jewwood district, Mr. Rawls replied. Very well, sir. Once Mr. Rawls had taken his seat in the carriage, the driver, Mr. Fitch, adeptly cracked the whip and steered the carriage eastward. Inside the carriage, Mr. Rawls removed his felt hat and placed it on his lap. His first destination was the Metropolitan Assistants Family Servants Association at 9 Carnarvon Street in the Jewwood district, where he intended to rehire a butler to assist him in managing his garden villa. Last night, due to hunger, Mr. Rawls had tossed and turned in bed for quite some time, ultimately deciding to employ a butler and corresponding staff. His predecessor had often treated the office as a home, and while the absence of hired help might raise suspicions, it was still somewhat justifiable. When Mr. Rawls had first traversed into this world, he had been meticulously cautious, striving to avoid mistakes, and thus had opted not to hire any servants, reveling instead in the simplicity of his solitary existence. However, he had since become increasingly concerned that, due to the extraordinary law of aggregation, his residence might become a den of traitors, akin to Klein-esque circumstances. Hence, he had chosen to follow in his predecessor's footsteps, living at the office and solving all his meals there. Mr. Rawls' current decision was made after careful consideration. Now that I have resolved to relinquish a portion of my office duties, I can no longer use work as an excuse to forego hiring help. Sooner or later, I must take this step. It is far better to resolve it early, allowing me a more comfortable life. I do not wish to endure another night of hunger. Additionally, he contemplated his future path. Whether he pursued the path of a judge or the Black Emperor, it would undoubtedly involve establishing rules. The high-ranking powers on either path would be either emperors or influential figures, for only such positions could afford them the necessary influence. Engaging with the grand nobility through various soirees, balls, and salons would be most advantageous. Hosting dinners and balls at his residence would necessitate a competent team of staff, particularly a butler, a position that evolved from that of a cupbearer. Noble and wealthy households typically entrusted their wine cellars to butlers or their assistants. At the Metropolitan Assistants Family Servants Association at 9 Carnarvon Street, a young lady named Delia, adorned in a frilled gown and with her golden hair elegantly styled, was engaged in a hushed conversation with a newcomer, Beline. Just then, she spotted Mr. Rawls entering and hastily concluded her dialogue, rising with a smile to greet him. Sir, may I inquire your name? How may I assist you? Beline, also clad in a frilled gown, but with her hair neatly tied back, stood up as well, bowing her head to listen to the conversation between Delia and Mr. Rawls. I am Rawls, Adrian Rawls, he responded gently. Do not be anxious. I merely seek to employ a butler, and I trust you can assist me with this, correct? Certainly. We will introduce you to the most suitable butler, Mr. Adrian. Please, take a moment to wait in the reception area, Delia replied, not fully articulating her promise of the best butler, understanding that for someone like Mr. Rawls, suitability was paramount. She gently nudged Beline, signaling her to guide Mr. Rawls to the reception area. Beline, as if suddenly awakened, hurriedly said, Mr. Adrian, please follow me. Leading Mr. Rawls to the reception area, Beline gestured toward a fabric sofa. Mr. Rawls maintained a faint smile throughout, exuding an air of approachability that did not alienate others. This was the result of a month's practice. The ability to be personable as a lawyer requires diligent rehearsal. Once Mr. Rawls took a seat, Beline smiled and asked, Mr. Adrian, would you care for a cup of coffee or perhaps some tea? Having just consumed a particularly bitter cup of Fairmore coffee, Mr. Rawls replied without hesitation. A cup of Queen's tea with a slice of lemon, if you please. After uttering these words, Mr. Rawls sensed something amiss. He was no longer at a restaurant or law office. Feeling somewhat apologetic, he added, just the tea will suffice. I have just had a cup of Fairmore. What a considerate gentleman you are, Beline thought to herself, smiling as she inquired, Mr. Adrian, how about a cup of Marquis tea? This was a personal favorite she had brought from home. Her family was well off, and she took this position merely to alleviate her boredom. Mr. Rawls, understanding this might be a personal treasure of hers, graciously accepted. Your suggestion is impossible to refuse. Please hold on for a moment. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Adrian. I hope Beline has not caused you any offense. Delia approached gracefully, having overheard their conversation, concerned that the newcomer might have inadvertently displeased the guest. Mr. Rawls noticed Beline at the reception desk delicately biting her lip and promptly replied, Not at all. I am quite satisfied with Miss Beline's service. Hearing his response, a smile returned to Beline's face. And may I inquire, Mr. Adrian, what kind of butler are you seeking? Chapter 16, Political Parties and Tea. And may I inquire, Mr. Adrian, What kind of butler do you require? Mr. Rawls had given this matter considerable thought the previous night and answered without hesitation, an experienced butler, preferably one who has served nobility with a political inclination toward the Conservative Party. For Mr. Rawls, the most crucial of the three requests he made was the political inclination. Only a preference for the Conservative Party would benefit his future endeavors. In the Kingdom of Ruin, there existed two prominent political parties, the Conservative Party, predominantly supported by hereditary nobles, each of whom was a member of the House of Lords, constituting the most powerful elite in the Kingdom of Ruin. The current Prime Minister, Lord Augustin Nagin, is a member of the Conservative Party, while his elder brother, the Duke of Nagin, Palace Nagin, is a staunch supporter of the same party. The opposing faction is the New Party, which predominantly comprises industrial magnates, bankers, and eminent barristers wielding considerable influence in the House of Commons. However, this is not absolute. Among the hereditary aristocracy, some lean towards the New Party, such as Earl Hall, the father of Justice Audrey, while certain affluent bankers and industrialists may align with the Conservatives for the sake of titles. In the present circumstances of ruin, the Conservative Party's strength markedly surpasses that of the New Party, particularly with the advent of the Corn Laws, as the Conservatives are largely composed of substantial landowners, thereby significantly bolstering their power. Nonetheless, looking to the future, the influence of the Conservative Party has been gradually eroded. The impending repeal of the Corn Laws will notably diminish the income of the aristocracy, consequently reducing their financial support for the party. The assassination of the Duke of Nagin has dealt a severe blow to the Conservatives, as his successor lacks the requisite influence to unite the party. Furthermore, the hereditary nobles have retreated into their homes, unable to accept the ramifications of the Duke's assassination. The repeal of the Corn Laws merely leads to the atrophy of this colossal conservative entity. Its foundation remains intact. Yet the death of the Duke of Nagin has effectively severed the party's backbone, resulting in the disintegration of its support structure, leaving the Conservatives vulnerable to the predation of a new party. It could be posited that even the assassination of Prime Minister Augustin Nagin will be a lesser calamity than that of the Duke of Nagin, elucidating why the Twilight Hermits have so vehemently targeted the Duke, offering two blasphemous rewards for his demise. Mr. Rawls' decision to affiliate with the Conservative Party is quite straightforward. Providing timely assistance is far superior to merely embellishing an already prosperous situation. Moreover, with the anticipated failure of King George III's ascension to the Black Emperor, diminishing royal power will naturally compel the aristocracy to seek solace in the Conservative Party, uniting against the New Party. All of this is poised to transpire swiftly, within a mere span of 3 years. By that time, should Mr. Rawls' vision materialize, he ought to secure a position within the Conservative Party, thereby re-establishing order in the Kingdom of Ruin, and he shall be able to exert his influence. As for Mr. Rawls' apprehension regarding the selection of a steward based on political inclinations, he harbors no concerns. Since their inception, stewards have been intertwined with politics, serving the elite and thus aligning with their employers' sentiments, often gravitating towards the Conservative Party due to their historical association with the nobility. Such stewards are rare. As you may know, noble families seldom replace their stewards unless they can no longer provide effective service. Even if they are dismissed, they can still find roles within the aristocratic household. Delia paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, affluent merchants have a considerable appetite for such stewards, often willing to offer premium salaries. Mr. Adrian, we indeed possess the type you seek, albeit with an annual salary starting at no less than 100. This is not an issue for me, provided my requirements are met. Very well, I shall prepare the necessary information and allow Bellin to keep you company for a while. At that moment, Bellin had brewed the Marquis's red tea she had brought from home and approached with a white porcelain cup adorned with gold accents. Placing it before Rawls with a gentle smile, it requires a moment to cool. Rawls gazed down at the cup of Marquis's red tea, where 3 or 4 slices of lemon floated amidst the crimson brew, creating a picturesque scene with a gilded porcelain cup. He recognized the lemon slices were a thoughtful addition by Bellin, intended to counterbalance the bitterness of the Felmer coffee, and thus smiled. It seems I have the perfect opportunity to express my gratitude. No, it is my duty. The association was ill-prepared, leaving you with no choice but to drink this. Bellin hastily waved her hand, entirely unaware that her words had inadvertently implicated the association. Miss Bellin, have you just begun working here? Yes, I apologize. My experience is rather limited. Bellin felt a twinge of regret and a hint of grievance, believing that Rawls might be dissatisfied with her service. Yet she had even brought out her cherished red tea, and, as a gentleman, Rolls should have a measure of understanding toward her plight. As a lawyer, Rolls keenly sensed this shift in her demeanor and chuckled lightly. There is no need for apologies. I believe that no amount of work experience could surpass the importance of this cup of Marquis's red tea with lemon. He gestured to the steaming porcelain cup. Though I have yet to taste it, I am certain it will delight me. Thank you for your kind words. The implied compliment from Mr. Adrian brightened Bellen's mood, restoring her smile. Everything in the kingdom of ruin appears to lean towards conservatism, at least on the surface, making the subtle art of expressing one's sentiments an essential skill. Being overly blunt can render conversations awkward for both parties involved. Consequently, Rolls opted to shift the topic, discussing the rare appearance of sunshine today. Weather has been a perennial topic in Beckland for centuries, and with the escalating pollution issues, the conversation has increasingly intertwined with criticism of the ruined Augustan cabinet's ineffectiveness in addressing air pollution. It has become customary in recent years to critique the cabinet whenever the weather is mentioned. Chapter 17, Misunderstandings and the Steward. Is Mr. Adrian also a devotee of the goddess? Bellen's eyes sparkled with interest, as she assumed Rolls would be a follower of the Stormlord. Being a successful young man and an aggressive barrister, which would make allegiance to the male-centric Storm Church quite natural. I am a devout follower of the goddess. Rolls maintained a calm demeanor, skillfully tracing a clockwise motion on his chest, depicting a crimson crescent moon. In this world, belief in the true deities is the norm. Both his predecessor and Mason Adrian worship the night goddess. Rolls, wishing to conceal his identity and ensure his safety, naturally raises the banner of the night goddess. For following her brings no detriment. Of course, his mention of faith was deliberate. He wished to avoid further awkwardness in conversation with Miss Bellen. From their earlier dialogue, he had discerned that Bellen's family circumstances were quite favorable. Her father is a small liquor merchant, transporting wine from Intis to Rouen for sale each year. Though the work is arduous, the income is substantial, given that the liquor industry is notoriously lucrative. According to Rolls' understanding, last year, the liquor import tax in the Kingdom of Ruin accounted for 57% of total customs duties, a figure influenced by the corn laws that increased brewing costs, necessitating a surge in wine imports. Given Bellen's advantageous family situation and her tender age, she is only 20 and has entered the workforce. Rolls is confident she is a follower of the night goddess. Among the 7 great churches, the Storm Church and the War God Church are most aligned with male interests, followed by the Sun Church. The Church of Knowledge and Wisdom adopts a contrasting stance, often regarded as discriminatory towards intelligence. The Night Goddess Church has consistently encouraged its female adherents to pursue careers, resulting in many ladies and young women in aristocratic circles becoming literary critics, musicians, pianists, and painters. This cultural shift has also influenced women from middle-class families. Although due to various constraints, they often find themselves in less artistically demanding roles. The Mother Earth Church, like the Goddess Church, advocates for women's equal standing in society. However, they place greater emphasis on reproduction and motherhood as the most sacred pursuits. Meanwhile, the Steam Church maintains a neutral stance, even aligning with the Goddess Church to encourage women to enter the workforce due to the industrial demand for labor. Bellen blinked her eyes, her expression filled with anticipation as she inquired, "Will you be attending today's moon mass, Mr. Adrian? What does this signify? Is she inviting me to join her? Could it be that she is here to seek a wealthy suitor? Yet, having just professed my devotion to the goddess, it would be unthinkable not to attend. How shall one ever grasp the leg of the goddess in the days to come? Naturally, I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to extend an invitation to the exquisite Miss Bellen to accompany me." Suddenly realizing that her tone might have been misconstrued, Miss Bellen hastily waved her hand, exclaiming, "No, that is not what I meant. I had originally intended to go with Delia today." "Where to?" At this moment, Delia approached, having organized a list of suitable butlers in accordance with the requirements of Rolls. "To attend tonight's moon mass," she declared. Miss Bellen rose and approached Delia, saying, "Mr. Adrian will also be attending the moon mass this evening." A flicker of surprise crossed Delia's eyes as she turned to look at Rolls, seated on the fabric sofa, and inquired, "Is Mr. Adrian also a devotee of the goddess?" "Indeed," Rolls replied, standing to draw a crimson crescent moon across his chest. "Please have a seat." Upon witnessing Rolls' gesture, Delia instinctively believed that Mr. Adrian was a sincere follower of the goddess, distinctly different from those boorish individuals who worship the Lord of Storms, and promptly urged Rolls to sit back down. Once Rolls was seated, Delia and Bellen settled onto the long fabric sofa opposite him. The Bellen family are all devotees of the goddess, yet her parents are attending a significant soiree today. Delia paused momentarily thus. She has enlisted my company to accompany her to St. Samuel's Church for the full moon mass, as it will be quite late by the time the service concludes. The full moon mass commences only when the moon rises, and given that today is the 12th of April, the sun typically sets around 7 o'clock, which means the mass will not begin until after that hour. Aware that he had misunderstood Beline's words, Rolls felt quite embarrassed, but was at a loss for words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After careful consideration, there are two suitable butlers here whom I will briefly introduce. Noticing Rolls' reluctance to engage further, Delia, puzzled by the earlier exchange, cast a curious glance at Beline and began to introduce the butlers from her association. The first is Mr. Auguste, aged 52. He previously served the Viscount Barton, and after the Viscount's demise, with no heirs to carry on the title, he came to our association. How unfortunate to encounter such a dire fate of extinction. I wonder, did this Viscount have no relatives at all? As for illegitimate children, they hold no inheritance rights in the Kingdom of Ruin. Sensing Rolls' inquiry, Delia continued. This Viscount Barton was granted his title due to his military accomplishments on the southern continent, but he was also grievously wounded, resulting in no offspring, compounded by a tempestuous temperament that strained his relations with other nobles. However, it was only after Mr. Auguste became the Viscount's butler that Barton slowly began to mend ties with the other aristocrats. It seems that Barton's elevation to Viscount was indeed a form of recompense. Considering he has no legacy left, Delia mused. Yet, Mr. Auguste is quite capable. Restoring the Viscount's network of connections is no small feat, and it surely required the Viscount's agreement, which is no easy task. Mr. Auguste is a follower of the Night Goddess, with conservative political inclinations, and he requests an annual salary of 120. Rolls nodded, signaling Delia to proceed, ensuring that Auguste was aware of the Viscount's lack of heirs to ascertain whether he had a short-sighted perspective. In the Kingdom of Ruin, being a noble's servant or butler is not regarded as a dishonorable position. Quite the contrary, it is favored among those of common birth, as it offers the protection of nobility and possibly blessings for future generations. After all, titles of nobility are hereditary, and having once served as a noble's attendant makes it much easier for one's descendants to be accepted by the aristocracy. Thus, this potentially short-sighted Mr. Auguste requires further evaluation. He would not wish to engage a butler who is preoccupied with the present and neglectful of the future. Such a person might provide temporary benefits, but could jeopardize his long-term plans. He cannot be certain of achieving the same rapid success as Klein within 3 years. Chapter 18, Titles and Desserts. Rolls listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement, without interrupting Delia's exposition. Delia continued her introduction. The second is Mr. Norman, aged 55, who previously served the Pringler family as the butler to Count Pringler. He chose to leave voluntarily due to a disagreement with the Count's eldest son, Viscount Murray. He is a minor follower of the Lord of Storms, possesses no character flaws, and also holds conservative political views, requesting a salary of 110. It appears that the disagreement with his future employer likely pertains to management issues. It seems that Viscount Murray no longer wished for Mr. Norman to continue as his butler. Such scenarios frequently occur during the transition of titles, often resulting in butlers departing of their own accord. Even the most favored butlers cannot match the closeness of blood relations. Although Delia referred to Murray as a Viscount, he does not actually possess a title. His father is both a Count and a Viscount, having bequeathed the Viscountcy to his eldest son, Murray Pringler. In the Kingdom of Ruin, an individual may hold multiple titles simultaneously. A Count, Marquis, or Duke may also be a Baron or Viscount, and a Duke may concurrently hold the title of Count, often passing on lower titles to their eldest sons and heirs as a formality. If the eldest son has not been granted a title, it signifies instability in the heir's position, relegating him to the status of a lord like his other brothers, though this is limited to dukes and marquises. For even the sons of dukes and marquises, should they not inherit titles, can rise to prominence through family connections, exemplified by Prime Minister Augustus. Of course, at times, the sons of counts can also achieve this, as evidenced by Admiral Emilius Levitt, the highest naval commander in the Kingdom of Ruin, and his brother Governor Austin Levitt. Their father is a count, but the title was inherited by their elder brother, Audric Levitt, a member of the House of Lords. Upon concluding her introduction, Delia handed over the stack of documents, saying, "Mr. Adrian, which one would you like to choose?" Rolls pondered for a few moments, smiling as he replied, Let us have both of them come to my residence tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. I shall meet with them and have a discussion before making my final decision. He understood that similar associations do not provide accommodation. They are purely intermediary organizations. Even if he were to select a candidate now, he would not be able to meet his butler until the afternoon or the following day. Moreover, he wished to gain a more nuanced understanding to select the individual who best aligns with his intentions. For now, all he had were mere documents. A face-to-face meeting would be far more appropriate. No problem, Delia smiled. What is your address? At last, Rolls could savor the cup of marquee red tea enhanced with lemon slices. He lifted the porcelain teacup adorned with gold trim and took a sip, finally neutralizing the bitterness of Pomo. 45, Garden Street, West District. After Delia noted this down, she rose and stated, "You will also need to pay a deposit of £2. Rolls retrieved his wallet from his overcoat pocket and extracted 2 one-pound notes featuring the visage of William Augustus VI. After Delia accepted the payment, she proceeded to the front desk to complete the registration. Rolls sipped his tea a few more times and chatted briefly with Beline, who remained seated on the long sofa. After arranging to meet at St. Samuel's Church that evening, he tipped his hat and took his leave. Delia and Beline escorted him to the door, watching as he climbed into his carriage. Seated within the carriage, Rolls took out his pocket watch, clicking it open to discover that it was almost 11 o'clock, and he felt a twinge of hunger. Breakfast in the Kingdom of Rune is not only simple, but also insufficient to sustain a normal man through an entire morning's work. This has historical roots. Prior to the onset of the Industrial Revolution in Roselle, middle-class men did not work all day. Hence, there was no breakfast culture. Even now, many nobles are gradually adapting to the concept of breakfast, yet the variety remains quite limited. However, many traditionalists cling to the antiquated belief that the nobility need not partake in breakfast, considering it a practice reserved for the middle class and only for wage slaves. To express their disdain, they often refuse to even sit down while eating. To avoid prolonged waiting, and unable to resist the temptation, Rawls instructed the coachman, Fitch, to drive him directly to the Lepori restaurant. It is said that the head chef at Lepori was formerly associated with the Earl of Holber, providing the affluent, esteemed barristers and high-ranking government officials with an aristocratic flavor that is usually hard to come by. This establishment specializes in local Beckland cuisine, and its desserts are particularly renowned. On occasions when his predecessor was too busy to select lunch, he would send his intern lawyers or the firm as attendants to Lepori to procure a few desserts for afternoon tea. This, however, was Rawls's first visit, and he simply hoped that the chef possessed the skills of a noble household, rather than having adopted the unsavory practices of noble dessert feasts. His predecessor had once accompanied his father, Mason Adrian, to a birthday banquet for a viscount, where everything had proceeded pleasantly until the dessert course. At the dessert feast, what was most prominent was not the desserts themselves, but the sugar sculptures. These sugar sculptures were primarily for entertainment, with some not even meant to be consumed. The sugar sculpture crafted by the Viscount's pastry chef was particularly stunning, depicting the Viscount receiving birthday wishes from the guests. Remarkably, this sculpture contained little to no sugar, instead being carved from plaster and wood, then adorned with colored syrups. Moreover, unlike typical sugar sculptures at dessert feasts that are meant to be shattered, this one was impervious to such fate, and none dared to break it. The sculpture left the assembled gentlemen and ladies in utter astonishment. But the peculiarity did not end there. The Viscount had the servants present 2 large dishes covered with dining plates, asking the attendees to guess the contents. No one could guess correctly. When one lid was lifted, frogs leapt out, causing the ladies to shriek and jump in surprise, while the other lid revealed a flurry of small birds. This whimsical scene of birds and frogs caused a commotion in the hall, with cries and laughter echoing. Ultimately, this incident led to the Viscount being impeached by several members of the House of Commons, resulting in King George III demoting him to a baron. Rawls certainly did not wish to spend money on a collection of sugar sculptures that could only be admired and would not last long. The carriage sped along under Fitch's expert guidance, and as it was not yet the midday rest period, there were not many pedestrians on the street. Additionally, although the Domestic Servants Association was located in the Georgewood district, it was in close proximity to the Lepori restaurant in Hillston, and within 20 minutes, Rawls arrived at the establishment. He disembarked, approached the entrance, and handed his coat, hat, and came to a waiter dressed in a red waistcoat and white shirt. Inquiring, "There shouldn't be a long wait, should there?" The waiter, clearly aware of the restaurant's popularity, humbly responded, "No, sir, there won't be a long wait." Chapter 19. The Anchor Pub. Following the red waistcoat waiter into Lepori, Rawls noted that it was only 11 o'clock and the restaurant was quite sparsely populated. The waiter led him to a table by the window. Upon arriving, Rawls felt a twinge of disappointment. From the exterior, Lepori appeared far less impressive than its promotional materials suggested. The small entrance, high bay windows, and interstitial walls reflected the traditional architectural style of Rouen. And aside from the splendid sign above the entrance bearing the restaurant's name in ornate Gothic script, it bore no distinction from any other upscale dining establishment. However, upon entering, he discovered a different reality altogether. The floor was adorned with crimson carpeting, intricately woven with golden vine motifs, while the walls displayed grand oil paintings and exquisite tapestries. Under the soft glow of elegant gas lamps enclosed in silver grills, the entire restaurant exuded an air of opulence. The oak dining tables were dressed in white linens. And seated by the window, Rawls could observe the gradually increasing flow of pedestrians outside as lunchtime approached. The red waistcoat waiter returned with the menu and wine list, explaining, "Our specialty is local Beckland cuisine, featuring roast chicken, pan-seared ribeye, fried ray, and braised lamb. Our most popular desserts include milk toffee pudding, cream puffs, and carrot cake." As Rawls listened to the waiter's introduction, he perused the menu inscribed in Gothic script, which lacked any accompanying images of the dishes. It was understandable. Even the latest cameras could not produce colored photographs, and black and white images would only dampen appetites. Descriptive text was far more effective in conveying the specifics of the ingredients. "I'll have a cold salmon, a serving of braised lamb, the milk toffee pudding for dessert, and a portion of gingerbread, please." After the waiter noted his selections, he continued, "Very well. Would you like any beverages? Our champagne, red wine, and white wine all come from renowned vineyards in the Champagne region." Rawls waved his hand, dismissively replying, "No, thank you. I have matters to attend to this afternoon." He was scheduled to visit the Kinneris pub in the Dock District and later attend St. Samuel's Church, both of which required his utmost discretion. Thus he dared not indulge in alcohol. "Very well. Please hold on a moment," the waiter replied, his demeanor unperturbed, still maintaining a polite smile as he departed. The lunch cost Rawls nearly £8, but the experience was indeed delightful, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments. Even though it exuded an air of aristocracy, it was merely a restaurant, incapable of replicating the extravagant lifestyles of the nobility. Nevertheless, Rawls was quite taken aback by the entirely gold-plated cutlery. He had only ever seen such opulence in certain noble households. Upon exiting the restaurant, Rawls gestured for Fitch, who was waiting by the roadside, to bring the carriage over. He had been avoiding the office lately, wishing not to disrupt its normal operations, and thus decided to hire Fitch as his coachman for a few days at a rate of £2 per day. The fee he paid was undoubtedly inflated in Beckland. Hiring a carriage typically cost around 3 shillings per hour, with charges for less than an hour rounded up to 1 hour, and for over an hour, an additional 9 pence for every 15 minutes. In adverse weather conditions or urgent situations requiring haste, the prices would also increase. Of course, this was for customers familiar with the rates. For those unaware, the coachman would dare to quote 5 shillings per hour, even at standard rates. This price was nearly 15 times that of Tingen. As for when he would cease employing Fitch, that would depend on when his future steward arrived. Fitch was quite pleased to be hired by a generous gentleman at £2 a day, initially for 3 days, with the possibility of extension. This was an easy and lucrative job for him. After deftly cracking the whip, Fitch brought the carriage to a halt before Rawls and hopped down to open the door. "Sir, what next?" "The Dock District," Rawls replied, then asked as he climbed aboard, "Have you had your meal yet?" "No, I have been waiting here for you, sir." Fitch quickly shook his head, fearing Rawls might think he was derelict in his duties and dismiss him. Rawls smiled, pulling out his pocket watch to show Fitch, saying, "Look, it's already past noon. After you drop me off at Silver Mirror Street in the Dock District, you should go have your meal. You may also pick up other passengers, but remember to return to Silver Mirror Street to collect me by 5:30. "No, I will wait for you at Silver Mirror Street right after I finish my meal." "As you wish." The carriage wove through the bustling crowds of midday, with pedestrians outside appearing lively and well-spirited, dressed in similar suits as they strolled in groups, laughter and conversation echoing down the street. Here lies the Hillsdon District, the economic, commercial, and financial nucleus of the Kingdom of Ruin. It is home to the Beckland Stock Exchange, the Bill Exchange, the Futures Center, the headquarters of 7 major banks, various trust funds, numerous railway companies, and a plethora of wholesale trading firms. The employees here earn an average weekly wage of around £3. positioning them firmly within the middle class and forming the solid backbone of the kingdom of ruin. Should this area descend into decline, the economic fabric of ruin would suffer a grievous blow. After a brief observation, Rolls drew the carriage window shut, pulled the curtains, and began to close his eyes, attempting to meditate. To reach the dock district from Hillsdon, one must traverse through the Jewwood district, cross the Beckland Bridge, and navigate part of the Easter district. Sir, we shall soon arrive at Silver Mirror Long Street. Which number shall you be alighting at? The words of Fitch roused Rolls from his meditative state. He opened his eyes, drew back the curtains, and upon seeing Silver Mirror Long Street ahead, he replied, "Very well, stop here. Sir, Silver Mirror Long Street is quite extensive. You needn't trouble me." "No, I shall alight here." "Very well." Fitch jumped down from the carriage to open the door. Rolls disembarked, lowering the brim of his soft felt hat and murmuring, "Do remember to fetch me at 5:30. Of course, Fitch, displaying commendable discretion, refrained from further inquiry, performing his duties with the wisdom characteristic of a man of his station. Rolls raised the collar of his overcoat, allowing the shadows cast by the collar and his hat to obscure his countenance as he strode purposefully into Silver Mirror Long Street. By the time Rolls appeared at the Iron Anchor pub, located at 112 Silver Mirror Long Street, he had transformed into a different persona, clad in sailor garb. With a bushy beard framing his mouth and a sun-kissed complexion, he stood at the entrance of the pub. This outfit was designed for an audience with Kennerist. Each time he visited, he would first change at a nearby rented lodgings. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of the pub, he was immediately assailed by a cacophony of noise and shouts. The pungent aroma of cheap alcohol mingled with the stench of sweat assailing his senses, causing him to grimace. It was midday, and the pub was filled with dock workers taking a break for a drink, alongside a few ne'er-do-wells who loitered aimlessly. They were not devoid of employment opportunities. The docks of Beckland saw numerous vessels arriving and departing daily, with various shipyards seeking dock workers. Yet, nothing seemed quite as pleasurable as sipping a pint of inferior beer. Rolls endeavored to maintain his composure as he strode boldly towards the bar, where a bartender was diligently polishing a glass. Upon reaching the bar, he rapped his knuckles on the counter. The bartender, Hank, glanced up in surprise. "Jeffrey, it's been ages since you last visited. Finished with your ship duties?" "Yes, I have. I'll have a pint of South Whale beer." Hank chuckled. "That is quite the identity you've crafted, a sailor who has grown weary of rye beer and only drinks South Whale ale on land." Setting aside the glass he had been polishing, Hank poured a pint of South Whale ale for Rolls. This ale was 4 times the price of rye beer. What proprietor would dare to bear such a loss? On board ships, fresh water was an exceedingly precious commodity, prone to spoilage. Hence pirates and sailors often relied on beer as a substitute for water, though it was frequently of poor quality. Otherwise, consuming beer as one would water would be intolerable for any proprietor. The beers and wines from South Whale County in the Kingdom of Ruin were renowned and favored by many prominent figures, their prices exorbitantly steep. A pint of South Whale ale cost 4 pence, while a pint of rye beer was merely 1 pence, with the price difference for a barrel reaching over 10 shillings. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Hank and finishing his pint of South Whale ale, Rolls circumvented the bar and made his way towards the back where the pub owner, his uncle Kennerist, resided beside the storeroom. Upon entering, he found a burly, balding man with a bushy beard waiting for him, his white shirt strained against his muscular physique. When he saw Rolls enter, he closed the door behind him and furrowed his brow, asking, "Have you been chatting with Hank again?" "Of course. Is it necessary?" "Come now," Uncle Kennerist. Rolls shrugged, mimicking a strangling gesture. "What we're engaged in, if discovered, could lead to execution. Then is that bushy beard a necessity?" "Indeed, we are related, albeit distantly." Rolls exaggeratedly pointed at Kennerist's beard. Kenner rubbed his own beard, growling. "Do you have news of the ironclad? Lord Mustanaw was here yesterday." "Hush." Rolls placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "I've already stated that what we do is perilous. Why raise your voice? What exactly do you want from me?" If Rolls were privy to Kennerist's thoughts, he would undoubtedly agree. Every top barrister in a courtroom was akin to a master thespian. "I wish to infiltrate the circles of the extraordinary. Lord Mustanaw mentioned that you could assist me." He referred to Lord Burn Mustanaw in the presence of Kennerist, ensuring not to reveal their intimate relationship. "What do you seek from those individuals? No matter how adept an actor you are, you cannot conceal yourself from them." Kennerist, unaware that Rolls was one of the extraordinary, knew not the specifics of his identity. "Not everyone is an audience, and I needn't disguise myself before them. I am, in fact, one of the extraordinary." Rolls stroked his beard and inquired earnestly, All I need is to know how to gain entry. Upon seeing Rolls stroke his beard, Kenner grew irate, turning his gaze away from him. I do know of a circle of the extraordinary, but I cannot guarantee your entry. However, you may hire them. How do I participate? Kenner regarded Rolls intently, pondering whether he had already become one of the extraordinary, a gift from Lord Mustana. On the afternoon of the 2nd, come to the pub, and I shall inform you whether you can enter. Very well. After agreeing, Rolls smiled at Kenner and inquired, why is it that every time I see you, you're always behind the bar? I am the owner, not a bartender. Kenner shot a glance at Rolls. Hank and the others suffice. Does a pub owner not need to attend to customers? The pubs in the Dock District never worried about a lack of patrons. Rolls shrugged and changed the subject. Since you know the extraordinary, why not aspire to become one yourself? Kenner's countenance paled at Rolls' words, beads of sweat forming on his bald head. His voice turning hoarse, as if squeezed from him. Fear. Noting that time was drawing near, Rolls pretended to be inebriated, swaying as he exited the pub amidst Hank's teasing laughter. He chuckled to himself, lowering his soft felt hat and raising the collar of his overcoat as he stepped outside. Upon reaching one end of Silvermere Long Street, he found Fitch waiting for him. Rolls offered no greeting, keeping his head down as he climbed back into the carriage. North District, St. Selena's Church. Chapter 21. Before the Massachusetts inside the carriage. Rolls closed his eyes, leaning against the wall as he contemplated the moonlit mass of the evening ahead. This upcoming mass marked his most perilous endeavor since his arrival in this world, a bold test of sorts. He was probing whether the goddess was aware of his transference and, if so, her stance on the matter. In a world so fraught with danger and madness, devoid of divine protection, survival until the end was precarious at best. Even Klein, despite possessing the trading platform of Sourcefort, lacked the goddess influence over Antigonus' uniqueness, which had indirectly altered the extraordinary traits accompanying Klein to a forsaken land. Otherwise, Klein, who could potentially become an angel upon birth without having undergone numerous significant events, would be utterly incapable of suppressing the awakening of the supreme being from within him. Even after Klein attained the status of a half-old one, he would still require entering a deep slumber to quell the will of the supreme being's awakening. Rolls speculated that this phenomenon was likely correlated with Klein's rapid growth. Within a mere 3 years, he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a half-old one. Even considering the impending apocalypse, where the initial remnants of power were waning and ascension became more feasible, this duration still seemed exceedingly brief. His own path appeared far more promising, with substantial hope for divinity, especially since the chaotic offspring of the outer gods, who could potentially interfere with his journey, seemed to have vanished. According to various conjectures from his previous life, it was likely that they had suffered immensely at the hands of the Supreme Being, with many sealed within the fabled wish lamp, leaving him uncertain of whether he would ever catch a glimpse of them. The elusive remnants of this outer god, as uncertain mist, might have infiltrated reality. Indeed, there were accounts in the extras, yet the time since then was not far off. Merely 3 years. It was highly probable that the archaeologist from Eastchester, Venarl, had already arrived in the county of Silvaris. In comparison to the unfortunate lamp god, the dangers posed by the uncertain mist were of greater concern to Rolls. At worst, the goddess might be unaware, and he could become a mere pawn in the schemes of other deities, which would be rather awkward. It remained uncertain whether the entities behind him would successfully manipulate the situation. If the goddess they targeted turned out to be one who could reverse her fate like a maid in a dramatic narrative, Rolls would find himself in quite a predicament. As the carriage traversed the streets, Rolls lifted the window curtain to gaze outside, realizing he had entered the Northern District. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to visit this area. Although the Northern District housed the St. Samuel Church, its vibrancy paled in comparison to the more bustling Western District, which was also under the jurisdiction of the Night Watchers. The management of the 3 major churches was remarkably well structured. The Queen's District served as the primary residence for the nobility, overseen by a representative of the Storm Church, the mainstream faith of royal aristocrats. The Western District was predominantly home to the elite merchants, managed by the Night Church's Watchers, while the Hillsdon District, as the economic heart of Beckland, was under the purview of the Steam Church's mechanical heart. With a similarly structured area, the influence of the 3 churches would be relatively balanced. He pondered whether this equilibrium among the 3 churches might be swayed by the influence of the balancer from the Judicator pathway, given that the Rune royal family possessed both Sequence 1 and Sequence 2 within the Judicator pathway. Observing the passers-by outside the carriage, Rolls suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing he had forgotten to change his attire. It was not merely the sailor outfit that was inappropriate. His overcoat and hat did not conform to the regulations for attending Massachusetts. In truth, what one wore to Mass was not of paramount importance, provided one did not appear overly frivolous or bare. The clergy would not expel anyone under such circumstances. However, for someone of Rolls's standing, failing to don appropriate attire for such an occasion would be an egregious display of disrespect. As Audrey, his personal maid, had asserted, one should never wear the same dress twice at a formal gathering. Although the Adrian family had not yet reached such an extreme, attending Mass in an overcoat and soft felt hat was hardly befitting of Rolls's station. The soft felt hat was primarily worn by writers and artists, but only in daily life. The overcoat, especially one with a standing collar, was even less suitable. This ensemble had been chosen to avoid suspicion while traversing the dock area, and he had been oblivious to the fact that today marked the night church's moon mass, making his attendance somewhat fortuitous. Fitch, let's first seek out a tailor nearby. Very well, sir, Fitch replied, gently pulling the reins to reduce the carriage's speed. Rolls selected a double-breasted evening coat paired with a light-colored waistcoat and a silk top hat, promptly changing into the new attire. Gazing into the full-length mirror, he observed his reflection, short black hair, brown eyes, and a handsome visage. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were still himself, merely engaged in a performance. With a heavy heart, he exited the tailor's shop, lifting his gaze to the dimming sky, where the red full moon began to reveal itself. Climbing back into the carriage, Rolls arrived at Pacefield Street in the Northern District. Here stood a church of pure black, flanked by twin bell towers, presenting a symmetrical beauty, the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church, the Beckland parish of St. Samuel. Alighting from the carriage, he instructed Fitch to dine first and return here to wait afterward. He remained uncertain of what the evening would hold or how long he would linger. Crossing the square, Rolls approached the exterior of St. Samuel Church, refraining from entering. He had arranged to meet Balin and Delia outside the church. Standing there, he greeted familiar faces arriving for the moon mass intermittently. Hurry, hurry. Balin, it's only 7 o'clock. The mass hasn't commenced yet. Don't forget we have an appointment with Mr. Adrian. Being late would be undesirable. All right. Look, Mr. Adrian is over there. Balin followed Delia, spotting Rolls standing before the church in anticipation. Good evening, Mr. Adrian, Rolls greeted, tipping his hat in respect. I trust you haven't been waiting long? It's about to start, Delia interjected. I told you we were late. Balin turned to Delia, her tone laced with mild reproach. Rolls chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, we haven't missed the mass. Besides, being late is a woman's prerogative. Delia looked at him in admiration, whispering, truly, His Majesty is considerate of women. His Majesty, is there anything you haven't mentioned? And considerate of women, too? I wonder if I should translate your diary for you, so you can understand what surprises truly are. Rolls laughed awkwardly, eager to shift the topic. Let us proceed inside. The three entered the church, where a considerable number of attendees awaited in the great prayer hall. After a brief wait, they, along with other congregants of the moon mass, were led inside by the pastor. In the dim, tranquil ambience, they were greeted by the harmonious yet ethereal recitation. The crimson, full moon rises, casting its glow upon the earth. All succumb to sweet slumber, dreaming of themselves, of parents, wives, and children. This is eternity. Guided by several pastors, they found their places before the altar, where Bishop Electra, responsible for this grand mass, held the night revelation, commencing a simple sermon. After consuming the modest bread and sipping from their cups of water, Rolls observed as the candles upon the altar flickered to life, their warm glow resembling stars in the night, emanating a sense of comfort and warmth. At this moment, Bishop Electra, alongside the pastors and the entire choir, recited in unison once more, "We shall gaze upward at the night sky," tenderly uttering his name, the Night Goddess. Beyond the Night Goddess, no other word shall be spoken. May the goddess, amidst the angels' songs, gather them along with sweet silence, cradling them in her gentle right hand. Should the goddess hear, she shall surely respond, revealing to the departed a pure smile. Come, rest, and sleep, my children. The hollow voice, imbued with divinity, penetrated the ears of every worshipper, resonating with the spirits present. Then, before Rolls, a serene darkness seemed to materialize, enveloping him in an utter silence. In the depths of darkness, lifeless bodies lay strewn about, their pallid faces radiating a serene calm, as if they had not truly succumbed to death, but rather were ensconced in a tranquil slumber. Rolls traversed this shadowy realm with a placid mind, when suddenly he halted, casting his gaze towards a dimly lit area ahead. There, in a place where moonflowers bloomed quietly, an elderly man donned in a barrister's wig and robe lay peacefully. He was Rolza's father, Mason Adrian. His eyelids were gently closed, a smile gracing his face, as though he were lost in a sweet reverie. Rolls, in turn, shut his eyes, and the ethereal, sacred voice enveloped him. Cross your hands and place them upon your chest. Engage in that silent prayer, and with your heart proclaim, the only sanctuary is tranquility. Bowing his head and closing his eyes, he raised his hands, crossing them over his chest, and silently echoed, the only sanctuary is tranquility. The only sanctuary is tranquility. This was an endless expanse of darkness, where clusters of night-scented herbs, deep sleep flowers, and moonflowers thrived with abandon. Though brimming with vitality, the entire plain seemed ensnared in a profound silence. Suddenly, a figure descended from the depths of the darkness, though there was no discernible distinction between sky and earth. The silhouette appeared to emanate from the lofty crimson moon or the myriad stars above. Clad in a cascading yet unembellished dark gown adorned with countless scintillating jewels, it resembled the night sky draped over her. Her visage remained shrouded in obscurity, yet it was evident that she was a woman. She gazed into another abyss of darkness, a realm that was quiet and profound, as if it were an expanse of nothingness. In an instant, a distorted and nebulous figure of pale gold materialized there, the surrounding darkness igniting as if set ablaze, akin to tumultuous waves of blackness surging towards the golden apparition. The golden figure emitted an exceptionally viscous glow, its weighty radiance akin to oil, lunging into the darkness, yet it vanished in an instant like a moth drawn to the flame, dissipating into the boundless void. It seemed as though invisible hands within the darkness tugged at the distorted and nebulous form, gradually erasing it from existence. She remained standing upon the infinite dark plain, her flowing gown melding seamlessly with the shadows, the night-scented herbs, deep sleep flowers, and moonflowers becoming embellishments upon her attire. Time drifted by unmarked, and gradually the darkness receded, allowing the pale golden figure to re-emerge. This figure now radiated light that was no longer viscous, but rather resembled the cool flicker of candlelight, easily extinguished by a mere breath. The darkness suddenly stirred once more, causing the golden figure's luminosity to dissipate, only for it to find itself standing before her. The glow that had obscured the golden figure's face faded, revealing a countenance of a man with black hair and brown eyes, handsome features, who began, "Long time no see." His voice resonated magnificently, yet did not echo across the dark plain, which fell silent again. The golden figure's expression turned somewhat awkward, before he solemnly continued, "I have come to fulfill our agreement." The surrounding darkness surged towards him like a tide, gradually eroding the light that enveloped him. Chapter 23, The Unexpected. This was a dark realm teeming with deep sleep flowers, moonflowers, and night-scented herbs, an unbounded plain where she, clad in a cascading yet unembellished dark gown, quietly observed as the distorted and nebulous golden figure was engulfed by the darkness. The expression on the exposed visage of the golden figure twisted in silent dread, and he struggled to articulate, "I wish to amend the agreement." As the darkness receded, the distorted and nebulous golden figure reappeared. She finally spoke, "The agreement cannot be altered." Her voice was akin to a lullaby of the night. "You were the first to breach the pact." The golden figure's voice regained its grandeur, stamped with determination on his features. "I am not afraid to wait." She was about to return, a prospect that held no significance for him. "A millennium ago, you made a pact with us." Regret flickered across the man's visage, followed by a wry smile. "But she has not returned, has she?" Turning her gaze toward the void, she replied, "It cannot be worse than it is now." Her attention shifted back to the distorted and nebulous golden figure. Observing the man's features, short black hair and brown eyes, she murmured softly, "You should sense that the part that was once yours has begun to manifest. She will not lift your seal." The golden figure chuckled softly, countering, "But she will not assist you in breaking the seal, either, will she? Thus, we require a new enigmatic sovereign." "New?" she echoed, "far more cunning than you imagine." She smiled lightly, "I am not you." The man's expression instantly stiffened, and he scoffed. "As long as you succeed, our agreement remains intact." "Very well." She shook her head barely visible, obscured in shadows. "This is not included in our prior agreement. This is a new covenant." What do you have to offer? The distorted and nebulous figure gestured at his own visage. This body is birthed from my power. Unless I willingly relinquish it, that outsider shall never control it. She shook her head again. The power of this body belongs to you as well. Inside the grand prayer hall of St. Samuel, the only sanctuary is tranquility. Amidst the silent repetition, Rolls felt himself slipping into a slumber. He sensed his body plummeting while his spirit ascended. In this disjointed sensation, he attempted to open his eyes, yet they felt as though glued shut, refusing to budge. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. The prayer of the only sanctuary is tranquility fading away. Rolls abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself enveloped in a deep crimson haze. He gazed at the crimson aura surrounding him, attempting to move forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Upon reaching the 3rd step, the crimson light barred his passage. Rolls lifted his arms, gently placing his hands upon the deep red glow, applying pressure, yet it remained immovable. Taking a deep breath, he channeled strength through his feet, legs, waist, and arms, the crimson hue reflecting upon his hands, staining them red, yet the glow stood firm like an iron wall, unyielding. After fruitlessly surveying his surroundings, he resigned himself to sit cross-legged on the ground. This space was neither vast nor high, resembling a small room devoid of doors and windows, completely sealing him off from the outside world. The deep crimson glow seemed reminiscent of the Source Fortress in the original narrative. Klein had constructed the Tarot Society by drawing individuals from the deep crimson stars in the fog of the Source Fortress. But it was only late April now. Klein should still be hanging in the Source Fortress as Zhou Mingrue. Rolls scratched his head. Perhaps this was precisely the reason he found himself trapped here. Yet he had not recited the title of the Fool, and the originator of that title was still hanging, too. Unlike Adrian Alger, he possessed no items to connect with the Source Fortress. How could he have ended up in the Source Fortress? As for why he was trapped here, Rolls began to piece it together. If he waited until his spiritual energy was depleted and he was expelled, he could only wonder what might happen in the real world. The flow of time in the Source Fortress was the same as in reality. Given enough time, once the prayers ceased, his peculiar state would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Night Watch squad. He would have to emulate Klein to see if he could escape by attuning to his body. Before him, the deep crimson aura, as Rolf slowly opened his eyes, at last beholding the tangible world. He cast a glance at his own hands, where a black, inverted pyramid-shaped mark materialized in the palm, only to swiftly fade away, vanishing into flesh and blood. Exhaling slowly, he lifted his gaze, surveying the faces of Belen, Delia, and the majority of the congregation, all adorned with traces of tears that had not been wiped away. Quickly averting his eyes, he maintained a state of wide-eyed astonishment. After several seconds, tears began to moisten his aching eyes. Feeling the tears cascade down, Rolfs raised his head and, like Belen and Delia beside him, gently wiped them away. The moon mass resembled a ritual imbued with extraordinary power, designed to resonate with each individual's spirit, enabling different souls to perceive dearly departed loved ones in the darkness, releasing their grief and finding solace. Chapter 24. After the Massachusetts. Initially, Rolfs would have shed tears like the majority of the congregation, but following the recent incident, he was left in a state of astonishment, devoid of tears. Thus, he resorted to the desperate measure of recalling his childhood ability to feign weeping. The Mass was nearing its conclusion, and the congregants seated at the front had risen to approach the altar and begin their donations. Rolfs retrieved his wallet from his pocket, extracted 100 in cash, and stood up, walking down the aisle to the altar. He made 4 clockwise gestures over his chest, tracing out the scarlet moon, and, amidst the compassionate expression of Bishop Electra from St. Samuel's Church, deposited the money into the donation box before the altar. Once more, he performed the 4 clockwise gestures, depicting the scarlet moon, and nodded in acknowledgement to Bishop Electra before yielding his place to Belen and Delia behind him. Ordinarily, unless solicited for donations or bequeathed an inheritance after death, the church's donation box would receive only modest amounts, typically in the range of several tens of pounds. Even the most devout and generous of parishioners would not toss money into the donation box every time they visited, often deciding based on their family's circumstances to contribute once or twice a week. This was the general norm. However, during the annual feast of the night goddess, coinciding with the winter solstice, the amounts donated would swell significantly. Wealthy commoners might offer 2 to 3 sovereigns, the middle class around 5. while members of the upper class would directly contribute hundreds to thousands of pounds to the diocesan bishop or church charities. Klein had donated 300 during the moon mass, not only from the emotional stir of seeing the captain and old Neil again, but also to assert his wealthy status and cultivate a relationship with Bishop Electra, preparing for the theft of the Antigonus family notes regarding the Charney's Gate at St. Samuel's Church. In contrast, seasoned congregants like the Adrian family did not need to rely on large donations to gain the church's trust. Regular attendance at Mass and worship sufficed to secure the church's confidence and protection. Once Bellin and Delia completed their donations, the three exited the Grand Prayer Hall together. With his extraordinary powers of observation, Rolfs discerned that both Bellin and Delia had likely donated one each. Bellin's donation of one seemed reasonable to Rolfs. The Bellin family was engaged in the liquor business, and although they faced some difficulties due to the impending repeal of the Corn Laws, they could certainly afford that one. Once this hurdle was overcome, they could easily procure red wine solely from Intis, possibly even elevating their status. The beer from the Kingdom of Rune was famously renowned, particularly South Welsh beer, while the red wine from the Republic of Intis held great prestige, with its most famous and expensive vintages named after the giant king Almiel, who was known for his fondness for blood-red wine. Furthermore, Rolfs speculated that Bellin had come to the metropolis to assist the Household Servants Association, influenced by the Night Church, and possibly to help her father expand his connections. After all, those who came to the metropolis to aid the Household Servants Association in finding servants and stewards were certainly from at least middle-class families, among the primary consumers of red wine. As for the nobility, they were quite discerning regarding red wine, often possessing their own vineyards. They looked down upon the Bellin family's offerings, making it challenging for them to establish connections. In comparison to Bellin, Rolfs knew little about Delia. However, from her attire, which, while refined, appeared distinctly outdated, he gathered that she might either be from a family experiencing decline or simply possess a modest surplus of wealth, perhaps fond of reading women's magazines or having attended etiquette classes. Thus, for Delia, donating one was likely a strain, and she probably felt compelled to contribute alongside Bellin, as not doing so or donating a lesser amount would seem inappropriate. Yet, how many young men could easily disregard such social expectations? Once outside the church, Bellin exhaled softly. Every time I attend the moon mass, I feel considerably lighter, as if the fatigue of the day has been lifted. Indeed, Delia softly echoed. The winter solstice, noted as the longest night of the year, was revered as the birthday of the night goddess. Rolfs understood the rationale behind this, but could only offer a vague explanation. It must be the congregation's collective devotion, combined with the goddess's blessing, that creates such an effect. Bellin sighed wistfully. If only we could have such an experience weekly. The Charney's Gate beneath the church relied on the spiritual energy generated by the devout prayers of the congregation to maintain its sealing array. If they were to come weekly, the sealed entities beyond the Charney's Gate would surely become restless. Divine blessings cannot be coerced. Upon concluding his words, Rolfs traced the scarlet moon over his chest in a clockwise manner. Observing his gesture, Bellin and Delia followed suit, creating the same symbol upon their chests. Rolfs then retrieved his pocket watch, snapping it open with a click, revealing that it was 8 o'clock. After a brief wait, a public carriage approached, and Rolfs assisted the two women into the vehicle before tipping his hat in farewell. The sound of hooves echoed as Fitch, driving the carriage, drew near to Rolfs. He had been waiting near the church, and upon seeing Rolfs, Bellin, and Delia emerge, he discreetly refrained from approaching directly, instead trailing behind them with the carriage. Fitch jumped down, greeting him. "Good evening, sir." Unlike his counterparts, Fitch refrained from engaging in trivial banter, as such behavior often garnered disfavor rather than appreciation, and he was uncertain of Rolfs's current mood. "Good evening," Rolfs replied, unaware of Fitch's contemplations. He boarded the carriage, not a mere observer. His attendance at the Mass with Bellin and Delia was merely coincidental. Fitch felt a surge of happiness, as Rolfs's cheerful tone indicated that at least his earnings for the next couple of days were secure. "Very well," Fitch responded, cracking his whip, and the carriage rolled toward the Western District. Rolfs removed his silk-top hat, placing it atop the bag containing his overcoat and soft felt hat. Leaning his silver-inlaid black cane against the side, resting against the back wall of the carriage, he lifted his right hand, gazing at his palm. Where the black inverted pyramid mark had once been, now nothing but emptiness. Rolfs extended his spiritual awareness, attempting to sense the mark that had vanished from his palm. Minutes passed, as his spiritual essence gradually unfurled across his hand, seeking the lost black inverted pyramid mark. After a few moments, he clenched his fist and exhaled softly, opening his eyes. Apart from his palm, he felt nothing, as if the black inverted pyramid mark had completely dissipated. The original character, the hanged man Alge Wilson, was able to communicate with the source castle through the snowflake mark on his hand, drawing the fool Klein's attention toward him. This indicated that the mark on his hand could indeed connect him to the source castle, yet Rolfs could not sense the black inverted pyramid mark on his hand, thus rendering him unable to attempt communication with the source castle. It seemed he would have to wait until Klein was summoned to the source castle before he could hope to enter. Yet, he wondered if he would be able to participate in the first tarot gathering. Moreover, it was Klein's first visit to the source fortress, during which he only brushed against 2 crimson stars. Hence, only Alge and Audrey ascended the source fortress. Should the narrative unfold as expected, re-entering the source fortress with the connection of these 2 crimson stars to the 3 individuals would likely induce considerable anxiety in Klein, prompting him to incessantly probe the trio of Rolls, Alge, and Audrey. Furthermore, the enigmatic black inverted pyramid mark is peculiar. If it were a black pyramid or inverted pyramid, Rolls would possess some comprehension of it. The former may symbolize the Black Emperor, with the ritual of becoming the Black Emperor involving a secret to compel the populace to construct 9 pyramid-like sepulchres, aligning with Rolls' legal path. However, the inverted pyramid is characteristic of the southern continent's sepulchral style, signifying a passage from the mortal realm to the underworld. In both the former Bylon Empire and its branches, such as the Highland Kingdom, only those purportedly descended from the Grim Reaper could erect such sepulchres. In a sense, this signifies the Grim Reaper. The convergence of the symbols of the Black Emperor and the Grim Reaper leaves Rolls utterly perplexed. If the former represents himself, the latter would symbolize the goddess, which seems inaccurate, as she has yet to obtain dominion over death. Regardless, connecting the black inverted pyramid mark, the deep crimson halo of the source fortress, the goddess of night, and the lunar mass, Rolls is nearly certain, with an 80% conviction, that the goddess of night is aware of him and harbors goodwill. This realization is significant for Rolls, as a reliable backing would grant him a measure of audacity. Yet what exactly is the goddess scheming? How could she intertwine him with the source fortress even before Klein was cast forth? The uniqueness of the Fool and the mysterious qualities of the Shroud belong to the Goff family. Klein hangs suspended at the source fortress, and the 3 entities can influence one another through the laws of extraordinary properties. This is unambiguous. Whether through items tainted with the essence of the source fortress or the invocation of Klein's title as the Fool, a connection to the source fortress necessitates Klein's consent. So, how did Rolls find himself at the source fortress? He certainly bore no magical items imbued with the essence of the source fortress. His attire was even freshly purchased that very day, and after establishing a connection with the source fortress, nothing about him had shattered or transformed. Unless the object that precipitated his crossing was related to the source fortress, Rolls found himself unable to fathom how the goddess linked him to it. Surely, it was improbable that he had once been suspended at the source fortress and, by accident, was cast forth while Klein was not. Rolls chuckled to himself, thinking that would indeed be a serious predicament. The carriage sped along the sparsely populated streets, arriving at Rolls' residence, 45, Garden Street, West District. Rolls disembarked and instructed Feach to pick him up here at 8 o'clock the following morning. Upon opening the door and entering his home, Rolls retrieved the books from Birdmaster that had been entrusted to him and commenced his studies in the arcane knowledge of the day. For Rolls, his studies diverged significantly from Klein's. Coming from a family of esteemed lawyers, with his father being an extraordinary individual, he possessed a grasp of most languages related to mysticism, such as Hermes, ancient Frozak, and even portions of giant and elven tongues. His legal prowess, honed through repetitive practice in his daily work, was already mastered, with the sole deficiency lying in the application of various simple ritual magics. Furthermore, he had scarcely engaged in meditation, as his predecessor had done little in this regard. The extraordinary capabilities of a lawyer exert minimal consumption on spirituality. The most significant drain on spirit is the emotional guidance and stimulation that lawyers employ. Lawyers direct and incite the emotions of their opponents through their words, akin to the provoked sequence of the hunter path, though far inferior to it. A lawyer utilizes the vulnerabilities of their adversaries to achieve emotional manipulation, necessitating a profound understanding of their opponent, similar to the ancient military principle of knowing oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory. Only when emotional guidance succeeds can a lawyer, to a certain extent, steer, or distort their opponent's thoughts. However, such guidance is exceedingly susceptible to interruption, as Rolls experienced when he attempted to guide Raoul Henler's emotions, only to be disrupted by the seasoned Burton Chester. It was not that Chester discerned Rolls' emotional manipulation. Any experienced lawyer recognizes that when a lawyer speaks off-topic in court, it is likely a tactic to trap their opponent. Thus, should Rolls find himself in a confrontation at present, he could only rely on his relatively robust physique to resist, and he might even fall victim to a brigand. According to the fearful Viscount Birdmaster, such abilities would flourish in the hands of a Sequence 6 corrupted baron. At that time, Rolls could effortlessly incite irrational behavior among those around him without resorting to words or actions. Rolls closed his eyes and began to meditate. He envisioned a teacup, concentrating all his attention upon it, repeatedly sketching and refining it, before substituting the teacup with countless distorted and overlapping circles of light. Rolls' body and spirit gradually calmed, leading him into a meditative state. He felt himself entering an illusory realm. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a gentle white mist enveloping him. Chapter 26. Speculation. Mist. Pale white mist. Rolls scrutinized the floating and flowing mist before him, and he confirmed he was not mistaken. It was indeed pale white, not grayish white. This ethereal, nearly illusory mist surged forth, seemingly extending to the horizon, filling his line of sight with its pale white essence. Looking down at his feet, Rolls realized he was floating amidst the pale white mist. Is this the reason for my crossing? With Klein's example in mind, Rolls instinctively connected this pale mist with the source fortress. He raised his arm, attempting to grasp the drifting pale mist. As he gently clutched it, the mist coalesced in his palm, forming a strand of soft, white hair. He lifted his hand to his eyes, observing the mist-congealed hair resting quietly in his palm. Instinctively, Rolls blew gently upon it. The hair, made of mist, immediately lifted with his breath, drifting back toward the pale white mist. Rolls reached out to grasp it, but the strand scattered under the pressure, reverting to its original pale mist form. He furrowed his brow, gazing at his empty hand before reaching for the mist again. The pale white mist gathered in his palm once more, coalescing into another strand of soft, white hair. Examining the white hair closely, he discerned it was merely the condensation of the pale mist, manifested in the form of hair, with a bit more force. It would easily disperse back into the pale mist. Is this the uncertain mist? A remnant of the chaos child of the outer gods? The unmistakable characteristics of the mist reminded Rolls of the uncertain mist that abruptly appeared in the original text side story. But how did this substance come to be associated with him? At this moment, the archaeologist should not yet have discovered the quaternary ruins in the Savires County. And the Tamara family, which venerates the uncertain mist, should still be covertly pursuing the lamp god. Most importantly, the initial barrier formed by the residual power remains intact. It firmly blocks the desires of the fallen mother goddess and the mother tree of desire, preventing such outer gods from entering the material realm, forcing them to influence it from shadows. According to the original text, the impact of the uncertain mist, a remnant of the chaos child, on reality should be minimal, both being outer gods that have lost part of their essence and characteristics. The mother tree of desire directly tainted the bound god, even spawning the abominable deity Sierra, along with a sect of its own, the Rose sect. Meanwhile, the fallen mother goddess is even more terrifying, having directly occupied the moon and, through her own status and influence over the mother and the lunar path, fabricating false oracles to manipulate the extraordinary beings within these two paths. He has also tainted Lilith, Mr. Dorr, and Roselle, attempting to breach the realm of reality through them. And what a child of chaos. He has made no impression whatsoever, having been virtually absent in the original work, only making a fleeting appearance in the epilogue, where he sought out the Tamara family, whose numbers are uncertain at best. Yet the Tamara family is similarly a mere supporting cast. He arrived in this space following a meditation after the moon mass, an occurrence that had never manifested in his prior meditations. If it had no relation to the goddess, he would never believe it. Yet, to assert that this space was a gift from the goddess is equally implausible. Firstly, the pathway associated with the goddess and the Black Emperor's judicator, linked to the uncertain mist, are entirely unrelated. Secondly, he surmised that the goddess would never wager on him simply because she recognized him as a traveler. Although the original work does not provide a detailed account of the goddess's character, her schemes suggest that she embodies a nature that does not cast its net without first seeing the rabbit. The The goddess's investment in Klein was motivated by her desire to find a mysterious master to stand by her side, and because Klein, as a backup for the resurrection of the celestial, presented a greater hope of becoming a mysterious master, further enhanced by the traits of the mysterious servant, thus warranting the goddess to stake more substantial bets. Klein did not disappoint her investment. He not only ascended to the rank of mysterious master, but also aided the goddess in obtaining the waters of the river of eternal darkness. As for Roselle, he had always questioned during his previous life as reading why Huang Tao, also a traveler, received no backing from the goddess and was nearly disregarded by her. The goddess, having been deployed by the Source Fortress and having imprisoned Antigonus, held sway over his uniqueness. And she should have been aware of Huang Tao's deployment by the Source Fortress, possibly even knowing it well in advance. It would be impossible for Klein to interfere with the Source Fortress upon his deployment and cast the extraordinary traits of the mysterious servant into the forsaken land otherwise. Yet, Huang Tao was instead embraced by the Steam Church, becoming a universalist, and later drawn into the Twilight Hermit Society by Adam. A plausible explanation might be that the goddess was not yet prepared to seize the authority of the war god. Adam's ascension ritual was still unripe for success, which led the goddess to abandon Roselle Gustave, who was born without the traits of the mysterious servant. Moreover, she opportunistically facilitated his association with the god of steam, Adam, accelerating Adam's ritual and allowing herself to hasten her own acquisition of the war god's authority. After all, the apocalypse is imminent. Outside the barrier formed by the remnants of power, nearly 10 outer gods are eyeing the reality world with predatory intent. Relying solely on the strength of the 7 gods is utterly insufficient to withstand them. The reality world is of paramount importance to them. Should it perish, the gods, having lost their anchor, would soon spiral into chaos. Now that the goddess has placed her bets on herself, aside from her knowledge of the original work, he is left with only the uncertain mist of this space. Even if the goddess were aware of the subsequent plot, it would bear little significance, as it aligns with her schemes, and the uncertain mist should be the rabbit the goddess hopes to ensnare. Finally, he began to comprehend a fragment of the truth. Rolls scratched his head, for everything regarding the goddess necessitates speculation. Gazing at the pale mist enveloping him, he recalled the deputy supervisor of the compliance department, Pacheco Dawn, who had nearly lost control upon witnessing the vial of uncertain mist discarded by Fernal. Now, possessing such an abundance of uncertain mist, if he could bring it outside, at the very least, extraordinary beings of the sequence below in the pathways of lawyers and arbitrators would find it challenging to pose a threat to him. But how could he take it out? Rolls closed his eyes, attempting to withdraw from his meditative state. Chapter 27. Experiment. Upon returning to the realm of reality, Rolls discovered a slight increase in his spirituality, a phenomenon that seemed almost impossible given his current circumstances. His previous incarnation had consumed potions for 2 years and understood the art of masquerade. Even with minimal meditation, his spirituality had reached its pinnacle, with little room for further growth. Since his crossing, Rolls had repeatedly attempted meditation, but had not experienced any resurgence in spirituality. Yet now, despite no progress in potion digestion, his spirituality had indeed seen some enhancement. It appears the uncertain mist has fortified my spirituality, as an outer god possessing the pathway of a lawyer. Merely plucking a hair could allow someone of my modest sequence 9 to advance. This is hardly a feat. Not directly ascending to a mid-sequence strength will be quite the embarrassment for an outer god. If that were the case, I would likely be overwhelmed, warped into a monstrous form. Nevertheless, the mythic form of the lawyer's pathway seems reminiscent of the shadowy giant of a curly baboon. Rolls sighed. A baboon is a baboon. At least it's preferable to the myriad of insects from the Goof family. Moreover, among the 22 divine pathways, how many have aesthetically pleasing mythic forms? The norm is quite rare. Rolls ventured into the storage room housing the secret chamber, where a bookshelf contained various items for ritual magic, gifted to him by Berta Marston. Once the butler and servants were in place, this secret chamber would need to be abandoned. He could not possibly venture into the secret chamber of the storage room to study mystical knowledge and practice ritual magic under the watchful eyes of so many. After its abandonment, he would need to find a quiet place for practicing ritual magic. He resolved to choose the empty room opposite the study on the 2nd floor. This garden villa is a standard design for the upper middle-class residences in Beakland, featuring 2 floors above and 1 below. This architectural style aims to uphold the proprietor's status, ensuring that aside from close servants and the butler, Other servants must avoid encounters with the master. Even when entering the villa, the master and servants do not use the same entrance. Such buildings typically have two distinctly separate entrances, one grand front door for guests and a discreet back door for the butler, maids, and delivery merchants. The back door of Rolles's villa is located on the side, partially buried underground, allowing servants to access the villa's basement level. Even during meal times, the serving staff must navigate through the semi-underground kitchen using a subterranean passage to deliver food, never allowed to ascend above ground. Moreover, the serving staff must hand over the dishes to the close male servant or butler, never directly serving them at the dining table. Only when a master deems the day's dishes satisfactory will the chef be summoned to present them, followed by a few compliments and a monetary reward. Arranging 4 candles at the corners of the desk, Rolls closed his eyes and, following the sequence from left to right and top to bottom, ignited each candle by rubbing his spirit against the material. He then picked up a small silver knife, inserting it into a glass cup filled with coarse salt, and recited the incantation inscribed in Hermes' tongue. I sanctify you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you, that you may serve me in this ritual. In the name of the goddess of night, the Crimson Lord, you are sanctified. Rolls wisely opted to petition the goddess of night, as it was indeed his only choice. After reciting the sanctification incantation in Hermes' tongue, Rolls withdrew the silver knife adorned with mystical patterns and placed it into a glass cup filled with clear water. He concentrated his spirit, envisioning the scenario where his spirituality flowed into the sanctified silver knife, surging forth from its tip. Rolls immediately sensed an intangible force emanating from the knife's tip, prompting him to circle the desk altar with the silver knife in hand. Feeling as if a wall of spirituality had indeed risen around him, repelling all impurities and disturbances. Exhaling softly, Rolls set the silver knife down on the desk, picked up a sealed long-necked glass vial, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. As he sensed himself re-entering that illusory space, Rolls opened his eyes and gazed at the long-necked glass vial in his hand. This vial mirrored the one he held, yet it exuded an ethereal quality, appearing less tangible. More like a projection, it seemed he had not entered in corporeal form, but rather in a manner akin to that of a spiritual essence. Indeed, I entered after meditating, and this glass bottle must be a projection of the one in my hand. If I were to introduce some mist into it, would the corresponding appearance manifest within the external glass bottle? Rawls reached out to grasp some mist, then removed the stopper from the elongated glass bottle, casting the hair-like mist into it before sealing it once more. Upon entering the bottle, the hair-like mist dispersed under pressure, filling the interior with a pale, almost ethereal fog. Holding the glass bottle, Rawls observed it quietly. After several minutes, seeing that the mist had not escaped, he exhaled in relief. Everything was progressing smoothly, and now it remained to be seen if he could carry the mist outside. He closed his eyes, attempting to exit the meditative state. After a fleeting sensation of unreality, Rawls emerged from the white mist space. He immediately lifted the glass bottle, where the pale, almost spectral mist floated and swirled within. He had successfully transported the elusive mist. Placing the glass bottle on his desk, he glanced at the now noticeably shortened candle, narrowing his eyes. The flow of time in the white mist space had aligned with that of reality. This white mist space bore a resemblance to the Source Fortress. Was the Chaos Child's downfall at the hands of the Celestial Master due to some overlap between the two realms, or merely a result of being easily manipulated? Rawls furrowed his brow. Although his time in the white mist space had been brief, it was not significantly shorter than his initial entry. Yet his spiritual essence had not shown any signs of growth. Was his spiritual essence at its peak, or was there a cool-down period? Rawls fervently hoped for the latter, for in an extraordinary world, strength was of utmost importance. Observing the elongated glass bottle on his desk, he suddenly realized that he might not have any immediate use for it. Moreover, once the sealed spiritual environment dissipated, if the mist were to disperse or be sensed by others, it would undoubtedly pose a significant problem, especially considering the Tamara family, who idolized the Chaos Child. Though they were more of a minor faction, they were nonetheless an angelic lineage. Should they come knocking, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to make his escape. Chapter 28. The Club. Rawls mused. Perhaps he had fallen under some curse, for he had not enjoyed a single restful night's sleep in the past 2 days. The night before last, he had succumbed to slumber on an empty stomach, and last night, he had stayed up far too late, engrossed in repeated experiments within the white mist space. Nevertheless, he had managed to discern some details about that ethereal realm. First, Entry into that space required meditation, specifically allowing his spiritual form to enter. Objects could not be taken into the space. However, when Rawls held an object, it would manifest within the space as a sort of projection. The weight of the items could not be too substantial. His tests revealed that if the weight exceeded that of 3 books, the projection within the space became unstable, which he surmised was related to his level of spiritual essence. Furthermore, changes in the projected items within the space corresponded to alterations in the actual items outside. Remarkably, even while inscribing words within the space, the same words would appear on paper in the external world. This seemed to be a manipulation and control of the loopholes in the rules, akin to a lawyer-esque craft. Upon boarding Fitch's carriage and finishing breakfast, Rawls instructed Fitch to drive to the Clark Club, where Klein was set to catch Cragg in the act. His purpose for visiting the Clark Club was not merely to admire it. He intended to practice his marksmanship. He had been a member of the Clark Club for 4 years, holding a relatively early membership number, 27. His enrollment had been arranged by Mason. Although the club had been established only recently, most members were young individuals from the upper middle class. Of course, in relation to Rawls, these members were generally over a decade his senior. Mason's initial plan had been for Rawls to attend one of the 3 prestigious law schools in Beckland. Ideally the Gray Law School, his former institution, which would allow for better oversight of Rawls. The Kingdom of Rune boasted 4 major law schools, one located in Tingen, which was Rawls's own Lincoln Law School, while the other 2 were situated in Beckland-Eschweiler district, namely the Inner Hall Law School and the Middle Hall Law School, along with the Gray Law School in the Northern District. The Inner and Middle Hall schools were in close proximity to the Holy Wind Cathedral of the Storm Church, as their names suggest, indicating a significant connection to the church. Over 1,000 years ago, the Holy Wind Cathedral had served as the headquarters of the Storm Church. Thus, its influence was vast. After the establishment of the Kingdom of Rune, the Storm Church relocated its headquarters to the Storm Abyss on Pasu Island, with the 2 law schools subsequently founded in the vacated areas of the Holy Wind Cathedral, supplemented by the Gray Law School near the Holy Samuel Church in the Northern District, which established the judicial framework in the early days of the kingdom. All 3 law schools bore the church's shadow, while Rawls's Lincoln Law School, benefiting from its position in the university city of Tingen, eventually rose to prominence, standing alongside the 3 major law schools. Over a century ago, due to the Russell Reform Code and the promulgation of the Civil Code, the legal system of Rune was profoundly impacted. With the tacit approval of the Rune monarchy, the 4 major law schools collaborated to suppress the remaining law schools, declaring that only graduates from the 4 major law schools could become judges in the Kingdom of Rune. Despite the substantial opposition, aided in secret by the Rune monarchy, and with the majority of senior lawyers and judges hailing from the 4 major law schools effectively controlling the judicial system, the wave of dissent was swiftly quelled, a situation that persists to this day. Yet Rawls remained too young and still a student, having never experienced such distressing matters, rendering him unable to engage in meaningful conversation with the other members. He could only engage in tennis and squash, practice his shooting, and partake in leisure activities. After taking over the firm, he had not even returned, fortunate that he had previously paid his annual fee. Otherwise, he would have had to reapply for membership. A male guard of Southland descent, with a tawny complexion, raised his left arm in a slight bow, extending a welcoming gesture. "Mr. Adrian, please come in." This brown-skinned gentleman clearly had done his homework, as he addressed Rawls by name. Rawls nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the club. He informed the front desk of his presence and was escorted by a servant clad in a red waistcoat directly to the shooting range. To mitigate the noise and panic caused by gunfire, the shooting range was constructed underground. Upon entering the subterranean shooting facility, a middle-aged man clad in a hunting jacket and tall hunting boots rose from a leisure sofa to greet him. "Mr. Adrian? It has been a while." Rawls appraised him and tentatively inquired, "Atwood?" "Indeed, it is I, Mr. Adrian." At seeing Rawls remember his name, Atwood's face lit up with evident joy, his voice infused with warmth. Rawls felt a wave of relief. He had not misremembered the name. Given his infrequent visits to the club and even fewer occasions practicing shooting, especially not having been there in the past 2 years, it was impressive that Atwood could recall his name at all, particularly since the facility employed 4 or 5 shooting instructors, none of whom were Atwood. "It has indeed been a long time. Family matters kept me occupied until recently." Rawls replied vaguely, opting not to divulge his own affairs, before asking, "Is Gary here?" "Gary resigned over a year ago. He moved to the coastal county," Atwood replied. Rawls glanced at him, understanding his meaning, and smiled. Then, Mr. Atwood, might you be available today to assist me with my shooting practice? Chapter 29. The Butler Selection. Atwood promptly nodded. It would be my honor. At the Clark Club, facilities such as the tennis courts, bar, library, squash courts, meeting rooms, and card rooms were available for complimentary use, as were the food and drinks in the self-service restaurant. The shooting range was free to use as well, though firearms and ammunition incurred additional charges. Otherwise, for the price of a single revolver bullet, one could cover the annual membership fee at the Crag Club with a mere 300 rounds of ammunition. Naturally, should you wish to engage a shooting instructor to hone your marksmanship, a fee would be incurred. However, this expense is quite modest. After accounting for the ammunition consumed by Rolls and deducting the club's commission, the instructor would likely receive around £1 per hour. The former shooting instructor of Rolls, Mr. Gary, earned approximately £4 weekly, and Mr. Atwood's earnings should be comparable. For him, an hourly rate of £1 would constitute a substantial income. Moreover, with Rolls' shooting instructor having departed from the club, Rolls must now seek a new instructor, translating into a steady stream of income, which is why Atwood greeted him so enthusiastically. Would you prefer practice with a rifle or a shotgun? I wish to practice with a revolver this time. A revolver? Atwood paused, glancing at Rolls to confirm he had not misheard, then promptly nodded. Very well, I shall fetch the revolver and ammunition. The membership at the Crag Club is predominantly youthful, yet each member is engaged in respectable occupations. Their leisure activities typically consist of playing cards, squash, and tennis, in addition to attending salons and balls. Shooting, being a labor-intensive and time-consuming pursuit, is rarely chosen as a pastime, except when the autumn and winter months arrive and the affluent begin hunting, prompting some to practice their shooting skills in hopes of excelling during the hunt. Consequently, club members generally focus on practicing with rifles and shotguns, with a preference for shotguns, as this somewhat masks their lackluster shooting abilities. Rolls, too, had previously concentrated on shotgun practice, which explains Atwood's surprise at his choice of revolver practice. Nonetheless, Atwood remained unperturbed, as earning money was of utmost importance to him. Regardless of what Rolls chose to practice, he would receive compensation, and the fees for revolver training were slightly higher than those for shotguns. Atwood escorted Rolls into a small practice room, where the area designated for revolver training is notably smaller in comparison to that for shotguns, given that shotgun practice typically involves moving targets. Please wait here for a moment. I shall retrieve the firearms and ammunition from Mr. Goad. Mr. Goad, full name Mr. Whitgoad, is the supervisor of the shooting range and a man in his 50s who has lost his left arm due to wartime injuries sustained over 2 decades prior. Let us start with 50 rounds. Rolls gestured to the nearby footman in a red waistcoat. Please fetch us 2 cups of marquee red tea. Certainly, Mr. Adrian. Soon, Atwood returned, balancing a tray laden with 2 revolvers, 2 boxes of ammunition, and a pair of modern-style earmuffs, an invention of Mr. Russell. Have you practiced with a revolver before? I have practiced a few times. Very well. We shall commence with this revolver. Do you require earmuffs while shooting? Not at all. In the heat of battle, one cannot afford to cover their ears while firing. I shall load the ammunition for you. Though Atwood is technically a shooting instructor, his role primarily involves teaching technique, which varies significantly based on individual talent and experience. His main priority is to cater to Rolls, his esteemed client. No need for you to do that. In battle, no one would assist me in loading bullets. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Rolls exited the Crag Club, rubbing his sore arms. His results were indeed gratifying. From 10 meters, 6 out of 10 bullets found their mark, mostly in the second and third rings, but this was commendable nonetheless. According to Atwood, this was an exceptional achievement for an average individual. Had it not been for the fatigue settling in his arms, consistently hitting the target would not have posed a challenge. Upon returning home, Rolls soon realized the sparse state of his household and dispatched Fitch to procure some tea leaves, eventually asking him to serve as a temporary butler. Mr. Norman, aged 55, though not heavily lined with wrinkles, appeared quite vigorous, donned in morning attire, and arrived at Rolls' residence first. After a brief introduction, Rolls inquired, Mr. Norman, based on my future aspirations, I intend to venture into politics. Do you have any worthwhile advice? Are you planning to develop your career in Beckland? Rolls nodded, gesturing toward the window. Indeed, this is Beckland, the political epicenter of ruin. All my endeavors are anchored here. Norman furrowed his brow. Although Beckland serves as the political hub, its political resources have been largely claimed by the elite. May I be so bold as to inquire about the extent of your assets? Rolls gazed at Norman with astonishment. Such directness was rather unexpected. Norman, Sensing his own audacity, waved a hand dismissively. He likely grasped Norman's intentions, yet it only served to heighten Rolls' astonishment. What do you mean? You are aware that the corn laws are soon to be repealed, which will inevitably lead to a decrease in land prices. Both parties will undoubtedly seek funding and attract more individuals. At that juncture, you could contribute financially to either party and thus align yourself with them. I do not possess such wealth. Rolls sighed in resignation. Even if he were to liquidate 3 properties and a vacation villa, he would only amass around £10,000, an amount trivial to the elite. After a moment's hesitation, Norman continued, you could consider donating to some members of a new party who derive their income from land rent. This would considerably lessen your financial burden. Most members of a new party pursue income through banking, coal, and manufacturing, with only a few relying on land rent, which is relatively rare. You are aware of my political inclinations. Indeed, but in comparison to the grand aristocrats of the Conservative Party, the new party, which does not possess such vast resources, would be more suitable for you. Chapter 30. The War Butler. Yes, but when juxtaposed with the significant expenses of the Conservative Party's aristocrats, the new party, which is not yet excessively extravagant, is indeed a better fit. The annual costs of maintaining grand estates, often amounting to thousands of pounds, alongside extravagant expenditures for clothing, jewelry, and ongoing hunting activities, social banquets, occasional lavish weddings, and opulent funerals, are staggering. Should Rolls align himself with the grand aristocrats of the Conservative Party, his entire fortune would merely echo in vain. In contrast, aligning with lesser nobility could prove feasible, yet their political resources are pitifully scant, making any division of power unviable. Rolls frowned and pressed on. What if I insist on choosing the Conservative Party? Then you must wait. Wait until you become a local magistrate before pursuing anything further. Norman sensed Rolls' urgency. Hence his suggestion to seize the opportunity presented by the repeal of the corn laws to engage with both parties, rather than adhering to the more traditional route of a lawyer, transitioning into politics through judicial means. Yet, he remained puzzled by Rolls' eagerness. For a mere 23-year-old, entering the political arena seemed exceedingly premature. Thank you very much for your advice, Mr. Norman. I shall give it thorough consideration. Rolls stood, shaking hands with Mr. Norman. Before beckoning to Fitch, please escort Mr. Norman to the 3rd sitting room. This villa boasts 3 sitting rooms. The 2nd and 3rd are relatively small, while the 1st is the most spacious, reserved for salons and balls. Currently, Rolls is conversing with his prospective butler in the 2nd sitting room. For Rolls, had he not been a traveler from another time, or if this were a conventional world, Mr. Norman's counsel would be exceedingly prudent. Furthermore, it is astonishing that a butler inclined toward the Conservative Party would suggest Rolls align himself with a new party. Such a proposition is indeed remarkable. Should Rolls heed his advice and choose the new party, it is inconceivable that a conservative-leaning Norman could ever serve as his butler. Given Rolls' limited finances and pressing timeline, Norman's suggestions presently hold little value for him. Before long, Fitch returned, accompanied by another butler candidate, Mr. Auguste, to the 2nd sitting room. Mr. Auguste, at the age of 52, bears more wrinkles and gray hair than Mr. Norman, who is 55. Yet, his erect posture and the disciplined demeanor reminiscent of a soldier reveal that he is not as aged as he appears. Mr. Rolls rose to shake hands with Mr. Auguste and inquired, "Were you ever a soldier?" "Not exactly," Auguste replied. "It is merely that Lord Barton has instilled a certain degree of militaristic management among the butler and servants, which naturally imbues me with a soldierly bearing." "I see." Rolls nodded, acknowledging that most retired military officers tend to impose similar standards upon those around them. Moreover, considering Lord Barton had suffered injuries in war, the emotional scars he bore were profound. That he had not succumbed to a complete mental breakdown is a testament to his resilience. "From your accent, it seems you hail from the county of Jinhai," Rolls observed. Though Auguste's Jinhai accent was subtle, it remained distinctly recognizable within the Kingdom of Ruin. "You discern correctly. I am from the city of Constant," Auguste replied. Constant, also known as Wind City, is a region where the coal and steel industries thrive, ranking among the top 3 cities in the Kingdom of Ruin. "How did you come to Beckland and take on the role of a butler?" Rolls questioned. Given that Jinhai County is situated in the northwest of Ruin, bordering the Republic of Intis, it was indeed peculiar for a Jinhai native to serve as a butler in Beckland. "Over 20 years ago, I was a contemporary of Mr. Adrian," Auguste stated. "Oh," Rolls exclaimed in surprise. "You are also a barrister?" If Auguste had once held the position of a barrister, it would seem even more unlikely for him to have taken on the role of a butler. Auguste waved his hand, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. No, I was merely a solicitor, and my performance was never particularly stellar. Ah, I see, Rawls nodded, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Mr. August, despite the latter's modest background as a solicitor. In Rune, the relationship between solicitors and barristers is often tenuous due to differing specializations, yet neither side is openly antagonistic, as collaboration is necessary. However, a persistent tension exists. Barristers often look down upon solicitors for their diligent work on behalf of clients, while solicitors resent their remuneration, feeling that their extensive efforts pale in comparison to the brief courtroom performances of barristers. August continued. Subsequently, conflict arose between Intis and us in Jinhai County, which escalated into war. At that time, discontent with my work led me to become a guide for the military. Over 20 years ago, a localized conflict between Intis and Rune culminated in a decisive battle on a long, narrow plain in the northwest of Jinhai County, bordered to the southwest by the Hanachis Mountains and the northeast by the sea. The Rune Ahova cavalry encountered the Intis army, equipped with the most advanced weaponry. Cavalry clad in breastplates charged directly at the Intis forces, armed with high-pressure steam rifles and six-barrel machine guns, resulting in nearly total annihilation of the Ahova cavalry. However, the West Silas cavalry, led by Lord Barton, seized the opportunity to charge from the flank of the Intis army, which had nearly exhausted its ammunition, and mounted a counterattack. Both nations, having sustained considerable losses, initiated peace talks, and Lord Barton was subsequently ennobled for his valorous contributions. You served as Lord Barton's guide? Rawls inquired. Indeed, August nodded. Then you are a hero of Rune. Forgive my rudeness, Rawls exclaimed, rising slightly to bow. He could only imagine the magnitude of leading a cavalry unit through the Hanachis Mountains and into the rear of the Intis forces. August also stood, gesturing for Rawls to sit. Heroism is subjective. Were it not for the Lord, I would have perished in the Hanachis Mountains. Rawls motioned for August to resume his seat and remarked, So, it is for this reason that you chose to become Lord Barton's butler? It appears that your choice is one of gratitude rather than short-sightedness, as you have pledged your service to a nobleman whose lineage cannot be continued. In order to dispel the shadows of my past, I chose to come to Beckland, August explained. Not long after, I learned that Lord Barton had undergone a significant change in temperament due to the traumas of war. Upon my visit, I discovered that his lordship had not changed greatly. Rather, it was the result of infrequent interactions with outsiders and the slanders that ensued. Having been saved by the Lord, I willingly took on the management of these mundane affairs. Thus, I enrolled in butler training school, and the Lord accepted me as his butler. In Rune, there are dedicated training schools for butlers. Those who enroll must undergo numerous courses, including etiquette, knowledge of wines, marksmanship, dancing, and more. However, not every individual who completes the training becomes a butler. Many start as footmen, personal attendants, silverware custodians, or wine stewards. Rawls smiled, expressing admiration. So, that is how it is. You are indeed a person deserving of respect. Mr. August lowered his head slightly and replied earnestly, No, I am merely doing what I can. I hold you in high esteem, Mr. August, yet I am in pursuit of a butler who can assist me. Might I inquire what assistance you could provide? Mr. August straightened his posture and solemnly asked, Please, do share. Very well. I wish to venture into the realm of politics. Do you have any suggestions, Mr. August? Are you referring to Beckland? Upon Rawls's nod, Mr. August furrowed his brow, stating, If you choose Beckland, it will be quite challenging. Indeed, Rawls replied, spreading his hands. However, this is a matter you must contemplate. August pondered for a moment before suggesting, I advise you to leverage your profession. By becoming a judge? Rawls felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for insightful guidance from someone capable of persuading Lord Barton to heal from his war-induced trauma and help him forge connections. No, you cannot aspire to be a judge until at least 30, August responded, clearly understanding Rawls's desire to swiftly enter the political arena. Given Rawls's current standing, a few years would naturally pave the way for him to enter politics. Seeking counsel from a butler was not a genuine pursuit of advice, but rather an attempt to utilize August's connections to facilitate his political aspirations. Butlers have historically been intertwined with politics. If one were to liken a noble family with a butler to a nation, the butler would serve as the prime minister, capable of assisting the master in managing all affairs. A butler hailing from a noble lineage would undoubtedly possess extensive connections with the upper echelons of society, including numerous professional butlers and countless servants across various strata, enabling them to effectively influence a gentleman's reputation, an essential consideration for gaining entry into higher social circles. Oh, are you suggesting? You're a highly esteemed barrister in Beckland, and Adrian's law firm is among the finest. The cases you and your firm handle involve parties who can be valuable resources. Your suggestion is indeed commendable. Do you have any further ideas? While Rawls appreciated August's advice, it was not precisely what he sought. August inwardly sighed, realizing that Mr. Adrian was intent on extracting his connections to aid him. You might consider engaging in charitable endeavors. In what capacity? Charitable activities encompass numerous avenues. Given Adrian's financial standing, to make a meaningful impact in charity, one must select a path that yields substantial results. What do you think about providing assistance to retired soldiers? That is entirely feasible. They have sacrificed for our nation and certainly deserve appropriate treatment. Rawls rose and extended his hand. Allow me to reintroduce myself, your employer, Rawls Adrian. Augustus immediately stood and bowed, speaking in a low tone. How may I be of service? Rawls waved his hand and addressed Fitch beside him. Fitch, could you please take that bottle of Allmeyer wine to Mr. Norman in the third parlor and convey my apologies and gratitude? Meanwhile, Mr. Augustus stood attentively before Rawls, refraining from sitting down. Although he had yet to be formally employed, he had already begun to conduct himself in the manner befitting Rawls' steward, as a steward would never sit in the presence of their employer. With a snap of his fingers, Rawls smiled and remarked, "This villa boasts 9 bedrooms, a large and 2 small parlors, a dining room, 2 kitchens in the basement, a baking room, and approximately 7 or 8 servants' quarters. Outside, there are stables, a garden, and a tennis court. However, at present, apart from you and the temporarily hired coachman Fitch, there is no one else." Augustus bowed his head and inquired, "What would you have me do?" "I require you to swiftly hire all the servants necessary for this villa. The exact number is for you to determine." "Very well. Remember, be expeditious. I am to host 2 banquets at the beginning of next month, and I need you to prepare accordingly." Augustus's expression grew serious at Rawls' words. He could not afford to take them lightly. During the spring and autumn seasons, grand estate owners typically extend invitations to numerous esteemed guests, presenting the greatest test for a steward. The premises must be immaculate. The silverware and tableware must gleam. The garden must be exquisitely tended, and the dishes must not only be rare and refined, but also accommodate the specific dietary preferences of certain guests with additional utensils. Even the positioning of each piece of cutlery, the length of the candles, the folding of the napkins, the quantity of flowers, and the intensity of the lighting must be meticulously scrutinized. "Sir, do you have specific dates and a guest list?" "The first banquet is likely on the 5th, and the second on the 8th. The first gathering will comprise the attorneys from my law firm, while the second will include neighbors and some friends of my father." Augustus let out a sigh of relief. Today was April 28th, thus time was still manageable. However, the proximity of the 2 events was somewhat pressing, but the experience from the first banquet should mitigate the time constraints. "I shall provide you with the detailed list by tomorrow morning. I entrust everything to you." Rawls understood the urgency, yet he felt powerless, for others had not granted him time. "This is my duty," Augustus bowed once more. "As for the contract for you and the hired servants, please consult one of the clerks at my law firm to draft them." "Understood." After watching Augustus depart, Rawls leaned back against the sofa, massaging his temples. He sensed that Mr. Augustus was akin to a colleague, a fellow lawyer. Chapter 32. The Banquet. Rawls sat at the oak table, opening a drawer to reveal 2 revolvers lying quietly within. One was entirely black, with a slightly elongated barrel, its metallic body and grip gleaming with a cold luster. The other revolver appeared more aesthetically pleasing, resting on a layer of fine velvet. Its brass-plated body was engraved with 3 sunflower-like motifs on the chambers, while the wooden grip was adorned with bird patterns. The bird's head near the chamber and its resplendent tail feathers fanning out at the end of the grip. Both revolvers had been recently acquired by Rawls. The black-barreled one had been purchased 3 days prior at a soiree for the extraordinary, introduced to him by his Uncle Kenrist at the Iron Anchor Tavern. During that gathering, Rawls noted that, including himself, there were only 7 attendees. The host had cautioned him that once a transaction was concluded at this gathering, regardless of the authenticity of the acquired items, there would be no recourse. After hearing the host's words, Rawls resolved never to attend such gatherings again, as he, a novice, would only find himself at a disadvantage amidst dubious dealings. Upon the soiree's conclusion, he had purchased a revolver, which the previous owner claimed possessed double the power of a standard revolver. Lacking any offensive capabilities or a firearm license, Rawls had decided to buy it, spending £15 and receiving 30 bullets as a bonus. He had secretly tested the revolver and found it indeed more powerful than those at the Craig Club shooting range. Though the recoil was significant, after firing 12 rounds, his wrist began to ache. The other revolver had been acquired at a charity auction yesterday, donated by a wealthy individual from Intis. According to the benefactor, this ornate revolver had been bequeathed by his grandfather and was still functional. Upon observing the intricate patterns on the chambers and grip, Rolls immediately thought of the Path of the Bard, where potions often featured sunflowers and birds. Moreover, this revolver hailed from Intis. Since the founding of the nation, the Eternal Radiance Church had dominated, suppressing the God of Craftsman Church until it rebranded itself as the Church of Steam and Machinery, thus earning the moniker the Land of the Sun. Reflecting on the benefactor's frail appearance, it was evident that if his grandfather were alive, he would be over 130 years old, at a time when revolvers had only recently been invented. Though Rolls did not consider it an extraordinary weapon, he still spent £270 to acquire it. Upon receipt, he discovered that, while it indeed functioned as claimed, the bullets were specially made, with only 10 available, and the existing rounds could not fit into the chambers. After attempting to fire a couple of rounds, Rolls decided to store it in the drawer as a collectible. He retrieved the revolver, spun the cylinder, ejected the bullets from the chambers one by one, then skillfully reloaded them. After several repetitions, he placed the fully loaded cylinder back into the drawer. Recently, he had dedicated an hour each day to practicing marksmanship. Though his progress was minimal, his speed in reloading bullets had significantly improved. Closing the drawer, Rolls opened the door and stepped out of the bedroom, greeted by a cacophony of sounds. His personal servant, Morris, stood nearby, a tall figure with slightly darker skin. Slicked back hair, dressed in a white shirt, black waistcoat, and a dark red tie, with a ring adorning one finger. "Sir, have I disturbed your rest?" "Not all." Rolls indicated the brown wool felt laid over his bedroom door. "With that in place, no sound can penetrate." This coarse woolen material on the door effectively muffled all noise from the servants' quarters, an essential feature for any household employing servants. Morris, with his slightly darker complexion, bowed his head without speaking. Rolls smiled and continued, "How are the preparations for the banquet proceeding?" "Essentially complete." "Where's Augustus?" "He should be in the banquet hall." Rolls pulled the bell corresponding to the banquet hall. Shortly thereafter, Steward Augustus approached briskly. "Good afternoon, sir." "Indeed. Are the beverages prepared?" 50 bottles of wine have been retrieved from the cellar, including 20 bottles of Allmeyer, along with 50 bottles of champagne, 20 of which are Miss Champagne. The steward, Augustus, spoke fluently without pause, listing the beverages. "Are the gifts adequately prepared?" "All gifts for the guests have been arranged." Rolls nodded in approval. He followed the steward into the banquet hall. The parlor was dimly lit, with only the gas lamps along the walls providing a semblance of illumination. The grand chandelier above was adorned with equally long white candles, which would be lit just prior to the banquet. The silverware steward directed the attendants to arrange various pieces of silverware around the reception hall, ensuring that the candlelight illuminated these gleaming artifacts. Attired in red vests, the servants meticulously measured the placement of each dining set and the height of the candles in front of the guests. Meanwhile, the maid, clad in a black dress with a white apron, either inspected the floral decorations adorning the table or folded pristine napkins into the latest fashionable miter shapes. In the expansive banquet hall, several chandeliers were adorned with burning candles, exuding a delightful fragrance that rivaled the brilliance of gas lamps in both quantity and luminosity. On elongated tables, delectable dishes such as pan-seared foie gras, roasted beefsteaks, roasted poultry, fried sole, Duxbury oysters, braised lamb, and creamy soups were elegantly presented, accompanied by bottles of misty champagne, Ormeil wine, and red wine from South Wales, all glistening enticingly under the radiant light. Seated at the head of the table, Rolls delivered a speech to his neighboring guests and friends of the late Mason, reflecting on how his preoccupation with the affairs of the estate had led him to neglect his social interactions. He expressed his apologies and announced a newfound commitment to prioritize the management of the estate while fostering closer ties with those present. This address resembled the self-introduction of a newcomer to his neighbors, akin to a father presenting his recently adult son to friends. Regardless of the interpretation for Rolls, it primarily signified that he had assumed the mantle of responsibility for the Adrian family and would endeavor to elevate its stature. Once Rolls concluded his remarks, it was the turn of his uncle, Edmund Robert, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears as he managed to hold his composure during his address. Following this, the banquet officially commenced. The attendants in red vests gracefully navigated between elegantly adorned gentlemen and ladies, carrying trays laden with crystal glasses. Rolls, holding a glass of deep crimson Ormile wine, greeted the friends of his late father, Mason, as introduced by Uncle Robert. After the main course had been served, the pristine tablecloth was removed and replaced with a fresh one, as the servants began to present desserts and fruits. Upon the conclusion of dessert, given the absence of a lady of the house in the Adrian family, Mrs. Curtis, a neighbor, was invited to temporarily assume that role. With a single command, all the female guests rose to depart the banquet hall for the first reception room, followed by the exit of the servants. Meanwhile, the male guests remained in the banquet hall, a custom unique to Rouen, differing from practices in other countries of the northern continent. Grouped in clusters, the gentlemen either congregated around Rolls or Edmund, indulging in cigars and sipping high-end spirits. They began discussing topics deemed unsuitable for the ears of their female counterparts, such as politics, sports, and other more clandestine matters. As the conversation progressed, Rolls led the gentlemen to the first reception room to rejoin the ladies, marking the transition to the latter half of the soirée, the dance. Chapter 33. Zhou Mingrue and Klein. Bang, bang, bang. The Clark Club, underground shooting range. Rolls gripped a revolver in one hand, aiming at a target 10 meters away, firing in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. After expending the 6 rounds in the chamber, Rolls skillfully ejected the spent cartridges and reloaded. Mr. Adrian, 2 7s, 3 8s, and 1 9, came the assessment of his performance, which prompted a satisfied nod from Rolls. Over the past 2 months, he had dedicated half an hour to an hour each day to honing his marksmanship, having fired over 3,000 rounds. The expenditure on ammunition, coupled with the costs of firearms, target paper, and hiring Atwood, totaled more than 220. This amount, if it represented some family's annual income, would qualify them to declare themselves as middle class. Yet this was merely Rolls' expenditure on shooting over the span of 2 months. During this period, Rolls had hosted 3 banquets, 6 salons, participated in 3 charity auctions, and engaged in 5 or 6 activities to support retired and disabled soldiers, alongside the salaries paid to his servants. The figures in Rolls' bank account plummeted dramatically. Initially, he had over 7,000 in savings, but now he found himself with just over 3,000, despite Rolls' commendable marksmanship. Consistently hitting the target within the 10-meter range and achieving scores above 7, he felt that further training would yield diminishing returns. Thus, he resolved that today would be his final visit to practice shooting. Bang, 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 bang. With the last 6 rounds fired, Rolls placed the revolver on the long table before him. Atwood, standing nearby, paused in surprise before chuckling. Mr. Adrian, shall we take a break? Since he had become Rolls' shooting instructor, Atwood had earned nearly 70, a sum representing 4 months of his salary. Rolls waved his hand dismissively and sipped the sweet iced tea offered by a footman. No, this will suffice for today. Mr. Adrian, do you have other matters to attend to? Over these past 2 months, Atwood and Rolls had grown quite familiar. Yet Rolls always insisted on firing at least 30 rounds whenever he had pressing engagements, and today he had only managed 18. I likely won tea return for a while, and today is already June 28th. My practice time has been sufficient. Is there something special about June 28th? Atwood pondered, perhaps considering if Rolls had entertained many other guests during this period. As the end of June approached, the annual social season in Beckland was imminent. Nobles from the Kingdom of Rouen were traditionally preparing to attend various banquets, balls, and salons. Hunting would also be essential, though such activities would diminish until autumn. Nevertheless, many young aristocrats were eager to get started, and marksmanship practice had become a priority. Atwood had seen an influx of guests these days. Rolls' comments led him to worry that his service might be lacking, and he anxiously inquired, Mr. Adrian, do you feel my service has been inadequate? Rolls looked at him in surprise, realizing there had been a misunderstanding, and clarified, no, I am very pleased with you. I merely think that further practice may not yield significant improvement. Besides, having exceptional marksmanship may not be of much use to me. That's good to hear. I will return the ammunition and firearm on your behalf. Atwood, resigned to the loss of a substantial patron, dejectedly gathered the remaining bullets and revolver. As Atwood walked away, Rolls turned to his loyal footman, Morris, with a smile. It seems Mr. Atwood has become quite addicted to making money off me. Morris, his steadfast attendant, managed a stiff smile. His master possessed a unique sense of humor. Observing Morris's strained grin, Rolls shook his head in resignation. Although tall and handsome, with impeccable taste in attire, Morris had a profound understanding of music and theater, with the only shortcoming being his inability to appreciate Rolls' humor. which often left Rolls feeling slighted. "My apologies, Mr. Adrian, for the wait." Not all. The impatient expression on Rolls' face had vanished, replaced by genuine concern, an evolution cultivated through the numerous banquets, salons, charity events, and interactions with a cadre of theatrical luminaries over the past 2 months. "Is there something on your mind?" Atwood, panting slightly, responded. In Rune, firearms are subjected to stringent regulations. At the Crag Club, the entry and exit of weapons and ammunition must be meticulously documented, a responsibility entrusted to Mr. Whitdamon. Rawls inquired with concern, what could be the matter? "Has Mr. Damon fallen ill?" Once a soldier, Whitdamon had participated in the decisive battles of Rune and Intis over 2 decades ago, serving under the Ahawa Knights. He sustained severe injuries during that conflict, resulting in the loss of his left arm. Rawls had encountered him a few times while paying respects to retired veterans. Atwood finally regained his composure, exhaling deeply. Rawls furrowed his brow. Though he had met Whitdamon on several occasions and knew him to be a gentle soul despite his disability, it seemed implausible that he would engage in any altercation with the guest, given his role overseeing the shooting range. Upon noticing Rawls's frown, Atwood elaborated. The guest had been drinking and attempted to enter the ammunition storage, which prompted Mr. Damon to intervene, leading to the conflict. The son of the new party leader. In the dead of night, Rawls stood before the window, gazing at the blood-red full moon outside. Casting a glance at his pocket watch, the time was nearly upon him. In Tianjin City, West District, at Iron Cross Street, Zhou Mingrue struggled to rise from his bed, his head pounding as he approached his desk. Through the crimson sheer curtains, he beheld a blood-red full moon suspended in the dark velvet sky, casting a tranquil glow. Chapter 34. The First Tarot Gathering. In the ether, the full moon hung high against the backdrop of black velvet, radiating a serene light. Zhou Mingrue felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, abruptly standing, but his legs faltered before fully straightening. A sharp pain shot through his head, sapping his strength momentarily, causing him to lose his balance and crash onto the hard wooden chair. In Beekland, West District, at 45 Garden Street, Rawls stood silently before the window, watching the blood-red moon hanging in the sky, when suddenly a warmth surged in his palm. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the black inverted pyramid mark manifesting in his palm, only to swiftly fade, merging into his flesh. Klein had been born. Rawls departed from the window and approached his desk, opening the drawer on the left side. Inside lay 2 engraved wooden boxes, which he carefully extracted and opened. The boxes were lined with fine white velvet, showcasing a 5-leaf clover, its veins and edges a deep crimson reminiscent of blood vessels. The larger box contained an approximately 10-centimeter-long animal horn, cloaked in a crystalline layer resembling pale amber. This was the solid horn crystal of the frenzy grass and earth rhinoceros, a primary material for sequence 8 barbarians. Having been a lawyer for over 2 years and traversing this realm for 3 months, Rawls had consumed the lawyer's potion a month and a half ago. While he had made acquaintances among ordinary people during these 2 months, his interactions with extraordinary beings had been limited to the fearsome Earl Birdmaston and the unreliable gatherings introduced by the Iron Anchor Bar owner, Ken Reister. Only a month prior had he managed to join a gathering through the son of a viscount. By the time of his second attendance, Rawls had gathered the essential materials for the barbarian advancement. Yet, he hesitated to ascend to barbarian status immediately, as he still bore a mark connected to Source Castle in his palm. He suspected that, with this mark, he might be drawn directly into Source Castle during the first tarot gathering. If he were to ascend to Sequence 8 Barbarian, that would mean 2 Sequence 8 extraordinary beings at the first tarot gathering. He worried that Klein, having just revived from a gunshot wound, might lack the spiritual strength to sustain the establishment of the tarot gathering, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, he was preoccupied with cultivating his social circle, engaging with the aristocracy and affluent individuals. With Klein's birth just over 10 days away, he resolved to consume the potion and ascend to barbarian status after the first tarot gathering. By the time of the second gathering, Klein would have transformed into a diviner, providing ample spiritual energy to fuel the tarot gathering. Glancing at his pocket watch, he noted it was already 4:30, estimating he had a few hours before the gathering commenced, allowing him a brief respite. At 6:45, Butler Augustus, dressed in a crisp white shirt paired with a black tie and waistcoat, his lower half clad in finely striped black trousers, approached the bedroom door of his employer. Rawls Adrian. He rapped gently on the door laid with brown wool felt. Tap, tap, tap. Enter. Good morning, sir. In Tianjin, West District at Iron Cross Street, Zhou Mingrue donned a faded yellow coat and a matching round-brimmed felt hat, stepping out of his apartment with a few pennies in his pocket. His left hand firmly gripped the revolver that had once punctured his temple. After completing his morning routine, Rawls slipped into a light blue morning robe selected for him by his devoted valet, Morris. Every valet must remain at the forefront of fashion, as they oversee the wardrobe of their master. The master's appearance hinges on their taste. Butler Augustus entered the bedroom, balancing a silver tray laden with breakfast. He placed the morning repast on a small table near the bed, arranging coffee, a jar of jam, bread, crispy bacon, and a small cake with precision. He retrieved a freshly ironed newspaper from beneath the tray, presenting it to his employer, Rawls, before striding to the window to draw open the curtains. Ironing the newspaper was the first task the butler undertook upon rising, as it eradicates any germs while drying the ink, ensuring the master's fingers remain unblemished while reading. Very well, you may leave now. Rawls accepted the newspaper and promptly dismissed Butler Augustus and valet Morris from the bedroom. Sitting at the small table, he set the newspaper aside, noting it was the Tarsak Times. He picked up a knife, spreading jam on his bread. Glancing sideways at the Tarsak Times, retired soldier loses control, retaliates with a firearm. Upon returning home, Zhou Mingrue extracted 4 loaves of rye bread from a paper bag. Placing one in the corner that had once housed the coal stove, one behind the dressing mirror, another atop the cupboard where 2 walls converged, and the last in a cluttered area to the right of his desk. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrue centered himself in the room, calming his nerves for a few moments before stepping forward with a solemn demeanor, moving counterclockwise around the square. After completing his circuit, he closed his eyes, awaiting the outcome. His heart a tumult of anticipation, unease, hope, and trepidation. Having finished his breakfast, Rawls locked the bedroom door and quietly studied the text of the Tarsak Times at his desk. Last night, at 11 p.m., a shooting incident occurred on Siefeng Street in the Zhouwood district, perpetrated by retired soldier Whitgod. According to police reports, the suspect had a confrontation with the victim during the day and later shot the victim in the left arm with a revolver. How intriguing. What could this mean? Zhou Mingrue looked around in astonishment, then lowered his gaze, realizing he was floating at the edge of an endless gray mist. The mist flowed like water, adorned with deep crimson stars, some large, some small, some hidden within, others floating above the surface. Observing this holographic scene, Zhou Mingrue noticed the glow of a deep crimson star flickering, half bewildered and half curious. He reached out his right hand, attempting to touch the star. As his fingertip grazed the surface of the star, a ripple surged from him, igniting the deep red in a burst akin to a dreamlike explosion of fireworks. Thus, these 2 stars shone brightly in response, leaving Zhou Mingrue feeling lightheaded and his mind scattered. Chapter 35. The Fool. In Beckland, Queens, within an opulent villa, it became evident that my father had indeed deceived me. He had always regaled me with tales of how this mirror was a treasure of the ancient Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire, an extraordinary artifact. Before Audrey could finish her words, the bronze mirror resting upon the table suddenly erupted in a deep crimson radiance, enveloping her entirely. In West District at 45 Gordon Street, the black pyramid mark re-emerged upon Rawls' palm, crimson surging forth and engulfing him. At sea near Sunia, an evidently outdated 3-masted sailing ship navigated through a tempest. We're still lacking the blood of the ghost shark, Algi whispered. At that moment, a deep crimson burst erupted between the glass vial and his palm, instantaneously submerging the surroundings. Amidst a haze of ashen white, Audrey Hall regained her vision, bewildered and terrified, glancing left and right, only to see 2 indistinct figures across from her, their forms shrouded in a similar fog. Almost simultaneously, they both noticed a mysterious individual standing not far away, enveloped in the same gray mist. The enigmatic figure, Zhou Mingrue, also appeared dumbfounded. Your Excellency, where is this? What do you wish to do? Audrey and Algi initially fell silent, taken aback, before speaking in unison. Upon hearing their words, Rawls refrained from further speech, merely scrutinizing the mysterious figure, Zhou Mingrue. After a brief silence amidst the gray mist, Zhou Mingrue made a choice between 2 fleeting thoughts in his mind: to maintain the enigmatic image perceived by Rawls and the others, and to actively guide the unfolding events, thereby extracting valuable information. An experiment. Rawls remained silent, internally mocking Klein. He truly knows how to put on a fade. To think that we were brought up here less than a minute ago, yet he could devise such a plan. Did he really never read any Dihua Flow novels in his past life? Aren't keyboard warriors usually cowards upon meeting face to face? Gazing at the indistinct faces around him, Roll mused that this was akin to online communication. Zhou Mingrui discerned that the attire should be a morning gown, typically worn upon rising or just before sleep. Something Welch had mentioned, having seen him wear it. Such garments were donned only by the affluent and the noble, as they possessed laundresses to care for these clothes. It seemed this gentleman, like the tall maiden with flowing golden hair, was either wealthy or noble. Judging by the girl's accent, she likely hailed from the noble or affluent class of Rune. However, the gentleman had yet to utter a word, leaving his origins uncertain, as well as that disheveled-haired man with a heavy accent. Was he not from Rune? Nevertheless, in this incident, they were the guests while I was the host. The sweet-voiced maiden, the composed and reserved gentleman, and the man clad in mourning attire appeared rather ethereal, tinged with a faint crimson hue, much like the three deep red stars projected upon the gray mist. This projection was grounded in the connection between oneself and the crimson, formless yet distinctly palpable. Zhou Mingrui subtly nodded, glancing at the golden-haired maiden, and softly chuckled. Contemplating the scene that followed his words, Roll couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It seemed that each subsequent tarot meeting would become a source of joy for me. However, you still haven't prepared the table and chairs. Conversing while standing is rather awkward. Roll maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, though his thoughts had already drifted far away. Audrey, perceiving no malice, breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that a gentleman capable of such wondrous feats would undoubtedly honor his promises. With her spirits somewhat calmed, she hesitated to propose her departure, her azure eyes darting about, sparkling with an unusual light. Anxious yet eager, she ventured, "This is truly a marvelous experience. I have long awaited something of this nature. I adore mystery and relish miraculous occurrences that transcend the natural. No, my point is, Your Excellency, what must I do to become extraordinary?" Suddenly, the gray mist roiled, startling both Audrey and Algi, while Roll, lost in his thoughts, was likewise taken aback. In an instant, towering stone pillars emerged around them, crowned by a vast dome above. The entire structure was grand, magnificent, and towering, resembling the legendary palace of giants. Beneath the dome, amidst the gathered gray mist, a bronze long table appeared, flanked by 10 high-backed chairs on either side, with similar seating arranged at the ends. The backs of the chairs shimmered brilliantly, cloaked in deep red, outlining bizarre constellations that did not correspond to reality. Audrey and Roll found themselves seated directly opposite each other, positioned closest to the head of the table, while Algi took his place at Roll's right. The maiden glanced left, then right, unable to restrain herself from murmuring, "This is truly astonishing. Indeed, it is quite marvelous." Roll echoed, casting a glance at Klein, who was subtly rubbing the edge of the bronze long table with his right hand. His performance experience seems slightly lacking. Perhaps his skills will greatly improve once he becomes a jester. You are from Rune, are you not? If you wish to become extraordinary, you must join the Church of the Goddess of Night, the Church of the Lord of Storms, or the Church of Steam and Machinery. Although the vast majority of individuals go their entire lives without encountering the extraordinary, leading them to doubt the church, it is worth noting that even within the major churches, many clergy share similar sentiments. Yet I can assure you, within the arbitration court, the tribunal, and the execution agency, extraordinary beings still exist, continuing to combat the dangers that thrive in the darkness, albeit in far fewer numbers than during the early Iron Age or prior. Roll hardly paid attention to Algi's words, occasionally casting glances at Klein, observing him silently engaging in those small actions. Audience, how might I obtain the formula for the audience? What must I exchange with you? The blood of a ghost shark, at least 100 milliliters of it. Audrey initially nodded with excitement, then, filled with concern, inquired if I managed to acquire it. I'm saying, if, how can I ensure you receive the ghost shark blood and that you'll provide me with the potion's formula, as well as its authenticity? Roll interjected abruptly, I believe, under the witness of this mysterious gentleman, you should both feel at ease. After speaking, he offered a slight bow to Klein, who was seated at the head of the bronze long table. May I inquire how to address you, Your Excellency? Please do not make decisions on my behalf. Or perhaps you should take charge. You only spoke one sentence earlier, and I thought you were quite composed. Yet with your second sentence, you made a decision for me. Zhou Mingrui sighed internally, still contemplating an appropriate title, when a flash of his previous divination content suddenly illuminated his mind. You may call me. He paused then. In a calm and unassuming tone, continued the fool. Chapter 36. The Emperor. You may refer to me as the fool. Roll lowered his head, internally lamenting. Is this the inevitability of fate? What then is my destiny? After several seconds of silence, Audrey rose, gently lifting her skirt, bending her knee, and bowing to Zhou Mingrue. Esteemed Mr. Fool, may I audaciously request that you serve as a witness to our transaction? It is our honor, Mr. Fool. Aljai also rose, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing deeply. Zhou Mingrue gestured for them to continue with his right hand, smiling as he spoke. You may proceed. Aljai nodded, looking towards Roll beside him, and also bowed. I extend my gratitude to this gentleman for his suggestion. Aljai was filled with curiosity towards this gentleman. Among the three individuals drawn into this place by Mr. Fool, this gentleman was as mysterious as the fool himself. Though he spoke little, his words were daring, suggesting to the powerful and enigmatic Mr. Fool an exceedingly audacious act. Or did he discern that Mr. Fool bore goodwill towards them? If so, he too must be extraordinary. Was he an audience member or a voyeur? Across the way, Audrey witnessed this scene and promptly rose to her feet, delicately lifting her skirt and bending her knees to bow to Rolls. Oh, Audrey, how could you forget to express your gratitude to the gentleman who offered this suggestion? Even Susie acknowledges those who assist her, and you, of all people, have attended etiquette classes. Ugh, what on earth is Audrey thinking? Maintaining her graceful smile, Audrey said, Thank you, sir. Why do I feel as though Algie is concocting a narrative about me? Shouldn't he be imagining something about Klein instead? It is indeed the fool who deserves our thanks. The three of them simultaneously bowed once more in gratitude towards Klein. Thank you, fool. This gentleman who made decisions for me seems quite adept, doesn't he? Observing his seamless coordination with the other two in expressing thanks. It is evident that he is engaged in such matters frequently. Zhou Mingrue remained silent, merely nodding with restrained composure. Upon seeing Audrey and Algie reseat themselves, Rolls once again inclined his body in a bow towards Zhou Mingrue. Fool, since you have agreed to witness their transaction, would you mind participating in a few more such attempts? Rolls felt that the time for delay had passed. He needed to establish the Tarot Society before Klein's spiritual support waned. Algie, composed as he listened, felt a stir in his heart and quickly added, Fool, do you not find this gathering rather intriguing? Although your power surpasses our imagination, there are realms in this world that you may not fully comprehend or excel in. The lady across from us is clearly of noble descent, and the gentleman beside me likely hails from distinguished origins as well. I possess my own unique experiences, insights, connections, and resources, and perhaps she and I can assist you in accomplishing tasks that may be inconvenient for you at certain times in the future. Fool, I believe this is an excellent proposal. As long as the gatherings become regular, there may be matters that you can delegate to us, provided they remain within our capabilities. How could Algie deduce my noble background from Audrey's accent? What exactly has he imagined about me? I certainly do not speak with an aristocratic tone. Rolls maintained his expression, continuing to gaze at Klein's table, considering that the convening and dissolution of the gathering remained under his control. Any issues that might arise would be manageable, with advantages clearly outweighing disadvantages. Zhou Mingrue swiftly made his decision. He halted his gentle tapping, and meeting 6 expectant yet anxious gazes, smiled and said, I am someone who favors equitable exchanges. I will not have you assist me unconditionally. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, I will seek solitude. After I have attempted this a few more times and clarified certain matters, perhaps you will be able to take leave early without worrying about being in unsuitable circumstances. Shall we then adopt code names for ourselves, as we cannot communicate using our real names? Before Algie could respond, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Although my true circumstances may not evade the fool's discernment, I must ensure that the two gentlemen opposite do not learn of my situation, particularly that blue-haired one. I sense he is dangerous. Audrey immediately began to think, pondering out loud. You are the fool, derived from the tarot cards. As this is to be a regular, long-term, and secret gathering, our title should maintain consistency. I shall also select from the tarot cards. Her tone gradually became more cheerful. I've decided. My title shall be Justice. This is one of the 22 major arcana. And what about you gentlemen? Audrey inquired with a cheerful gaze directed at her companions. Algie frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. The Hangman. That is another major arcana. Rolls had already made his decision prior. The Emperor. A card symbolizing dominion. Audrey and Algie exchanged glances, recognizing that the title of emperor, both in name and significance, far surpassed that of justice and the hangman. Sir Emperor, are you a member of royalty? Yet I have not seen anyone resembling that at the banquet. Could he belong to the Vassic royal family or the Phenobot royal family? The emperor, he indeed hails from distinguished origins. Is he an Augustus or a Castilian? The hanged man, Algie Wilson, scrutinized Rolls closely. Although he could not discern his appearance, he was certain that the emperor was not from Vassic. Klein endeavored to maintain a neutral expression, but internally he felt uneasy. Did this gentleman choose a card at random, or does it hold significance? Furthermore, Rolls' choice of the emperor was strategic. This card could establish a connection with the Black Emperor and the lawyer, and the Lord of the Mysteries. The codenames of Tarot Society members were often intertwined with their destinies. He dared not select carelessly, for entanglement in another's fate could prove perilous. Noticing that both Audrey and Algie were looking at him, and even Klein was observing him with an ambiguous gaze, Rolls refrained from further explanation, fearing that elaborating would only complicate matters. Hangman, you have yet to inform Justice how she should procure the blood of the ghost shark. Chapter 37. The Wickgold Incident. The hangman, Algie, paused, realizing that the emperor did not wish to elucidate this matter, and then turned to Audrey. If you can acquire the ghost shark's blood, send someone to the Warriors and Sea Bar on Pelican Street in the White Rose district of Preeyes Harbor. Inform the owner, Williams, that this is what the captain requires. Once I confirm, you must decide whether to send me the address for the potion's recipe or have me tell you directly here. Audrey no longer looked at Rolls, pondering for a moment before smiling and saying, I will choose the more discreet method. Right here, though, will test my memory. Since the fool has agreed to witness the transaction, it indicates that there will be future gatherings of a similar nature. However, the gathering should also have a name, right? Respected fool, since our titles are derived from the tarot cards, let us name our gathering the Tarot Society. Zhou Mingrue felt a sense of exasperation. Justice, have you too been influenced by the emperor? He has only spoken a few words, yet you have also taken it upon yourself to make decisions for me? Nevertheless, he merely nodded in agreement with Audrey's suggestion, believing that the name Tarot Society was quite fitting. Very well. Then we shall consider ourselves the founding members of the Tarot Society, Audrey exclaimed joyfully, then glanced a bit timidly at Zhou Mingrue, shrouded in gray-white mist. Is that acceptable? Fool! Zhou Mingrue chuckled and shook his head. Such trifles, you may decide for yourselves. Thank you, Audrey replied, clearly elated. She then turned to Algie. Hangman, could you repeat the address once more? I fear my memory may not be sufficiently sharp. No problem, Algie responded, satisfied with Audrey's earnestness, and reiterated the address. At this moment, Zhou Mingrue felt an intensifying headache, sensing that his intangible connection with the Crimson Star and the gray-white mist was beginning to waver. All right, let us conclude today's gathering here, he decisively announced in a low voice. As you wish, Algie bowed his head in acquiescence. Rolls similarly nodded in agreement. As you wish. As you wish, Audrey mimicked the hangman and the emperor. She had so many questions and thoughts, reluctant to see it end. Zhou Mingrue, while severing the connection, smiled and said, let us look forward to the next gathering. In less than a second, the projection shattered, and the gray mist fell silent once more. Only the ignorant can be fearless. Having witnessed such marvelous events and learned of extraordinary realms and mysterious worlds, Zhou Mingrue dared not recklessly attempt the transmutation rituals of ancient Vassic and rune languages. Who knows what other circumstances may arise, perhaps even more bizarre and terrifying, rendering life more unbearable than death. At the very least, he must possess a deep understanding of mysticism before attempting such things, Zhou Mingrue thought with resignation. Fortunately, the so-called gatherings could offer him assistance. In another moment of silence, he murmured to himself, filled with emotions of frustration, loss, pain, and melancholy. From this moment forth, I am Klein. The howling winds roared, and torrential rain poured down as the three-masted sailboat surged between towering waves, akin to a toy tossed and caught by a giant. The deep crimson hue in Algie Wilson's eyes faded, revealing that he remained standing on the deck, unchanged from before. Then, he beheld the peculiar glass vial in his hand shatter with a crack, its frosty contents melting into the raindrops. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, this ancient curiosity vanished without a trace. A hexagonal, crystalline snowflake materialized in Algie's palm, only to quickly fade away until it was no longer visible, as though it had been absorbed into his very flesh. In the capital of the Rune Kingdom, Beekland, within the Queen's District, Audrey Hall pinched her cheek, unable to believe the ordeal she had just encountered. Lowering her gaze, Audrey noticed a deep crimson flow on the back of her hand, resembling a starry tattoo. The crimson gradually dimmed, eventually disappearing beneath her skin. Gazing into the shattered, ancient bronze mirror before her, a glimmer of cunning sparked in her eyes. "Susie, you shall be the one." In the West District at 45 Gadon Street, although the black inverted pyramid mark in Rawls' palm had once again faded, he could still feel its presence concealed within, ready to resurface with a mere mental nudge. Observing the newspaper on the dining table, Rawls stepped out of his bedroom and summoned the butler, personal valet, and chamber servant with a bell. Prior to attending the tarot gathering, Rawls had instructed the staff that no one was to ascend the stairs without his summons. Shortly thereafter, butler Auguste, accompanied by the chamber servant and personal valet, Morris, ascended the stairs. Rawls handed the newspaper to the butler and commanded, "Investigate the matter concerning Mr. Widergard. Preliminary findings are already available." "Oh." Rawls glanced at butler Auguste. Having known from their first meeting that he was a lawyer, however, after becoming Rawls' butler, he had remained dutifully compliant. Through his connections, Rawls had befriended numerous retired military officers and conservatives, though he had also expended considerable funds on various charitable endeavors. Butler Auguste stood calmly, acutely aware of Rawls' initial wariness towards him. Yet, as he forged relationships with many retired officers and conservative figures, that wariness began to dissipate. Nevertheless, he understood that such caution could resurface, though the reasons eluded him. A butler must earn the trust of his master. Otherwise, it becomes challenging to maintain authority and status before the other servants. Yet he had never found an opening until today when he saw the news article in the newspaper, recognizing it as his opportunity. Thus, he placed the article about Mr. Widergard atop the stack and dispatched someone to investigate the matter. "Follow me to the study," Rawls instructed, waving a hand at Morris. "Morris, prepare a cup of Queen's black tea," he added, gesturing for his chamber servant to tidy the room. Butler Auguste led the way, opening the door to the study for Rawls. Upon entering, Rawls settled into a beautifully carved chair draped with a feather cushion in front of the bookshelf. Butler Auguste closed the study door, approached the window, and drew back the curtains to allow the sunlight of late June to flood the room. Standing before Rawls, Butler Auguste slightly bowed, delivering the police report. According to the Hillsdon Police Department, at 11 p.m. last night, patrolling officers in the vicinity of Snow Inn Street in the Jowood district heard gunshots. Upon arrival, they found Widergard holding a revolver aimed at the victim, who had sustained an injury to his left arm. The patrol officers immediately drew their own weapons, instructing Widergard to surrender. He discarded the revolver and was subsequently taken into custody by the patrol officers, while the victim was rushed to the hospital. Beekland, the capital of the Rune Kingdom, spans a vast area with nearly 20 districts and a population of over 5 million. In addition to the Beekland Police Headquarters located on the outskirts of the Queen's District, police stations have been established throughout various regions, with the Surston Police Station in the Hillsdon District being the largest. The Surston Police Station operates independently of the Beekland Police Headquarters and is specifically responsible for the economically pivotal Hillsdon District, resulting in a larger and more competent police force. However, this has incited discontent among the residents of Jowood District. Jowood is home to a multitude of small businesses and residences, with a significant middle-class population. They had previously staged protests demanding that the Minister of Police either increase the number of officers at the Jowood Police Station or reassign certain areas of Jowood for protection by the Surston Police Station. At that time, the police system had just been established, and the beleaguered minister had no choice but to reallocate some areas of Jowood to the Surston Police Station for protection. Thus, while Snow Inn Street, where Widergard resided, technically belonged to Jowood District, the case was handled by the Surston Police Station. "What are the results of your investigation?" asked Butler Auguste, referring to the newspaper that had published little more than the victim's name. "Oh, how peculiar," Rawls mused, stroking his chin. "Ordinarily, the details of the case should be clear-cut. If that were the case, Rawls could merely mount a guilty defense for Widergard. He could not invoke extraordinary powers to secure a not guilty verdict from the judge and jury, as that would easily draw the attention of official extraordinary agents. What is the name of the victim?" "Lancé Nozick." Rawls raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards Butler Auguste. "The Nozick of the New Party?" The reference to the New Party's leader, Martin Nozick, who enjoys the backing of numerous bankers, tycoons, and mine owners in the Hillsdon District, was clear. Especially following the repeal of the Corn Laws, the New Party's prominence had surged, with Martin Nozik's name frequently appearing in the economic sections of various newspapers. Indeed, Rawls had initially suspected retaliation. He had visited the Clag Club the previous day, where Weidergaard had clashed with the son of a new party leader, only to be arrested later that night for gun violence. Such coincidences seemed improbable. Yet, the injured party turned out to be none other than Lancer Nozick, the son of Martin Nozick, one of the new party's leaders. Even if it was a case of retaliation, it was highly unusual for the perpetrator to confront the victim directly, and the lack of detailed reporting on the case suggested something amiss. With a snap of his fingers, Rawls instructed, first, notify the Disabled Soldiers Relief Association and the Clag Club. Then, contact the heads of several retired officers' clubs, and have lawyer Jurgen from the office accompany them to the Surston police station to see if they can secure Weidergaard's release. If that fails, ensure Jurgen at least meets Weidergaard. The Disabled Soldiers Relief Association was an organization Rawls had joined under Butler Auguste's guidance, primarily focused on aiding disabled veterans in finding employment and providing support for their families. Gun violence constituted a serious crime, and the police station might be reluctant to grant bail. The Surston police station operates independently of the B-Clan police headquarters and reports directly to the Minister of Police. However, the bankers supporting Martin Nozick could exert pressure on it. If such a situation arose, the police might not even allow a lawyer to meet with Weidergaard. Consequently, the isolated Weidergaard would likely be unable to escape this predicament, prompting Rawls to have Auguste contact the Disabled Soldiers Relief Association and the retired officers' clubs. As for the Clag Club, where Weidergaard worked, gun violence was a grave offense, and a lawyer alone would not suffice. With no family to advocate for him, it would be up to the club to intervene. Understood, sir. Also, inform the press that the victim is Lancer Nozick. After all, victims typically undergo interviews with journalists. A smile graced Rawls' face, for leveraging public opinion is also a lawyer's code of conduct. I will contact reporters from major newspapers to arrange interviews with Lancer Nozick. No, and also with Martin Nozick. Let the reporters keep a watchful eye on him. He must not be allowed to meet with those individuals from the Hillsdon district. Very well. Sir, do you have any other suggestions? Rawls regarded his butler, Auguste, and given his actions today, he should indeed have some advice to offer. I propose we send the newspapers along with the victim's information to several noble members of the Conservative Party. Snap. Rawls snapped his fingers again, instructing go ahead. If we can leverage Lancer Nozick to undermine Martinizic, the ascent of the new party would naturally be thwarted, thereby placing him squarely within the purview of those conservative magnates. Rawls did not aspire to become a politician governing Rouen. Even after King George III failed ascension to the Black Emperor, the royal family would never permit a non-noble, non-royal individual to preside over Rouen. His ambition was to become either the prime minister or an advisor to a prominent conservative figure, akin to how Klein established the civil service examination system through Audrey. Rawls aimed to influence these magnates to govern Rouen, thereby preparing himself for the future. It was not merely Rawls's desire, regardless of whether he pursued the path of the Black Emperor or the adjacent path of the Judge. Anyone above Sequence 2 was either an emperor or a ruler. Additionally, given that both paths were intricately linked to the rules, he had no choice but to press on. He could not afford to wait until he ascended to a higher sequence to play a role, as time was of the essence, and no nation would allow a powerful individual of high sequence to meddle in its domestic affairs. Rawls hoped that subsequent ascensions would not be so cumbersome. Otherwise, given his current circumstances and preparations, achieving divinity seemed utterly unattainable, with even Sequence 2 presenting significant challenges. Just look at the King of the Five Seas, Nast, who is at least 160 years old and still trapped at Sequence 3 as a frenzied mage. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound at the door. Enter. Rawls's personal valet, Morris, stepped inside, bearing a silver tray upon which rested a glass of sweet iced tea. Rawls took the tea, sipping it thoughtfully. Is the room prepared? Tratt has completed the arrangements. Very well, you may go downstairs. During the day, the personal valet was required to accompany his master at all times. Even during his master's midday rest, he would merely wait outside the bedroom. By sending Morris downstairs, Rawls signified that, without permission, no servants or the butler were to ascend. Rawls intended to concoct a potion and prepare for his ascension to Barbarian. Yes. Chapter 39, Barbarian. Rawls retrieved a wooden box containing frenzied grass and a solid horn crystal from the earth rhinoceros from his bedroom, proceeding to the room across from his study, which had been transformed into a rudimentary chemistry laboratory. 100 milliliters of spirits, 10 milliliters of pure dew extracted from willow bark. Next, 1 sprig of lemon balm and a deep wrinkled walnut. Following the sequence of auxiliary to principal, Rawls began to brew the barbarian potion. He had experimented with the auxiliary materials numerous times, thus swiftly completing the initial portion of the potion. Gazing at the liquid in the beaker that shimmered with a green luminescence, even though he had prepared the auxiliary materials several times, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Sighing, he tossed the frenzied grass into the liquid, staining it with a hint of crimson, before adding the solid horn crystal of the earth, rhinoceros. A wisp of ethereal gas surged from above the beaker, only to be absorbed back into the liquid. Observing that the liquid within the beaker no longer changed, Rawls poured its contents into another glass. The prepared potion was viscous, with strands of blood, red, occasionally surfacing against the gray. Holding the cup filled with the potion, Rawls seated himself in a nearby chair, striving to calm his nerves. Once composed, he tilted his head back and drank down the barbarian potion. Gulp, gulp. Although the potion had cooled, it coursed down his throat with a searing sensation, making him feel as though he had swallowed boiling water. As the heat receded, a tearing sensation engulfed his body, as if countless blades were scraping against his skin, muscles, veins, and marrow. Rawls bit down on the collar of his morning robe, fearful that he might cry out in agony. This agonizing sensation arrived suddenly and dissipated just as swiftly. In mere seconds, he was drenched in sweat. Even the morning robe he wore was soaked. Exhaling deeply, Rawls stood up, blinking as he perceived himself to be a few centimeters taller. He rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and the muscles and veins in his arms bulged, glistening with a sheen of sweat. Previously, Rawls had been devoid of physical activity. Having only recently resumed exercise over the past 2 months, his physique could only be described as healthy, far from robust. In the past, the most he could display when exerting himself was the faint outline of his biceps and triceps. Now, merely clenching his fists, the muscles in his forearms were visibly defined. Sighing, he reflected on how fortunate he was to be in Ruin during this era of tailored suits and steam, where he would not expose his arms. Otherwise, he would be unable to venture outside in the short term. Looking in the full-length mirror, he noted that his appearance had not changed drastically, apart from his height, which had indeed increased by 2 centimeters, now reaching 1 meter 80. However, his drenched state and the bite mark on the collar of his morning robe rendered Rawls's reflection somewhat peculiar, as if he had undergone some ordeal. After bathing, Rawls donned a shirt adorned with decorative pleats at the chest, layered beneath a black waistcoat. He had just begun to explore the barbarian's abilities, which had significantly augmented his strength. The chair in his study, crafted from ironwood, likely weighed close to 20 pounds, approximately equivalent to 20 gene in his previous life. Yet, in Rawls's hands, it felt no heavier than wielding a cane, leading him to contemplate whether he should replace his cane with one made of ironwood for enhanced safety when venturing out. Naturally, to match his newfound strength, his muscles had become somewhat pronounced, though his overall physique had not undergone significant alteration. However, the somewhat constricting shirt he wore was uncomfortable, even instilling a desire to tear it asunder. Rawls understood that this discomfort stemmed from the effects of the barbarian potion within the confines of the metropolis. Even the sensation of restriction from a shirt could make the newly transformed Rawls feel uneasy, yearning to break free from such constraints. In addition to the increase in strength and physicality, Rawls's mental resilience had also seen considerable enhancement, rendering most mental influences of Sequence 8 ineffective against him. He speculated that even the mental piercing and torturous whips of a Sequence 7 interrogator would not pose significant harm to a barbarian. Unlike the unbearable effects experienced from Sequence 8's clown, Klein, the lawyer and arbitrator, 2 adjacent sequences, were indeed a tale of love and rivalry. This enhancement in mental fortitude also sharpened his instincts. Though within the confines of civilization, this bore little significance. Only in chaotic and primal locales would his instincts truly flourish. While the constraints of rules would subject Rawls to constant sensations of pressure and danger. Additionally, there were 2 abilities Rawls could actively deploy. One was a roar capable of momentarily intimidating an opponent's psyche, potentially causing some timid individuals to lose consciousness. Though he had yet to test this. The final ability was Frenzy, which significantly amplified all his capabilities, albeit at the cost of diminished instinct and mental resistance. This too remained untested. At noon, following his meal, Butler Auguste entered the dining room. Observing his presence, Rawls casually wiped his mouth with a napkin and downed the remainder of his drink in one gulp. He had not previously indulged in alcohol at lunchtime, But now he did so to align with the persona of a barbarian. So, has the individual been released on bail? Butler Auguste bowed slightly. No. The police are quite resolute, believing that Mr. God has committed a serious crime and will not grant bail. Rawls furrowed his brow, though he was not particularly surprised. He had not held out much hope for Vic God's release on bail, merely attempting it as a long shot. If successful, splendid. If not, so be it. Has Jurgen seen him? No. After a moment of inquiry, Rawls burst into laughter. Ha ha! It seems Nozick has indeed taken action. It is quite commonplace for individuals to be denied bail, even if the matter is escalated to the Minister of Police and the Prime Minister. The police department remains justified in its actions. However, the refusal to grant access to legal counsel is utterly excessive. Mr. Viet Gao, being a disabled veteran who retired due to injury, is accused merely of the serious crime of firearm assault. While it is indeed a grave offense, such incidents frequently occur in this era and within this world. In the East End, Docklands, and working-class areas, numerous gangsters illegally wield firearms, resorting to violence or even drawing guns at the slightest provocation. What do the leaders of associations and clubs have to say? Both officials have lodged protests, yet the senior police officer who attended to them exhibited a resolute demeanor, insisting that legal counsel would not be permitted to meet with Mr. Gao until the investigation is thoroughly completed. By that time, it may be too late. It would be a wonder if Mr. Viet Gao even lives to see his lawyer. The police system has only been in place for a few decades, and current officers are, at best, slightly better than the former constables who colluded with criminals. But not by much. Chapter 40, Count Wolf. The protest from the Disabled Soldiers Relief Association will likely have little impact on the Surston Police Department. The Retired Officers Club might exert a bit more influence, albeit somewhat tenuously, yet it is sufficient to apply pressure on the Surston Police. Retired officers lack military power, but they possess significant sway, with some even belonging to the nobility, and many active-duty officers frequently visit the club. Rawls tapped his fingers on the table, glancing at his butler, Auguste. What news from the newspapers and journalists? The Bakeland Evening News will publish the story of Lancer Nozick this afternoon, while the rest of the papers have promised to feature it tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, reporters from the major newspapers have already gone to interview Lancer Nozick and Martinizick. Rawls felt reassured by this. The wealthy merchants of Surston remain entrenched in finance and mining and are not particularly concerned with the media, much less with the plight of the isolated Viet Gao. However, with the Disabled Soldiers Relief Association and the Retired Officers Club protesting together, the Surston police will undoubtedly need to connect with the affluent individuals behind the scenes. Otherwise, they would struggle to withstand the pressure from the retired officers. Yet, with Martinizick under scrutiny from reporters, it would be challenging for him to liaise with the Surston officials, and to maintain his position, he must appear impartial. Furthermore, once the Conservative Party becomes aware, they will not easily relinquish this opportunity to undermine the new party's momentum, placing Martin in an even more precarious position. Therefore, Rawls had but one course of action: to delay. As long as he ensured Mr. Gao's safety, he could deftly redirect the focus from the transgressions of the Surston police to the actions of Member of Parliament Nozick. Where are the leaders of the associations and clubs? The butler, Auguste, pondered briefly before hesitantly responding. Rawls continued without hesitation. You must contact them. No, you shall do so personally. Urge them to accompany lawyer Jurgen to appeal before Judge Deville. It must be done swiftly. Deville is a magistrate appointed directly by King George III, but he does not serve in the traditional capacity of adjudicating cases. Instead, he oversees policing matters, possessing the authority to issue directives to the police and to monitor for any dereliction of duty or abuse of power. Understood. If they wish to wait until tomorrow to appeal, inform them it will be too late. Mr. Viet Gao may encounter unforeseen peril. Also, convey this to Judge Deville. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. His decision was tinged with speculation. It seemed somewhat lacking in humanity. The leaders of the associations and clubs might not adhere to Rawls' wishes. Thus, he tasked his butler with making contact, believing it best if he himself were to intervene. However, to ensure the case remained his own and to prevent Nozick from exploiting any opportunities, he needed to minimize his presence until the case reached judgment. Rawls exhaled deeply. Despite the ambiguity of the situation, his familiarity with Mr. Gao, coupled with the Surston police's unyielding stance, led him to conclude that this matter was far more complex than the report suggested. He rose and addressed his personal servant, Morris, who stood nearby. I typically do not indulge in afternoon naps, yet after a sleepless night, I have only managed a few hours of rest. This morning, I consumed a potent stimulant, and as its effects wane, fatigue surges within me. I am not an insomniac. I require but 3 to 4 hours of repose each day. I need to rest. For this evening, I must venture into the east and to seek opportunities to test my abilities. Yes, sir. In a luxurious villa in the Queen S district, Count Wolf was enjoying a cigar, the smoke swirling around him, rendering his visage partially obscured. Occasionally, his face would emerge from the haze, marked by a frown, furrowed brows, and creased forehead, his meticulously groomed mustache now betraying a hint of grimness. Should we consider selling more land? Count Wolf inquired, facing an elegant woman. Though her face bore exquisite makeup, the wrinkles around her eyes betrayed her age. She was Countess Korea Wolf. Absolutely not. The Count withdrew the cigar from his mouth, revealing a distinct countenance, a long, oval face akin to that of many of his fellow countrymen. How much land have we already sold? 840,000 acres. And how much have we received in return? 290,000 pounds. But if we cease selling land, what then? Simply host fewer balls. Count Wolf shot a vexed glance at his wife, whose weekly soirees drained their finances amidst the swirling dances and clinking glasses. The Countess turned her head in irritation, refusing to look at her husband. Count Wolf sighed and resumed his cigar. In truth, for him and his family, 290,000 pounds could sustain them for a year or two. Yet what then? With the repeal of the corn laws, land has lost its value. Grain is no longer precious, and farmers have been driven into factories, becoming laborers. This has nearly severed the economic lifeline of the Count Wolf family. This year they could sell land, but what would they sell next year? After selling the land, would they still retain their title? It seems imperative to shift the family's economic focus to another industry. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room, further aggravating Count Wolf's already simmering anger. Enter. The door swung open, revealing a young man resembling Count Wolf to some degree. Father, mother, good afternoon. Upon seeing his most wayward youngest son, Todd, Count Wolf exclaimed in ire. Todd, do you not realize I am in the midst of a discussion with your mother? What did your etiquette instructor teach you? Todd Wolf, aged 15 and still a minor, was at that unruly age. Todd, do you have something of significance to convey? Countess Korea turned her head, adopting a stern expression. She usually doted on her youngest son, but today, with her husband in a foul mood, she felt compelled to intervene. As for Todd's potential news, she held little hope. She knew her son well enough to understand that the more excited he appeared, the less likely it was to be of any true importance. Often mere rumors he had overheard, which he would eagerly share with everyone around him. Martin Noziquet, l'ancien Nozique, has been embroiled in a shooting incident. What? Chapter 41. Not you, yet you are. Martinezic's son, Lancer Nozick, has been embroiled in a shooting incident. What? Count Wolf and Countess Korea exclaimed in unison. The Countess furrowed her brow, beckoning to her youngest son, Todd. Where did you hear this news? Todd's remarks this time were undeniably excessive. Nozick was the political adversary of his own husband. Yet if Count Wolf's youngest son were to fabricate lies about Nozick, it would bring utter disgrace upon the Wolf family. Todd raised the newspaper in his hand, responding with a smile. It was published in the paper. Which newspaper? Show it to me. Count Wolf extended his hand. He had perused several newspapers that day. If Nozick's son had indeed been embroiled in a shooting incident, it would be impossible for it to go unreported. It's the Tarsak Times. Upon witnessing his father's stern expression, Todd's previously jubilant demeanor vanished in an instant, and he trembled as he handed the newspaper to Count Wolf. The Tarsak Times? Count Wolf furrowed his brow as he took the paper. He had read it that morning. Had he perhaps overlooked something? A retired soldier lost control and retaliated with malicious intent. He recalled reading this article, and, at the time, it had not stirred any particular thoughts, merely a retired soldier. Many veterans suffer from various mental ailments due to the war, and besides, no one had died, had they? Count Wolf forcefully closed the newspaper with a resounding snap. Where's Lancer Nozick's name? Lady Karya, Count Wolf's wife, looked helplessly at her youngest son. She could offer no salvation for Todd. Todd lowered his head and murmured, the person who was shot and wounded is Lancer Nozick. Count Wolf frowned and reopened the newspaper, only to set it down once more. It does not specify who was injured. How do you know? Todd's head sank lower, his voice barely a whisper. Someone informed me. Which of your friends was it? Lady Karya wished fervently to expel all of her youngest son's companions. It was brought by Rawls Adrian's butler. Who is that? Lady Karya had never heard of this name. Count Wolf waved his hand, signaling for mother and son to be silent. He was familiar with Rawls. the youngest barrister from Beckland, who had recently leveraged the connections of the former Viscount Burton's butler, August, to participate in numerous charitable endeavors for injured soldiers and their families. The Earl of Levet held him in high regard. Rawls would not deceive his youngest son. This newspaper and the news were indeed intended for him. One could only hope that this news was true. Then Nozick's expression would surely be one of dismay. No, Rawls had no need to act in such a manner. To become the youngest barrister, one must possess considerable intelligence, and he would not be so foolish as to approach Todd for such trivial matters. What else did he convey besides the fact that Nozick's son was injured? Todd raised his head, as if recollecting something. He added that representatives from the Soldiers' Aid Association and the Veterans Club had accompanied a lawyer, but the Hillsdon Police Department had not permitted the lawyer to meet with Vito. So they went to seek Judge Devereux instead. It was Vito Gold. Count Wolfe shot his son another glare before striding out of the study. The personnel at the Hillsdon Police Department, under pressure, were preventing lawyers from meeting Vito Gold. There must certainly be something amiss. Martin Nozick, I hope it is you. If not you, then it must be you. In the Queens District, on West Silas Street, stood the Beckland Police Department, referred to as West Silas Hall, which oversaw all police departments in Beckland, except for Hillsdon. It was an exceptionally large institution, naturally frequented by a multitude of individuals. Claude, the representative from the Veterans Club, was a tall man, around 30 years of age, while Hilda, the representative from the Soldiers' Aid Association, was a woman in her 40s, possessing a gentle demeanor. Yet she could occasionally adopt a stern expression to reprimand some irate disabled soldiers. However, all members of the association held her in high esteem. At that moment, Hilda's countenance had hardened, her face adorned with a layer of cold frost as she gazed icily at a burly senior inspector, while the towering Claude spoke softly and persuasively to the senior officer. Our matter is urgent. That cannot be. You failed to apply in advance, and thus cannot meet with Judge Devereux. The burly senior inspector shook his head. Many individuals sought to report police misconduct to Judge Devereux. One must first schedule an appointment or submit a report, after which the judge would decide whether to grant meeting. After all, some officers or sergeants commit minor errors that do not warrant the judge's intervention. The butler, August, hurriedly approached lawyer Jurgen. Are you not allowed in? August had just delivered the newspaper and news to Count Wolfe's youngest son, Todd Wolfe. Earlier that morning, in passing along the information, he had merely consulted a few small aristocrats supportive of the Conservative Party and had not disseminated the news to the Wolfe family. Count Wolfe did not circulate within Rawls' social circle, and at that time, it was only known that Lancer Nozick had been injured in the shooting. This information hardly warranted reporting to account, as it would merely diminish the reputation of the Adrian family. However, after the morning's developments, the case presented even more uncertainties, and the Hillsdon Police Department's rigid stance indicated to August that it was time to involve a more prominent noble. Thus, after successfully persuading the representatives of the association and club to meet with Judge Devereux, he hastily sought out Count Wolfe's youngest son, Todd, to use him as a conduit to relay the information to Count Wolfe. Count Wolfe had sustained grievous losses following the repeal of the Corn Laws. Having sold off a staggering 840,000 acres of rural land just yesterday, it was rumored he had received less than 300,000 for it. Consequently, he harbored deep dissatisfaction toward the new party that had clandestinely instigated the repeal of the Corn Laws, particularly toward the new party's ostentatious leader. Jurgen, in his 20s, remained tightly wrapped in a three-piece suit despite the increasingly sweltering weather, continually embodying the fundamental qualities of a professional senior solicitor. Barring unforeseen circumstances, in a few years, he would gain admission to one of the 4 major law schools and, after several years of study, would ascend to the status of barrister. This was the sole pathway from solicitor to barrister. Hilda approached, her expression stern as she regarded Butler August. Mr. August, where's Mr. Adrian? Is he not coming? Hilda's demeanor softened slightly as she gestured for August to take charge. Then it falls to you. Very well. Butler August stepped before the senior inspector and cleared his throat. This inspector, we wish to report the Hillsdon Police Department for abuse of power. Chapter 42, Judge Devereux. The burly senior inspector initially paused in surprise before questioning. The Hillsdon Police Department? August nodded. Indeed. The burly senior inspector hesitated for a moment. Please wait here while I consult with Judge Devereux. Claude offered a wry smile to August, while Hilda's icy demeanor melted, replaced by a smile once more. I did not anticipate the relationship between the Hillsdon Police Department and West Silas Hall had deteriorated to such an extent. Claude had not previously mentioned the Hillsdon Police Department. He approached August, limping slightly even with the assistance of a cane. You have been engaged in battle against the Farsak Empire on the East Byline coast. These matters are not worth your concern. August's praise for Claude was not insincere. Claude had performed admirably in the conflict against the Farsak Empire. Else he would not have become one of the leaders of the Veterans Club, despite his injury and limp. After all, the Veterans Club comprised individuals of considerable influence. And if its leader were a lame man, he would either have a significant background or substantial achievements. Claude belonged to the latter category. The Hillsdon Police Department was situated in Beckland, yet was not under the jurisdiction of West Silas Hall. Discord and even conflict between them were inevitable. Prior to his retirement, due to injury, Claude had been a commander in the Royal Navy of Run. Understanding such matters was simply a matter of common sense. Not only is there discord between the West Villas and the Hillsdon Police Department, but the four magistrates also harbor some dissatisfaction towards the latter, albeit they have yet to find an opportunity to express it. Mr. August, the steward who has resided in Beckland for many years, possesses a deeper understanding of the underlying conflicts. Over the years, particularly during the implementation of the Corn Laws, the Conservatives nearly suffocated the new party, yet the latter persistently endeavored to undermine conservative influence. When the police system was established over a decade ago, it was only natural for the Beckland police to assume responsibility for maintaining order in all regions of Beckland, but the new party vehemently opposed this. Members of the new party firmly believed that Hillsdon, as the economic heart of the kingdom, necessitated enhanced security measures, which led to the independence of the Hillsdon police from West Villas. This independence has left the four magistrates overseeing the Beckland police deeply dissatisfied. Although the Hillsdon police still falls under their supervision, the support of the new party and the Hillsdon district renders it considerably challenging for them to manage. The recent misconduct by the Hillsdon police has collided with the long-standing grievances of the magistrates, compounded by the substantial losses incurred by conservative supporters, which is likely to result in severe repercussions for the Hillsdon police. Would Mr. Nozick truly take action against Mr. Goad? Miss Hilda harbored some doubts. She found Mr. Rawls' suggestion rather perplexing, yet she came for Mr. Goad's safety. However, being barred from entry, with Mr. Rawls absent and Mr. August nowhere to be seen, only a minor solicitor remained. Mr. Goad merely harbored suspicions, akin to what Emperor Russell once articulated: fear not the 1 in 10,000, but rather the 1 in a million. Should the Hillsdon police permit a lawyer to meet Mr. Goad, we would naturally not entertain such thoughts or actions. Mr. Adrian's suspicions were indeed valid. We cannot dismiss such possibilities, especially given the police's tarnished reputation. Claude lowered his voice as he uttered the last statement, being within the Beckland police headquarters. Any eavesdropping would certainly be undesirable. Of course, having once served as a naval lieutenant, he could not help but scorn the police of this era. The full title of a navy is the Royal Navy of the Kingdom of Rune, a domain reserved for the nobility. Each noble family could boast of having their progeny in the navy, as exemplified by the two brothers of Count Levitt, one serving as the supreme commander of the navy of Sania, and the other as the governor of Elvira, who had previously held the rank of naval captain. It was said that the kingdom's first ironclad warship commenced service today, and I sincerely apologize for troubling you with this matter. Steward August refrained from engaging in this topic, recognizing certain matters were beyond his purview, as this could invite trouble for his master, thus redirecting the conversation to the newly commissioned ironclad. A flush of excitement crept across Claude's face, tinged with a hint of yearning. Its name is the prize bestowed by His Majesty the King. Miss Hilda chimed in, with the ironclad. The Royal Navy should be able to vanquish those pirate generals, the kings of the seas, correct? She had encountered General Blatov Ivan while attending to disabled soldiers. Had it not been for the escort fleet, he might not have escaped with his life. Had he not been injured, given his military accomplishments and experience in naval warfare, the prospects for the captaincy of the prize would have been dim, yet the position of first mate still held promise. The battlefield is not so accommodating, Miss Hilda remarked coolly. Having witnessed countless disabled soldiers, even if they displayed valor in battle, they often appeared cowardly in life. Alas, both Steward August and Claude understood the brutality of the battlefield, letting out a collective sigh. A burly inspector approached, his tone tinged with excitement. Magistrate de Will wishes to see you. Come along. Mr. Claude, leaning on his cane, limped forward, while Miss Hilda shook her head at Claude's figure before following suit, accompanied by the silent lawyer Jurgen. Are you not coming in? The burly inspector regarded the graying August with a puzzled expression, grateful for the steward's assistance. had it not been for his insightful comment. He would not have reported to Magistrate DeWill. Had the others in the police station been aware, he would surely have faced reprimand, possibly even disciplinary action. This highlights the magnitude of the conflict between West Villas and the Hillsdon police. No, I shall remain outside. I trust Magistrate DeWill will handle matters justly. The steward waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Meanwhile, Mr. Claude, Miss Hilda, and Lawyer Jurgen had arrived at Magistrate DeWill's office. DeWill rose from behind his desk, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Mr. Claude. Are you the ones intending to report the Hillsdon police? Chapter 43. Party Strife. Mr. Rawls had not slept long. As a barbarian, he possessed an extraordinary level of energy. He donned a morning robe, preferring its loose fit over the constricting confines of a dress shirt. Standing in his bedroom, he mimicked boxing matches he had observed in his past life, throwing hooks and jabs with casual abandon. The loose fabric of his morning robe rustled against his fists, creating a whooshing sound as it met the air. Mr. Rawls shook his head. Even in a loose morning robe, he felt a sense of constraint while throwing punches. Had he been in formal attire, he feared he would have torn his clothes within moments, leaving him resembling a beggar. It seemed prudent to prepare several loose garments, though barbarians typically shunned clothing. Reflecting on the exposed muscles depicted in past life games, where only the vital parts were armored, Mr. Rawls found it amusing to envision himself, a distinguished lawyer, engaging in fisticuffs with an opponent. Better to procure a sturdy ironwood cane, elegant by day, formidable in conflict. He planned to visit the dock area that night, requesting Uncle Ken to procure a heavier weapon. An ironwood cane weighing only 4 or 5 pounds would suffice for daily use. Yet he required something heftier for his nighttime escapades. For him, embodying a barbarian proved most challenging. In his daily life, he was a prominent lawyer, mingling with nobles and affluent individuals, leaving little room for such portrayals. The only method he could conceive involved traversing the chaotic Eastern District and dock area by night, where a barbarian might wield his fists against the law. In truth, the lawyer's path is not inherently suited for decisive strikes, lacking in raw offensive capabilities, particularly before the demigod stage, yet replete with auxiliary combat skills, bribery, distortion, corruption, chaos, all aplenty. Thus, the optimal strategy for an extraordinary lawyer in combat is to prolong the engagement. The longer the battle endures, the more the enemy weakens, rendering them susceptible to vulnerabilities. However, these considerations were of little concern to Mr. Rawls at present. Are you the ones intending to report the Hillsdon police? Magistrate DeWill's gaze was sharp, complemented by his meticulously groomed hair and grave expression, as if he could pierce through to the very soul. Yet Claude, having descended from the battlefield as a naval lieutenant, remained unperturbed. He maintained a calm demeanor, introducing Miss Hilda, representative of the Disabled Soldiers' Aid Society, Senior Solicitor Jurgen from the Adrian law firm, and himself, the president of the Veterans Club and former naval lieutenant, to Magistrate DeWill. DeWill's expression gradually softened. He was not seeking to intimidate Mr. Claude and his companions, but rather to ascertain the identities of those wishing to report the Hillsdon police. At 45, DeWill was in the prime of life, striving within the political arena. Advancing further, he could aspire to the positions of Chief Police Secretary or Minister of Police. Compared to the other 3 magistrates, his prospects for advancement appeared somewhat brighter. Yet opportunity remained only that, opportunity. He required tangible accomplishments to ascend, and rectifying the Hillsdon police was the mission he had selected. The arrival of Claude and his companions was serendipitous. He needed to verify their backgrounds to prevent them from succumbing to the pressures of the affluent in the Hillsdon district midway through the proceedings. However, behind the Veterans Club and the Disabled Soldiers Relief Association, one finds either the military or the aristocracy, leaving no room for concern on that front. As for the Adrian law firm, it is well known that its proprietor, Rolls Adrian, is the youngest attorney in Beckland and has recently been aligning himself with the Conservative Party. Even though the Conservative Party has faced some setbacks of late, this has not altered the situation. Please take a seat. After Claude and the others sat down, an officer brought over 3 cups of Siberian black tea. What issues does the Hillsdon Police Department face? Judge Devereux had just received a general overview from that burly senior constable, but still sought to understand the details. Acting hastily could jeopardize his political career. Attorney Jurgen rose and placed a stack of papers before Judge Devereux, maintaining his customary solemn expression. My client, Mr. Whitgod, was embroiled in a shooting incident last night. After being taken away by the Hillsdon police, there has been no further news. Today, I attempted to secure Mr. God's bail in my capacity as his attorney, only to be met with refusal, and I was similarly denied a meeting with him. My client has now been in the custody of the Hillsdon police for nearly 15 hours. Judge Devereux furrowed his brow at the news of the bail denial. This was procedural, and he could not intervene on that basis. However, upon hearing of the refusal to allow the attorney to meet with his client, his brow relaxed. A retired soldier, unadorned by accolades, yet disabled, has been in police custody for over 10 hours. A prominent firm S lawyer, the head of the Disabled Soldiers Relief Association, and the leader of the Veterans Club. Are they ensnaring the Hillsdon police or ensnaring me? Judge Devereux glanced down at the materials in his hands, noting the other party involved in the shooting, Lancer Nozick. Nozick? Attorney Jurgen had neither orally nor in written form designated Mr. Whitgod as a suspect in the shooting. He merely stated that his client was involved in the incident. The other party in this case is the son of Member of Parliament Martin Nozick. Thus, I have reason to suspect that the Hillsdon police, under pressure from MP Nozick, are preventing me from meeting with my client, which could be detrimental to my client's interests. Is this a matter concerning Nozick? It seems some within the party may be poised to strike at the new faction. Who could it be? Presently, the Conservative Party is in power, and Judge Devereux is naturally aligned with them. Rolls also harbors ambitions of reviving the civil service system. Yet he lacks connections with the bigwigs of both parties. Count Holber, Audrey's father, is not only one of the few bankers in the nation and a member of the House of Lords, but also a formidable supporter of the new party, making such reforms readily achievable. At the next Harrow meeting, the civil service system will likely be proposed by Klein, and, at that time, Rolls only hopes to hitch his wagon to the Conservative Party's horse, filling in the gaps for Klein. Regarding the misconduct of the Hillsdon police. Chapter 44. 45, Gaddon Street, West District, Rolls residence. On the small dining table in the bedroom, 3 candles are lit, accompanied by a silver knife, a glass of clear water, and a cup of coarse salt. Since Rolls discovered that he could enter the uncertain mist space through meditation, he has consistently created a sealed spiritual environment before entering the white mist space, to prevent the essence of the uncertain mist from leaking and attracting extraordinary individuals of the same or adjacent sequences. Within the white mist space, roar. The intangible sound waves tore apart the pale white mist floating around Rolls, driving it back. Watching the surrounding mist dissipate in an instant, Rolls felt a sense of satisfaction. He finally possessed the extraordinary ability to confront foes directly. If he would unleash a roar against an ordinary person, it was not impossible for them to be rendered utterly foolish on the spot. Stretching his neck, Rolls emitted a low growl, his muscles swelling instantaneously, with veins bulging prominently, particularly the ones on his neck, pulsating in rhythm with his heartbeat, resembling writhing worms. His fair skin flushed red due to excessive blood flow, and his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Yet, contrary to the expected impulsive and irritable state that would follow a frenzy, Rolls' mind remained utterly tranquil. Observing that his formerly loose morning robe had morphed into a form-fitting garment, were it not for the robe's high quality, he might have found himself bare-chested. Was it due to my ethereal state entering the frenzy, or the uncertain mist? Upon becoming a barbarian, one naturally receives an instruction manual for utilizing abilities. Rolls was well aware that after succumbing to frenzy, he would lose a portion of his rationality, significantly diminishing his mental resistance and intuition. Yet now, his mind was as calm as a still lake, akin to a meditative monk. Roar. Rolls' roar once again shredded the pale mist, but aside from a broader range. It was unclear whether the lethality had increased, as the mist remained mere mist, regardless of its disintegration. After approximately 2 minutes, Rolls began to feel weariness wash over him. His swollen muscles and bulging veins gradually returned to normal, and the redness in his skin and eyes slowly faded. Once he sensed a wave of weakness, the entire frenzied state dissipated. He estimated that the frenzy could be sustained for about 3 minutes. Concluding sooner would likely leave him in a better physical condition. As for his psychological state during the frenzy, it remained undisturbed like a placid lake, with only a sense of fatigue at the end. However, this was merely an experiment conducted within the white mist space. The true effects would need to be assessed later in the East District, where he could practice on a few gang members. Exiting the meditative state, Rolls gathered the candle's silver knife and other items from the dining table into a cabinet at his desk. As he stepped out of the bedroom, his personal servant, Morris, stood waiting outside. Morris bowed and greeted. "Not yet, sir." Rolls paused, furrowing his brow. "Sir? Oh, never mind. Please have Miranda arrange for a few loose-fitting garments for me." and also order some hunting attire. Miranda is Rolls' housekeeper, age 36, responsible for managing the maids and household finances. She is often seen with a keyring at her waist, a hallmark of a competent housekeeper. In Beckland, the mark of an excellent housekeeper is the ability to command subservient staff with just a jingling keyring. However, Miss Miranda has never allowed that keyring to jingle in Rolls' presence, leading him to suspect it may be imbued with some form of enchantment. As for the clothing, it is naturally intended for the barbarian. Yes, sir. Rolls proceeded to the second sitting room, taking a seat in the rocking chair before the fireplace. In June's weather, a fire is unnecessary in the fireplace of Beckland. His momentary lapse in thought before Morris was due to a sudden surge of excitement within him, stirred by the unpredictability of the situation. After 2 years as an attorney, Rolls has grown to despise uncertainty and the unknown. As a lawyer must possess thorough knowledge of their opponent to prepare adequately. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached. Sir, good afternoon. What did Judge Devereux say? In the Kingdom of Rune, the hierarchy of the police is structured such that at the apex are the Minister of Police and the Chief Police Secretary, followed by the directors, deputy directors, and assistant directors of various police departments. In the middle tier are inspectors and sergeants, while the lowest tier comprises constables and officers. The involvement of an assistant director already signifies Judge Devereux's serious attention to this matter. It was anticipated that Judge Devereux would take action, but the mobilization of an assistant director indeed caught Rolls off guard. The rank of an assistant director is not far removed from that of the Hillsdon police chief. Rolls stroked his chin, sensing that Devereux aimed to ascend further in the upcoming elections. Next year is election year, where members of parliament will be re-elected, alongside the selection of a majority party leader to serve as prime minister. The original text does not specify whether the Conservative Party or the New Party will prevail. Yet based on the developments in Rune's later stages, it appears the Conservative Party will emerge victorious. Indeed, the repeal of the Land Act inflicted substantial losses upon the Conservative Party, resulting in a diminished presence of members hailing from the landed aristocracy. The demise of Duke Negan rendered the nobility fragmented, yet the foundation still endures. Adams' intent in orchestrating the assassination of Duke Negan was to incite rivalry between the two parties, thereby weakening Ruin and provoking the intervention of the Fursac Empire, ultimately culminating in the death of the war god to fulfill the apotheosis ritual. The beleaguered Conservative Party sought to preserve its existence, while the emerging party aspired for further advancement. This contention between the two factions aligned perfectly with Adams' machinations. Have you spoken to Jurgen? After pondering for a moment, Rolls raised his gaze to the butler, Auguste. The butler, lowering his head, replied in a subdued tone, Lawyer Jurgen will report here after meeting Mr. God and ascertaining the details of the case. Rolls suddenly inquired, What is your opinion of Lawyer Jurgen? Auguste complimented, Though my acquaintance with Lawyer Jurgen has been brief, Mr. Claude has spoken highly of him, asserting that he is quite exceptional. If that were not the case, you would not have chosen him, would you? Indeed, Lawyer Jurgen is the youngest and most distinguished attorney in the firm, undoubtedly remarkable. Yet, I believe you possess an even greater brilliance. Rolls aimed to probe the suddenly enthusiastic butler, Mr. Auguste. Taken aback, Auguste immediately replied, Sir, my performance as a transaction attorney was rather lackluster. Transaction attorneys may falter, yet barristers can prevail. Chapter 45. The Incident of the Gunshot. But becoming a barrister requires attending one of the 4 esteemed colleges, does it not? Auguste queried, bewildered. Rolls scrutinized Auguste for a moment before breaking into a smile. What do you think about the merger of the 4 law colleges? Auguste appeared utterly perplexed and softly remarked, Sir, Lincoln College is in Tingen, where you graduated. I'm aware, it was merely a jest. Please fetch me a cup of Fairmere coffee. As Rolls observed the butler Auguste's departure, his brow furrowed. Auguste did not seem to be lying, yet he was indeed a lawyer. Perhaps it was the influence of the uncertain fog, but he was acutely sensitive to extraordinary beings within this realm. Furthermore, during their initial encounter, Auguste had guided his emotions through his words, hinting at a latent extraordinary power. Rolls had enlisted Auguste as his butler not only because he met Rolls's requirements and plans, but also because he was a lawyer serving as a butler in another lawyer's household, even with the potential convergence of extraordinary traits, raised suspicions. After all, the annual salary of a butler hovers around £130. This time, Auguste, who had previously fulfilled his duties as a butler with utmost discretion, was overly proactive, prompting Rolls to subtly test him. Yet, Auguste exhibited no reaction, which could also indicate a commendable performance, for every lawyer is adept at acting. As for Rolls' suggestion of merging the four law colleges, it was a half-truth. Such a merger was, of course, impossible. Aside from the discord between the Storm Church and the Night Church, the monarchy would undoubtedly oppose allowing a single entity to control the kingdom's legal system. He sought to promote certain reforms within the four colleges, as the current systems of Ruin and the corrupted kingdom were too alike, with the most significant difference being the vast expanse of Ruin's territory, far beyond what the corrupted kingdom could rival. During the era of Emperor Rosal, internal strife in Ruin was rampant. If Emperor Rosal's codex, the civil code, could destabilize Ruin's legal framework, then the Augustus family of the Ruin monarchy would lose their legitimacy in wielding judicial authority, primarily due to the external pressures from Rosal's governance over the Intis Republic. In 1173, Rosal became the inaugural governor of the new republic. Subsequently, he waged campaigns, bringing nations like Lumburg, which had declared independence due to the Betrayal War, under his protection, compelling the great northern powers of Ruin, Phenabode, and the Fursak Empire to acquiesce. This military pressure inevitably led to a certain cultural encroachment. To counter such cultural invasions, Ruin had no choice but to adopt a sweeping approach, tacitly endorsing and covertly supporting the four colleges' exclusive control over the law. After Rosal forcibly ascended to the title of the Black Emperor, this strategy appeared to be prescient on Ruin's part. Presently, King George III is clandestinely performing the apotheosis ritual of the Black Emperor, which affords Rolls the potential opportunity to instigate reforms within the four colleges. As a non-aristocrat and non-royal, to possess a voice of his own, he must acquire his own power and resources. Beyond the Tarot Society and his aspiration to become a high-ranking individual, Rolls has set his sights on the judicial power held by the four law colleges of Ruin. However, this endeavor is exceedingly arduous, as the establishment of the four colleges not only serves to uphold Ruin's laws, but also provides a respectable identity for non-aristocratic heirs. Becoming a barrister opens the door to political office or judicial positions, ranking among the highest professions of the era. The mentors at the four colleges impart their teachings, while students reside within the institution, sharing meals and accommodations, thereby fostering close relationships that evolve into a tightly knit network of the ruling class during their subsequent careers. The most significant ritual at the four colleges mandates that all students partake in 12 communal meals at the long table within the hall, averaging one each month. Failure to do so, regardless of passing all examinations, results in the denial of a degree. These 12 meals symbolize the camaraderie shared among comrades within the cafeteria. Currently, Rolls harbors only a nascent idea, the feasibility of which remains uncertain. Lawyer Jurgen, clad in a three-piece suit, arrived at 45 Gaddon Street, the residence of his employer. Rolls Adrian. Butler Auguste welcomed him inside. Although Mr. Auguste had only encountered Lawyer Jurgen a few times, all occurring today, he felt a sense of familiarity with him. Perhaps because Jurgen was engaged in a mission left unfinished. In the second reception room, Butler Auguste served 2 cups of Marquis red tea, to which Lawyer Jurgen graciously responded. Rolls nodded in satisfaction. Despite being 2 years younger than Lawyer Jurgen, he, as Jurgen's employer, took pleasure in witnessing his employee excel in the presence of others. As a commendable employer, Rolls has never enforced mandatory overtime upon his staff. Lawyer Jurgen had appeared in the original narrative, known for his meticulous work ethic, and had managed to evade the Beckland smog incident and the Fursak Empire's bombing of Beckland due to his filial piety. In this strange and distorted world, for an ordinary person to thrive, a measure of fortune is essential, and Lawyer Jurgen epitomizes that fortunate individual. Rolls views Lawyer Jurgen as a pivotal ally, aiming to firmly embed him within Ruin's legal framework as his representative, for he cannot remain a lawyer indefinitely. Rolls' intention is to send Lawyer Jurgen to Lincoln Law College in Tingen for further studies before the impending Beckland smog, ensuring both his safety and personal advancement. Regarding Jurgen's grandmother, Mrs. Doris, who suffered from pulmonary illness, he can enlist the aid of a more skilled practitioner from the apothecary path. Should Lawyer Jurgen be dispatched to Lincoln Law College for further studies now, he may encounter the true creator and the entity known as 008. Furthermore, once Klein arrives in Beckland under the guise of Sherlock Moriarty, he risks the potential embarrassment of incarceration due to lack of bail. Have you met Mr. God? How is he? Mr. God is in good condition, not subjected to any injustice. Aside from a slight fatigue and unease, everything appears normal. Jurgen's tone was casual, as if he were unaware of the deeper implications surrounding Mr. God's case. Having endured the ravages of battle, such matters hold little weight for him. Rolls, however, refrained from delving into the main topic. For him, as long as Vitor, God, remained alive and able to speak, all was well. He harbored a dark thought that if Vitor, God, were to encounter misfortune in prison, it would align perfectly with his plans. Mr. Gold has been escorted to the West Silas grounds by the assistant director. Oh, did the people from Hillston agree? Chapter 46. Humphrey. Mr. Gold has indeed been taken to the West Silas grounds by the assistant director. Oh, did the representatives from Hillston consent? When Judge Devereux dispatched an assistant director, Rolls realized that this magistrate intended to intervene in the matter at hand. However, it has now become glaringly obvious. Sending an assistant director to conduct an inquiry could still be deemed a regular procedure, justifiable in context. Yet, to directly extract an individual from Hillston signifies a blatant distrust of the Hillston police, unequivocally exposing the discord between West Silas and Hillston. This is inconsistent with Rolls's prior assumptions about Judge Devereux. He believed that the judge would leverage this incident to admonish the Hillston police force. The issues between West Silas and the Hillston police are not merely a matter of jurisdiction. They embody the conflict between the two parties, reflective of the broader discord within the Bakeland police system. Even if Judge Devereux escalates the situation, the Hillston police will never submit to West Silas. For the new party would never entrust the security of their territory to the conservative-led West Silas. Indeed, it is not the senior superintendent from this morning who has appeared, but rather Mr. Humphrey, the chief of the Hillston police. After the assistant director proposed bringing Mr. Gold to West Silas, Chief Humphrey hesitated only briefly before acquiescing. Are you acquainted with Humphrey? As a barrister, Rolls lacks substantial experience dealing with the police, and his understanding of the Bakeland police system is rather superficial. His knowledge of Judge Devereux stems from the fact that Devereux was once a judge in the High Court and only became the magistrate overseeing the Bakeland police following the last election. Lawyer Jurgen, resembling a machine, emotionlessly recited Humphrey's credentials. Harry Humphrey, age 39, a graduate of Bakeland University, father of 2 daughters and 2 sons. He joined the Hillston police in 1331 and has served as chief since 1345, aligned with the new party. He maintains cordial relations with numerous nobles, the most notable being Count Hall, with whom he is said to frequently attend services at St. Samuel's Church. Rolls gestured for a pause, increasingly perplexed by Humphrey's actions. To ascend to the position of chief of the Hillston police, Humphrey must undoubtedly be aligned with the new party. However, his close ties with Count Hall suggest he is a steadfast supporter of the new party. Count Hall is a proponent of the new party, countering the largest landholding noble, Duke Regan of the ruined kingdom. This is precisely why Heaven Lambys sought to hypnotize Audrey to glean Count Hall's opinions on certain proposals or matters to achieve a schism between the two parties. It is utterly confounding why Humphrey would concede so greatly. After all, this is not a matter of right or wrong, but a competition between two factions. The new party has, in essence, bowed first. Rolls restrained his exhilaration towards the unknown and momentarily set aside thoughts of Humphrey to inquire about Mr. Gold. What did Mr. Gold say regarding the shooting incident? Jurgen's expression finally shifted, imbued with a mix of doubt and surprise. Mr. Gold claimed that Lancer Nozick approached him with a revolver and fired, but due to intoxication, missed his target. After seizing the weapon, Gold shot him in the left arm. What? Rolls was taken aback by Gold's assertion. He initially believed Lancer had provoked Gold, forcing him to retaliate and injure Lancer. This notion had already painted Lancer Nozick in a more sympathetic light, yet he never anticipated such an outcome. To confront someone armed, only to be fatally countered and rendered disabled. How utterly foolish could Lancer Nozick be? Of course, even Rolls, despite never having practiced as a transactional lawyer, understood that a party's statement is not to be trusted. Individuals often say anything to mitigate their culpability. Jurgen's face reflected a semblance of disbelief. Rolls stroked his chin, finding Gold's account too bizarre. He glanced at Jurgen. Do you believe Mr. Gold's words to be true? After a moment of contemplation, Jurgen replied solemnly, I believe they are genuine. Why? If Mr. Gold's statements were false, the Hillston police would have no reason to prevent him from meeting with a lawyer. According to the newspaper reports, the ultimate outcome for Mr. Gold would not significantly differ, regardless of whether he had legal representation. Jurgen did not seek flaws in Mr. Gold's narrative. Although he had only been a transactional lawyer for 3 years, he had perused numerous case collections and encountered even more absurd cases. While Gold's account may seem outlandish, the actions of the Hillston police clearly indicate that something is amiss regarding the shooting incident. Rolls nodded, contemplating for a moment. Very well. I shall entrust this case to you, Jurgen. The subsequent proceedings will also be under your purview. Jurgen was not oblivious. He understood that this case harbored numerous complexities. His employer's decision to send him over was certainly not merely for the sake of business for the firm. After exchanging a few remarks with Jurgen regarding the case, the lawyer took his leave. August, please investigate who authored the report on the shooting incident in the Tarsak Gazette. Rolls suddenly recalled during his conversation with Jurgen that the reporting on this case seemed highly irregular. The actions of the Hillston police appeared aimed at containing the situation. Ideally, no one should be aware of this incident, allowing Mr. Gold to vanish without a trace. Thus, it was improbable that this case would be reported at all. Even a slight hint of attention could provoke complications, as in the case of Rolls himself. He was aware of the conflict between Mr. Gold and the son of a new party leader. However, should this matter go unreported, by the time others learn of Mr. Gold's situation, they might not even find his remains. Now that the shooting incident has been reported, yet the facts are indeed fabricated, one must ponder how such a falsehood has emerged. August paused momentarily before responding. Very well, sir. And how did you come to learn of Lancer, Nozick's name? The Hillston Police's Inspector Barrett was previously an underling of Viscount Barton. I obtained the information from him. Rolls exhaled a sigh of relief. Please proceed to investigate the Tarsak Gazette. Yes, sir. In the opulent villa of Count Hall in Queensborough, Audrey Hall, clad in a long dress adorned with ruffled cuffs, emerged from her private chemistry laboratory. Since entering that mysterious space in the morning, she had joined Mr. Fool's Tarot Gathering and even become one of its founding members, thus genuinely stepping into the extraordinary realm of the arcane. As the daughter of Count Hall, one of the top 3 bankers in the ruined kingdom, Audrey possessed a degree of understanding regarding the extraordinary, albeit limited to the knowledge of the 3 major churches and the existence of extraordinary beings among royalty. Beyond that, she was utterly uninformed. Disheartened by her recent failure, Audrey eagerly anticipated the upcoming tarot gathering, hoping to obtain the formula for the audience next week and truly become an extraordinary being, barring any unforeseen circumstances. As for the blood of the ghost shark, its cost was of no concern to her. Audrey's assets, including properties, fields, ranches, mineral deposits, jewels, stocks, shares, and bonds, amounted to a staggering $300,000. This inheritance was nominally hers, but until her father, Count Hall, passed away or she herself married, she merely possessed the title, receiving a corresponding annuity each year. Yet, despite all this, her annual income ranges from $150,000 to $250,000, placing her among the upper echelons of female nobility in the entire Kingdom of Ruin. Moreover, she merely needs to issue a directive to procure the blood of a ghost shark for her experiments, and her devoted maid, Annie, will dutifully prepare it without any need for expenditure. Audrey has 2 elder brothers, thus she is not in line to inherit the title or the principal estate. However, she is adored by her father and brothers, and all her pursuits are funded through the family's communal accounts. The anticipation for next week's tarot gathering is palpable. The enigmatic and powerful Mr. Fool, the perilous Mr. Hangman, and that gentleman who selects the Emperor card, Mr. Emperor. This morning, during the formal commissioning ceremony of the Prince, Audrey deliberately observed several princes. At just shy of 18, she has yet to partake in the introduction ceremony led by the Queen to formally enter the social circles of Beckland, announcing her coming of age. Thus, she has only encountered a few of the princes. Although Audrey has not taken on the role of an audience member, her uniquely feminine sensitivity allows her to discern that these princes are not the Emperor. However, her observations led the princes to believe that Audrey harbored affections for them, prompting them to seek excuses to converse with her during the banquet. With her flawless beauty, graceful demeanor, substantial wealth, illustrious family, and a father of considerable influence, Audrey is an unmarred prospect for marriage in the eyes of the princes. Whichever prince she becomes the consort of will find himself a step closer to the throne. The primogeniture system is as fragile as paper before the throne, easily pierced. The eldest son of King George III, Gallatin, has once again made reference to past promises, suggesting that after Audrey becomes his princess, she would transform into the fabled extraordinary. Meanwhile, Prince Edsack persistently lavished attention upon her, causing Audrey great discomfort, ultimately requiring the intervention of her mother, Countess Caitlin, to extricate herself from the prince's persistent advances. Though her esoteric experiment may have failed, the prospect of becoming an extraordinary next week leaves Audrey smiling as she exits the laboratory. It seems that the most radiant gem of Beckland, Audrey Hall, has succeeded in her experiment. Clad in a deep brown waistcoat, Count Hall gazes at Audrey with a smile while holding a newspaper. The Hall family is well aware of Audrey's passion for the arcane and her penchant for conducting minor experiments, though they often culminate in failure. Count Hall has not impeded her endeavors. He has merely cautioned her regarding the intricacies of the mystical arts, delineating what is advisable and what is not. And his daughter is well aware. "Father, I have mentioned before, please do not address me in such a manner." A hint of annoyance and shyness flits across Audrey's visage. "Ha, very well then. So, Audrey, has your experiment succeeded?" Count Hall jested before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Historically, Audrey emerged from the laboratory dejected and disheartened. Yet this time, she radiates joy. Failure is not to be feared. However, success may invite danger. Audrey deliberately feigned a look of despondency before revealing a glimmer of joy. "No, but I am on the brink of success. I've already enlisted Annie's help to gather materials. Next time, I shall surely succeed." With that, she ungraciously clenched her fist in a self-encouraging gesture. Count Hall, however, remained unfazed. He had heard such sentiments from Audrey before, only for them to culminate in failure, shaking his head as he cast his gaze upon the Beckland Evening News, his expression turning serious. "Father, what troubles you? Is there some grave matter afoot?" Noticing Count Hall's solemn demeanor, Audrey surmised that something significant had transpired. Yet she found it puzzling, as the most momentous event today was the commissioning of the Pritz, something worthy of celebration. Coincidemment, nos équipes sont lancés has been embroiled in a shooting incident. He has sustained a gunshot wound to his left arm. As a prominent noble with considerable influence in the political landscape of the Kingdom of Rune, Count Hall discerned that there were underlying factors driving this incident. However, he merely conveyed the superficial details to his daughter, as he deemed her not yet ready to confront such matters. Audrey, aware that Nozick is one of the leaders of the new party, expressed her concern. "How is Councilman Nozick's son faring? Should we not pay him a visit?" Count Hall chuckled, folding the newspaper. "Such affairs are best left to me, my little princess. It is my duty as a knight to handle them." "Father." Audrey's face flushed crimson as she turned to leave the parlor. As Audrey departed, Count Hall's expression grew grave. He turned to his personal male servant, instructing, "Go to Councilman Nozick and advise him against taking any unnecessary actions. Otherwise, it may provide the Conservative Party with an opportunity for retaliation. Tomorrow I shall visit the Prime Minister's residence to confer with him and Duke Negan. The two parties must not engage in conflict at this juncture. Rune has already suffered defeats in the war against Visak. If hostilities break out between the parties, it will only invite further devastation upon Rune from the Visak Empire." Chapter 48. A Cry for Help. 45, Caden Street, the Rolls residence. At 11 o'clock in the evening, having taken a brief respite, Rolls rose from his bed, donned a three-piece suit from his wardrobe, and quietly opened the door, stepping out of his bedroom. The butler, August, had yet to ascertain the particulars surrounding the shooting incident reported by the Taysok press. In this era, aside from the government and political parties, few would engage with the media magnates. In this age of burgeoning industrialized paper production and printing, the price of a newspaper has plummeted to a mere penny, thereby broadening its audience. Furthermore, the illiteracy rate in Rune is not excessively high. A survey conducted 2 years prior indicated that male illiteracy stood at 25.41 and female illiteracy at 41.24. This implies that at least 65 of Rune's populace is literate, though it does not necessarily mean they read newspapers. Most newspapers are primarily aimed at the elite of the Kingdom of Rune, at the very least catering to the middle class. The working class, burgeoning in the wake of the Rossell Industrial Revolution, seldom reads newspapers, primarily due to time constraints imposed by factory owners who demand their laborers to be on site for 24 hours and the absence of suitable newspapers catering to these lower-tier workers. Nevertheless, with the gradual decline of illiteracy in the Kingdom of Rune, the embryonic stages of commercialized journalism have begun to take shape. Rolls carefully scaled the wall to exit the villa. The grand entrance of his residence was manned by 2 doormen, who took turns guarding the gate, as well as delivering letters or gifts on Rolls's behalf. Upon reaching the expansive Caden Street, wide enough to accommodate 4 carriages side by side, such indulgence is rare in the precious real estate of Beckland's Western District. However, in the Queen's Quarter, many noble villas are flanked by roads capable of accommodating 6 carriages simultaneously, constructed to accommodate the numerous guests of the grand nobility. The adjacent King S Avenue can even host 10 carriages, and the Beckland subway runs beneath King S Avenue, venturing south along Caden Street and onto King S Avenue. Rolls skillfully evaded the occasional patrolling police officers. This affluent western district of Beckland generously contributes substantial funds to the local police precinct annually, and in return, the precinct ensures a commensurate level of service. Fortunately, gas streetlights are positioned every 50 meters, standing approximately the height of an adult male, their black metal frames encasing glass, creating a series of lantern-like classical artworks. Utilizing the dim, yellow light emitted by these gas lamps, despite Rolls lacking enhancement from potions, his status as an extraordinary grants him vision far surpassing the ordinary, making it rather effortless to avoid the patrolling officers. However, the three-piece suit he wore felt somewhat constrictive. The barbaric potion he had taken did not enhance agility, rendering swift evasions rather laborious. Rolls chose not to traverse through Hurston District or Jowood District. Instead, he proceeded southward, directly toward the Southbridge District, and then eastward through the Bridge District. This journey took nearly a third longer, yet felt significantly safer. Whether amidst the bustling streets of the Hillstone District or the densely populated area of Jowood, both locales remained under the vigilant watch of law enforcement and the extraordinary figures of the church. Upon reaching the Bakerland Bridge area, the buildings appeared considerably more dilapidated, with workers donned in tattered attire, casually reclining on makeshift beds crafted from newspapers. Few would come to displace them, despite the stipulations of the poor law prohibiting vagrants from sleeping on the streets and in parks. The police rarely patrol this area, as no financial incentive existed to encourage their presence. Since the repeal of the Corn Laws last month, the workers who had once protested against them did witness a reduction in food prices. However, the quality of their lives had not improved. Indeed, it had worsened. Bankrupt farmers migrated to the city, competing for jobs with their meager wages, resulting in a precipitous decline in the earnings of the labor class. These workers soon found themselves unemployed and unable to afford even a night's lodging, forced to wander the streets and use newspapers for bedding. Fortunately, July's sweltering heat provided some respite. Even in the typically rainy Bakerland, the nighttime temperatures remained bearable. Yet, with the onset of September, a single night spent outdoors could lead to illness, and for those in frail health, succumbing on the streets was a distinct possibility. Rolls lowered his felt hat, cautiously navigating past the unfortunate souls already lost in slumber, contemplating how many of them would survive the year. The smog incident in Bakerland had reportedly claimed tens of thousands of lives, a figure that remained even after Little Coo had desperately intervened. Klein, however, seemed to exist in stark contrast to this world. Perhaps it was the inevitable fate of a weak traveler in a modern society. Rolls found it hard to fathom that Little Coo had not transformed into a shadow of his former self within 3 years, but rather had taken much longer. He pondered the enduring presence of Little Coo's humanity. This was why, after becoming an angel, Little Coo had to remind himself to always remember he was himself and not a divine entity. In this twisted and chaotic world, the more powerful one became. The longer one survived, yet humanity gradually faded away. Upon entering the Bridge District, the streetlights became sparse. By the time he reached the eastern area, it felt akin to plunging into an abyss. Thankfully, last night had been a full moon, and tonight's weather was relatively pleasant. The crimson moonlight was sufficient for Rolls to discern his direction and position. He felt every cell in his body awaken, as the environment suited him perfectly, revitalizing the savage instincts that lay dormant within. Clenching his fists, he recognized that this was the realm where the savage thrived, where all matters were resolved through brute force and violence. He raised his gaze to recalibrate his bearings and proceeded towards his rented accommodation, yearning for attire that was less constrictive. He hoped the gang members in the Eastern District would take their time to rest tonight, as he intended to grant them a nightmarish experience. Help! Help! The piercing cry of a woman sliced through the darkness, echoing far and wide like nails on a chalkboard. As he approached the dock area, Rolls furrowed his brow. It seemed that whenever a protagonist appeared, trouble was bound to follow. He glanced down at his three-piece suit, realizing that a change of clothes was not in the cards just yet. He once again lowered his felt hat and hastened towards the source of the voice. Just as Rolls vanished into the shadows, a diminutive figure emerged, sporting a mop of disheveled, shoulder-length blonde hair and clad in traditional night training garb. The small figure shook its head and ambled slowly toward Rolls. Following the sound, Rolls soon discovered the woman in distress. Halting in his tracks to observe a group of 4, 3 men and 1 woman, across from him. Chapter 49, Embarrassment. Rolls followed the cries to a narrow alley and regarded the quartet before him, shaking his head in resignation. Among the 3 men, only the tall, middle-aged figure, perhaps in his 30s and dressed in somewhat tattered worker's attire, appeared imposing. The other 2 were gaunt and ragged, their ages indiscernible. The woman who had cried for help wore heavy makeup that obscured her age, though she was evidently youthful, clad in an outdated, revealing, brightly colored gown. Leaning against the red brick wall, her arms crossed over her chest, accentuating her ample bosom and pale complexion. One of the smaller men let out a shrill whistle, signaling the tall middle-aged man that a prime target had presented itself. The tall man turned, revealing a lean, hardened demeanor, his sunken eyes and dark complexion indicating he was not of Rune descent, but rather a mountain dweller or someone of such lineage. In the central northern continent, near the onset of the Hanachus Mountains, lay a parched plateau predominantly belonging to the kingdom of Phenobot, with portions yielding to the Republic of Ginti, while the eastern expanse fell under the dominion of the kingdom of Rune. The indigenous inhabitants were lean, savage, yet valiant warriors, historically a significant concern for the 3 nations. However, with advancements in gunpowder weaponry and shifts in warfare, these mountain dwellers ultimately came to terms with reality and surrendered. A considerable number migrated from the plateau to Bakerland, Trier, Phenobot City, and various thriving urban centers and ports across the northern continent, some becoming laborers, while others infused local gangs with fresh blood, fearless and unyielding. It appeared that Rolls had stumbled into a trap, though this group remained unaware that they had ensnared an extraordinary individual. No, they were oblivious to the existence of the extraordinary. The middle-aged man with sunken eyes appraised Rolls from head to toe, noting the expensive 3-piece suit adorning him. Before nodding and inquiring, "You're not from the East District, are you?" Taken aback, Rolls glanced down at his attire, chuckling derisively as he regarded the middle-aged man with keen interest. "Does that have any bearing on what you intend to do? Hand over your cash and valuables, and we won't harm you. Your clothes shall remain intact," declared the smallest thug, casting a glance at the middle-aged man. "Boss, this guy's suit must be worth a fortune. We could fetch a nice sum for it." The middle-aged man shot him a glare before gesturing towards Rolls and commanding, "You heard him. Hurry up and hand over the money." The smaller thug, chastened by his superior's glare, fell silent and drew a knife from his pocket, brandishing it towards Rolls. "Did you hear that? Otherwise, I'll stab you." Upon seeing the knife, Rolls surged forward, seizing the thug's wrist with his right hand and lifting it upward while his body coiled inwards. With his left fist, he struck the thug's ribs beneath his right arm. A sickening crunch echoed as several ribs fractured. Transitioning his left fist into a grip, he latched onto the thug's waist with his left hand, while his right exerted force, snapping the wrist bone with a loud crack, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. His right hand slid down to grasp the thug's shoulder. Utilizing both hands, he lifted the diminutive man effortlessly and hurled him towards another approaching thug. The 2 colliding like rolling gourd, one gasping for breath while the other, having been struck in the ribs, coughed up blood, uncertain if he would survive. Rolls felt warmth trickling from his forehead. Upon wiping it with his right hand, he noticed the bloodstains, likely from a thug he had lifted, which had dripped onto him. He felt no fear, only a rush of exhilaration as he clenched his right fist and twisted his neck, disregarding the middle-aged man's attempts to speak, and charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the inner side of his left knee. The middle-aged man, struck with such force, lost his balance and toppled to the ground. Rolls followed up with a swift kick to the man's abdomen, eliciting a pained arch in his body, resembling a dying shrimp struggling on the ground. Shaking his head, he realized he had charged in too aggressively. Although the follow-up strike had been executed, the force had not been sufficient. The potency of the potion seemed to have waned, suggesting that the chaotic environment of the East District was indeed more suited for the activities of barbarians. Rolls exhaled, crouched down, and wiped the blood from his hands onto the writhing middle-aged man on the ground, then stood up and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Though his movements were not particularly grand, they still carried an air of constraint. Suddenly, he recalled a line from a movie by Stephen Chow. "Don't be silly, big sister. I don't kill women. You may leave." He couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head before turning around and awkwardly standing still. In the distance, a petite woman frowned, casting a look of disdain towards Rolls. She stood just over 1.50 meters tall, her face possessing a hint of baby fat. With delicate and gentle features, though her eyes seemed somewhat unripe, giving her an air of youthfulness. Despite her tousled, shoulder-length golden hair and traditional knight's training attire, she exuded an inexplicable authority and an undeniable charm. Rolls engaged in aimless chatter. He had discerned from his height, appearance, and the active region that the individual across from him was likely the renowned arbitrator Huxilda, known in the labor classes and among several gang organizations in the East District of Beckland. Huxilda keenly sensed that the unfriendly figure before her was no ordinary person. Although she had merely followed him from a distance, the actual proximity was not significant, as she had arrived merely a minute later than him. However, now 3 individuals lay on the ground, 2 still exhibiting signs of life, while 1 had fallen silent. Notably, the middle-aged man with sunken eyes possessed half Highland blood, being a member of the Zemong party. Though merely an ordinary member, his heritage endowed him with greater physical prowess than the average individual. Huxilda recalled the teasing remarks of her friend, the well-known writer Furswald, about her lack of cleverness, and she internally sneered, maintaining her dignified facade as she spoke. They are members of the Zemong party, who control this neighborhood. If you wish to avoid retribution in the future, do not venture into this area, or even the East District. Despite her modest stature, her voice was imbued with authority. Rolls felt an inexplicable mental influence wash over him, a sense of oppression encroaching upon him. Narrowing his eyes, he now firmly believed that this was indeed Huxilda. He placed his hand over his heart and elegantly bowed, yet did not remove his hat. I appreciate the warning from the beautiful knight, but I believe it poses little concern for me. Rather, it is the knight who should be wary of these foolish and uncouth individuals. While the arbitrator commands respect through her authority, the lawyer earns it through his words. Both paths ultimately lead to the same end. Furthermore, Rolls was now at sequence 8, affording him a stronger mental resilience than Huxilda. Sensing something amiss, Huxilda merely furrowed her brow and glanced down at her knightly training attire. The man across had referred to her by that garment, which struck her as amusing. Since her father's passing, she had been fleeing with her mother and younger brother from East Hacker County to East Chester County, devoid of financial resources and forced to live in obscurity, which naturally deprived her of the education that noble children were entitled to receive. Of course, for noble women, the most they could expect was equestrian training rather than formal knightly education. Yet in her childhood, her father, a count, frequently dressed her as a knight, allowing her to ride a pony while he guided her forward slowly. Huxilda stepped forward a few paces, eyeing the still groaning middle-aged man before pointing at him. This man is related to the executioner Merceau of the Zemong party. Merceau holds a significant position within the Zemong party and may not be an ordinary individual. She emphasized her words, suspecting Merceau to be extraordinary, though lacking concrete evidence. It appeared that, at this juncture, the ambassador of Intis had administered the hunter's potion to Merceau, transforming him into an extraordinary being. The ambassador displayed remarkable cunning, opting not to elevate Merceau to the leader of the Zemong party, but instead to control him from the shadows. Rolls harbored doubts about the intelligence of a Highlander, especially considering Merceau's reckless approach, which seemed uncharacteristic of anyone but the Sequence 6 schemer, Ambassador Intis of Beckland, who might orchestrate such an arrangement. Thank you once again for the knight's warning. I shall take my leave now. Rolls bowed and melted into the shadows, having made no attempts at disguising himself upon exiting, wishing to limit his contact with Huxilda to avoid exposing his extraordinary identity. Both parties tacitly refrained from mentioning extraordinary beings, for this was the capital of ruin, where the situation for wild extraordinary beings was far from favorable. Rolls lowered the brim of his hat and advanced slowly, sensing that Huxilda did not follow, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The identity of Adrian Rolls must remain merely that of a young and well-known barrister. Otherwise, it would be challenging to engage with the nobility in conservative circles. Upon reflecting on the events surrounding the assassination of the ambassador, Rolls did not perceive any necessity to intervene, whether regarding the differential machine or the identity of the earthly vessel of the extraordinary being, Turan von Helmosh. The multitude of extraordinary beings concealed behind those matters was overwhelming. The spies of Fursac, such as Detective Zerl and the clandestine pawn of Ambassador Beckland, Merceau, were entirely irrelevant to Rolls, as they did not belong to his social circle. As for Ambassador Beckland, many in Ruin were aware of his status as a spy. Yet what could be done? At 112 Silver Mirror Boulevard, the back door of the Iron Anchor Tavern had transformed into a place where the disguised Rolls, resembling Geoffrey, surveyed his surroundings. Seeing no one around, he scaled the wall and enter the tavern. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks roused Klein from his slumber. He glanced out at the morning light, his mind still somewhat foggy as he turned to sit up. Who is it? What time is it? Why didn't T. Melissa wake me? Dunn Smith? I don't recognize him. Klein shook his head and walked to the door. He opened it to find the officer with gray eyes from the previous day. Is something wrong? Klein inquired warily. We found a coachman who confirmed that you were at Mr. Welch's residence on the 27th, the same day Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya were killed, and it was Mr. Welch who covered your fare. Why are you here this hour? His shirt buttons were only partially fastened and mismatched, and a black revolver lay carelessly aside. Ken Rist sat on the bed, drenched in sweat as he struggled with his misaligned buttons. ISNT this something? Rolls, dressed in worker's garb, audaciously plopped onto a chair, exuding a rebellious demeanor. His purpose for this visit was primarily to report the intelligence regarding the ironclad ship, the Prize, which was set to launch today, with more detailed information forthcoming that evening, thereby demonstrating the breadth of Roll's social connections. What is happening? Having finally secured all his buttons, Ken wiped the sweat from his forehead, casually wiping his hands on the hem of his shirt before picking up the revolver, ejecting the magazine. 2 gleaming yellow bullets fell onto the bed. In his haste, he had only loaded 2 rounds. Rolls observed Ken's actions with a chill running down his spine, internally exclaiming, "This is crude, not barbaric," clearing his throat twice. He shifted the focus of his gaze. Today the Prize is being commissioned. Are you aware of that? Ken tucked the emptied revolver beneath his pillow and replied, I know. That ironclad ship. But aside from a name, I don't know anything else. However, I heard there are nobles present who know the specifics of the ironclad. I have gathered detailed information. It was the Prime Minister, Agushid, who spoke about it on-site, so it should be reliable. Ken glanced at Rolls, stroking his scruffy beard. What exactly is it? Rolls rubbed his own similarly styled scruffy beard, pondering whether he should grow his out, as the notion that a man without facial hair is unreliable had deeply penetrated society. I doubt this phrase was ever uttered by Emperor Roselle. He must have despised it as well. Chapter 51, Newspapers and Political Parties. This ironclad vessel, christened as the Prize, was named by King George III. With a total length of 101 meters and a width of 21 meters, it boasts a high freeboard design. The main armor belt is a formidable 457 millimeters thick, with a displacement of 60 tons. It is armed with 4 305 millimeter main guns, along with 6 rapid-fire cannons, 12 6-pounders, 18 6-barrel machine guns, and 4 torpedo launchers, capable of reaching a speed of 16 knots. Upon observing the fierce glint in Ken's eyes, Rolls offered a sheepish smile, withdrawing his hand from his own beard. Ken, frowning at Rolls' action, continued to inquire, Is there anything else? Rolls, spreading his hands in an animated manner, retorted, What do you take me for? A grand noble or the secretary to the Prime Minister? This information cost me a significant price to acquire. Indeed, it had taken considerable effort for Rolls to dredge up these details from the recesses of his mind, and he had to wait for Prime Minister Agwood to vocalize them himself, with so many attendees at the commissioning ceremony. Any one of them might leak the information without needing Rolls to fabricate a persona. Can this ironclad truly vanquish those pirate generals? Ken refrained from mentioning the King of the Seven Seas, Nast, as he believed that if this ironclad could defeat 7 pirate generals, it would be commendable enough. After all, such vessels could only be operated by ordinary soldiers. The extraordinary beings would never forsake their innate abilities to wield cannons, akin to what Russell the Great described as abandoning the trunk of a grand tree to chase after its treetops. Moreover, in naval combat, no matter how formidable the cannons may be, they must still strike their targets. Coupled with the interference of extraordinary powers, the accuracy of those cannons is quite disheartening. Although Ken was not an extraordinary being, he had experienced similar battles, and under the influence of the fearsome Viscount Birdmaston's abilities, those cannonballs would invariably find their mark only upon the sea's surface, creating mere splashes. That is a matter for the Navy. Rolls was aware that the Prize must be commanded by an individual of Sequence 3. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve a minor victory against the King of the Seven Seas, Nast. After all, the arbitrator and the lawyer's paths counterbalance each other, and the disparity in strength could be vast. As for the 2 sunken frigates of the Navy, they likely possessed at most Sequence 4 capabilities, if not less. Surviving the aftermath of a conflict between 2 Sequence 3 entities was nearly inconceivable. In this world, extraordinary beings below Sequence 4, during large-scale hot wars, aside from a few professionals capable of delivering powerful outputs and effective defenses, must avoid direct confrontation, existing instead as specialized strike teams or merely providing support. However, once one ascends to demigod status, many circumstances alter. Most demigods can face firearms directly, capable of determining the course of a small to medium-sized war, and even wielding significant influence in larger conflicts. I will relay the intelligence regarding the ironclad to Lord Maston. Ken scratched his chin, acknowledging that he was merely a minor player. Such matters were better left to the prominent figures to ponder. Do you have any other requests? My dear Uncle Ken, do you so disdain me, your nephew? Rolls jested. Yet upon noticing Ken's altered demeanor, he adopted a serious tone, declaring, I require a heavy weapon, one befitting a barbarian. Ken regarded Rolls with a penetrating gaze, pondering whether he had truly become a barbarian. Even aboard a ship, barbarians constituted the backbone of the force. Very well. This journey to the East District indeed bore fruit, yet it also squandered considerable time. The back and forth between the West District and the East District consumed nearly 3 hours. Spending 3 hours each evening on the road, even for a barbarian, could be taxing, especially since he still required rest at night. Once he had concealed the worker's attire and beards within his laboratory, Rolls reclined on his bed, contemplating how to proceed with his role-playing. During the day, with an abundance of servants around, he could not possibly act under their watchful eyes. Yet the time for role-playing could only be squeezed from daylight hours. Occasionally acting as a vigilante in the East District at night was feasible, but it would soon become untenable. It appeared he would need to concoct a plausible excuse to venture into the North District, which was in closer proximity to the East District. But what reason could he devise? Rolls gazed at the breakfast being brought in, alongside the hefty stack of newspapers held by his butler, Mr. Auguste, sighing internally. He had succumbed to slumber against his body's protest during his musings the previous day. After sipping a cup of Felmer coffee, the bitterness instantly dispelled his fatigue. Rubbing his brow, he turned to butler Auguste. Speak, if you will, Mr. Auguste bowed respectfully and proceeded to speak in a tone tinged with a hint of the coastal accent. According to the latest reports, over a dozen newspapers, including the Beckland Daily and Taysok News, have published news concerning the incident involving the Nozick family. Were there no reports at all? None from the major newspapers. Oh, Rolls stroked his chin. If even the Beckland Postal had reported on it, it seemed a significant figure from the new party had intervened. In Rouen and Beckland, there is a plethora of newspapers, with more than 10 reputable ones boasting good circulation, but 3 stand out: the Beckland Daily, Beckland Postal, and Taysok News. The former two correspond to the 2 major political factions in Rouen, the Conservative Party and the New Party, which explains why the Beckland Evening News hastily published the Nozick family's involvement in the shooting incident without investigation yesterday evening. It is affiliated with the Beckland Daily. The Beckland Postal has few affiliated papers, but maintains close ties with the 4th largest newspaper, the Daily Observer, and there are even rumors that the owner of the Postal intends to acquire the Daily Observer. As for Taysok News, it is not aligned politically, but openly supports certain political figures based on its own value orientation, never conforming to public opinion. Now, that even the Postal, which supports the New Party, has reported on the incident, it indicates that someone from the New Party has indeed taken action, though the motives remain unclear. The report from Taysok News is particularly peculiar. Yesterday's investigation revealed that the neighbors surrounding White Guard were unaware of his arrest, having only heard 2 gunshots before silence ensued. If the neighbors were oblivious to White Guard's arrest, how did the reporter from Taysok News come to know about it? And that a confrontation had occurred between the two during the day? This coincidence suggests that the reporter sought to interview Congressman Martin Nozick. Chapter 52, Negotiations. This coincidence suggests that the reporter sought to interview Congressman Martin Nozick, but found no suitable opportunity, and thus attempted to approach Nozick's son, Lancer, only to be obstructed outside the Crag Club. Membership at the Crag Club, which was initially lenient in its vetting process, has since become strictly regulated. One can only gain membership through the recommendation of 2 existing members. Even members wishing to bring a non-member must limit themselves to 1 guest, reflecting the stringent management. The reporter originally intended to write a sensational piece about Lancer leveraging his father's influence to stir trouble at the club, but the editor rejected it on the grounds of unclear facts. The reporter, unwilling to concede, ventured to Mr. Guard's residence in the dead of night to pursue further interviews. However, Mr. Guard had already been taken away by the police, prompting the editor of Taysok News to leverage connections within the police department to obtain partial information, which led to a hasty revision of the article overnight. By that time, The newspaper's content should have already been finalized. How could it possibly be published? Although Rolls was not well-versed in the printing process, he understood that large newspapers like Taysok News would typically have their content set for the next day well in advance, possibly even with proofs ready for printing. Recently, Nozick had dominated the front pages of various newspapers, prompting the editor to omit Lancer's name, seeking to gauge the new party's reaction by hastily altering the newspaper's content overnight. The popularity of the Tasik Gazette can be attributed to its deployment of adept journalists who procure first-hand news. However, in recent years, following the ascension of a new heir to the newspaper, its content has veered towards conservatism. This shift does not imply an alignment with the Conservative Party, but rather a deliberate omission of critical elements from its news coverage, resulting in a less incisive narrative. This transformation is imperative for the Tasik Gazette. Without the backing of the two major parties in the government, its content, if still sharp and impactful, could ultimately lead to its reckoning. At No. 9. Hope Street in the West District, the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Aguhidni sat behind a grand table, observing the two men before him. One a supporter of the new party, the Earl of Hall, a prominent banker and member of the House of Lords, and the other his own brother, the Duke of Negan, the largest land aristocrat in the kingdom and a staunch conservative supporter. Calmly sipping a cup of red tea, the Prime Minister recalled the message he received from the Earl of Hall the previous day, requesting a discussion regarding the relations between the two parties. Before the repeal of the Corn Laws, tensions simmered beneath the surface, but in its aftermath, the discord between the parties became nearly overt. If not for the restraint imposed by the powerful figures behind them, the Duke of Negan and the Earl of Hall, the parties would have long since begun to assail one another publicly. However, the recent troubles surrounding one of the new party leaders, Congressman Nozick, have begun to jeopardize the fragile peace maintained between the two factions. The ramifications of this situation must not be allowed to escalate further. As the initiator of the discussion, the Earl of Hall spoke first. The Duke of Negan, clad in his navy blue admiral's uniform, replied while reclining somewhat lazily in his chair, occasionally stifling a yawn. Yet, despite his relaxed demeanor, the Duke was secretly pleased, having spent the previous night in the company of his mistress. Had he not been obliged to meet with the Earl of Hall the next day to deliberate on party matters, the drug he had consumed would likely have kept him in bed until dawn. While he had declined the Earl of Wolf's counsel, it did not signify that the Duke would exhibit any leniency towards this issue in front of the Earl of Hall. After all, he was the kingdom's foremost land aristocrat, and this year alone, he had suffered losses exceeding 400,000. Your Grace, you must understand that we have just faced defeat in our war with Vuzak. Are you not concerned that further disputes between the parties will jeopardize the kingdom's interests in East Bailang? The Duke's sharp insight into the Royal Navy's advantages was well known, having once served as an admiral himself. In combat against Vuzak, the Royal Navy had gained the upper hand, but alas, a fleet cannot traverse land. Vuzak's army is widely recognized as the mightiest in the northern continent, and even the Intis forces equipped with 6-barrel machine guns would fall short against them. The Earl of Hall, with a stoic expression, replied in a low voice that is intended for combating pirates. But one must practice, mustn't one? The Duke yawned once more, unperturbed by the urgency of the situation. Gentlemen, our time is limited. These newspapers have been circulating for nearly 5 hours, the Earl of Hall urged. Reveal your hand, Earl Hall. Otherwise, the situation will only worsen. As the leader of the Conservative Party, Ag would naturally lean towards conservative sentiments. The Earl of Hall frowned slightly, recognizing that prolonging the discussion would not serve his interests, and thus spoke resolutely. Nozick must not come to harm. That is the new party's bottom line. If Nozick were merely an ordinary member of the new party, the Earl might have been willing to forsake him. However, as one of its leaders and a figure with the potential to ascend to the party's leadership following the repeal of the Corn Laws, he must be preserved. Yet, it was evident that Nozick could not advance within the new party. Lance Nozick can be dealt with according to the kingdom's laws. A hint of derision curled the Duke's lips. That is only proper. Russell once said that a prince should be judged as any commoner would be, let alone the son of a congressman. The Hillsdon police station will be transferred to the West Veralis precinct. This represented a significant concession from a new party, nearly nullifying years of effort within the Bakerland police system and placing the Hillsdon district, where new party members congregated, firmly within the conservatives' grasp. Not sufficient, the Duke uttered tersely. Even if the Hillsdon police station were not transferred to West Veralis, the incident would surely lead to a thorough overhaul of the Hillsdon precinct by the Minister of Police. While a complete purge might not be feasible, a restoration in the short term would be out of the question. Chapter 53. the secretary. At No. 9, Hope Street in the West District, the Prime Minister's residence, Agwood still occupied the expansive table, but now only his brother, the Duke of Negan, remained, reclining comfortably in his chair. The recent negotiations and the preceding night's indulgences had taken a toll on the Duke, a judge of rank 6, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued, especially in the presence of his younger brother, which caused him to exhibit a degree of uncharacteristic behavior. The proposals put forth by the Earl of Hall had been quite sincere. Even if the discussions were to drag on further, there would be little substantial change. Agwood, in his 50s, tall and lean with thinning hair and piercing eyes, had not displayed much of himself during the negotiations. Though he held the position of Prime Minister and leader of the Conservative Party, this matter was not one in which he could intervene. In the current political landscape of Rune, it is the royal family and the aristocracy that steer the course of governance. Centuries of accumulation have endowed these nobles with ample resources to penetrate various sectors and ascend to positions of prominence within them. Take, for instance, the recently departed Earl of Hall. Prior to him, the Hall family was merely a hereditary earldom with a history spanning centuries, possessing little more than some shares in a bank. Such aristocrats are scarce in Rune, numbering perhaps a dozen, including figures like the Earl of Wolf. However, under the Earl of Hall's stewardship, the Hall family relinquished all but the minimum land associated with their title, divesting themselves of the remainder over a decade ago to acquire stakes in various major banks. At that time, land prices had not yet soared to the heights witnessed in recent years, leading to mockery from many conservative landowners who claimed the Hall family had abandoned noble traditions. This derision, of course, stemmed from jealousy, as the Earl of Hall had emerged as the largest shareholder in Bavart Bank, the fourth largest shareholder in Bakerland Bank, a special advisor to the Rune Royal Bank, and the third largest shareholder in the Sukite Bank of the Kingdom of Intis, as well as the second largest shareholder in the Constan Coal and Steel Consortium, particularly in the wake of the repeal of the Corn Laws. The more conservative nobles have borne the brunt of substantial losses, exemplified by the Duke of Negan and the Earl of Wolf. Relatively speaking, the Duke of Negan has managed to endure, given his extensive holdings, while the likes of the Earl of Wolf have begun to falter, resorting to selling off land. The Duke of Negan finally rose from his seat and ambled about the office, stifling a series of yawns. I certainly understand that dragging this matter out will not change the fate of Nozick, but one must still make an effort. Yesterday, the Earl of Wolf approached me, hoping to use this shooting incident to compel the new party to retreat and reinstate the Corn Laws. Agwood also rose from behind the table, his tone sharp. That is utterly impossible. His Majesty the King will not consent, nor will Parliament. Ah! Another yawn escaped the Duke as he rubbed his somewhat tearful eyes. Though there was only the Earl of Wolf yesterday, that was merely because many nobles remain unaware. Let us delay a few days and observe the scale of this backlash. I did not anticipate the losses would be so severe following the repeal of the Corn Laws. Presently, the Conservative Party is in power, and the repeal of the Corn Laws was a necessity for the Duke of Negan. Otherwise, the legislation could never have passed. However, the magnitude of the losses had taken him by surprise, as the promises made by George III and the new party could no longer be salvaged. Prime Minister Agwood sighed. The bill had been passed under his auspices. Had it not been for his brother, the Duke of Negan, the Conservative Party's foremost supporter, he would have long since lost parliamentary support and been compelled to resign his cabinet prematurely. As for dissolving the House of Commons, that would not be permitted by the king, nor by the Conservatives. Only the new party would revel in such a prospect. Observing Duke Negan yawn several times, Prime Minister Aguhide could not help but advise his brother. Pallas, what of your mistresses? Duke Negan interrupted Aguhide's words, asserting, no need. It is merely a matter of personal integrity, unlike Nozick. As the largest land aristocrat outside the king, Duke Negan had numerous mistresses. Yet in the relatively conservative kingdom of Rune, this could easily become a point of attack from political adversaries. However, this was merely a shortcoming of private virtue. What noble lacked in such regards? It would not bear significant consequences. Noticing his brother's displeasure, Duke Negan hastily shifted the topic. Do you know why this case has stirred such commotion? Why? Aguhide frowned, as he was unaware of the reasons, burdened with numerous matters. There is a young barrister behind White God, he tentatively suggested. Roars Adrian? Duke Negan, taken aback, exclaimed, how do you know? A year and a half prior, he had employed a similar tactic. First through newspapers to shape public opinion, then effortlessly swaying the jury's verdict. How could he involve himself in this matter? I recall he never accepted cases from either party. Prime Minister Aguhide had always been aware of Roars, having previously worried he might side with the new party, given that many barristers belonged to it. Nonetheless, Roars had never exhibited a discernible political inclination, focusing solely on managing his own firm. Duke Negan remained silent, stepping out of the office to summon his secretary, Lockhart, who stood at a distance. Lockhart, slender and golden-haired, appearing to be in his 30s, donned gold-rimmed spectacles and white gloves. Upon entering the Prime Minister's office, he bowed and stood near the entrance. "Speak of Roars Adrian's situation." Lockhart, with a deep voice, began. Roars Adrian, age 23, graduated from Lincoln Law School, inherited his family law firm 2 years ago, and became the youngest barrister in Beckland. To date, he has maintained an unblemished record in all cases. However, he has shown no political inclinations until 2 months ago when he employed a housekeeper with conservative leanings, establishing connections with Conservative Party members. Duke Negan adjusted his dark blue admiral's uniform and remarked, "Mr. Adrian seems intent on formally joining the Conservative Party through this matter. Current assessments suggest as much." Aguhide furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is he an extraordinary individual?" While Aguhide recognized the young barrister's prowess, he had never been closely connected to him, thus lacking interest in such matters. However, now that a connection existed, he felt compelled to learn more. "Neither the Night Church's Night Watch Squad nor my inquiries last night suggest that Mr. Adrian is extraordinary. It appears he merely possesses a talent for law." Aguhide nodded. This was reasonable, considering his family's background in the profession. If he can navigate this matter well, after joining the Conservative Party, I would not mind offering him a potion for lawyers. Chapter 54. The Parade Within His Abode. Roars was blissfully unaware that 2 prominent figures were deliberating over him at the Prime Minister's residence. He was engaged in discussions with his butler, Mr. August, regarding the next steps in their plan. Thus far, all of Roar's arrangements had proceeded smoothly, except for the uncertainty surrounding the purpose behind the new party magnate's report on the shooting incident in the Beckland Post. Regardless, relinquishing Nozick, the de facto leader of the new party, was not an option they could entertain. As for potential retaliation and exclusion from a new party, Roars felt no trepidation. Aside from the legal sphere, the new party had little bearing on his life. Even within the legal realm, Roars still possessed the formidable weapon of the partnership system among barristers. He believed that nothing could be more enticing to ordinary individuals, or even the extraordinary, than gold pounds. Moreover, should the envisioned merger of the 4 colleges succeed, future graduating barristers would invariably become Roar's allies in the legal field. Furthermore, the upper echelons of the legal profession, judges in various courts, were predominantly dominated by the nobility, despite their origins in law. After all, the House of Lords serves as the highest court in the Kingdom of Ruin, and judges aspiring for advancement must cultivate favorable relations with the aristocracy. Now that the newspapers had reported on the shooting incident and Mr. Whitegod had been taken to West Valaris Square, August, do you have any suggestions? Roars harbored some doubts about his butler. Perhaps it was the lawyer's inherent traits that made him suspicious of everything, inclining him toward order. You should not initiate contact with the Conservative Party now. Rather, wait for them to approach you. August was fully aware of Roar's ultimate objective, but recognized that proactive engagement was ill-advised, as the nobility would instinctively harbor aversion towards such individuals. Indeed, I understand. Roars felt a sense of helplessness. Despite being a prominent barrister and the owner of Adrian Law Firm, there remained a substantial gap between himself and those who wielded true power. Were it not for his connections with Judge Dewey of the Conservative Party, the Hillsdon police would have certainly barred him from meeting with Whitegod, let alone escorting him to West Valaris Square. You are best suited to wait until Mr. Jurgen concludes his investigation before determining the next course of action. August was perplexed. As a renowned barrister, he believed his employer should possess clarity about these matters. Yet now he seemed overly impulsive. Unbeknownst to him, this incident marked Roar's first foray into proactive strategizing. Previously, his approach had been methodical, and naturally, he was now somewhat anxious. Roars shook his head. Were it a common case, such actions would be entirely appropriate. However, with another powerful party involved, this approach would only lead to a disadvantage. In the coming days, I shall remain at the Crag Club to ascertain the specifics. I may also seize the opportunity to play a role in the East District. Mr. August, I entrust the Soldiers Assistance Association to you. Roars was eager to visit the association, located in the East District near the North District. This served to blend the 2 attributes of the association, one being assistance, predominantly conducted by women, certainly with the backing of the Night Church, and the other being the disabled soldiers. Having suffered injuries due to war, their living conditions were naturally not commensurate with those of able-bodied individuals, and they deserved no less than adequate support. Thus, a substantial number of affordable housing units were established at the confluence of the North and East districts for their residents. Roars hoped that August could unite the association and the disabled soldiers to orchestrate a small-scale protest march, thereby amplifying the momentum for White God's case. As for whether this would provoke negative sentiments, Roars was unconcerned. Following the conclusion of each war, such protests were commonplace, particularly in the aftermath of failures. The objective of the protest was to secure compensation, a responsibility inherently associated with the military. Thus, most demonstrations enjoyed tacit approval from the armed forces. The recent defeat in the war against the Fursak people in East Byland had resulted in significant casualties. It was still too early for the disabled soldiers to receive their compensation. Only once it became apparent that compensation would not materialize or was significantly reduced would protests commence. These soldiers had already endured severe physical and psychological trauma due to the war, and the White God incident would undoubtedly incite their protests. Evoking thoughts of their own tragic futures, facing discrimination, struggling to live normally, and being oppressed by the powerful. In such a scenario, even if White God did indeed shoot Lancer Nozick, it was highly probable that he would face a minor charge or even be acquitted, with judges delivering lenient verdicts potentially facing public ire. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it appears highly probable that White Guard has been framed. Very well. Who is behind the Beckland Post? Can it be uncovered? Rolls remains fixated on the reports from the Beckland Post. The butler, Auguste, shook his head, pondering for a moment. It is undoubtedly a member or supporter of the new party. However, the specific identity remains unclear. Nevertheless, based on certain information and conjectures, the Earl of Holber seems to be a likely candidate. The Earl of Holber? Alas, the household of Miss Justice is indeed affluent. The medium, Lady Dolly? Klein instinctively inquired. After an initial shock, he found the matter less surprising. Only a formidable individual of sequence 7 could exhibit the mediumistic prowess displayed by Lady Dolly. Rosen's eyes widened once more in disbelief. Why you? How did you know again? I have encountered Lady Dolly, Klein admitted without reservation. Very well, Rosen said with an air of longing. If I could directly become a medium like Lady Dolly, I would willingly embrace the extraordinary. No, I would earnestly contemplate it for 10 minutes. Indeed, Lady Dolly has fulfilled all my imaginings of what it means to be extraordinary, Klein added with a hint of exaggeration. By the way, Rosen, do you know if there are any official extraordinary individuals besides the 7 churches? I mean, from the royal family or the nobility? Klein recalled the Emperor of the Grey Mist. Miss Justice surely hailed from a prominent noble lineage, yet the Emperor might very well be of royal descent. Perhaps even a prince. Moreover, Klein was certain that the Emperor was an extraordinary being, possessing profound knowledge of the extraordinary. He had shown no concern when the hanging man discussed rudimentary knowledge of extraordinary beings. Chapter 55, Talum and Allen. Indeed, there are many powerful extraordinary individuals within the royal family, as I have heard from the captain and old Neil. As for the nobility, I am unsure. Rosen shook her head, acknowledging her position as a mere clerical worker, grateful for any tidbits of information she could glean from the captain or old Neil. Klein pressed on. Do you know what the pathways to becoming an extraordinary being in the royal family are? Rosen's thoughts leapt around as she furrowed her brow. Klein, you don't mean to become an official extraordinary of the royal family, do you? You should know we have the goddess's protection. Well, of course. I'm not suggesting that being an official extraordinary of the royal family is inferior. It's just that, comparatively, we are a tad better. Rosen, what on earth are you thinking? Just moments ago, you were advising me against becoming an extraordinary of the church, urging me to remain a humble clerical worker, even painting a bright future for me. Now you are advocating for the church on my behalf. Klein sighed, scratching his head. I truly haven't thought that far. Rosen, I merely seek to understand, as a matter of basic knowledge, Klein clarified. Rosen's tone softened as she shook her head. Basic knowledge? This is hardly common knowledge. Even old Neil might not know. Perhaps only the captain is aware. Indeed, old Neil is a seeker, well-versed in numerous esoteric magical rituals, yet he is merely Sequence 9. Unlike the captain, who is a Sequence 7 nightmare and the leader of the Night Watch squad, he must have interacted with the royal family's official extraordinary individuals frequently. Although unaware of the royal extraordinary sequence, his anticipated objectives had been fulfilled. After chatting with Rosen for a few more minutes, and obtaining no further information. He tipped his hat and took his leave. Beckland 126, New Year Road, Hillsdon District, the Crag Club. Since becoming a barbarian, aside from breakfast, alcohol had never been absent from Rolls's diet, yet he did not indulge excessively. Before him sat a glass of Blackland, a strong distilled spirit brewed from a blend of malt and other grains, characteristic of Ruin, albeit of a higher quality that retained its potency while offering a more pleasant taste. His visit to the Crag Club was purely to drown his sorrows. He sought to gather information about the altercation between Whiteguard and Lancino Zick on the day of the shooting. However, it seemed the club's staff had been silenced, as everyone feigned ignorance about the incident. Even Atwood, who had profited handsomely from him, remained tight-lipped, prompting Rolls to entertain thoughts of dragging Atwood into a dark alley for a thorough beating that night. "Rolls, what brings you here?" A somewhat surprised and uncertain male voice reached Rolls's ears. He turned to see two men standing at the entrance of the bar. The speaker had short, curly brown hair, while the other, tall and slender, wore gold-rimmed glasses. "Talum? Is that truly you? Why aren't you busy with your big case?" The man with curly brown hair approached Rolls, snapping his fingers at the bartender. "A pint of South Welsh beer, please." He then gestured to the slender man with glasses. "And for him, a ginger beer." The slender man, Alan Chris, was a renowned surgeon. At this time, despite the advancements brought by Emperor Rosal, surgery still lacked many essential elements, such as anesthesia. People generally harbored a fear of surgery, as aseptic procedures were unattainable. A patient could easily suffer unbearable pain or bleed to death during an operation, with approximately 1 in 4 patients succumbing for such reasons. Nevertheless, as a notable surgeon in Beckland, Alan Chris's surgical outcomes were notably superior. Rolls had previously heard him say that under his care, only 1 in 10 would perish due to pain or excessive bleeding. Alan had made considerable sacrifices, such as abstaining from alcohol altogether, only permitting himself ginger beer, which, despite its name, contained no alcohol. Its spicy ginger and tangy lemon created a beer-like flavor acceptable even to women and children. After 2 years of hard work, one must allow themselves a break, right? Indeed, even Alan comes to the club occasionally to unwind and alleviate the discomfort brought on by bloody surgeries. You should have visited the club more often, or join me in practicing equestrian skills in the Beckland outskirts, perhaps even compete. Talum Dumont, a noble equestrian instructor, was originally a noble scion with a grandfather who held the title of Viscount, but alas, his estate had been squandered. Unlike other noble scions, Talum could not expect a substantial inheritance upon reaching adulthood for business ventures. Moreover, due to his grandfather's infamous reputation, he lacked avenues to secure a government position or serve as a steward in another noble household. Thus, he had to utilize his skills, becoming an equestrian instructor for several nobles. Rolls had previously received training from Talum, and although Talum and Alan were both roughly 10 years his senior, they differed from the other club members, remaining among Rolls's few friends. Rolls took a sip of his Blackland, savoring its spiciness, and shook his head. "Competing against you in a horse race? I'm not Alan. I never partake in such meaningless pursuits." As a noble equestrian instructor, Talum naturally excelled far beyond the average rider. Even though Rolls was now a Sequence 8 extraordinary, he would not dare claim that his extraordinary control over his body could surpass Talum's equestrian prowess. Alan, on the other hand, delighted in competing and riding with Talum, suffering humiliating defeats, yet approaching every subsequent competition with unwavering confidence and a tendency to chatter, a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor. Talum had learned from Alan's colleagues that the doctor exhibited a similar demeanor during surgeries. The typically reserved doctor, Alan would refute any mention of himself when Rolls spoke. Riding is primarily for relaxation, not competition. At this, Talum erupted into laughter, noting that Alan's comments typically emerged after the races, particularly after a loss. Alan's previously eager demeanor abruptly shifted back to a cold indifference, as if Rolls and the others were speaking of someone entirely unrelated to him. After a light-hearted exchange marked by jest, the initially awkward trio regained their familiarity, as though Rolls had never been estranged from them over the past 2 years. Talum took a sip of his South Welsh ale and turned to Rolls with a smile. "Inquiring, Rolls, I hear that your law firm has taken on the nose a case." In Chapter 56, Pawns, Rolls, placing his nearly full glass of Blackland down, responded with a grin. "It seems so. Why, are you considering joining my law firm? You're already showing an interest in such minor cases." Your equestrian skills are commendable. Would you fancy becoming a coachman at my firm?" "Better keep your mouth shut," Talum jestingly retorted, then turned to Dr. Allen, who was sipping ginger beer, saying, Our esteemed Mr. Adrian has ascended to the upper echelons of the legal world, deeming even this case a trivial matter. I dare say he looks down upon us old friends." Dr. Allen remained silent, merely raising his glass for a clink with Rolls, causing Talum's expression to freeze momentarily. After the brief toast, Rolls took a hearty gulp of his Blackland and erupted into laughter at Talum's stunned visage. Talum, with a glint of mischief in his eye, approached Rolls and whispered, "I possess some insights from the aristocracy regarding this case. Would you care to hear them?" Rolls's expression grew grave as he furrowed his brow, replying, "Talum, this is merely a small case. You need not involve yourself." Talum, believing Rolls to be jesting, gestured to Dr. Allen, indicating the seriousness of Rolls's demeanor. Hesitantly, he said, "You can't truly believe this is a minor case, can you? There's much at stake here." "Talum," Rolls interrupted firmly, maintaining his seriousness, "I am but a lawyer, concerned solely with the case at hand. The implications behind it are beyond my purview. Similarly, as an equestrian instructor of noble lineage, you should focus solely on your teaching. Do not meddle in the affairs of nobility. Their hearts are far more ruthless." Rolls was acutely aware of the hidden complexities surrounding the case, which could be interpreted as a renewed clash between rival factions, a situation he had instigated. However, he felt compelled to warn his friend Talum. Indeed, it was a warning. Talum, as a scion of nobility, possessed not only fine breeding, but also a profound concern for his friends, which explained why both Rolls and the typically aloof Dr. Allen had forged a friendship with him. Yet, Talum harbored aspirations of obtaining a title to restore his family's honor, striving to ensure that the Dumont family would no longer be the subject of aristocratic gossip. However, this ambition proved daunting in recent decades. The newly ennobled had mostly been wealthy benefactors of both political factions, save for those like Viscount Barton who had earned their titles through military valor. To attain a title, Talum saw two paths: military service or substantial donations, yet he found himself unable to pursue either. Had he enlisted over 20 years ago, he might have leveraged his exceptional horsemanship to become a knight, but now, Ruin's Royal Knights had devolved into little more than a ceremonial guard. As for donations, Talum's annual income barely exceeded £400, insufficient even for a single soiree hosted by the affluent. Despite the bleak prospects, Talum had not relinquished hope. Joining the Crag Club was his choice, though the membership fee of £50 and an annual fee of $15 far exceeded his means at the time. Thus, upon joining, he found himself in the same position of exclusion as Rolls, albeit for reasons of status. Yet, through years of diligent effort, Talum had become a social butterfly within the Crag Club. Meanwhile, Rolls had not visited the club in 2 years and likely found few who still recognized him. Rolls's caution in the increasingly conservative Ruin, even toward friends, was a necessity. He vividly recalled the circumstances surrounding Talum's untimely demise, entangled in the machinations of the primal sorceress and the royal family, leading to the curse of the witch cult. Thus, warning Talum before he became embroiled in the fray was the best Rolls could do at this juncture. Talum paused, fully aware of the nature of the aristocracy, influenced by his grandfather and his associates. A realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he spoke with a note of admonition. "Rolls, should you not advise your lawyer to withdraw from this case?" Rolls found himself amused yet exasperated, realizing he had become the one receiving warnings. He sighed, alas. The case has already landed on the firm's desk. Those who needed to be offended have been offended. If we were to withdraw, it would complicate matters for the firm in the future. I cannot allow the firm to crumble under my watch. Talum, who bore the weight of his family's legacy, understood the difficulties of such a predicament and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Rolls seized the opportunity to reiterate his warning: "We, the unwitting pawns in this game, may find our lives discarded with a mere flick of a powerful hand." After conversing with Talum and Dr. Allen for a while and finishing their drinks, the three of them set off to play squash. Following another round of idle chatter, Rolls excused himself under the pretext of a shooting incident. Upon exiting the Crag Club, Rolls retrieved his pocket watch. It was already 3 in the afternoon, time to continue his charade in the East District. Though he had refrained from querying Talum about the aristocracy's views on the shooting, Rolls surmised there would be no shortage of mockery and schadenfreude directed at Nozick. The nobles served by Talum were predominantly aligned with the Conservative Party, and only they would subject their offspring to equestrian training that had become largely obsolete. 2 days had elapsed since the major newspapers reported on the sensational case involving the beleaguered Nozick MP's family. Now, Beckland was steeped in an uncanny stillness. The press continued to cover the evolving situation, while the political arena remained eerily calm. Despite numerous reporters pursuing Nozick, he consistently appeared as merely a relative of the case's subject, rather than as the new party leader. More often than not, interviews were conducted with Lancer Nozick's sister, the formidable Julia Maynard, who was married to Tingen Councilman John Maynard. Now was the opportune moment for a pawn like Rolls to act. Should the outcome prove favorable, it would be a delightful surprise. Conversely, should it falter, even if Rolls were to perish, the powerful would remain unscathed, perhaps only muttering a curse at a fool who had disrupted their amusement. Without declarations from the influential, how could those in the middle dare to take action? At best, they would merely indulge in derisive commentary, expressing their opinions. Thus, Rolls aimed to fully leverage his position as a pawn, steering events toward the conservative faction's desires, ensuring he would not face retribution in the aftermath. Chapter 57. Violent Retribution. As Rolls arrived at the intersection of the North and East districts, he had donned a simple disguise, sporting a scruffy beard reminiscent of his Uncle Ken, albeit even more disheveled, topped with a flat cap. His eyebrows had been darkened, and his complexion appeared significantly darker and rougher. Rolls had once contemplated whether shaving his head and tattooing himself, much like Ken, would expedite his progress in this masquerade. However, the mere thought of such an appearance made him abandon the idea. His white shirt's sleeves were rolled up, exposing the lower half of his forearms, with a button at the collar undone. Such attire would be met with disdain and scorn among the gentlemen of conservative ruin, yet here it garnered little attention, as the residents at this border were seasoned veterans of war, bearing the marks of their past. Due to the ravages of war and the scars of disability, they have become subjects of discrimination, their peculiar attire offering a semblance of dignity compared to their missing limbs. Although the poor law stipulates that individuals with physical disabilities should receive aid and support, legislation often stands in stark contrast to the harshness of reality. Even able-bodied, impoverished individuals face immense challenges in seeking assistance from the workhouses, let alone a group of disabled persons. Following Emperor Rosel's promotion of the Industrial Revolution, the plight of the disabled has further deteriorated. The swift and standardized assembly lines of industrial production have completely marginalized them, as they struggle to adapt to the relentless pace of machinery. Fortunately, divine entities and the church still exist in this world. The three major churches of Rune have consistently advocated for the advancement of the poor law, providing a glimmer of hope for the downtrodden, preventing the world from descending into a state where faith could be bartered by capitalists, as witnessed in the original world of Roselle. In matters concerning the disabled, only the Church of Night has shown any concern. The Church of Storm, which upholds masculinity, and the Church of Steam and Machinery, which reveres intelligence, have both excluded the disabled from their ranks. Originally, the intersection of the North and East districts was the most oppressive locale in Beckland. Even in the dock and factory areas, one could hear complaints and curses, but here, only a dismal grayness prevailed. Yet now, this once bleak and oppressive area seems to have been rejuvenated, as emaciated men, some missing arms or legs, assist each other while distributing flyers. Their eyes radiate a mixture of hope, anger, and defiance, reminiscent of the innocent souls Roselle encountered before the court. Whenever someone accepts one of their flyers, even if that person's gaze is filled with disdain and prejudice, the men respond with smiles, reminiscent of their spirited selves when they first enter the battlefield. As Roselle, donning a flat cap, passed by, he casually accepted a flyer. In the shadow cast by his cap, he beheld a gaunt young face adorned with a smile. Nodding, Roselle walked on, fully aware of the flyer as contents. After it was finalized, his butler, Mr. August, had presented it to him. The text did not demand any welfare policies or address the injustices faced by Wigard. It merely called for fairness. Fair treatment for those who once valiantly fought for Rune on the battlefield. Roselle sighed inwardly, knowing that the hopes of these individuals would soon be dashed. It would be then, when their flickering hopes were ignited only to be extinguished, that these soldiers would raise banners of fury, demanding everything they desired from the authorities of Rune. This, too, was Roselle's objective. Upon entering the East District, he observed a group of ruffians, their faces contorted with resentment as they begrudgingly accepted flyers from a few disabled soldiers, who laughed heartily as they walked away. One visibly younger man, filled with anger, attempted to discard his flyer, but was halted by a companion with a bruised face. Upon noticing Roselle's presence, he hastily smoothed out the crumpled flyer and began to read, though it was uncertain whether he could comprehend it. As Roselle passed by, he patted the shoulder of the bruised man with a cold huff, continuing on his way. Not far ahead, he heard admonitions from behind, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. For those who merely strayed slightly from propriety, Roselle tempered the force of his strikes. A bruised face and broken bones were, naturally, unavoidable. However, for particularly egregious individuals, his retribution was far more severe, breaking a few bones, or in more serious cases, potentially costing a life. Without proper medical attention, death was not out of the question. In an obscure alley near the dock area of the East District, two men adorned with tattoos lay moaning on the ground, their arms grotesquely contorted, blood trickling from their mouths and staining the damp earth. Emotionless, Roselle approached them, extracting a handful of coins and several banknotes, totaling a meager sum of £2, 6 shillings and 2¼ pence. He tossed the coins to a nearby frail man, departing without acknowledging the latter's gratitude or rejection of the money. Another robbery had been thwarted by Roselle, yet today his response had been more brutal than usual. Previously, he had merely broken arms. Even so, the loss of their ability to work, compounded by their disabilities, would soon plunge these men into the depths of despair, where hunger would eventually claim their lives on the streets, leaving them unable to rise again. Nevertheless, Roselle harbored no regrets. For the targets of their robberies were often those even poorer, their hopes shattered by the very actions of these criminals, which could lead to the complete collapse of families. After encountering Talum at the Crag Club today, he reflected on Talum's demise due to the witch's curse, merely a victim of the witch's cult and the royal agenda. The whims of those in power could lead to the untimely deaths of many. What distinguished this from the two men he had just confronted? It was merely a facade of nobility, and those soldiers, whose hopes he had ignited, their demands were destined to be in vain. Thus, burdened with irritation and frustration, Roselle's actions became heavier than usual, yet he felt no remorse. Those who disrupted the order would inevitably face the consequences of the law. For Roselle, the law was violence, at least for the time being. Chapter 58, The Second Tarot Meeting. 45, Gadon Street, West District, Roselle's residence. In the bedroom, Roselle perused the report concerning the shooting incident investigated by lawyer Jurgen. Neighbors of Whitgard testified that on the night of June 27th at 11 o'clock, they first heard a gunshot, followed by another shot a few seconds later, accompanied by a man's scream. The terrified neighbors did not immediately venture outside to investigate, waiting approximately half an hour before one dared to check. Upon stepping outside, they discovered blood at the entrance, yet the street was devoid of any presence. It wasn't until 6 in the morning that they reported the incident to the police station, where the Hillsden police informed them that the armed suspect had already been apprehended, though they were unaware that it was Whitgard who had been arrested. A senior sergeant from the Hillsden police station, who led the arrest of Whitgard, provided a statement indicating that he and his partner, while patrolling the area, had heard gunfire and proceeded toward the source on Snowwind Street. Upon arrival, they found Whitgard holding a gun aimed at the already injured Lancer Nozick, and they promptly drew their revolver to confront Whitgard, compelling him to lower his weapon before arresting him and transporting him to the station, while also taking the injured Lancer to the hospital. The senior sergeant's partner, a young officer, echoed the sergeant's account, and they collectively agreed that Whitgard was suspected of armed assault. As for the Hillsden police's refusal to allow the attorney to meet with the suspect, they expressed their apologies and stated that the senior inspector would face punishment. Yet they continued to assert that Whitgard was guilty of armed violence. The reasoning was quite sound, as the revolver in question was one frequently used by Whitgard. Now both sides maintained their positions, but public opinion was decidedly unfavorable toward Whitgard. Initially, before the two parties exerted their influence, reports linked the shooting incident to the son of Congressman Nozick. However, thereafter, no further relevant information surfaced. Once both parties collaborated to suppress the narrative, the case was relegated to that of an ordinary shooting, albeit with some difficulty in resolution. After 5 or 6 days, major newspapers ceased reporting on the incident, though some smaller publications highlighted the struggles faced by war veterans in reintegrating into civilian life, often characterized by volatile tempers, propensity for violence, gang involvement, and even mental instability leading to institutionalization. Amidst this media onslaught, Whitgard's involvement in the altercation with Lancer further heightened the likelihood of his retaliatory actions that night. Roselle pressed his fingers against the inner corners of his eyes. He had already enlisted Jurgen to arrange for a psychologist to conduct a mental assessment of Whitgard, recognizing the futility of the media campaign. However, the case cannot be delayed any longer. Even if the retired soldiers commence their march, it will scarcely aid the Whitgold case, and may even prove counterproductive. Rolls instructed his devoted servant, Morris, to inform the butler, August, to implement the plan ahead of schedule before retreating into his private laboratory. It was Monday, and the clock had just struck 2:48. The second tarot session was about to commence. Above the mist, Klein conjured a magnificent temple, with a bronze long table positioned directly beneath the expansive dome and 22 high-backed chairs adorned with various astrological symbols. He quietly seated himself at the head of the table, allowing his body and face to be enveloped in a denser shroud of fog. Subsequently, he extended his right hand, gesturing towards the three familiar deep red stars, establishing a wondrous connection. In the windowless basement, the rugged and profound silhouette of Alger Wilson sat beside a long table laden with various vessels and parchment scrolls. Alger glanced at the wall clock, noticing the hour hand pointed to 3 o'clock. He pinched his temple, and his eyes suddenly darkened. A subtle sheen emanated from the vessels on the table. At that moment, he perceived a tidal wave of deep crimson light surging forth, engulfing him entirely. In a luxurious hall, family villa in Beckland, Queens, Audrey inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Yet, she could not see her own image. Instead, deep red and illusory light erupted from all around her and from within. Above the mist, within the temple that resembled a giant's abode, deep crimson hues blossomed along both sides of the bronze long table, surging forth like a fountain only to cascade back down, sculpting 3 indistinct figures whose positions remained unchanged from the last encounter. The tall, golden-haired Audrey instinctively gazed towards the head of the table, where a figure shrouded in thick fog reclined, one hand resting flat upon the table's edge, while the other delicately caressed their chin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey called out with a cheerful tone. She then turned to face the opposite side, greeting in the same manner, "Good afternoon, Mr. Emperor." "Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman." Rolls nodded in acknowledgement and smiled, replying, "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." Alger Wilson glanced at the Emperor beside him and, with a smile, echoed, "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." Though not an effusive individual, he maintained the necessary politeness, especially since Miss Justice had provided him with over 100 milliliters of ghost shark blood. Klein smiled at the three as they exchanged greetings, feeling increasingly like a host of an online social platform, relieved he did not have to masquerade as a female interlocutor. He lowered his head slightly, raised his left hand, and gently tapped his brow twice. The moment his gaze shifted, he beheld the aura emanating from Justice and the Emperor, while the surrounding fog and deep red stars remained unchanged, devoid of any entities that seemed non-existent or bore a certain luminescence. As his gaze turned, Klein noticed that the colors of Justice's aura perfectly matched old Neil's description. The reds were red, the purples were purple, the blues were blue, and the whites were white, all radiating a vibrant luminosity indicative of a youthful spirit. Her emotional hues exhibited reds and yellows, joyful, passionate, and exuberant. Turning his attention to the enigmatic Emperor, Klein observed that he was once again donned in his morning attire and internally mused. "Last time it was morning, and you wore morning clothes. No issue there. But now it is afternoon. How much do you adore your morning attire?" The Emperor's aura bore similarities to Miss Justice's, though it contained a greater abundance of the fiery red, denoting enthusiasm. "Mr. Emperor, your emotional state seems rather incongruous with your outward demeanor," Klein thought, noting the Emperor's languid posture against the bronze chair, as if he were in the comfort of his own home. Just as Klein was about to avert his gaze, he suddenly noticed that the surface of the Emperor's astral body bore a profound darkness, flowing and distorted, which unsettled him. Chapter 59. The Wind's Favor. Above the mist, Rolls, lazily reclining against the chair's back, suddenly felt a prying gaze. He raised an eyebrow, realizing Klein was likely using his spiritual sight to observe the three of them. Rolls entered the Source Fortress as a spiritual entity, akin to his own white mist space. Even with Klein's Source Fortress enhancement, he could not penetrate the connection between Rolls and the white mist space. Even if he could, given Klein's recent ascension to extraordinary status, he would scarcely comprehend what that space represented. Most likely, he would perceive it merely as the Emperor's peculiarity. From this perspective, the Emperor's astral body appeared truly extraordinary, seemingly surpassing even old Neil in strength. Klein's thoughts raced, filled with uncertainty. Perhaps it was merely the uniqueness of this environment. Perhaps it was simply my domain that allowed me to perceive these anomalies, not that old Neil lacked similar manifestations. Nevertheless, the distortion truly vexed him. Klein shifted his gaze from the Emperor to the Hangman. After exchanging pleasantries with Audrey, the Hangman, Alger, continued, I have received the ghost shark's blood. It perfectly meets all my expectations. I truly did not anticipate your swift delivery, as ghost shark blood is no ordinary extraordinary substance. Audrey smiled modestly, replying, I am pleased to witness this outcome. According to our agreement, I shall reveal the formula for the potion to you. Taking a breath, she concentrated her full attention. Alger did not disclose the potion's contents, but rather turned his gaze towards the emperor beside him. The audience's formula was acquired by Audrey through the exchange of ghost shark blood, and he could not allow the emperor, who had contributed nothing, to know its details. Soon, an idea struck him. Since I can manifest the temple and furnishings based on my own thoughts, could I perhaps enable others to directly imprint the contents presented in their minds? No sooner had he spoken than a piece of yellowed parchment and a dark red pen appeared on the table before the hangman. Klein sensed this emotional surge and utilized the pen as a medium to guide the process. As soon as Alger set the pen down, several lines of text appeared on the parchment. Audience, sequence 9 potion, 80 milliliters of pure water, add 5 drops of colchicum essence. Add 13 grams of cow's tooth peony powder. Add 7 petals of fairy flower. Add a pair of adult munher fish eyes. Add 35 milliliters of horn black fish blood. Rolls quietly observed Klein guiding the hangman in writing the formula, relieved, as he was uncertain whether Klein could harness the power of the source fortress to facilitate individual exchanges among the three. Even if he could, whether Klein would think of it was another matter. It seemed he had worried unnecessarily. After all, Klein hailed from a background of keyboard warriors and possessed quick reflexes. Alger, upon seeing the contents on the parchment align with the formula in his mind, was not surprised and respectfully nodded to Mr. Fool, indicating he had completed the writing. Although Klein had not intentionally sought to pry into the potion's formula, the content he uniquely manifested still imprinted in his mind. With a thought, he made the parchment appear before Miss Justice. Seeing Audrey silently memorizing the potion's formula, Rolls turned to the increasingly reverent Alger and proposed, Mr. Hangman, how about we engage in a transaction? Alger was momentarily taken aback before responding. What transaction? Klein regarded Rolls with keen interest, while the engrossed Audrey lifted her head to glance at the opposite side, only to quickly lower it once more. You are the Mariner sequence, are you not? About to ascend to sequence 7, the navigator, correct? Although Rolls posed it as a question, it was imbued with certainty. Alger quietly scrutinized Rolls, remaining silent. Klein discreetly activated his clairvoyance once more, only to observe the rapidly shifting hues of Mr. Hangman's emotions. Red, purple, black, and blue entwined, ultimately settling into a blend of blue tinged with purple. A whirlwind of excitement, terror, and a final calm contemplation laced with detachment. It appeared the Emperor was indeed correct. Audrey, upon hearing Ralche's words, suppressed the urge to look up, continuing to memorize the formula while subtly adjusting her posture to orient her ear towards the hanged man's direction. As a well-bred lady, Audrey understood the impropriety of her actions, yet she found it impossible to resist. What kind of transaction do you seek? I possess a formula for a sequence 6 wind connoisseur. Do you require it? Ralche was aware that he had been overly forthright, but ever since embracing the life of a barbarian, he had developed a fondness for such candor. Alger wished to claim he had no need for it, yet the words remained lodged in his throat. The sequence 6 formula held significant value for him. His childhood and experiences at sea had instilled a profound sense of insecurity within him, and strength was the key to acquiring safety. Memories of that primordial island surged within him, igniting a fervor, yet he forced himself to remain calm. He was acutely aware that the island was beset by hurricanes, and he would not dare to set foot there again until he reached sequence 5. First, he must become a sequence 6 wind connoisseur. He turned to the Emperor, casting aside his hesitation. What do you require? Audrey, frustrated as she memorized the formula, suddenly realized that, after all, they were in the presence of Mr. Fool. Regardless of their personal conflicts, an overt confrontation was out of the question. Chapter 60, The Transaction. What do you require? Upon hearing Alger's inquiry, Ralche chuckled. You should be aware of the price for a sequence 6 formula. Yet I do not accept pounds. I only engage in barter. I need an extraordinary weapon, preferably with minimal side effects, commensurate with the price of the wind connoisseur's formula. If I find your offer satisfactory, I might consider lowering the cost. Ralche was not currently in want of money. Rather, he lacked a suitable, extraordinary weapon. He knew Alger was acquainted with a sequence 6 craftsman, a descendant of Roselle, and thus intended to commission Alger to have this craftsman create a bespoke, extraordinary weapon for him. Naturally, Ralche could not disclose this directly. After all, deducing that Alger was a barbarian on the brink of becoming a seafarer was one thing. Knowing he was connected to a craftsman was another. The excitement that had recently surged within the hanged man was swiftly extinguished. The Wind Connoisseur was a sequence 6, and its formula was priced at no less than 2,000 pounds. He had just finished gathering the materials for a seafarer and possessed little money. Even with years of collaboration with the craftsman Scharf, he was obligated to pay his dues, even if the costs were reduced. Meeting the Emperor's requirement would still entail at least 1,500 pounds. Enshrouded in the gray mist, Klein observed the two individuals on the right side of the bronze table. Indeed, the hangman was a sequence 8 barbarian, and it seemed the blood of the ghost shark traded with Miss Justice was part of the seafarer's materials. Judging by the hangman's tone, the ghost shark's blood must be the primary ingredient, which meant Miss Justice had incurred a loss. Klein could currently only deduce the price of the sequence 9 formula and materials based on his own diviner's formula. In this transaction, Justice had likely lost at least 100 pounds. He cast a glance at Justice, who was still silently memorizing the formula. This young lady likely did not mind. Unfortunately, he had no knowledge of the formula and could not take advantage of Justice. But cannot you two express yourselves more clearly? How much is the sequence 6 formula truly worth? What type of extraordinary weapon do you require? If it is a special type, it will take considerable time. Alger remained enamored with the formula for the Wind Connoisseur, even if hope seemed slim. He resolved that regardless of what the Emperor said, he would acquiesce first, then delay until he had gathered enough money to approach Scharf. I require a melee weapon, preferably a heavy one, such as a hammer or axe. These specifications were intended to align with the characteristics of a barbarian, enhancing the authenticity of his role-playing. The proprietor of the Iron Anchor Tavern, Ken, had already prepared a mace for Ralche. Although heavy, it was merely a mundane item, relying solely on Ralche's brute strength for effectiveness. Moreover, once he was finished with it, he might even sell it to the future little Sunday. Audrey had completed memorizing the formula, and, upon hearing the Emperor's need for an axe or hammer, widened her eyes in astonishment as she gazed at the Emperor across from her. She simply could not envision the Emperor wielding an axe in battle. Klein, too, was taken aback. What sequence was the Emperor, truly? He did not appear to be one who would require an axe for combat. Alger did not hesitate in the least. Such weapons were not particularly difficult to find. No problem, but it will take time. Extraordinary weapons are in high demand, and I cannot guarantee I will encounter one. No, I need it within 2 weeks, 3 at the latest. Ralche wished to swiftly complete his barbarian portrayal. Thereafter, he could easily advance, for barbarians were ill-suited to thrive in a bustling metropolis. Impossible. Within such a short time, I cannot procure a weapon that suits you. Alger shook his head in refusal. Let alone 2 or 3 weeks, he might not even be able to gather 1,500 pounds in a month. He planned to consume the Seafarer's Potion after this tarot meeting and would need time to stabilize his mind. Furthermore, Alger was merely masquerading as a pirate. He could not truly resort to robbery. The church had its limits in tolerating black market dealings. Actual theft would not only draw the ire of the church's sailors, but would also invoke his own inner condemnation. Ralche furrowed his brow. It seemed Alger lacked the funds to commission a craftsman for an extraordinary weapon. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I confront the cost of the extraordinary weapon, but you must find a suitable one for me. If you can accomplish this, I will only require 2,000 pounds for the Wind Connoisseur's formula. 2,000 pounds. Klein struggled to maintain his composure. Fortunately, the gray mist obscured his face from the others. 2,000 pounds, deposited in a bank, would yield nearly 100 pounds in annual interest, more than what his brother Benson earned, comparable to the annual salary of an intern lecturer at Tingen University. Alas, even though his current weekly wage was £3, equating to approximately 150 pounds annually, it would take him 12 years of frugal living to amass the price of the Sequence 6 formula, and that was with the Emperor's reduced price. Even as a novice in mysticism, Klein understood that potion formulas, especially those of mid to high sequences, were exceedingly rare commodities, seldom exchanged even for hefty checks. As evidenced by Miss Justice, Alger remained silent. He could not discern how Ralche had perceived his financial predicament, yet he needed the formula, and so he gritted his teeth. Fine. Audrey, quietly listening to their exchange, regarded the hangman with a puzzled expression upon hearing his agreement. Was the Emperor merely an observer in this? How could he deduce that the hangman was short on funds? He should not be. Otherwise, there would have been some indication during the last tarot meeting. Gazing at the formula in her hands, Audrey's smile returned. By the time of the next tarot meeting, she would finally become an observer, allowing her to scrutinize the hanged man and the emperor. Alger turned his attention to Audrey, needing a moment to gather his thoughts. You should have already noted the potion's formula. Seeing Audrey nod, Alger continued. The last two ingredients are the primary components of the potion, originating from extraordinary marine species, and care must be taken. Audrey nodded, glancing at the final two ingredients on the parchment, a pair of adult munhur fish eyes and 35 milliliters of horned black fish blood. Noticing Audrey's bewildered expression, Alger exhaled in relief. Do you understand meditation? Upon seeing Justice nod, he continued, I am unsure of your understanding of meditation, so I will describe it. After consuming the potion, begin meditating as soon as possible. Mastering the control of your spirituality and power requires daily practice to truly harness the potion's strength, unveiling its symbolic significance and deeper mysteries. Only in this manner can one effectively mitigate the peril of losing control, with the significance of the potion resting heavily upon its appellation, such as the audience. Chapter 61. The Civil Service System. Klein quietly listened to the exchange between the two, initially intending to refrain from interjecting, merely committing their discourse to memory and contemplation. However, upon observing the emperor's evident distraction, it became clear that this topic was indeed quite elementary for him. Yet upon hearing Alge's description of excavation, a sudden spark ignited within him. He glanced once more at the emperor, formulating a notion. Simultaneously, she and Alge turned their gazes towards the fool, Klein, seated at the head of the table. And Rolls also directed his attention towards Klein, aware that he was about to commence his performance. The enigmatic powerhouse lightly tapped his fingers and spoke in a low, resonant voice. It is not mastery but digestion, not excavation but enactment. The name of the potion is not merely symbolic, but also an embodiment, a key to the process of digestion. She instinctively cast a sidelong glance at the hanged man's reaction, only to be taken aback as she noticed him tremble, becoming rigid as if an ordinary person might react to a sudden and thunderous clap of thunder. Although the emperor turned towards the fool, he merely bowed his head in silence, revealing no overt astonishment. Digestion, enactment, digestion, enactment, digestion, enactment key. Alge muttered repeatedly, as if grasping some crucial insight or perhaps ensnared by a peculiar enchantment. After a moment, he lifted his head, rasping, Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your hint is as invaluable as my own life, illuminating many matters for me. Of course, I believe I have yet to fully comprehend and grasp them. Klein maintained his air of mystery and profundity, smiling as he replied, This is a prepayment for your services. In truth, he himself scarcely understood the precise implications of his previous statements, yet he was certain that Emperor Roselle was far superior to the average extraordinary individual. Even outstripping the hanged man, observing the emperor's seemingly unfazed demeanor, Klein felt a sense of resignation. Evidently, the emperor's background and understanding of esoteric knowledge were profoundly extensive. However, after receiving this information, the emperor appeared markedly more respectful. This indicates that such knowledge must be of considerable sophistication, thereby ensuring the security of my own identity, preventing exposure. Mr. Fool, what would you have us do? Alge inquired, nodding in agreement. What tasks do you wish to delegate? Rolls feigned a demeanor of reverence, adding, Rest assured, we shall endeavor to fulfill your commission to the utmost of our abilities. Leaning back slightly, Klein cast a satisfied glance at the emperor and spoke in a low, soothing tone. Assist me in procuring the secret diary of Roselle Gustave, even if it is merely a single page. At the juncture where the eastern and northern districts intersect, in the Veterans Assistance Association, the impeccably groomed butler, Mr. Auguste, sat upon a solitary armchair, facing Ms. Hilda, the head of the association, and Mr. Claude, the leader of the Retired Officers Club, who sat beside her. Hilda's kind visage bore traces of worry and concern as she gazed at the upright figure of Mr. Auguste. Anxiously inquiring, the public opinion surrounding Mr. God is presently quite unfavorable, which is detrimental to the association. If we delay further, the situation will only worsen. The tall figure of Claude concurred. When Mr. God's case is overturned, we can then leverage public sentiment to formally present our demands to the cabinet, garnering greater support and participation. Very well, I shall engage with the youth. Hilda reluctantly acquiesced, recognizing that this was ultimately for the benefit of the association and the disabled soldiers. Claude gestured for Hilda to wait a moment longer before speaking. Does His Grace also wish to take action? Hilda's face lit up with excitement. Although the association's previous demonstrations had received tacit approval from the military, They had never before enjoyed outright support. Indeed, above the mists, Klein had succinctly outlined the circumstances surrounding Roselle's diary, and the three had already agreed to assist the fool in gathering it. Meanwhile, the hangman, Alge, completed his explanation of the audience's requirements, and the four began to discuss the events unfolding around them. They perceived the current governmental structure as excessively chaotic. Each time an election occurred, a change in party would lead to a complete overhaul from top to bottom, resulting in disorder and inefficiency, which not only contributed to military defeats, but also caused significant inconvenience for the populace. Rolls interjected, "This is not merely an issue of structural chaos, but rather a matter of bipartisan competition. This has always existed. However, it is only in light of the recent catastrophic defeat against the Vassic Empire that they have begun to contemplate change." Alge added, "Having been stung by a mere black mosquito, these individuals might still remain sluggish in their reactions. But having a substantial chunk torn from them by a shark like Vassic will surely prompt them to staunch the bleeding. As for whether they will affect change, who can say? The black mosquito refers to a creature native to the southern regions of the Kingdom of Rune, notorious for its potent venom that incites a nearly unbearable itch. For these political figures, merely feeling an itch a year later would be considered a substantial improvement." Audrey raised her hand, covering her mouth, disregarding the jests of the Emperor and the hangman, and presented the crux of the earlier message. "Regrettably, they have yet to find a suitable alternative to this system." Klein listened attentively, sensing the conversation had ventured into his realm of expertise, and smiled subtly. "This is a rather straightforward issue. The great glutton empire, along with the corrupt kingdom that seeks to emulate it, possesses highly successful advanced experiences." "Straightforward?" Audrey queried, slightly taken aback. "Examinations, akin to university entrance exams, could be held publicly to filter out the elite in the most objective manner possible, potentially in 2 or 3 rounds. But Audrey vaguely apprehended the opposition this might incite. Without granting her a moment to articulate her thoughts, Klein continued, "Subsequently, these elites could be appointed to fill roles in the cabinet, regional governments, municipal administrations, and various local affairs, essentially the positions that require direct action, such as that of a senior secretary in the cabinet. Different requirements for various roles could be assessed distinctly in the 2nd or 3rd rounds, ensuring that specialized tasks are entrusted to professionals. Meanwhile, the positions of ministers, regional governors, and mayors should remain with the victorious party, as they are entitled to their share of the spoils." As Klein elaborated on the experiences of the corrupt kingdom from his previous life, he recognized that with such knowledge, should Rune possess a powerful figure to champion it, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the bipartisan competition, preventing the nation from stagnating due to elections, though it would inevitably give rise to the undying specter of bureaucracy. Audrey pondered this while expressing her confusion. In other words, even if those ministers were to transform into curly-haired baboons, it would not make much difference. "No, Alfie interjected. I believe that a curly-haired baboon would be a preferable choice compared to the current ministers." He paused before adding, "After all, a curly-haired baboon requires only to eat, sleep, and mate. It would not proffer foolish ideas or stubbornly pursue nonsensical plans." Since the repeal of the Grain Act, the conflict between the two parties has intensified, albeit suppressed by the supporters of both factions. Should the Prime Minister or significant figures from either party become aware of the fool's proposed solution, they would undoubtedly strive to implement it. Otherwise, the two parties are destined to clash anew. It appears that the Emperor possesses a profound understanding of Rune's political landscape, even aware of the supporters of both parties collaborating to suppress conflicts. Could he truly be a member of the Rune royal family? Klein observed the speaking Emperor, now an extraordinary individual. Perhaps he would inquire with old Neil later, who would surely be privy to the avenues controlled by the royal family and the high nobility. Klein suddenly found the pretense of being a significant figure rather exhausting. If only the Emperor were not present, the burden would be considerably lighter. Audrey pressed her lips together, unaware of her father, Count Hall, having engaged in such matters. Reflecting on her father's recent habit of entertaining the leaders of the new party, she ventured to speak. "Recently, a case involving the leader of the new party, Martin Ozick, has the potential to reignite conflict between the two factions. Mr. Fool's suggestion, though simple, is remarkably effective. It is conceivable that your advice could persuade both parties to abandon their discord." She gazed at Klein, sincerely marveling, "Mr. Fool, you must be a sage of profound experience and exceptional wisdom." Klein's lips twitched slightly, It was evident that Justice intended to relay his suggestion to her relatives. But what of the Emperor? He glanced at Rolls beside him and, after a moment of silence, declared, "Let us conclude today's gathering." Chapter 62, Two Officers' Clubs. Above the mist, at an ancient bronze long table, only Mr. Fool Klein occupied the head seat, leaning forward with his chin resting on his hands, exuding relaxation. If Miss Justice can influence her relatives to propel this matter forward, I might preemptively guide Benson, affording him the opportunity to become a civil servant. Upon reflection, Benson does seem quite suited for such a role. However, Justice is unlikely to take the initiative, as that would lead me to discern the identity of the noble who proposed the suggestion, and subsequently, her true identity. Of course, she could take a circuitous route, employing a more discreet method. Yet, it is clear that the Emperor possesses a profound understanding of the political landscape in ruin, exuding the air of a seasoned political operator. Yet he has not indicated any intention to advance this plan, instead adopting a stance of observing the tumultuous struggle. Recalling the novels and dramas he had once indulged in, Klein pondered whether he had unwittingly become entangled in some melodramatic narrative, perhaps a royal prince overlooked, secretly amassing power, only to experience a fortuitous turn of events leading to a triumphant usurpation. A shiver ran down his spine as he abruptly shook his head, dismissing the notion as overly contrived. This was a world imbued with extraordinary, mystical forces, not merely a realm of political strife. He could not believe that the ruined royal family lacked access to such extraordinary abilities. Yet, considering the formidable legacy of the predecessor, Emperor Russell, who had boldly navigated the tumultuous tides of the Indies Republic, and the Emperor's own grasp of a Sequence 6 formula, it seemed plausible that seizing the throne by force was not beyond the realm of possibility. In the dimly lit basement, illuminated only by a flickering candle, Algy Wilson raised his hand to scrutinize it closely. After a prolonged moment, he sighed in exasperation, even with ample preparation. I still failed to comprehend how the fool accomplished the summoning. His gaze shifted downward to the parchment scroll on the long table. At the yellow-brown heading, deep blue ink inscribed a line in Hermes script, 7, Navigator. I still have Mr. Fool. Once I earn his trust, perhaps I could solicit his assistance. The thought of the role-playing method Mr. Fool had mentioned ignited Algy's enthusiasm. As for the diary of Russell that Mr. Fool required, it should not be overly costly. While on land, he would gather as many as he could. Otherwise, it would be challenging once he set sail. Additionally, he needed to procure the extraordinary weapons sought by the astute emperor, and once the diaries were collected, he would seek out Charf. This time, Rolls spoke more directly at the tarot meeting, not only addressing the hangman, but also provoking the tarot's master, Mr. Fool Klein. He hoped to enhance his potion's efficacy through this audacious endeavor, but it was evident that he had failed. Knowing Klein's essence and character, such recklessness could hardly stimulate the barbarian. Exiting his private laboratory, he spotted his loyal servant, Morris, standing at the staircase, gesturing for him to approach. The tall, dark-skinned servant stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Good afternoon, sir." Rolls nodded slightly and inquired, "Has August gone to the Veterans Assistance Association?" Morris checked his pocket watch, nodded, and replied, "Yes. He has been gone for an hour." Rolls pondered for a moment before instructing, "Have the coachman prepare the carriage. I am heading to the Crag Club." Understood. In the Hillsdon district, outside a sea blue building, stood the ruined Veterans Officers Club, the largest of its kind in Beakland, predominantly frequented by retired officers with conservative leanings. Situated merely a street away from the new party-leaning East Bylang Veterans Officers Club, a carriage halted outside the Officers Club as the tall Mr. Claude disembarked, bidding farewell to the two individuals still inside the carriage, and limped toward the club with the aid of his cane. The blond man in the carriage remarked to the elderly gentleman in mourning attire, "Mr. Claude, had it not been for your injury, you might have truly become a member of the Preeyes." The elderly steward, August, nodded in agreement, but did not Emperor Russell once say, "Gold shines everywhere"? The blond man was Lockhart Sickeyam, secretary to Duke Negan. He smiled, closing the carriage door with his gloved right hand, and an invisible force sealed the carriage. Inside the carriage, Rolls frowned, discreetly cracking the window to glance outside. The street was bustling with patrons as it was Monday, and the time was nearing 4 o'clock, the golden hour for club operations. After observing for a moment, Rolls detected nothing unusual, shutting the window again, and asked, "Was that building we just passed the Officers Club? It seems many soldiers are entering." The coachman, hearing Rolls's inquiry, carefully controlled the reins and leaned closer to the carriage door, responding, That is the East Bylang Veterans Officers Club. Oh, the East Bylang Veterans Officers Club was a gathering place for officers inclined towards the new party, a fact Rolls had not known prior to his political affiliation. His curiosity stemmed from sensing the use of extraordinary abilities, either through the lawyer's path or the arbiter's path, perhaps due to the misty space. Rolls was particularly attuned to extraordinary individuals traversing these two paths, having instantly recognized as Steward, August, as a lawyer, as well as identifying Hody Urcha as an arbiter. Given that this was the location of the East Bylang Officers Club, the presence of individuals employing these two extraordinary abilities seemed far more reasonable. Young Kale had encountered General Emilius Livet and Major Chiniskorg of the Military Intelligence Department here, while masquerading as Dantes, Chapter 63, the Steward and the Secretary. Major Chiniskorg served as the Deputy Director of the Military Intelligence 9th Bureau, publicly claiming to be of Sequence 5 within the lawyer's path, while in truth, he was a fallen count of Sequence 4, a genuine demigod orchestrating the trafficking of souls for George III's ascension. Presently, Emilius Livet was the highest naval commander of the Ruined Kingdom in the Central Sunius Sea, one of the most powerful figures in the Royal Navy, leaning towards the Conservative Party. Indeed, prior to the arrival of the Desire Mother Tree, summoned by Klein, and before the assassination of Duke Negan, the Livet family had staunchly supported the Conservative Party, ranking just below the current Duke Negan among its adherents. The Livet family, being merely hereditary earls, achieved this prominence solely through the united efforts of the Livet brothers. The eldest, Odric Livet, inherited the title of Earl and became a prominent figure in the House of Lords, followed by Emilius Livet, an admiral, and the youngest, Austin Livet, who served as the governor of Alavi. The subsequent shift to the East Bylang Veterans Officers Club, predominantly aligned with the new party, was likely orchestrated by Governor Austin's machinations. Rawls speculated that it must be related to the political balance that forced Austin to transition from a naval officer to a local governor, coupled with the assassination of Duke Negan, which significantly weakened the Conservative Party. It is not inconceivable that the family-oriented Admiral Emilius would align himself with a new party in order to protect his brother and family. Should we investigate Austin Levitt's schemes? Rawls shook his head. If Austin's machinations were linked to political strife, he would hardly dare to initiate a plan while Duke Negan was still alive. At best, he would only prepare. Moreover, it is certain that someone would have noticed, otherwise it would not have been resolved so easily. What ability does a mere lawyer have to investigate a governor? The coachman slowed the carriage and softly inquired, "Sir, shall we stop?" "No. Let us proceed to the Crag Club." This aimless intuition left Rawls pondering where to find someone. If it were just a Sequence 9, it would be somewhat easier, but what if it were a demigod? Should he approach them? He is a barbarian, not a curly-haired baboon, with no grievances to settle, so why bother? Very well. The carriage, having paused at the Veterans Club, resumed its journey after the door closed. The blonde Secretary Lockhart glanced at the graying butler Augustus, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with his gloved right hand, and smiled, "Good to see you again, Mr. Augustus." The butler squinted, surveying the surroundings. This carriage had been spiritually sealed, rendering the voices within inaudible to those outside. Augustus sighed in relief and replied with a smile, "We just met at the Disabled Soldiers' Aid Society. We have not parted since." Tell me, how is it at the Rawls residence? Not much different from the beginning. He is even more suspicious of me now. Oh, Lockhart furrowed his brow. It has been 2 months, and with this incident, he still harbors doubts about you. His suspicion runs deep. Even his personal servant Morris rarely stays by his side. Augustus displayed a wry smile. It was the first time he had encountered someone so distrustful. Previously, during his time with Lord Barton, he had never felt such an atmosphere. It is noteworthy that Lord Barton, being a military man and particularly sensitive due to his injuries, had nevertheless entrusted Augustus as his most trusted confidant. Has he discovered something? Logically, following the incident with Whitgold, one would expect him to trust you more, otherwise he would not have allowed you to handle this matter. Lockhart, of similar standing, found it hard to comprehend. He served beside Duke Negan, the most powerful figure in Ruin aside from the royal family, and had never experienced such suspicion despite being tasked with significant responsibilities. Augustus recalled Rawls requesting him to investigate the relevant reports and sighed. I have mentioned before that his suspicion is severe. While he has no doubts about Lancer Nozick seeking revenge on Whitgold, he is highly skeptical of the reports from the Taysok Post. The timing is simply too rushed. There is no way around it. I am not an audience channel and cannot directly alter Lancer's thoughts, as that would raise suspicion. Lockhart shook his head. He could only leverage the lawyer's abilities to subtly guide Lancer's thoughts without overstepping. Although the Nozick family's history is brief, Martin Nozick is nonetheless the leader of the new party and is protected by extraordinary figures from the Ninth Bureau and the Church of the Night. Augustus offered his opinion. That report could certainly be postponed, even to the evening edition. The blonde Secretary Lockhart shot him a sidelong glance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Do you believe that is why the Nozick family has risen so swiftly? It is important to note that Martin Nozick's father was merely an ordinary teacher at a public elementary school. If we delay until daytime, that Nozick member would undoubtedly act first, ensuring Whitgold meets his end in prison. Hence, with the Taysok Post report, this new party leader may exercise some caution. What shall we do then? Lockhart adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses again, speaking earnestly. From now on, you shall be Rawls Adrian's butler. Unless summoned again, do not engage in any matters. Augustus did not question why. He simply nodded in agreement. Lockhart lowered his head and reiterated the same words to Augustus. This is the choice of the times. It is the inevitability of fate. Clad in a trench coat and sporting a scruffy beard, Rawls entered the East District. As per his usual routine, he indulged in a few drinks at the Crag Club before exiting through the back door. 2 hours later, Rawls leaned against a wall in a narrow alley, letting out a weary sigh. He began to wonder if he had been visiting too frequently. It had been 2 hours without any sign of a violent incident. It had only been a few days, not even a week, and the East District, typically known for its talented individuals and simple folk, had genuinely succumbed. The sun, now sinking towards the horizon, cast its final rays, as if seeking to unleash its accumulated brilliance. The golden sunlight streamed into the deep alley, painting a luminous tapestry upon the somewhat grimy walls. Shielding his eyes from the blinding glow with his left hand, Rawls peered towards the alley's end, sensing an approaching presence. Chapter 64. Hutier check. A long shadow gradually emerged from the alley's end, and Rawls, squinting against the sunlight, widened his gaze momentarily before narrowing it again. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. At the alley's terminus, a diminutive figure appeared, clad in traditional knight training attire, exuding an indescribable air of authority and compelling charm. Hutier scrutinized the bearded man leaning against the wall. She had never encountered him in this area before, yet she had heard of him from a few unfriendly acquaintances over the past few days. This bearded man frequently appeared in the East District at unpredictable times, but typically vanished around 7 or 8 in the evening. As a Sequence 9 arbiter, Hutier had deduced, based on intuition and intelligence, that this bearded individual was likely an extraordinary being, possibly visiting the East District to experience the powers of the extraordinary. After becoming extraordinary herself, she had engaged in similar pursuits, utilizing the exceptional combat abilities bestowed upon her by her role as an arbiter to forge friendships with many who were initially unfriendly. Hutier approached Rawls, halting a few steps away, and inquired, "Are you waiting for someone?" Leaning against the wall, Rawls regarded Hutier, who, though youthful in appearance, spoke with an air of authority reminiscent of a child masquerading as an adult, and he couldn't help but smile. Straightening his posture, he stood before the wall, looking down at Hutier, who barely reached his shoulder, and lowered his voice. "No, I am searching for someone." Rawls understood that Hutier was still merely a Sequence 9 arbiter, lacking the extraordinary abilities of an officer that would ensure she would not forget a face after an encounter. However, they had met once before, albeit at night, and while Rawls had altered his appearance, Hutier would still recognize his voice. As Rawls stood upright, Hutier took a step back, scrutinizing his face, sensing something amiss. It seemed the bearded man had just smiled, but when she looked again, the smile was obscured by his thick, disheveled beard. Hutier realized that the man across from her must have recognized her, as she was relatively well known among the labor class and gang organizations in the East District. "You should know me. I am somewhat familiar with this area. Who are you seeking? I might be of assistance." Moreover, if the bearded man was in pursuit of a scoundrel, Hutier would consider it a step towards combating crime. Conversely, if he were to trouble someone of good character, she would undoubtedly intervene. After all, the information she had on the bearded man came from her acquaintances, who could tell what sort of person he truly was. "I am searching for many individuals, but none have appeared today." She furrowed her brow as Roll's initial utterance was succinct. Overwhelmed by Roll's towering stature, she instinctively retreated, failing to notice that his subsequent statement was more elaborate, allowing her to distinctly perceive the deep timbre of his voice. Despite her frequent failures at disguise, she was, after all, a somewhat renowned arbitrator, possessing an understanding of such rudimentary techniques. Raising her gaze to scrutinize the stubble adorning the face of the man before her, She sensed an unsettling disquiet, yet chose to remain silent, merely gesturing toward the northwest. In recent days, areas adjacent to the northern district had witnessed a resurgence of activity among discharged soldiers, who seemed poised to initiate a march. For the sake of their own safety, the various gangs inhabiting the 10 or so streets near the northern district had all but vanished, and even several large gangs deep within the eastern district had ceased operations, likely awaiting the conclusion of the parade to resume their activities. It appeared that finding individuals in the near future would prove challenging. Rolls felt a mix of frustration and surprise. He had never anticipated that today's lack of encounters with any ne'er-do-wells would be intertwined with an impending demonstration by soldiers. Indeed, the retired and injured soldiers were warriors who had faced the specter of death in battle, far surpassing the capabilities of mere gangsters. Furthermore, who among them did not have a few comrades still actively serving, coupled with the might of the military and the church? Even gangs aligned with certain nobles would hesitate to confront the military and ecclesiastical authority. Those bold enough to emerge were either reckless youths, misinformed, or under the impression that the soldiers would not venture deeply into the eastern district. The forces backing these soldiers were far more formidable than he had initially surmised, and the simplicity of a mere march seemed a squandered opportunity. It was essential to devise a means to fulfill their demands, thereby enabling a more advantageous alliance with their underlying power in the future. However, recalling the slogan he had established for this demonstration, Rolls felt a twinge of headache. The notion of fairness was anything but straightforward. The goddess of the night, revered as a true deity in the Night Church, one of the three principal churches of the ruined kingdom, had existed since the nation's inception. In pursuit of gender equality, the Night Church had toiled for a millennium, only achieving partial success after the Industrial Revolution was propelled by the great Emperor Russell. As factories faced labor shortages, women began to enter the workforce, establishing their economic independence in a world dominated by male authority. Yet, for the disabled to attain equality was an even greater challenge. Unless their work capacity could be restored, such aspirations were mere illusions. Even in a world where extraordinary craftsmen and the steam and machinery church existed, the simplest prosthetics did not require the intervention of extraordinary beings. A skilled carpenter could produce them. However, the intricacies of functional prosthetics could undoubtedly be crafted by the steam church, which had the capability to create mechanical automatons. Yet, what the cost? A prosthetic that was both compatible and functional was beyond the means of an ordinary disabled soldier, let alone Rolls, whose current wealth was insufficient to afford such luxuries. Setting aside fixed assets, Rolls currently had access to nearly £3,000 in liquid capital, already placing him at the pinnacle of the ruined middle class. Rest assured, some individuals would inevitably surface. It was merely a matter of time. Shio's youthful visage betrayed a hint of disdain. Having spent a year in this place, she was all too familiar with the character of its inhabitants. As Emperor Russell had aptly remarked, a dog would never abandon its habit of scavenging. These ruffians would not remain idle. Once their coffers were depleted, they would inevitably return to their nefarious ways, for indulgence was paramount. Rolls glanced at the setting sun. It was barely 6:30. That's good. I still have some time to await their arrival. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to enjoy a drink with a lovely arbitrator, Miss Shio Diurcha? Shio raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Rolls for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall lead the way. Transitioning from a noble lady to an arbitrator engaging with gangsters. Shio possessed no pretensions. Her only concern was the crowd density at the tavern. In the eastern district on Dharavi Street, a cramped yet lively tavern bustled with activity. It was peak hours, and the modest establishment was already filled to the brim with patrons, some drunkenly exchanging lewd jokes, while others vehemently cursed their employers. It was July, and the tavern doors stood wide open. Even before reaching the entrance, the cacophony had already reached Rolls' ears. Rolls frowned, whether in this life or the next. Such establishments were entirely foreign to him. Contemplating his role as a barbarian, it seemed he ought to frequent such places more often. Shio stood at the tavern's entrance, observing the drunken patrons and inhaling the mingled scents of alcohol and sweat. Covering her nose and mouth, she prepared to push inside when a deep voice interrupted. Allow me. Rolls stepped forward, entering the tavern with a commanding presence. Surveying the throngs of inebriated patrons, he located a space at the bar and extended his arms, effortlessly parting the two workers who were already engaged in nonsensical banter. Since embracing his barbarian persona, Rolls had grown to a height of 183 centimeters, far exceeding the average stature of men in the ruined kingdom. Combined with his newfound strength, he easily cleared a path through the crowd. Even when faced with a few scoundrels attempting to provoke trouble, they became powerless as Rolls grasped their shoulder blades, rendering them limp against fellow patrons. The tavern owner, engrossed in polishing glasses, suddenly noticed a decrease in noise and looked up to see a tall man with a beard standing at the bar, casting a shadow under the gaslight. "Sir, what may I serve you?" he asked, inwardly lamenting. As the local proprietor, he was acutely aware of a formidable figure who had recently arrived in the Eastern District, having incapacitated several thugs. Numerous gangs were mobilizing, preparing to teach him a lesson, complete with portraits for identification. If it weren't for the soldiers in the north planning a demonstration, they would have already taken action. As Rolls shifted his body to reveal Xiao behind him, indicating that she should go first, the tavern owner's face froze in shock. He had only seen Rolls and had failed to notice Xiao's presence. "Have I been away from St. Samuel's Church for too long? What misfortune is this? Two calamities have descended upon me. Miss Diurcha, long time no see. You're here to find Williams, I presume?" The tavern owner nodded fervently. Setting down the glass he had been cleaning and bellowing, "Williams! Williams! Curse that Williams! If he ever sets foot in my tavern again, I'll have him thrown out. John, do you need something from me?" Rolls reached the bar, and the tavern returned to its usual clamor. After several calls, a drunken man finally responded. Swaying unsteadily, a young man in his 20s approached the bar. His elongated face resembled that of a horse, with disheveled, fierce eyebrows, yet his features were relatively gentle. His cheeks flushed with the unmistakable hue of inebriation, and his eyes appeared somewhat dazed. Williams belched and stumbled to the bar, squinting at Rolls in drunken disbelief. He shook his head vigorously, then glanced back at Rolls, but before he could speak, a familiar voice rang out. "Williams, have you been drinking again?" Turning to face the source of the voice, Williams lowered his gaze and, upon seeing the stern expression of Xiao Diurcha, smiled and replied, "Oh, it's you, Xiao. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Williams, can't you ever quit drinking?" As Xiao continued her admonishment, Rolls' lips twitched slightly as he turned to the tavern owner. "A glass of Linchi, please." "Certainly." The tavern owner hastily turned around, retrieving a bottle of Langui from the shelf behind him to pour a glass for Rolls. For him, as long as Rolls did not provoke the gangsters and that Miss Diurcha abstained from alcohol, today would pass without incident. Tomorrow, he would seek absolution at St. Samuel's Church and partake in worship. Observing the distinctly off-colored Langui, its strong, smoky flavor, sharp and pungent, Rolls lifted the glass and took a substantial gulp. Although the appearance and taste were far from pleasing, the intensity was invigorating, producing a searing sensation in his throat. "How is it, sir?" "This is a special brew I acquired from a Vasak," the tavern owner inquired with a sycophantic gaze upon Rolls, knowing full well that he seldom offered such spirits. No wonder it was so potent. The Vasak were notorious for their love of Langui and Nip Hose, perhaps lacking in finesse, but certainly high in alcohol content. Indeed, those Vasak savages drink this as if it were water. I cannot fathom how they manage it. Rolls rested his elbows on the bar, holding the glass in his right hand, casting a glance at the owner without uttering a word. At that moment, Hugh had concluded his cordial greetings and dragged Williams to the bar. Rolls observed Hugh's still somewhat frosty demeanor, lifted his glass, and spoke. "Another, please." He had no intention of harboring any vengeful thoughts. "Oh no, sir, this bottle is nearly empty. It was specially reserved for you. As you can see, there is scarcely enough for a full glass." The tavern owner interjected before Hugh could respond, gesturing with the Langui bottle to indicate its scarcity, let alone the Vasak version. The last time Miss Diurcha had merely sipped half a glass, it had already caused him significant loss. Allowing her to consume an entire glass of this would be akin to inviting chaos into his tavern with the gangsters. "It seems your reputation in this tavern is rather unsavory," Rolls remarked, gently swirling the glass before taking another hearty sip. "And you are not faring much better." Hugh observed the Vasak Langui in the tavern owner's hand, realizing the owner was well aware of the infamous reputation of the bearded man. "Are you the bearded fellow that the Black Skull Gang is searching for?" Chapter 66, Seeking Thrills. "Are you the bearded fellow that the Black Skull Gang is searching for?" A drunken Williams suddenly leaned closer to Rolls, his gaze momentarily clearing, revealing a hint of lucidity. He spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to Hugh, Rolls, and the tavern owner. Hugh furrowed his brows, glancing at Williams, questioning, "The Black Skull Gang?" The tavern owner had wisely sidled to the side of the bar, engaging in casual conversation with a few patrons. "The Black Skull Gang? That offshoot of the spirit cult? Well, have I ever crossed paths with them?" Aren't they primarily active on the fringes of the Bridge District and East Side? The Black Skull Gang, much like the Zmang Gang, was a criminal organization bonded by bloodline, operating in the East Side and near the docks of the Beckland Bridge. Unlike the Zmang Gang, which consisted mostly of Highland folk, the members of the Black Skull Gang were predominantly of Bairang descent. The former was known for its violent activities, while the latter adopted a more civilized facade, running bars, courting streetwalkers, and establishing venues for vice. According to private detective reports, the entertainment establishments owned by the Black Skull Gang were frequented by many fallen nobles or neglected scions, leading to suspicions that they had forged connections with the aristocracy. By the way, it seems the Earl of Wolf possesses a mask brought from the Aegis family tomb, though I am unsure if it is of any extraordinary significance. Although the shooting incident had yet to reach a verdict, Rolls had already established a connection with the Earl of Wolf through this case. If the trial proceeded favorably and Lancer Nozick was convicted, Rolls would no longer need to rely on the Earl's son, Todd, for indirect assistance. With an impassive expression, Rolls lowered his voice. "Why are they seeking me?" He had always been active in the East Side, never once making a move in the Bridge District. The only exception was a confrontation with the Zmang Gang on the Eastern Fringe. While he might have been mistaken for someone else, Hugh, who was present, would certainly not misidentify him. As an informant with ties to multiple gangs, Williams immediately recognized that the voice of the bearded man before him was a disguise. Yet he remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. "Heard you interrupted some noble scion's thrill-seeking escapades." Hugh turned his head, having heard Williams' words. As a former noble lady and now an arbiter, she understood what Williams implied. Seeking thrills? Well, some noble scions live such cushy lives that they crave excitement. Hunting and smoking pot no longer suffice. They seek out gangsters and pay for even more exhilarating experiences. I have no idea. It has nothing to do with me. Do not speak nonsense. Rolls maintained his stoic demeanor, as if he had already surmised the implications. Generally, joining those gangsters in a robbery would satisfy the boredom of these elite youths, even scaring them out of their wits. Yet, there were always exceptions, those who preferred to be victimized rather than victimize. And it was likely those were the ones seeking him out. Enough, Rolls struggled to suppress the involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had initially believed he was rescuing someone, only to discover he had inadvertently saved a thrill seeker. Should he have inquired about the identity of the one he rescued? No, there would be no next time. Williams sensed that the bearded man was on the verge of anger and hastily fell silent. Meanwhile, Hugh turned to Rolls, pulling Williams aside. It was still uncertain who this bearded man was, but he was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. If he took his wrath out on Williams, the latter would not withstand it. Noticing Hugh's subtle movements, Rolls turned and downed the remaining languis in his glass, beckoning the tavern owner to refill it with whatever was left in the bottle. Hugh sighed in relief at Rolls' reaction. Whenever his friend indulged in alcohol, his actions and words lacked discernment. "Williams, do you have any information on Yodel?" "Yodel? That usurer gentleman?" Rolls frowned as he watched the tavern owner pour the remaining languis into his glass. "Usurer? Wouldn't that require Hugh Durcha to produce a medical certificate indicating mental issues or developmental deficiencies to avoid imprisonment?" Gazing at the diminutive figure of Hugh, Rolls mused that it would indeed be best to claim he was mentally impaired, thus swaying the jury towards an acquittal. As a barrister, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. "Yes, someone approached me for arbitration, but due to the upcoming protest organized by the North District soldiers, I cannot locate him at the moment." This situation was indeed tied to him. Rolls took a sip of the languis, realizing it had genuinely impacted the unfolding narrative. That fellow resided in the North District, and now all the ruffians in the North had gone into hiding. It would be a while before he could find him. Williams was somewhat familiar with Yodel, a cunning gang leader who posed as a gentleman while profiting from loan sharking, often manipulating the written word to ensnare many unsuspecting victims. Yodel, ever posing as a gentleman, resided in the relatively safe North District, even attending small soirees and gatherings. Now, with the impending protest, he had completely vanished, sending his minions away. Who could say where he was hiding? Shall we seek out Detective Zerial? He has many street urchins who could traverse the North District without raising suspicion. The protest of disabled soldiers had been witnessed many times in the East. It was well known that such demonstrations expressed military discontent. Should they disrupt the protest, the military would not hesitate to send in active soldiers to sweep through the East. Only those street children would remain undetected by the brutish and unreasonable soldiers. If Hugh were not her friend, Williams would have long since accepted the task. casually assigning her any Yordle's residence without concern for whom might be inside. As for that, they could discuss it after the parade. It was likely that the Yordle had no time at present. Hiyu, too, found herself in a predicament. Her financial situation was rather bleak, and hiring a detective to investigate would incur substantial costs. Not to mention, by the time the investigation concluded, the parade would likely have ended, with the Yordle having made her own appearance. Williams, Mr. Chale, I have a task for you. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it? Chapter 67 Time. Williams, Mr. Chale, I have a task for you. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it? Rolls set down his glass, casting a glance at the two. He had no foundation whatsoever in the lower echelons of Bakerland. The East District was alien to him. He could not afford to linger there for long, as it would hinder his masquerade and deprive him of the necessary channels to comprehend the dynamics of the underclass. The executioner of this Mang party, Merceau, was an undercover agent for Ambassador Becklon, while the detective Zerial, mentioned by Hiyu and Williams, was a spy for Fuzak. The Black Skull Party was yet another offshoot of the spirit cult, entwined with many noble families. By the way, how shall I address you, sir? Williams interjected, eager to respond. He had no financial means forthcoming, so any reasonable task, even if fraught with danger, would not be declined. Hiyu remained silent. Rolls' task was directed at them, so there was no need for haste. You may call me Jeffrey. Both Williams and Hiyu understood that this was a pseudonym, a common occurrence in the chaotic East District. This is a long-term assignment. You are to gather intelligence regarding all unusual occurrences and the movements of the gangs in the East District. This endeavor will likely span more than 3 months. I shall compensate you with £10 weekly, and additionally, I will reward you based on the value of the information you provide. As for the unusual occurrences, Hiyu, being an extraordinary individual, felt that this aspect of Jeffrey's task pertained to her directly. What was his true intention? Williams readily accepted Rolls' commission, recognizing this task as one of the simplest to undertake, merely collating daily intelligence to submit to the bearded man known as Jeffrey. Rolls retrieved 2 5-pound notes from the pocket of his overcoat and handed one to each of them. From now on, this will be the rendezvous point for exchanging information. Every day at 5 in the afternoon, I may not be here daily, but you must come at this time. If I am absent, you may leave. We shall exchange the information when I arrive. Should you encounter any significant intelligence, you may go to the Iron Anchor Tavern on Silver Mirror Long Street in the Dock District and speak with the proprietor Ken. He is Rolls' contact and has means to notify him, though he has never utilized them. Rolls tore into a piece of roasted beef steak with his knife and fork. The steak was naturally tender and juicy, easily succumbing to Rolls' utensils. If Rolls' uncle, Edmund Robert, were present, he would undoubtedly chastise him for his lack of decorum. Yet, this was a restrained version of Rolls. Were it not for the presence of the butler and footman, he might have resorted to more primal means. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Rolls glanced at the butler, August, and inquired, "What is the status of the White Guard case? What does it go to trial?" "Next Tuesday afternoon." Rolls nodded. In truth, there was little left to investigate in this case. Delaying it further would merely prolong the struggle between the two parties. However, considering that the incident had only transpired the previous Tuesday, today marked merely the 9th day since. Were it not for the involved parties, it was likely the case could be dragged out for another fortnight. When does the parade commence? As a strategic maneuver from Rolls, the parade's demonstration must be maximized for impact. The day after tomorrow. Upon informing Butler August, he coordinated the parade timing with Mr. Claude from the Veterans Club and Ms. Hilda from the Disabled Soldiers Relief Association. Saturday? That leaves 3 days before the trial, ample time to generate a response. Indeed, Ms. Hilda and Mr. Claude believe 3 days will suffice to amplify the impact. Experience? A smirk curled at the corner of Rolls' mouth. He had perused reports and records of past veterans' parades, which had truly opened his eyes. While veterans' rightful pensions and benefits had met with some fulfillment, other demands remained wholly unaddressed, save for the expansion of military expenditures in the Kingdom of Ruin the following year. The military's demands had already been satisfied. Why would there be further expressions of discontent? As for those veterans, please, can retired soldiers even be considered soldiers? Moreover, they were a cadre of the disabled, not part of the Ruin Army. This was precisely why the slogans for a parade, orchestrated under military auspices, would be determined by a mere barrister like Rolls. They cared little for whether the parade's objectives were achieved. Their sole concern was to escalate the situation and articulate the military's grievances. Rolls silently sighed. For now, winning the case was paramount. The rest could wait. "Sir, there is a ball on Sunday evening. Count Wolf has sent an invitation." Is he seeking to gauge my standing? Bakerland, the opulent villa of Count Hall. Audrey Hall, now an observer, felt a profound sense of joy. She had finally become an extraordinary individual. Although the initial stages had been somewhat tumultuous, she gazed at her golden retriever, Susie, who lay quietly on the grass, occasionally lifting her head to glance at her. My little princess, Susie, is there something troubling you? You seem to have been watching her intently these past few days. The jovial Count Hall, dressed in a russet vest, approached with a smile. Audrey observed her father, noting that the persistent weariness on his face had diminished, and his gaze was less burdened, as if he had momentarily relaxed. Has the White Guard case been settled? I haven't heard of a trial date yet, or has an agreement finally been reached with the Conservatives, allowing the new party to weather this crisis? Since the last tarot meeting, Audrey had become increasingly aware of her father, Count Hall, and his political acumen regarding the two parties, often knowing more than her, the most prominent supporter of the new party. Of course, she also needed to find an appropriate moment to voice Mr. Fool's suggestions, lest she squander the brilliance of his ideas. Count Hall, placing his hand over his heart, chuckled and said, "It seems my recent late nights have displeased my little princess. I apologize, my dear. Father. All right, no more jesting. Father, has there been any development in that case?" Count Hall did not find it unusual. This case had stirred considerable commotion, particularly after the daughter of Nozick had intervened, with all the lesser newspapers in Bakerland saturated with reports on matter. What a pity it was to have a woman involved. Otherwise, it would have propelled the Nozick family further. Despite being a staunch believer in the goddess of night and an advocate for gender equality, in Ruin, women still faced insurmountable barriers in politics. One could only hope that Nozick's son would learn a lesson from this incident. Count Hall suddenly thought of his two equally accomplished sons. If only one of them could resemble Lancer Nozick, he would no longer have to grapple with the dilemma of choosing an heir. Chapter 68. The Cane. Father? Audrey's voice pulled Count Hall from his quandary regarding his sons. And gazing at his beautiful and innocent daughter, the remnants of his earlier discontent and worry dissipated. Not yet, but we have a basic understanding of the outcome. As an observer, Audrey keenly sensed her father's earlier concern. However, the matters that could trouble someone of Count Hall's stature were numerous, and she herself was far from knowledgeable regarding her father's political sphere. Audrey contemplated the role play of Mr. Fool as an audience member. She could only perceive the actor's current state, yet to glean further insights, one must possess prior knowledge. Why, in the absence of a verdict, how could one possibly ascertain the outcome? Count Holber sighed and elucidated. The military was organizing a parade to demonstrate on behalf of disabled soldiers, scheduled for Saturday. The trial was set for the following Tuesday. 3 days were ample time to sway the jury's opinion. Within the current Royal Navy, officers hailing from royal or noble backgrounds, or those closely associated with them, constituted at least 80 of the ranks, while the remaining 20 were primarily concentrated among brigadiers and major generals. This demographic skew rendered naval commanders predominantly supportive of the conservative faction. The new party, unable to garner sufficient backing from the Navy, found its roots entrenched in the Army. However, the Army of Ruin had been in decline since the war with Intis over 2 decades ago, and despite the kingdom's extensive colonies on the southern continent providing some sustenance, its growth had been stifled under the Navy's suppression, particularly after the recent conflict with Vuzak. The Ruin Kingdom's army had suffered substantial losses. Had it not been for the Royal Navy's recent victories, Ruin would have been entirely at a disadvantage. Thus, even if the parade compelled the new party to temporarily acquiesce, the army could not afford to overlook it. For the sake of next year's military budget, the army had to support the parade to offset its losses. Consequently, Count Holber and several other supporters of the new party had tacitly resigned themselves to abandoning Nozick, the party's leader, awaiting the next election cycle to contest against the Conservatives. Count Holber wished to shield his daughter from the taint of politics. Thus he cheerfully inquired, "Well then, let us speak of lighter matters. Lady Wolf has a ball on Sunday evening. Will you be attending?" In the presence of her father, Audrey naturally felt more at ease and playfully complained, "Another ball? This marks Lady Wolf's second ball this month." "Ah, Lady Wolf traditionally vaklivaris." Count Holber chuckled, "And this is Nozick's last opportunity. In the city of Byam, in the Suindian Sea, amidst the Rothdean Isles, the rugged-featured, deep-set Alge, with his dark blue hair wrapped in a turban, donned wide-legged trousers, and wandered the city several times before arriving at a house, where he rang the bell. Due to the decree from that arrogant emperor, he had yet to be promoted to navigator and had instead sought a pretext to set sail directly from Plitz Harbor to Byam, Were it not for his ship being a ghost vessel, he would not have reached Byam within 3 days. As the bell chimed, the door to the craftsman's abode swung open, revealing a lean, sun-kissed, middle-aged man who regarded Alge with a quizzical glance. "What brings you here?" This man was Sharif, a craftsman with whom Alge had collaborated for several years, his origins shrouded in mystery. "I urgently require an extraordinary weapon." Upon hearing this, Sharif smiled, recognizing the prospect of profit, and replied, "Come in, we can discuss it further." He stepped aside, allowing Alge to enter, who took in the surroundings with a fleeting glance. Unlike most bachelors' abodes, Sharif's residence was tidy and orderly, with no dust accumulating on the windowsills. As a craftsman, he was not short of wealth, though he preferred to hire help on an hourly basis for the sake of discretion rather than employ a multitude of permanent servants. Alge noted that the place bore no significant differences from his last visit. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, devoid of any extravagant decor, oil paintings, or sculptures, resembling the home of an ordinary citizen. Yet, Alge was well aware that Sharif could be deemed wealthy. He simply did not concern himself with superficial appearances. He could easily spend hundreds of pounds on a bottle of rare wine or gift a house to a mistress, but would never squander a penny on opulent carpets or fine china. Seeing Sharif prepare to pour wine, Alge interjected, "I shall not partake in any alcohol this time." Sharif, momentarily taken aback while searching for an appropriate bottle, turned to Alge. "Did I hear you correctly? You abstaining from alcohol? Now is not the time for such matters. Do you have any suitable extraordinary weapons, specifically melee or heavy weaponry?" Having known Alge for several years, Sharif refrained from further inquiries, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "None, aside from the Vuzak. Few artisans craft such weapons anymore." "Do you have suitable materials for their creation?" Alge understood that such weapons were scarce, aside from a select few who could engage in battle with heavy weaponry. Most extraordinary individuals favored lighter, more agile combat styles, such as revolvers or daggers. "Let me think." Alge began to meditate, the 3 days of navigating the ghostly Avenger taking their toll on him. Hearing no footsteps, he abruptly opened his eyes to find Sharif no longer pacing, and sighed in relief. "Have you thought of something?" A hint of a smile crept onto Sharif's slightly tanned face. "I have an idea, though it barely qualifies. I'm unsure if it will suffice." "What is it?" Alge recalled the Emperor and felt a slight headache. That fellow was not easily satisfied. Sharif recalled a certain suspicious figure he had encountered days prior, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. "I have a characteristic of the fortunate here. It could be fashioned into a cane." "A fortunate? A cane? What avenue does one take to become fortunate?" Although a member of the Storm Church, Alge was not well versed in many pathways. "Yes, this is undoubtedly a fitting choice." Chapter 69, The Ball. Tingen, 36, Zotland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. Still reeling from the astonishment of Old Neil's repayment ceremony magic, Klein had yet to come to terms with the fact that Old Neil had indeed succeeded and was contemplating whether he should give a try himself. That was £30, his salary for 10 weeks. "Klein? Klein? Huh. Roshan, what is it?" The brown-haired girl, Roshan, frowned as she observed Klein's odd demeanor. "Klein, what is wrong? I've called your name numerous times, yet you remain unresponsive." "Ah, nothing, nothing. I was merely reflecting on yesterday's protest in Bakerland." Klein awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Thinking that he couldn't possibly divulge, he was contemplating using magic to earn money. Such demonstrations were common. A month prior, there had been protests across major cities to abolish the Corn Laws. Roshan, easily captivated by Klein's topic, enthusiastically recounted her experiences. "In Tingen, I participated in numerous demonstrations, from the previous Corn Laws to the earlier campaigns, encouraging factories to hire female workers and advocating for women's employment." Klein hastily interrupted Roshan's enthusiasm, fearing that if she continued, the conversation could veer into uncharted territories. He pointed to a black and white photograph in the newspaper depicting several disabled soldiers supporting one another while holding protest signs. "But Roshan, this time, the protest is composed entirely of retired soldiers, and they are all disabled. That's quite normal. After a war, the kingdom always witnesses such demonstrations. What else could we expect from a country with such a dreadful soldier's pension system?" At that moment, Leonard Mitchell, with his black hair and green eyes, emerged from the partition. Still dressed in casual attire, his white shirt untucked, embodying a poet's carefree spirit. "Aren't you concerned about potential issues?" Even though Klein had never participated in a parade nor witnessed one, he was acutely aware that the participants varied significantly, particularly as depicted in newspapers. A group of soldiers, those who had faced life and death, could unleash chaos if not managed appropriately, a truly terrifying prospect. The extraordinary individuals within the ruined royal family and military were predominantly arbiters, most suited to quell disturbances and manage parades. With their presence, disorder was unlikely to ensue. Are arbiters also of Sequence 9? Klein pondered, eager to delve into the esoteric knowledge surrounding the ruined royals and nobility. Yet, old Neil had consistently directed his teachings toward other mystical subjects, leaving Klein without a suitable excuse to inquire. Leonard reclined against the sofa, exuding a casual demeanor, as he glanced at the newspaper on the coffee table before raising his head to speak. Indeed, arbiters typically possess a compelling charisma and sufficient authority, along with exceptional combat skills to handle unforeseen circumstances. This sounds quite reminiscent of the Emperor. Though the Emperor's perceptiveness seems rather remarkable as well, could it be an innate ability or a result of higher sequence powers? After a moment of contemplation, Klein continued his questioning. Are royal family members also extraordinary beings? Are they arbiters too? Certain members of the royal family are undoubtedly extraordinary, though whether they belong to the arbiter sequence remains uncertain. After all, the Augustus family has existed since the Fourth Epoch, a lineage spanning 2 millennia, Leonard replied, counting on his fingers. Such illustrious families are not limited to the Augustuses. For instance, the Fenaport royal family of Castia, who also command arbiters, the Einhorns of the Farsac Empire, and the Sorin family of Intis, among others. Intrigued by Leonard's sudden pause, Klein inquired, "What about the Solomons?" Leonard coughed abruptly before continuing. It is said that Nastor, the king of the 5 seas, is a descendant of the Solomon Empire. Nastor, the owner of the Black Emperor? Klein's brow furrowed, sensing he was grasping something significant. Yes, the grand banquet hall of Count Wolf in the Queen's district of Beekland. Audrey Hall donned an elegant pale dress with a high waist and leg of mutton sleeves, its bodice tightly fitted and the multi-layered cape cut expertly supported by whale bones. Her golden hair was elegantly styled, with earrings, a necklace, and rings shimmering brilliantly. On her feet were white dancing shoes adorned with roses and diamonds. Holding a glass of sparkling champagne in her left hand, she stood apart from the revelry, choosing to remain in the shadows of the floor-to-ceiling windows rather than being the center of attention. Taking a sip of her champagne, she observed the crowd with an air of detachment, noting Lady DeLaff has repeatedly concealed her laughter with her left hand. Ah, I see. She is flaunting the pure aquamarine on her ring. Her husband, Duke Negan, was nearby, engaged in discussion with several conservative nobles regarding the state of affairs. Since the beginning of the banquet, he had only once actively sought out Lady DeLaff with his gaze. Their interactions lacked genuine eye contact, suggesting perhaps that their affection was not as profound as it appeared. Lady Parnas had laughed at Baron Larry's jest 7 times, which was not unusual. Yet why did she cast a guilty glance at her husband? It seemed they were separated. No, their destinations all led to the garden. Remarkably, Count Wolf's youngest son, Todd, was conversing not with a noblewoman, but with a man. This individual was tall, nearly 10 centimeters taller than the soon-to-be adult Todd, with black hair and brown eyes. His cravat was stiffer than the others, appearing to be a specially crafted style, reminiscent of a barrister or judge's stiff collar. Was he a barrister? This was Count Wolf's soir, and most attendees were nobles or members of the 2 parties. He did not seem to belong to the nobility. I had never seen him before. Was he a new party member? But how could he be conversing with Todd? He noticed me. Audrey realized the man had turned to look at her, prompting her to raise her champagne in acknowledgement. Audrey sighed with relief, but suddenly felt an urge to turn her head towards the wide balcony outside, specifically into its shadowy corners. There, nestled in the gloom, was a golden retriever, quietly watching her, half of its body concealed in darkness. Susie. Audrey's smile faltered, her expression collapsing as she could no longer maintain her audience demeanor. Chapter 70. The Duke Negan's Invitation. Within the banquet hall, Rawls quietly listened to the increasingly absurd tales spun by Todd Wolf, the youngest son of Count Wolf, occasionally evading Todd's animated arm gestures with a polite smile. Dressed in a black tailcoat and white waistcoat, he wore formal trousers and had chosen a shirt with a stiff collar to signify his status, complemented by a wide tie crafted by his lady housekeeper. The silk tie was prone to loosening due to its intricate style, so he secured its elegant pleats with a sapphire tie pin. Suddenly, Rawls felt someone's gaze upon him. Maintaining his courteous smile, he subtly turned his head toward the source of the scrutiny. A splendidly adorned young blonde girl stood near the floor-to-ceiling windows, her face obscured by the curtains, yet her gaze met Rawls's. Furrowing his brow slightly, Rawls raised his glass in a salute and took a sip of champagne. Noticing the blonde girl mimicking his gesture, he nodded again before turning back to Todd. This yet-to-be-adult Todd Wolfe remained engrossed in his half-truths, oblivious to Rawls' recent actions. After listening for a while, Rawls glanced back toward the window, discovering the blonde girl had moved closer to the balcony, softly admonishing a golden retriever. Audrey Hall, realizing Audrey had become an observer, accompanied by a daydreaming dog. Rawls diverted his gaze and took a small sip of his champagne. Something about today's banquet seemed amiss. Initially, I had assumed it to be an internal gathering of the Conservative Party, with Count Wolfe and his allies seeking to probe my stance while casually inquiring about my preparations regarding the shooting incident. It did seem plausible at first with Count Wolfe, Count Levitt, and Viscount Swain, even Duke Negan attending. However, when Count Hall made an appearance, the atmosphere shifted. Although the two parties had not yet escalated to outright hostility, they were hardly the best of friends. To see the primary supporter of the new party, Count Hall, at a conservative soiree left Rawls perplexed. This gathering was not merely a noble dinner. Observing Duke Negan engaged in discussions with several conservative parliamentarians about the current state of the kingdom. Clad in a navy blue admiral's uniform with his blonde secretary, Lockhart Sakame, by his side, Rawls would not have been surprised if such a political soiree had unfolded before igniting tensions between the two parties. A change of venue for discussions, allowing for the exchange of interests on topics that could not be openly discussed, was precisely why B-Clan hosted so many balls. Is this a temporary reconciliation between the two parties? Yet, I have not received any notification. Or is it merely the calm before the storm? Being a novice myself, the actions of these political creatures are truly perplexing. The last tarot session revealed the Hanged Man, indicating that the cabinet ministers are akin to curly-haired baboons, even inferior to them, a sentiment not shared by Rawls. Occupying a high position, every action is subject to scrutiny and magnification. A peculiar glint flickered in Rawls' eyes as he witnessed the unexpected. Count Holber had approached Duke Negan directly, prompting the conservative MPs beside the Duke to swiftly disperse, clearing the way for the two eminent figures. Duke Negan smiled and clinked glasses with the equally jovial Count Holber, after which, with a discreet wave of his hand from Duke Negan, Rawls could no longer hear a word exchanged between them. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Rawls turned away, contemplating engaging in conversation with a well-connected noble to strengthen his ties. After all, as a mere footman at this soiree, his options were limited. Adrian, the lawyer? Rawls paused, sensing an unsettling premonition rising within him. Donning a smile, he turned to behold a golden-haired man with rimmed glasses approaching him. It was Lockhart Sakame, Duke Negan's secretary, and simultaneously a spy from the Twilight Hermit Society embedded within the Duke's circle. "Good evening, sir," Lockhart greeted with a smile, extending his hand. "Good evening. Adrian, I am Lockhart Sakame, Duke Negan's secretary." A flicker of apprehension crossed Rawls' face as he hastily approached, grasping Lockhart's outstretched right hand. Good evening, Mr. Secretary. I am Rawls Adrian, a distinguished lawyer." As he released Lockhart's hands with a beaming smile, he inquired, "Mr. Secretary, what brings you to seek me?" "It is thus," Lockhart replied, his demeanor somewhat cooler, yet still smiling, glancing towards Duke Negan. The Duke, aware that Adrian was the youngest distinguished lawyer in Beckland with unique insights into legal matters, sought to invite him to the Carlton Club's dinner next Friday. "Is this the Duke's pretext or your own?" "It seems rather far-fetched, for any lecturer from Beckland's 3 law academies would surpass me." Despite his status as a lawyer, Rawls could hardly compare his legal acumen to those seasoned advocates steeped in the lore of the 4 great law schools. The primary constituents of these academies comprise supervisors, lecturers, external lawyers, and internal lawyers. The supervisors are typically seasoned advocates or judges, entrusted with admissions, management, and teaching. When instructing, they are referred to as lecturers, covering crucial legal statutes, landmark case analyses, and sharing personal experiences, each standing at the pinnacle of the legal realm in the Kingdom of Ruin. Rawls, exhibiting a demeanor of trepidation, cautiously inquired, "Is that truly the case? I fear I may not meet the Duke's expectations." Lockhart waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Ha ha ha, fret not, for his grace relishes engaging with the youth." Rawls, slightly assuaging his worries, gritted his teeth and acquiesced. "Very well, I shall prepare diligently. I will certainly attend next Friday. Please convey my gratitude to Duke Negan." He glanced towards the Duke, who was still engrossed in conversation with Count Holber. "Naturally, Adrian, I wish you a delightful evening," Lockhart said, observing the dazzled noble women around him, before departing with a slight smile. Chapter 71. Count Firmum. Though Rolls held a relatively lowly status, he bore the title of Beclan's youngest distinguished lawyer, complemented by a handsome appearance and the meticulous attire of a female steward and a personal male attendant. Thus, upon entering the ball, many noble women and young ladies engaged him in conversation, their intentions clear. They wished for him to invite them to dance. Succumbing to the desires of several noble women, Rolls extended invitations to dance, only to find himself subject to unwelcome advances. Now, with Lockhart's remarks regarding Duke Negan's esteem, Rolls had effectively become the prey amidst a pack of wolves. Even if the noble maidens retained their modesty and awaited his invitation, the noble women would not exhibit such restraint. Observing the eager, starry-eyed, noble women wishing to converse with him, Rolls felt a tingle of discomfort at the nape of his neck. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Lord Todwolf, and he brightened, making his way towards him while offering apologetic smiles to the surrounding noble women. "My Lord Todd, I found your previous discourse about the Byran feathered serpent crown fascinating. Might you elaborate?" Todd, having also noted Lockhart's actions, was indifferent, and with a casual wave of his hand, replied, "I've already mentioned it, Rolls. We are friends. No need for such formalities. Just call me Todd. Your address is typically reserved for the sons of ordinary earls." Rolls dismissed the formality. Merely seeking an excuse to evade the noble women and genuinely intrigued by the Byran family's fourth-era collections, he replied with a smile, "Very well. Could you perhaps elaborate on that feathered serpent crown? I hear it is among the symbols of the fourth-era Byran royalty. What is this?" Just as the conversation reached a pivotal moment, Rolls furrowed his brow at Todd, who suddenly slapped his forehead as if recalling something. He rubbed the back of his head, revealing an expression of regret, and muttered, "I almost forgot. My father wishes to see you in the second reception room." Todd pointed eastward, that direction. Having spoken, he turned to leave. Watching Todd depart, Rolls felt a surge of frustration. He wished he could strangle him. Why remember now, at such a crucial juncture? What am I to do? Suppressing the urge to curse, Rolls forced a smile at the surrounding guests, exhaled softly, adjusted his attire, and proceeded towards the eastern side of the banquet hall. A young girl, resembling Audrey but adorned with fewer jewels, approached, rescuing Audrey from her predicament. "Audrey, what were you just doing? Did you not see what transpired?" Audrey cast a grateful glance at the girl, her expression tinged with annoyance as she replied, "Alas, Susie was feeling a bit frightened and hid on the balcony, so I went to find her." "Jennifer, what just happened?" As an observer, having missed the thrilling moments was not only impolite, but also detrimental to potion digestion. Jennifer, the second daughter of Earl Wayne, with golden hair and blue eyes, sweetly smiling with faint dimples, gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. "You brought Susie too? You're spoiling her. If Lady Kalia finds out, she will surely expel Susie." "Not at all. The Countess is quite amiable. She has seen Susie numerous times," Audrey replied, her smile tinged with embarrassment. She had not intended to bring Susie, but considering it was a splendid opportunity to play the part of an observer, and since Susie had consumed the potion, she decided to bring her along. "Alas, I merely did not anticipate that she would resemble an observer even more than I. After all, who would notice a dog?" Thus, she could only console her friend, urging her not to hold Lady Kalia in too poor a light. After all, the animosity lay solely between her father, Earl Wayne, and the Wolf family, and the grievances were minimal. There was no need to target the other members of the Wolf family. Very well. Seeing her friend's reassurances, Jennifer abandoned her concerns about Lady Kalia and recounted the recent events. Just now, Duke Negan's secretary came to find whom? Who? Audrey, having just been absent, could not deduce even as an observer. Rolls Adrian, Beclan's youngest distinguished lawyer. Audrey recalled the man clad in a stiff, turned-down collar, resembling a prominent barrister, with whom she had just conversed. Was it he? Rawls, looking somewhat despondent, averted his gaze from the peculiar sounds emanating from the garden and made his way to the second reception room. It was no wonder that Ambassador Beclan managed to charm numerous noble women and young ladies. The noble women of Ruin were indeed not as conservative as advertised. Upon entering the second reception room, he found a male noble, nearly 50, with a pair of well-groomed mustaches, seated on a sofa, awaiting him. He was smoking a cigar and appeared to be in a jovial mood. Hearing footsteps, he turned to Rawls, and upon recognizing his arrival, rose with a smile. Using a cigar cutter to trim the burning end of his cigar, placing it on the coffee table, and laughing heartily. "You must be Attorney Adrian, yes? I've heard tales of a 23-year-old barrister from Beckland, and indeed, You are quite youthful. Rawls performed a courteous greeting, smiling as he replied. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed Count of Filmenberg. Filmenberg is the estate of the Earl of Wolf, located in East Tuxhire. I've long heard from Todd that you are an exceptionally polite individual. He has indeed made a fine friend. Todd is also quite remarkable, possessing considerable knowledge of the Quaternary period's history. That is one of his redeeming qualities, the Earl of Wolf remarked, stroking his mustache. I understand you have an interest in the history of the Quaternary as well. Yes, indeed. After all, during my time at Lincoln Law School, history was the only subject that piqued my interest. Sculpture and music do not captivate me, Rawls quipped, eliciting another hearty laugh from the Earl. Having once attended law school himself, was familiar with its internal regulations. Chapter 72. The Listener. The four great academies are steeped in tradition, to the point of being conservative. Aside from their specialized courses, the academies provide rigorous legal training while also offering a general university education, albeit limited to sculpture, history, music, and some noble etiquette. Furthermore, due to their differing affiliations, they impart knowledge regarding the Storm Church's Book of Storms or the Night Church's Revelation of Night. While this may sound appealing, for Rawls or the Earl of Wolf, who have been educated in similar ways since childhood, it is more akin to a torment. The insights of these academicians in legal matters are profound, yet their teachings on etiquette and music may not surpass that of a refined instructor like the Earl of Wolf. Indeed, the four great academies have become increasingly conservative over the past century. Were it not for the requirement that all barristers originate from these institutions, they might have been overwhelmed by Rouen-esque new educational system, the Earl remarked. In recent years, the Kingdom of Rouen has been fervently advancing education, having enacted the Elementary Education Act a few years ago, which incentivizes lower-tier educational committees and allocates financial grants. Within 3 years, numerous public elementary schools have been established, maintaining strict religious neutrality and avoiding entanglements in the disputes of the Storm Lord, the Night Goddess, and the Church of Steam and Machinery. The robust development of elementary education has, in turn, provided opportunities for the advancement of higher education in Rouen. Yet the four great academies remain independent and traditional, unable to compare to the even more conservative land nobility, whose ideologies are entrenched in centuries past. The Earl of Wolf chuckled heartily and invited Rawls to sit. Choosing a single armchair close to the Earl's left side, Rawls smiled and remarked, "The kingdom has indeed invested significantly in education over the past few years. During my studies in Tingen, the universities, grammar schools, and public elementary schools, they were flourishing." The Earl, curling his right index finger, stroked his mustaches with a relaxed demeanor. The establishment of the Corn Laws has alleviated the kingdom's financial crisis considerably, enabling us to contemplate educational matters. Over a century ago, Russell proclaimed that, even in poverty, education must be pursued, which is how Intis achieved its strength. Seizing the opportunity, Rawls displayed an approving smile. It seems indeed that the financial crisis faced by the nobility has been alleviated. The reasons behind the establishment of the Corn Laws are manifold, linked to the war with Intis over 2 decades ago and the subsequent crop failures. However, the driving force behind its implementation was the land nobility. Following the crop failures, food prices surged, prompting the land nobility to correspondingly raise rents, often doubling or even quintupled to sustain their extravagant lifestyles. Yet, the tenant farmers soon realized that their earnings from cultivation barely covered the exorbitant rents. The solutions were limited: either reduce rents or continue inflating food prices. The nobility, wielding their considerable influence in Parliament, established the Corn Laws to protect domestic grain prices. Rouen will also prosper due to its investment in education. The Earl of Wolf shook his head, perhaps, but let us not dwell on such matters. Let us speak of lighter topics. How familiar are you with the history of the southern continent? Rawls furrowed his brow, somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, not very much. As you know, aside from legal matters, the Academy does not delve deeply into other subjects. I know even less than Todd does. The Earl waved his hand casually, his face adorned with a warm smile. Todd does not possess extensive knowledge either. His fondness for history largely stems from my family's extensive collection of related artifacts, which he has accompanied me to learn about since childhood. He is more captivated by the stories behind the artifacts than the artifacts themselves. I find myself quite akin to Todd. I believe that aside from a few exceptionally valuable artifacts, most are cherished for the tales they tell. Oh, that is indeed a commendable perspective. On the Rafda Islands, in the generous city of Bayam, at the workshop of the craftsman Sharif, The furrowed brows of Sharif were knitted together as he observed Alj, who was indulging in a bottle of Sunyal blood wine. He drew out a high-backed chair, seated himself, and inquired with curiosity, "Where have you been these past few days? Have you neglected to drink even a sip of wine? Are you that parched?" Alj, having drained the bottle of Sunyal blood wine, casually wiped his mouth, erasing the remnants of wine, and replied hoarsely, "I had urgent matters to attend to and did not have the opportunity to procure wine." Craftsman Sharif retrieved another bottle of Sunyal blood wine, producing 2 glass cups. Pouring as he spoke, "Urgent matters, you say? The last time you visited, you mentioned something similarly pressing, yet you have not provided me with any answers. Do you intend to craft a staff using the extraordinary properties of the Fortunate One? Due to more pressing matters in recent days, I have yet to reach out to him. I do not know whether he agrees," Alj confessed, feeling that his luck had been quite dismal of late. First, he had unwittingly become one of the founders of an organization called the Tarot Society. Then, someone insisted he procure an extraordinary weapon, specifically a melee weapon, a heavy one at that. To fulfill this demand, he had to rush from Port Plitz to buy him in just 3 days, nearing his limits. Upon finding Sharif, he discovered there was no suitable extraordinary weapon available. A glimmer of inspiration struck him, yet he was uncertain of the Emperor's stance and could only bide his time. Just when he thought he could enjoy a few days of respite, the church sent him on a mission to intercept a listener from the Aurora Society. Initially, he believed it to be a simple task, just an occasionally deranged listener. Although he had not yet been promoted to a Sequence 7 navigator, dealing with a listener at sea should suffice for an enraged populace. However, when the ship of the Aurora Society listener was on the verge of being shattered under the assault of Alj's Azure Avenger, the situation took a sudden turn. The listener violently coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, which then transformed into a blood bomb. This not only blasted a gaping hole in Alj's Azure Avenger, but also caught Alj in the blast, resulting in only minor injuries. A listener of Sequence 8 astonishingly possesses the abilities of the Rose Bishop from Sequence 6. Truly, the Auroras are a formidable group of lunatics. Fortunately, I have garnered unexpected insights, not only learning about the Rose Bishop's powers, but also the abilities corresponding to the Sequence 5 Shepherd. The writhing hunger of Chillingers must have been crafted using the extraordinary traits of a shepherd, necessitating the consumption of a living soul and flesh every other day. The time is drawing near. After tomorrow's tarot meeting, I must ingest the potion and ascend to the role of navigator. As for the Emperor's weapon, should he express satisfaction, I will encourage him to part with a bit more coin. If not, I shall have to seek alternative methods. Chapter 73, Lady Maynard. Which enchanting maiden from the Red Theater captivates your thoughts so utterly enchanted? Sharif chuckled, his expression betraying that he was privy to Alji's musings. Alji shot him a glare and snatched the full glass before him. "I am not you. My mind is not perpetually occupied with women." Indeed, Sharif replied nonchalantly, having known Alji for several years and well aware of his character, as he cheerfully filled another glass. "While your thoughts dwell on women, mine dwell on spirits." Watching Alji drain the full glass of Sunya blood wine, Sharif's face contorted in dismay as he scolded, "That is not the bottle you just drank from. This one cost me 75 pounds. This one lacks the quality of the previous. Its texture is too smooth, too sweet. You, who only pursue intensity, are unworthy of such fine wine." After a considerable time, Alji calmed down and regarded Sharif, feeling a sense of dissonance. A man appearing to be in his 40s, with dark skin and holding a high-stem glass, savoring Sunya blood wine, presented quite the jarring visual feast. Alji furrowed his brow. Tomorrow is Monday, yet Mr. Fool's imperial diary remains unexamined. Though the Emperor may be lackluster, Mr. Fool's requests must be fulfilled, as a mere act can create a significant disparity. Observing Sharif, a craftsman, he assumed he might possess the requisite materials and inquired, "Sharif, do you have the notes of Emperor Roselle?" To the outside world, Alji maintained that he referred to the Emperor's notes rather than Mr. Fool's diary. Sharif suddenly froze, turning to face him, his expression somewhat peculiar. "What do you need that for? Do you truly believe it holds treasures?" In the banquet hall of Count Wolf's villa in the Queen's district of Beekland, the hour approached 10, signaling the impending end of the ball. Count Holber, clad in a black tailcoat, had long concluded his conversation with Duke Negan and approached his daughter, Audrey, extending his right arm with a smile. "Audrey, it is time for us to depart." Audrey smiled, linking her arm with her father's, and cheerfully inquired, "Father, what did you discuss with His Grace? Why did you take so long to appear?" Holber adjusted his tie with his free hand and replied solemnly, Huh. Nothing of importance. Merely some policy matters. You must understand that the working hours for laborers are still excessively long. Audrey furrowed her brow, sensing her father was being disingenuous. Was there something significant being discussed? My lord? A voice laced with cold authority interrupted, prompting Holber and his daughter to turn toward its source. A middle-aged woman in a frilled purple gown approached briskly, her figure ample, her skin fair, yet lacking the opulence of jewelry and elaborate makeup that many noble women possessed. Her eyes reflected a hint of urgency as she reached Holber and Audrey, asking, my lord, have you seen Rolse Adrian? Her tone was somewhat agitated and impolite, her direct question eliciting a sense of annoyance from both Holber and Audrey. Rolse Adrian? That esteemed lawyer? Did he not go to converse with Count Wolf? Holber replied, with a frosty demeanor. He had always regarded Nozick's son as inadequate, though he believed his daughter to be competent. However, now with a furrowed brow, he spoke. Lady Maynard, you must understand that I am unacquainted with Rolse Adrian. Lady Maynard regretted her words almost immediately. She had spent the entire evening searching for Rolse. Aside from catching a glimpse of him at the start of the ball, she had seen not a trace of him afterward. Although her father had secured an invitation to the ball, Martin Nozick, the controversial new party leader, was not a suitable attendee, leaving her, the daughter who had married into the Tingen family over a decade ago, to represent their interests. While both parties were invited to the ball, the guests from the Conservative Party predominated. Given her infrequent visits to Beekland and the scarcity of new party guests, she had achieved nothing throughout the evening and thus sought out the recently appeared Count Holber. Lady Maynard lifted her skirts slightly, curtsying apologetically. I sincerely apologize, my lord, for my earlier rudeness. I have been engaged in discussions with Duke Negan the entire evening and have not seen Rolse Adrian. But tonight is the only opportunity. Holber's expression turned cold once more as he reprimanded without mercy Lady Maynard. A missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. We all did our utmost. Then, his demeanor brightened as he smiled at Audrey. Audrey, we must take our leave. Your mother awaits our return at home. Understanding her father's words regarding Rolse's whereabouts, Audrey sighed inwardly and followed Count Holber as they departed. Half an hour later, a beaming Rolse exited the villa, bid farewell by the equally smiling Count Wolf. As he made his way toward his carriage, the smile vanished from Rolse's face, replaced by confusion. What had transpired at the ball today? Shortly after the ball commenced, he had been informed by Todd that Count Wolf wished to speak with him. He initially presumed Count Wolf intended to inquire about the preparations for his case or perhaps bolster him with his noble status, or even attempt to bribe him financially to ensure a heavy sentence for Lancer Nozick. However, none of this transpired. He had conversed with Count Wolf for nearly 3 hours, discussing matters ranging from the kingdom's institutions, the 4 academies, Rolse law firm, his romantic status, and, most extensively, tales related to the royal collection of the Byland Empire from the quaternary southern continent. Yet, concerning the case, or the political factions, Count Wolf had not uttered a single word. The only mention of the grain bill was merely brushed aside. His personal servant, Maurice, approached, visibly relieved. Sir, you have finally emerged. Indeed, I have finally emerged. I feared I might have to stay overnight. Wait, that's not right. Is someone looking for me? Chapter 74, Terms of Exchange. On King S. Avenue, Rolse leaned against the wall of the carriage, rubbing his temples with his thumbs, finally grasping why Count Wolf had engaged him in conversation for over 2 hours. In the Kingdom of Rune, noble offspring who cannot inherit titles often pursue respectable professions that provide a livelihood. Becoming a prominent lawyer is the most favorable choice, and Count Wolf had previously attended the Central Palace Law School. However, Count Wolf's actions surely indicated he was aware that Lady Maynard would attend the ball and seek him out, urging him to refrain from his pursuits. But why not simply invite him or extend an invitation to Lady Maynard? Was there someone compelling him to act thus? The Count Holber, backing the new party? No. Count Wolf's stance toward the new party is notoriously unfriendly. Just like today's ball, despite the presence of new party members, Count Wolf had not made an appearance throughout, even though it was hosted by Countess Garilla. It must be Duke Negan. Only his rank and influence could sway Count Wolf. But why would he do so? What promises did the new party make to compel Duke Negan to take action? Rolse exhaled, ultimately realizing that his position was insufficient, and the information he could obtain was far too limited to ascertain the true machinations of the two parties. However, once he attended the Carlton Club gathering next week, he would finally be integrated into the Conservative Party's inner circle, thus gaining access to more substantial information. Nevertheless, Duke Negan's secretary, Lockhart, was indeed a formidable individual. and the Dusk Hermit Society could not possibly have deployed just one mole. It was certain that numerous individuals within both the conservative and new parties were influenced by the Dusk Hermit Society. General Emilius and Governor Austin had been transferred without a whisper of protest. Moreover, it was particularly perplexing that Emilius, who was ostensibly aligned with the Conservative Party, had directly shifted his allegiance to the new party and assumed control of the Ministry of Defense. The intricacies involved were exceedingly numerous. Rolls observed his personal servant, Morris, seated beside the coachman outside the carriage. He had previously considered Morris too honest and ill-suited for the role of a butler, a position that often required a degree of political acumen. However, he did not dismiss him, as Morris was competent in his role as a personal attendant, silent, reliable, and well-versed in the fashionable styles of Beakland, adept at various combinations. Yet today, Rolls found himself reassessing his personal servant. When Lady Maynard failed to locate him and sought his carriage, Morris promptly informed her that Rolls was still engaged at the ball and had yet to emerge. Once Lady Maynard departed, Morris instructed the coachman to conceal the carriage, while he quietly observed, awaiting Rolls's exit. Although Morris had alleviated a considerable amount of trouble for Rolls, he could not reward him, as he was effectively making decisions on Rolls's behalf. For a servant to take such liberties was a grave transgression. Bestowing rewards might incite ulterior motives among the other servants. Nevertheless, it was undeniably gratifying. No wonder the emperor favored cunning ministers. Pallas, I did not anticipate your presence today. Are you here to align with Wolfe and his faction? Lord Hall surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow as he addressed Duke Negan. Are you not being overly cautious? Duke Negan narrowed his gray-blue eyes and replied in a low voice, My recent premonitions have not been particularly favorable. The changes in Beakland have been rather significant. Alas, perhaps the mounting pressures have taken their toll. I have not attended a banquet in nearly a week. Lord Hall, who had initially frowned, chuckled and shook his head at the latter part of Negan's statement, fully aware of the Duke's penchant for social gatherings. After all, this Duke had numerous mistresses among Beakland's aristocracy, though society turned a blind eye as long as they were not excessively scandalous. Why have you come, then? I recall that you were not particularly fond of balls. Lord Hall shook his head, offering a wry smile. If it were 20 years ago, I would have had the courage and wisdom to participate. Now, I can only resort to minor tricks. Duke Negan sighed, patting his protruding belly. Indeed, the life of nobility is exceedingly draining. Lord Hall concurred with a sigh. Yes, as long as one generation's heir indulges in pleasure, the subsequent generations face great challenges. You are better off. Both your sons are commendable, any of whom could inherit the family legacy. I, however, find myself in a precarious position, as Philip is still too impetuous. He will grow in time. He is still young. Nosek's daughter may not sway that lawyer. He is astute and likely views this case as a stepping stone. Lord Hall lowered his gaze slightly and expressed his gratitude. Your agreement to this banquet has already provided Nosek with an opportunity. Though the new party has also invested significantly, they ultimately do not have to confront the still formidable Conservative Party at this juncture. While the matters concerning bank loans and shareholding, that is of paramount importance. I have persuaded the board and several partners to agree to the loan, and they are willing to relinquish a portion of their shares. If cash cannot be produced, land or valuable collectibles may be used as collateral. That is reassuring. Duke Negan breathed a sigh of relief, having convinced some conservative nobles to invest in banking, coal, steel, and other industries, ensuring that the Conservative Party's power would not suffer excessively. Regarding the issues of factory workers' wages and working hours, I will find a way to promote those matters. Chapter 75. Knowledge worth 200 pounds. Amidst the swirling mist, Klein remained seated at the head of the bronze long table, his visage obscured by the haze. His fingers intertwined, he supported his chin and gazed in Rolls's direction, where the Emperor's chair was adorned with a constellation of radiant stars forming an ethereal pattern. Several shadowy lines coalesced into a distorted, asymmetrical symbol, at the center of which stood several pyramids, both inverted and upright. What could that signify? The recent emergence of Justice as an audience member, alongside the corresponding symbol of the dragon, was already quite peculiar. What could the Emperor's corresponding symbol possibly entail? Was he not a member of the Arbiter sequence belonging to the royal family or aristocracy? Upon re-evaluating the three individuals before him, he noted that aside from the symbol behind the hanged man, which could correspond to his path, neither Justice nor the Emperor aligned with his observations. What then? Was the symbol behind my seat? Klein suppressed his impulse. and as before, lightly rapped 3 times on the edge of the long table, smiling as he spoke. Congratulations, Miss Justice. You have become an extraordinary individual. He could immediately discern that Audrey was momentarily taken aback, responding with a gentle smile. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you, Mr. Hungitman. That came quicker than I anticipated. Alger Wilson replied with nonchalance. Rolls observed Justice across the table with a smile. Congratulations, Miss Justice. Klein opted not to pursue the topic further. Tapping his forehead, he smiled and inquired, Ladies and gentlemen, have you found Russell's diary? Alger instinctively restrained his movements, and after a brief silence, he replied, I discovered 2 pages from Emperor Russell's diary and have committed their contents to memory. I have 2 pages as well. Rolls chimed in. Excellent. March 6th. Damn it, the food here is constipating me. March 17th. Are the ladies of Intis this open? I can't quite tell if I seduced her or if she seduced me. It feels rather odd. March 22nd. It is time to choose a faith. On one side lies the Church of the Eternal Sun, and, on the other, the Artisan Church. My choice is without question. Praise be to you, God of all mechanisms. For one day, I shall compel the Artisan Church to rebrand as the Church of the Mechanical God. This appears to be an early diary entry from Russell following his crossing. What old Neil possessed were entries written 40 years later. Did the Emperor begin journaling this early? I thought he only started writing to express his longing after traversing through time for so long. However, the Emperor certainly must not have seen that film. After all, who in their right mind writes a diary? Klein sighed inwardly, relieved that the Emperor was rather unconventional. Otherwise, he would not have learned how to perform the act, nor would he have been able to placate the Emperor. Rolls cast a glance at Klein beside him. He had not fabricated Russell's diary, but rather procured 2 pages from Ken. This could be considered a form of unlocking his golden finger. If he recalled correctly, one of the pages should be documented in the Kingdom Museum, though he was uncertain whether Ken had copied it himself or acquired it authentically. The other page chronicled Russell's entanglements with various women, containing little of value. Setting down the 5 pages, Klein lifted his gaze to the trio, smiling slightly as he said, Apologies, I was quite engrossed. Audrey, suppressing her envy, responded with a serene smile. I can understand. I look forward to the day I can exchange for the contents of Emperor Russell's diary. That will require a price to be paid. Klein smiled while glancing at Justice, subsequently sweeping his gaze over the silent Emperor and the hangman. If Klein were to compose a diary akin to that of the Emperor, it might unfold in the following manner. On the 1st of the month, I procured 8 pounds of rye bread for a mere 8 pence, a reduction of 1 penny from last month as price. However, the cost of mutton has risen. On the 2nd of the month, my newly acquired formal attire, valued at several pounds, was damaged in combat. Fortunately, the captain has assured me that I may seek reimbursement. Otherwise, a week's wages would have been lost. On the 3rd of the month, the day passed without incident, resulting in yet another day spent idly earning my pay. How delightful. Rawls stifled a laugh, feeling a twinge of envy towards the fool. No matter how tumultuous his emotions, he could always maintain a composed visage. Ahem, Miss Justice. You must remember, you are merely performing a role. Do not lose yourself in it, for you, too, may fall prey to the power of the potion. The hangman and Justice both turned their gaze towards the fool, who had neglected to mention this point. Meanwhile, Klein remained calm, nodding subtly in agreement with Rawls' assertion. Indeed, the Emperor possesses knowledge of the art of performance. Yet, judging by his reaction last time, it seems to be a rather esoteric understanding, likely accessible only to those of considerable power. But why has the Church withheld this knowledge from us? Must one attain a certain level to comprehend it? And if so, why? Seeing the fool nod, Audrey eagerly interjected, Could you elucidate further? Certainly, as the fool has stated, we are to portray a guest entering the castle. However, we must never allow ourselves to become the guest. Otherwise, we cease to be ourselves. Rawls deliberately lowered his voice for the final statement. I cease to be myself? Audrey felt a shiver run down her spine, pondering the perilous nature of being an extraordinary. To refrain from performing is dangerous. Yet to perform is fraught with its own risks. No wonder the Church rigorously controls the potion formulas. Klein softly summarized, that is precisely why it is termed performance. Although he had yet to fully grasp the Emperor's point, he recognized its validity through his own experiences and the Emperor's diary. Audrey, suppressing her fear, paused before continuing. I find this to be an immensely valuable explanation, fool. What manner of exchange do you seek? Of course, I remember that I still owe you a page from the diary of Emperor Roselle, And likewise for you, Emperor. What can I do for you? Klein extended his hand towards the Emperor, indicating for Rawls to speak first. It seems you have little to offer me at present, Rawls mused, rubbing his thumb against his fingers in contemplation. I appear to lack nothing. Let us proceed in the simplest manner possible. If we value this knowledge at 200 pounds, then I would assert that the fool's words are paramount. I merely provide a supplement. Audrey did not blink, nodding in agreement very well. 200 pounds? Should I abandon my performance and the diary? I desire money as well. Just a supplementary remark valued at 200 pounds. How much must my performance be worth? Klein's mind screamed in protest, yet his expression remained unchanged. Alas, the diary holds greater importance. With the diary, I could amass countless 200-pound sums. Meanwhile, the hangman, Alger, felt the veins in his forehead throb. He possessed little wealth as it was, and now he bore an additional debt of 200 pounds. Emperor, you would do well not to covet that extraordinary weapon. Should you desire it, do not blame me, for I too am in need of funds. How shall I provide for you? Do you possess an anonymous account at the Beckland Bank? Being the daughter of a banker, Audrey was naturally well versed in such matters. No need. Let it be a matter of value. When you possess knowledge or items valued at 200 pounds, you may offset it, Rawls replied with a light chuckle. Turning to Alger, your 200 pounds can be deducted from the extraordinary weapon I seek. Alger gritted his teeth, striving to appear indifferent as he replied, very well. Although Audrey believed paying the 200 pounds would be preferable, she said nothing, merely nodding in agreement, listening to the conversation between the two affluent individuals. Klein felt a pang in his heart. Then he noticed Justice looking at him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, more entries from Roselle's diary, or any information regarding the Antigonus family. Even fragments I may have previously known would suffice. Chapter 76, Formulas. More entries from Roselle's diary, or any information concerning the Antigonus family. Even fragments I may have previously known would be welcome. Upon hearing this, Alger Wilson heaved a sigh of relief and promptly said, Fool, I can now compensate you for your earlier explanation. No problem. Alger carefully chose his words. Antigonus is an ancient family, with a history that can be traced back to the cataclysmic era preceding the Quaternary, connected to the second blasphemous tablet. The second blasphemous tablet? Audrey inquired, unable to conceal her curiosity. Alger discreetly glanced at the Emperor, noting his lack of reaction, uncertain whether to feel relieved that the Emperor did not refute him or disheartened that the Emperor possessed such knowledge. Meanwhile, Klein, seated at the head of the bronze table, silently commended Justice for her courage, yet also recognized that the Emperor displayed no unusual response, evidently well acquainted with this subject. In the end, it seemed that only Justice and I are the novices. Yet Klein suddenly felt a twinge of pity for the hangman. With an Emperor who knows more than he does present at the Tarot Club, Alger must find it quite challenging. It is fortunate that I am but a novice. Should I discover someone excelling in my field of expertise, I too would likely feel discomfort. The first blasphemous tablet appeared during the Age of Darkness. In the second epoch, when humanity struggled to survive under divine protection, the second blasphemous tablet emerged at the close of the third epoch, marking the end of the cataclysmic era. The information regarding these two blasphemous tablets is strictly confidential within the 7 churches. All I know is that they both pertain to the path of the divine, yet I remain ignorant of the distinctions between them. Did Emperor Roselle examine the first or the second tablet? Audrey curiously asked. At this, Alger replied succinctly, the second, during the reign of King Solomon in the Quaternary. Although the Antigonus family was also a prominent noble lineage, they left no remarkable legacy until they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire, thereby taking center stage on the northern continent. At that time, names such as Antigonus, Ammon, Abraham, and Jacob shone brightly in the realm of humanity. However, following the War of the 4 Emperors, the blood emperor of the Tudor Empire fell, and they subsequently descended from their pinnacle, pursued by the current 7 deities. How exactly did Ammon impersonate a family? Did he parasitically inhabit a family, transforming them into the Ammon family? Wouldn't that lead to some terrifying complications? Referring to oneself as father, grandfather? Rawls leaned back in his chair, slightly tilting towards Alger, adopting a listening posture. As for the specifics of the process, I am not privy to them. All I know is that the Antigonus family ultimately met their demise at the hands of the Night Church. Fool! If you wish to learn more, you will likely need to seek the Night Church or engage with certain ancient secret organizations. You know which ones I refer to. I do not know, Klein replied, feeling a sense of bitterness as he nodded. I am equally unaware of which sequence pathway the Antigonus family mastered. However, the descriptions I have encountered repeatedly employ two adjectives, eerie and dreadful. Alger paused, casting a glance at the Emperor, who was slightly inclined towards him. Perhaps the Emperor is aware. Rawls was taken aback, looking at Alger, who displayed a posture of belief. He exhaled softly, turned to Klein and nodded. As far as I know, it pertains to the diviner sequence. Klein's pupils contracted momentarily, and he nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I am quite pleased with this remuneration. Is the sequence controlled by the Antigonus family aligned with the path of the seer? What a remarkable coincidence. Thunderous revelations erupted in Klein's mind, leaving him in a tumult of thoughts, invoking a sense of destiny within him. The demise of the original host, which inadvertently facilitated my traversal, stemmed from notes belonging to the Antigonus family, who wheeled the path of the seer. Ultimately, it was the diary of Emperor Roselle that guided me towards the potion of the seer. Klein suppressed the urge to prompt the Emperor to continue, sensing that the Emperor harbored substantial knowledge regarding this path. Mr. Fool, may I pose my second question? Audrey's voice brought Klein back to a state of composure. He spread his hands, feigning nonchalance. Of course. Audrey glanced at the Emperor and the Fool before turning her attention to the hanged man, inquiring with a smile. Might I ask the names of the subsequent potions for the audience? Well, might I find clues? Alger remained silent for a few moments. Regretting his earlier provocation of the Emperor, he spoke in a low voice. The Sequence 8 potion for the audience is called the Mind Reader, while the ancient name for Sequence 7 is the Psychoanalyst, now referred to as the Psychologist. This information comes from a member of the Psychological Alchemist Society, and I believe they possess numerous potion formulas associated with this path. Do you know the whereabouts of that Psychological Alchemist member? Audrey asked, her eyes alight with interest. Both the Mind Reader and the Psychologist were remarkably aligned with her aesthetic. Alger let out a rare chuckle. I do. He lies submerged near Sunya Island, a fate I personally orchestrated. If you wish to seek the Psychological Alchemist Society, I regret to inform you that the trail has gone cold. Audrey fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. I possess the formulas for both the Mind Reader and the Psychologist, Rolls interjected, contemplating whether he could persuade Audrey to part with some funds, thus obtaining an extraordinary weapon for himself, rather than allowing the little son to be taken advantage of. He preferred to seize the opportunity first. Is the Emperor associated with the Psychological Alchemist Society? No. The moment the hangman mentioned submerging that member, there was no sign of unusual reaction, indicating that it was likely controlled by a powerful faction behind him. Sighing, Klein mused that only such an ancient and prestigious family could amass such resources. He increasingly suspected the Emperor hailed from the noble or royal lineage of ruin. However, Klein turned his gaze towards the hangman, pondering why he had not mentioned this when I first sold the formula. Alger, you have experienced much. Why is it that no young person possesses the patience to endure? Although Alger could not discern the Emperor's exact visage, it was evident he was considerably younger than himself. Audrey's eyes brightened as she looked towards the Emperor, her excitement palpable. Really? What must I offer in return? Preferably money, or items from your storeroom. I possess little else. Audrey anticipated, glancing expectantly at the Emperor. Chapter 77. Extraordinary Characteristics. As before, calculated by value. Audrey felt a tinge of disappointment, wishing she could simply offer money. She had never owed anyone anything, yet with the Emperor, her debts seemed to multiply. Ordinarily, a Sequence 8 potion formula would cost around £450, while Sequence 7 would range from £750 to £1,000. However, I only have the main material for the Psychologist, with only one auxiliary material. Therefore, let us assess the two formulas at a total of £1,200, shall we? Audrey nodded. The Emperor had calculated almost entirely at the lowest possible price, leaving her with no complaints. That seems fair. Sequence 9 is priced at £200, Sequence 8 at £450, and Sequence 7 starting at £750. The values certainly ascend. Klein's mind raced as he calculated, even though this was the Emperor's minimum pricing, adding in the primary and auxiliary materials for the potions. To achieve Sequence 7 would require at least £3,000. With my current weekly wage at £3, achieving that would take 7,000 days. Klein had already abandoned the notion of calculating further. With a salary, aspiring to become a Sequence 7 was a distant dream. Better to exploit the situation for now. Observing that the two had reached an agreement, Klein materialized parchment and a quill before Rolls. This was all he could do at this juncture. Rolls fluidly inscribed the formulas for the mind reader and psychologist onto the parchment. Mind reader, main material. A complete pituitary gland of an adult rainbow lizard. 10 milliliters of spinal fluid from Falsman rabbit. Auxiliary materials. 5 grams of chestnut tree buds. 8 grams of dragon's toothgrass powder. 3 petals of pure white elven flower. 100 milliliters of pure water. Klein carefully sensed the contents on the parchment, contemplating whether he could sell them through the underground market. However slim the chances might be, it was still better than waiting 1,000 weeks. Psychologist, main material. A pair of eyes from a mirror dragon. The fruit of the elder tree. Auxiliary material. 50 milliliters of mirror dragon blood. Rolls set down the quill, signaling the completion of his writing. Klein manifested the parchment, inscribed with the formulas, into the hands of justice. This single sheet was valued at 1,200 pounds. Audrey gazed at the parchment in her grasp, refraining from immediately committing it to memory. Now a Sequence 9 audience member, her memory capacity had significantly enhanced. She held the parchment, revealing a hint of embarrassment and shyness, and cautiously inquired, for my third question, if, hypothetically, a common animal were to consume a Sequence 9 potion, what might occur? As anticipated, the scenario unfolded. Yet the fact that Susie, after drinking the audience potion, remained so difficult to detect was indeed remarkable. As a Sequence 8 barbarian, even in such a situation, my intuition was somewhat dulled. But had Audrey not sought out Susie, I would not have realized the dog had been observing me. Rolls, observing Audrey across the table, could not help but recall the demon hound of Beckland. Perhaps the likelihood of a dog becoming an extraordinary being after drinking a potion was significantly higher, as was the probability of it evolving into a formidable entity. That demon hound was a Sequence 6 demon, poised to ascend to Sequence 5 as a Desire Apostle, while Susie would become a Sequence 5 Dreamwalker in 3 years. By the time Klein awakened, they might both have reached Sequence 3, perhaps even transcending to the Sailor Path. Akin to the side stories, the hanged man, Alger, appeared momentarily stunned, before finally responding. Ordinary animals lack the human intellect necessary to master meditation at once. Thus, they are likely to perish on the spot or devolve into monsters. However, if they manage to endure, they should transform into extraordinary creatures. And if the potion enhances their cognitive abilities, they may even become intelligent. Very well, Audrey exhaled silently, nodding with a tone of relaxation. I have no further questions. Alger turned to the Emperor, stating, I have located an extraordinary weapon, though I am uncertain if it piques your interest. Regardez Alger. Were you not supposed to pursue that listener from the Aurora Society this week? Is it due to my influence that you abstained, or has there been a change? What sort of weapon is it? It is a staff. Alger expressed his own frustration. Ever since Charlev came up with that idea, he had ceased to entertain other possibilities, even declaring that if his friends did not want it, he would forge it for himself, at most using it himself. A staff? Is it the kind that can smash an enemy's skull? Klein suddenly recalled his own experiences while purchasing a staff. Moreover, what kind of staff could possibly be worth a Sequence 6 formula valued at 2,000 pounds? Rolls slightly furrowed his brow. This did not align with his requirements. Yet since Alger had brought it up, it was worth listening to. Can you tell me what abilities this staff possesses? Alger hesitated for a moment, but eventually divulged. Currently, this staff grants you a certain degree of divination and counter-divination abilities, enhances your self-control and precision, allows you to attain clairvoyance, and even boosts your luck. Divination and counter-divination. Clairvoyance. How closely they resonate with my abilities as a diviner. As for enhancing luck and personal control, my diviner lacks such attributes. Klein found himself enveloped in confusion, feeling as though he comprehended the surface yet remained oblivious to the underlying essence. In stark contrast, Audrey was entirely devoid of such sentiments. She possessed no knowledge, yet sensed that the staff was indeed exquisite, albeit unsuitable for her. The more Rolls listened, the more his brow furrowed. Initially, he had presumed that the extraordinary weapon was crafted through the diviner's pathway, but upon the mention of luck enhancement, he realized something was amiss. Although the diviner's pathway wields a measure of fate's authority, and the fool Klein even claims to be the sovereign of fortune, the enhancement of luck is unequivocally not a facet of this pathway. Furthermore, Klein is utterly devoid of good fortune. This must pertain to the monster pathway, the clairvoyance of monsters, the divination and control of machines, and the good fortune of the fortunate. As a former lawyer, Rolls astutely detected a flaw in Alge's statements. What does currently signify? Alge straightforwardly laid bare the truth. it remains an extraordinary attribute. Extraordinary attribute? What might that entail? Audrey suddenly inquired. Though she admired the staff, her desire for it was not profound. However, matters concerning arcane knowledge were imperative to comprehend. Mr. Hangman must be in dire need of funds. I can offer monetary compensation. You may consider an extraordinary attribute akin to a potion, merely lacking auxiliary materials. Many wondrous items endowed with extraordinary abilities are crafted using extraordinary attributes, such as the ability to create items that exponentially amplify observation abilities through the extraordinary attribute of the observer. Chapter 78, Conditions. Typically, those capable of forging such extraordinary weapons are extraordinary craftsmen of Sequence 6 from the Path of Common Knowledge, a pathway governed by the Church of Steam and Machinery. So that is how it is. Audrey recalled her friend's mention that some extraordinary individuals from the Church of Steam and Machinery create remarkably wondrous items. She had even contemplated the possibility of acquiring one. However, she had been cautioned that it would be perilous for ordinary individuals to possess extraordinary weapons. Thus she had refrained from pursuing it further. Understanding how to obtain extraordinary attributes, Alge gazed at Justice across the table and subtly shook her head. It was evident she was unaware of how extraordinary attributes were derived and the dangers associated with the examples cited by the Emperor. The sealed objects. Klein suddenly recalled what the captain had previously stated regarding the sealed objects behind the Charney's gate. Could such sealed objects be fabricated? If so, why are they so perilous? Or are they not crafted by artisans, hence their inherent dangers? The recent diary indicated that the Emperor chose the path of common knowledge, undoubtedly reaching the level of Sequence 6 craftsman. What extraordinary weapon did he forge? Rolls relaxed his posture, chuckling softly. Miss Justice, did I not just inform you that the psychiatrist you mentioned lacks auxiliary materials? Huh? Yes. Caught off guard, Audrey hastily responded. She had just been contemplating that since she was already an extraordinary individual, perhaps she could procure an extraordinary weapon from the Church of Steam. Yet ultimately, she abandoned the thought, as she could not adequately explain how she had become extraordinary. Perhaps she could see if she could acquire something from the hangman instead. If you cannot find auxiliary materials, you may also configure the potion using only the primary ingredient. However, there will be a certain probability of losing control upon consumption. Audrey internally rejected this suggestion outright. She would prefer to remain at Sequence 8, yet she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Emperor. May I inquire about the cost of this knowledge? Rolls maintained his smile. The initial wool was rather easy to shear, and without a word, it was willingly presented. However, he also discerned Audrey's internal resistance to such consumption. Thus he added, This piece of knowledge is complimentary, serving as compensation for not providing you with the formula. In truth, with Mr. Fool's acting method in play, as long as the potion is fully digested, even such consumption will significantly mitigate the risk of losing control. I appreciate your generosity. Phew, Mr. Emperor is rather commendable, Audrey thought, having initially intended to inquire how to confirm the completion of digestion. But recalling that the transaction between Mr. Emperor and Mr. Hangman was yet to conclude, and considering she had only consumed the potion a week prior, she decided to postpone her question. Indeed, Old Neil also mentioned that the quantity of auxiliary materials has little impact on the potion's efficacy, but omitting them can be somewhat hazardous. Yet, Miss Justice, should you not inquire about what constitutes complete digestion? Klein sighed internally, wishing he had a secondary persona. Rolls, his smile fading, realized it was time for the hangman to speak. Setting aside the fact that the staff did not conform to the conditions he had previously outlined, the mere existence of it being an extraordinary attribute was quite excessive. This was akin to attempting to swindle a wolf with empty hands. While artisans can indeed forge extraordinary weapons, the side effects of those crafted by them are significantly reduced. Moreover, Alge likely had the Roselle descendant, Sharif, undertake the crafting. Considering Sharif's characteristics, it was evident he inherited much from the Emperor, and his abilities should surpass those of an ordinary craftsman. Additionally, that extraordinary attribute may very well belong to a Sequence 7 fortunate individual, which is below Sharif's sequence. However, until it's forged, who can guarantee that the staff possesses the capabilities Alge claims, let alone the extent of potential side effects? Mr. Hangman, your assertions are mere rhetoric. I cannot ascertain that the staff crafted by that artisan possesses the abilities you describe, much less the potential side effects. The artisan's skill is undoubtedly high. The abilities he speaks of will certainly manifest. However, he too faces challenges in determining the precise strength of the retained abilities and which aspects they lean towards. Similarly, he can minimize the side effects to the greatest extent. The emperor undoubtedly left behind numerous valuable items for his descendants. The abilities of the fortunate have nearly all been preserved. However, in comparison to Bernadette, it is likely that both sons received knowledge pertaining to the crafting of extraordinary weapons. For the emperor was once the knowledge emperor. Reflecting on the several sealed objects crafted from sequenced two extraordinary attributes within Bernadette's treasury, it seems Sharif's words would not be erroneous. After all, despite the emperor's biases, what ought to be present will indeed exist. Yet this did not imply that Rolls would relent. Feigning contemplation for a moment, he hesitated. I still cannot place my trust in this. But if you can agree to a few conditions, I shall purchase it. Alge exhaled in relief, nodding. Do tell. Rolls raised a finger and spoke solemnly. First, since it is a staff, it must retain the appearance of a staff and not be overly peculiar. Likewise, my request must be honored. It should weigh at least 10 pounds. The emperor was indeed cautious. Understandably so, considering it was a transaction worth 2,000 pounds, being prudent could only serve him well. Klein gently caressed the surface of the bronze long table, feeling somewhat tempted by the hanged man's description. Moreover, the extraordinary weapon was likely related to his own sequence. As for the emperor's insistence on the weapon's weight, was it due to the need for performance? Only in this way could someone of his stature wield a heavy weapon in battle. After pondering for a moment, Alge deemed such a request unproblematic for Sharif and responded, this condition poses no issue. Upon hearing Alge's agreement, Rolls continued, secondly, I wish to ascertain whether the extraordinary attribute used to forge this weapon is related to the fortunate. How did that artisan acquire it? Fortunate? Is that the name of a potion from a specific sequence? How peculiar. How is one to act this out? Audrey suppressed her urge to inquire. Cognizant of the underlying discord between the hanged man and the emperor, should this transaction succeed, their relationship would likely improve significantly. Perhaps she might even acquire more extraordinary knowledge. Audrey, you are truly astute. Klein gazed at Justice, who seemed hesitant to speak, eagerly anticipating her to pose a question that would resolve his own uncertainties. Yet when the emperor articulated the third condition, Justice remained silent. My third condition is... Chapter 79, Misunderstanding. My third condition is that I can only advance 500, as the risks I am undertaking are quite substantial. Ordinarily, the price for extraordinary weapons crafted from the extraordinary properties of sequence 7 hovers around 2,000, with Rolls required to pay a deposit of half, amounting to 1,000. However, the circumstances are different now. This sum was originally to be provided by the hanged man, Alge, but due to his current inability to produce the funds, Rolls is merely covering for him. To propose a direct payment of 1,000 would indeed seem rather foolish. No way, Alge replied, his expression impassive, shaking his head in refusal. The craftsman claims that the weapon will attain a level akin to sequence 6. Yet he has not yet crafted it. Thus his asking price stands at 4,000. He will not accept a 500 advance. For 1,000? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Klein mentally scoffed, gaining a foundational understanding of the pricing for these extraordinary items from the dialogue between the two. The cost of each extraordinary weapon or sealed item corresponds broadly with the price of its potion materials. Naturally, items with significant side effects tend to be cheaper, while certain unique items of extraordinary value may see their prices elevated, potentially even doubling. This was Klein's own estimation as a keyboard economist. He felt it aligned well with economic principles, even if it pertained to the economy of the extraordinary world. Using the extraordinary properties of sequence 7 to forge a weapon corresponding to sequence 6 does not adhere to the established norms, does it? If I were to claim that I could create a sequence 0 sealed item from a cigarette case, would that warrant a 100,000 advance? Klein had always regarded the hanged man as a cunning individual, but he was taken aback by Alge's slickness. The emperor was not a paragon of justice, after all, and was well aware of such matters. Mr. Emperor, Mr. Hangman, I have an idea. With everyone's gaze upon her, Audrey felt a wave of trepidation as she ventured to propose her notion, since you are at odds over the amount of the advance. I shall provide the 500 advance myself, as I still owe Mr. Emperor 1,400. The more she spoke, the more fluidly her words flowed. I will add 100, totaling 1,500 for the advance to the hangman. Should Mr. Emperor be satisfied with the staff upon receipt, he may cover the remaining balance. If he finds it unsatisfactory, I shall pay the remaining sum and keep the staff. What do you think? After stating her proposal, Audrey lowered her gaze, unable to meet the eyes of the two men across from her. What on earth? When did you see us arguing, Miss Justice? Moreover, I merely wish to mitigate my losses. I still hold a high degree of trust in the weapons crafted by the descendants of Emperor Roselle. Rolls was utterly bewildered, unsure of what Audrey was thinking. Were it not for his knowledge of her being a somewhat naive noblewoman, he might have suspected she was attempting to wrest the weapon from him. Algy, the hanged man, was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend why Justice had suddenly interjected. He indeed wished to secure a higher profit, while Charles intended to utilize this weapon to realize certain ambitions, even if the weapon ultimately achieved the level of Sequence 6. Charles would only accept 3,000. Algy had initially aimed for 3,500, but following an additional 200 debt incurred due to a remark from the Emperor, he raised it by 500. Moreover, Charles had not even requested an advance. He merely indicated they would discuss payment once the weapon was completed. Algy's insistence on an advance stemmed from his desire to procure some immediate funds. He currently could not even muster 20, and his ghost ship had sustained severe damage, rendering it incapable of sailing in the near future. As for his refusal of 500, it was simply not commensurate with the expected price. Klein was eager to conclude this tarot meeting, as his heart could scarcely endure the tension any longer. Meanwhile, Audrey, intent on facilitating the transaction and easing the relationship between the Emperor and the hanged man, continued to keep her head lowered, hoping one of them would acquiesce to her proposal. Rolls scrutinized Audrey, and, as a lawyer adept at discerning the psychology of his opponents and capable of empathetic reasoning, he began to grasp her intentions. Thus he spoke. "Since Miss Justice has suggested this, let us proceed in this manner, Mr. Hangman. What do you say?" Algy, still in a state of confusion, hesitated before responding, "All right, fine." Subsequently, the two agreed that Justice would transfer 1,500 to the hangman's anonymous account in Beakland. Observing the successful culmination of their transaction, Klein finally proposed a small request of the three to complete the transfer ritual and utter his esteemed name. Upon concluding the ritual, Klein drew back the curtains, retrieved his notebook, and settled at the writing desk by the window. As I mentioned the incantation corresponding to my spell, the astral forms of Justice and the hanged man clearly exhibited hues of astonishment and fear. But why did he react in such a manner? While excitement was somewhat expected, what accounted for his relaxation? Did he already suspect that the fool might be a certain deity? The diaries presented by the three members at today's tarot meeting yielded little of utility. All that could be gleaned was that Emperor Roselle had traversed the path of the Universalist, which also related to his being dubbed the Son of Steam. Additionally, there was that individual who had once instructed him in the art of divine impersonation, Mr. Charlemagne. Klein sensed a connection but could not articulate it. Finally, there was the hangman's diary, filled with concerns and grievances regarding his eldest son, Charles. After writing, Klein reviewed his notes repeatedly, yet ultimately tore them up and incinerated them thoroughly. Rolls too sat at the writing desk by the window, firmly convinced that Klein had activated his spirit sight when mentioning the transfer ritual and corresponding incantation, as the tapping of his brow had been rather conspicuous. Were it solely a matter of acting, he was confident he could deceive Klein, but he certainly could not outwit Klein's spirit sight, empowered by the Source Fortress. However, Rolls found himself at a loss, hoping merely that Klein would not overthink matters. He could only endure a few more tarot meetings, hoping that Klein would cease activating his spirit sight so frequently. Exiting the room and descending the stairs, the attorney from Whitgold, J. Regen Cooper, was already waiting in the second reception room. Chapter 80, Lincoln Academy. "Please, have a seat. We shall proceed according to the standard protocol." Rolls leaned casually against the sofa, observing J. Regen, who appeared somewhat apprehensive as he stood up to place the case files and materials upon the marble coffee table. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for J. Regen to sit, then turned to his personal servant, Maurice, snapping his fingers. 2 cups of Marquis red tea. With J. Regen now seated in the single sofa opposite him, Rolls smiled and remarked, "I am no different from the other esteemed lawyers in the firm. Feel free to proceed as you usually would." J. Regen nodded, visibly relaxing. This was not his first time conversing with a prominent lawyer, but it was the first time his case had been taken up by the boss, despite his previous suspicions. Initially, when he had taken on the case, he had assumed that the client, Whitgold, was a friend of his employer. However, upon conversing with Whitgold, he discovered that they had merely met a few times. The other party involved in the case was the son of a new party magnate, and with the prior anomalies, J. Regen realized he had become embroiled in a significant case. He had prepared himself mentally for the possibility of Rolls taking over the case, yet the reality, as he had suspected, still left him in shock. 2 months prior, Adrian would have found this normal. However, in the past 2 months, Rolls had scarcely taken on any cases, appearing at the firm only once every couple of weeks. The attorneys at the firm speculated that Rolls was seeking to engage with political parties to further his ambitions for nobility. Not wishing to dwell on this, Adrian began to narrate the case, despite Rolls being already well informed about the details. On the night of June 27th, around 10 o'clock, Mr. Withgott, residing on Snowwind Street in the Casualty district, heard a series of urgent knocks at the door. As Jurgen recounted the case, he noticed Rolls suddenly gesturing for a pause, prompting him to halt. "Boss." Rolls shook his head, his expression turning serious. "Just call me Attorney Rolls." "Very well, Attorney Rolls." "Jurgen, you must remember one thing. At all times, safeguard the privacy of your clients, using me as a substitute for them." Jurgen was momentarily taken aback. Even as a transactional lawyer, he understood that when the senior barristers at the firm discussed cases, they used the first person to protect client confidentiality. This practice was one of the reasons why the Adrian firm had risen to the pinnacle of legal establishments in Beekland, as it strictly upheld client privacy. Approximately a century ago, influenced by the civil code promulgated by the Great Russell and related policies, the Kingdom of Ruin established a confidentiality privilege between lawyers and their clients. If a client confesses to their lawyer that they have committed murder, can the lawyer's testimony be used as evidence in court? How should a lawyer navigate this dilemma? On one side stands the impartiality of the law, while on the other lies the moral code of the profession. Thus, this privilege is not merely designed to protect the client's interests. It is to honor the dignity and integrity of the lawyer, a right belonging to them. After Mason, Rolls' father, founded the firm, perhaps influenced by the doctrine of the mother of secrets, the firm expanded this tenet within its regulations, stipulating that senior barristers must not disclose any client information, even to the boss. It was this rule that allowed the Adrian firm to thrive and reach its current stature. However, this regulation held little weight for transactional lawyers, as they do not engage in discussions with other barristers regarding defense strategies as senior barristers do. Though Jurgen found Rolls somewhat stringent, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, preparing to continue recounting the case. Observing Jurgen's intent to proceed, Rolls inwardly chuckled, realizing he should not dance around the topic with someone as traditional and rigid as Jurgen. He directly articulated his purpose. "Jurgen, do you aspire to become a barrister?" Jurgen was momentarily taken aback, puzzled, and replied, "Of course, I plan to take the entrance exam for Lincoln College in a few years." Rolls exhaled in relief and inquired, "Why in a few years?" A rare look of shock crossed Jurgen's face as he responded, "Sir, once enrolled, one cannot continue working as a transactional lawyer, and it is a semi-closed program. Thus, I must save us some money first." My apologies. I had overlooked that detail." Rolls felt somewhat embarrassed, having been unaware of this aspect. After turning 18, he had passed the entrance exams for the 4 leading colleges and directly entered Lincoln College. Jurgen's choice of Lincoln College was largely due to the relatively lower cost of living in Tingen compared to Beekland. Moreover, the tuition fees at Lincoln were lower than those of the other 3 colleges. However, all 4 colleges, or indeed most universities, had regulations prohibiting the enrollment of bankrupt individuals. Rolls took a deep breath and continued, "What if the firm were to recommend you to attend Lincoln College and cover your expenses? How would you feel about that?" As Lincoln Law School had the lowest tuition among the 4, the total expenses would still amount to around £150 annually, slightly less than Jurgen's current earnings. Even as a transactional lawyer, it would take him at least 4 years of study at Lincoln, totaling £600. Jurgen felt as though he had exhausted his capacity for astonishment in just one day, but managed to steady himself, his voice trembling slightly. "Why me? Your experience at the firm, your earnest demeanor, and your potential and desire to become a barrister." Rolls leaned back against the sofa's backrest, refraining from admitting that Jurgen was the closest transactional lawyer when this idea first occurred to him. Of course, Jurgen's exemplary performance had also left a positive impression on Rolls. Ignoring Jurgen's thoughts, Rolls continued explaining, "Under my leadership, our firm has taken on several interns from Lincoln College, and I am an alumnus myself. While our firm is already considered one of the top in Beekland, to ascend further, we must secure support from one of the 4 leading colleges. I plan to recommend 2 or 3 transactional lawyers annually to Lincoln College and support some students, thereby gaining their backing." Upon hearing Rolls' description, Jurgen recognized that he was part of his boss's plan, yet this realization did not diminish his gratitude. He also understood that he could not trust Rolls to provide such assistance without expecting something in return. Thus, he inquired earnestly, "Thank you very much, Mr. Adrian. What do you require of me?" Chapter 81. the feathered tail. Thank you very much, Mr. Adrian. What do you require of me? Rolls regarded Jurgen with satisfaction, slowly stirring the steaming cup of Marquis red tea brought by his devoted attendant, Morris, and replied with a smile, naturally. The firm cannot offer this financial support without some form of reciprocity. These conditions will be formalized into an agreement, as we are professionals. Jurgen nodded, finding this quite reasonable. 10 years. After graduation, you must work at the firm for at least 10 years, without seeking employment elsewhere. Your salary will be on par with that of other barristers. Of course, if you are willing to repay 5 times the amount of the support, you may breach the contract. Specific terms can be negotiated, but this clause is non-negotiable. Rolls took a small sip of the reddish-brown brew. This agreement was not particularly stringent for the other party, and it barely achieved a win-win situation. The decision to initially target Lincoln College was influenced by Jurgen's grandmother's pulmonary illness. Had she remained in Beekland, she might not have endured the severe fog and pollution. However, this factor was minor. More significantly, the Adrian firm had established prior dealings with Lincoln College. Rolls had graduated from Lincoln College 5 years earlier, not only due to his remarkable aptitude fostered by the consumption of legal elixirs, but also because he had compensated adequately for it. He had offered to recruit 10 interns annually from the firm and promised to admit the most outstanding among them. As one of the 4 leading colleges, interns from Lincoln Law School were highly sought after in any law firm, except in Beekland. Beekland served as the economic and political heart of ruin. Only by achieving renown here could one truly claim fame. The city was home to 3 law schools, with Lincoln College notably absent, thus facing natural exclusion from the others. Indeed, while Lincoln College wielded significant influence in ruin, particularly in the northern regions, it had long sought entry into Beekland, but with little success. The 4 leading colleges had a rich history, monopolizing the legal and judicial professions for over a century. Graduates from Lincoln College might achieve local acclaim, but faced resistance when attempting to penetrate the Beekland legal scene. It was not until Rolls made his promise that graduates from Lincoln College finally found a lasting foothold. Jurgen was eager to agree, yet thoughts of his grandmother made him hesitate. Currently, apart from his grandmother, Mrs. Doris, he had no other family. I am deeply sorry, Mr. Adrian. I wish to accept your offer, but my grandmother suffers from a lung ailment and cannot endure the cold, damp climate. Tingen lies north of Beekland, and I fear she may not adapt to the weather there. Rolls frowned slightly before responding with a smile. Do not worry. Tingen's climate is far superior to that of Beekland, with much fresher air. Additionally, there resides a remarkable physician in Tingen, though he may not be the most personable. His medical skills are exceptional, particularly in treating pulmonary diseases. Once this case concludes, you may first accompany your grandmother to Tübingen for a consultation, allowing her to experience the local climate. Should she adapt well, by mid-September, I shall compose a letter of recommendation for you. Jurgen found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, exclaiming with excitement, Really? Mr. Adrian, many renowned doctors from Beckland have despaired over my grandmother's pulmonary ailment. Of course, Rolls gestured dramatically, I have witnessed this myself. I will provide you with the address now. After tomorrow's case is resolved, you can take your grandmother to Tübingen. I shall grant you a week's leave, with your salary fully intact. At this point, there was no provision for paid leave. After saying this, Rolls tore a page from a notebook on the coffee table, swiftly inscribing an address with his fountain pen before handing it to Jurgen. 18, Vlad Street, East Tübingen, Rosen's Herbal Apothecary. Upon receiving the note, Jurgen glanced at the address, a flicker of concern crossing his face at the unremarkable name. Remember this. Upon your arrival, do not approach him directly. Treat it as a chance encounter. The apothecary prefers not to be sought out for consultations. He is a round-faced man in his 30s or 40s with short black hair, and his demeanor is rather unpleasant. Jurgen then breathed a sigh of relief. In an era where modern medicine was still in its infancy, many believed that certain apothecaries possessed greater skill than physicians, particularly those with unkind dispositions. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Adrian. Jurgen bowed deeply. Rolls raised Jurgen back to his feet, smiling. No need for such formalities. You are my employee, and this is my duty. Shall we proceed? Rolls inquired, observing the serious expression on Jurgen's face, increasingly satisfied with the young man. Despite Jurgen being 3 years his senior. In the generous city of Byam, on the islands of ROSD, the anxious Alge Wilson stood at the doorstep of the craftsman Sharif, having waited for half an hour. Had Sharif not been a level 6 craftsman, hiding lethal mechanisms within his home, Alge would have unleashed his fury and smashed the door open with a single blow. Suddenly, hearing footsteps, Alge furrowed his brow and quickly concealed himself in a corner. However, upon recognizing the familiar whistle and the lyrics of a bawdy song, his expression lightened momentarily before darkening again. Craftsman Sharif emerged, holding a wooden box, singing a tune often performed by the girls of the Red Theater, substituting forgotten lyrics with a whistle. Extracting a key, Sharif's demeanor shifted dramatically. He dropped the wooden box and rolled aside. When he rose, he clutched a necklace, one end adorned with a thumb-sized crystal orb, seemingly filled with countless twinkling stars. Alge, who had sprung forth, stood rigidly, gazing at Sharif, sensing imminent danger emanating from the crystal. Upon recognizing Alge, Sharif stowed the necklace away, cautiously retrieved the wooden box, and exhaled in relief upon inspecting its undamaged surface. He turned to Alge, remaining silent, and proceeded to enter his abode. Inside, the two men tacitly refrained from mentioning the recent events. Sharif broke the silence. Has your friend acquiesced? Well, regardless, I shall commence production today. He patted the wooden box. You see, the materials have already arrived. Alge, having regained his composure, nodded. He has agreed for 3,000 pounds. Sharif's expression brightened, his tone becoming more buoyant. I had intended to use it myself, but as a craftsman, one must always create for others, right? Recognizing the hint of performance in Sharif's words, Alge understood that he indeed harbored secrets. He refrained from probing further. Who among us is without secrets? He pointed at the wooden box and inquired, What is this? The tail feather of a spirit bird. Chapter 82. The Hearing. Clad in a black robe adorned with shoulder pads and a white stiff collar, Rolls meticulously scrutinized the figure of Wittigode before him. At 55 years of age, the 3 weeks spent in confinement had not diminished the spirit of this man, who could be regarded as an elder of his time. He sat upright on a worn brown bench, his military bearing from over 20 years ago still evident, although his complexion appeared somewhat pale and his attire slightly disheveled. His overall demeanor remained commendable. To avoid any vulnerabilities being exploited by the Noziks, J. Regin had only made standard arrangements without any special accommodations. Mr. Wittigode, this is Attorney Rolls Adrian, the barrister I have engaged on your behalf. J. Regin introduced Rolls to the man seated across from him. Today, J. Regin donned a lawyer's robe, albeit with subtle distinctions from Rolls' barrister's gown. Both wore the same stiff collar and bespoke tie. Yet J. Regin's robe featured a square collar without the additional sleeves, revealing the black double-breasted suit beneath. Wittigode nodded, gratitude evident on his face. While it was not their first encounter, their past interactions had been limited to brief greetings, yet this time, Rolls was poised to save his life. Sheriff, please note that conversations between a lawyer and their client are protected by confidentiality, so if you would. The seasoned sheriff nodded and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Rolls, satisfied, turned his attention back to Wittigode, producing a pocket watch and stating gravely, Mr. Wittigode, I am your defense attorney, Rolls Adrian. There is no need for superfluous dialogue. We have only 30 minutes. Once court commences, aside from essential inquiries, such as the judge or clerk requiring you to recount the incident involving your altercation with Lancer Noziks, you need not divulge anything unnecessary. Remain composed. Do not engage in any abnormal behavior or speech in court. The opposing counsel may exploit any signs of instability, interpreting any unusual conduct as evidence of mental issues. Wittigode nodded, his voice hoarse. I shall adhere to your instructions. Outside courtroom number 1 of the criminal court, this case was classified as a major criminal matter, involving significant parties from both sides, thus not being tried in the local security court. This afternoon's first session in courtroom number 1 featured an undisclosed judge. Observing J. Regin beside him, Rolls inquired with a smile, Do you feel that my communication with the client was too brief? J. Regin nodded. He had previously accompanied a barrister to meet clients, never having experienced a session that concluded in just over 20 minutes, as this one did. In truth, such pretrial discussions could be succinctly summarized in a single sentence. Instructing them to refrain from speaking out of turn or exhibiting abnormal behavior suffices. The reason for my extended conversation was primarily to build trust, ensuring he would follow my guidance. Noticing J. Regin's lingering unease, Rolls continued. Rolls' personal servant, Morris, hurried over, cradling a document and presenting it to Rolls. Sir, here is the information regarding today's presiding judge and clerk. Oh, finally decided. Rolls took the document, swiftly perusing it. Sigler Ash. Rolls smiled, glancing at the tense J. Regin, chuckling. No need for anxiety. This one is on our side. Adrian breathed a sigh of relief. Had the judge favored the new party, it would have significantly impacted the jury's perspective. The courtroom for criminal proceedings was somewhat larger than that of the local security court, yet not excessively so. The influx of spectators rendered courtroom number 1 exceedingly crowded and boisterous. "Greetings, Mr. Adrian. I am John Muller, attorney for Lancer Nozick." As Rolls gently reopened his eyes, he beheld the elderly lawyer before him, a man whose years exceeded 60, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. Clad in a lawyer's robe distinct from those worn by Rolls and Jurgen, he donned a flat-collared, long-sleeved silk garment with flowing sleeves adorned with 3 buttons, eschewing a tie in favor of a lace cravat. The once white wig fashioned from horsehair had succumbed to the passage of time, now bearing a grayish hue, glistening faintly under the flickering glow of the gaslight. The defense attorney for Lancer Nozick was a distinguished barrister, John Muller, who had practiced law for over 3 decades. Rolls rose to shake John Muller's hand, a smile gracing his lips as he introduced himself. "I am Rolls Adrian, the lawyer for Vitcord. I have heard of you, the youngest barrister in Bakerland." Muller, squinting like a cunning old fox, was also the proprietor of the Adrian law firm. Rolls slightly bowed his head, humbly retorting, "I cannot compare to you. You are a towering figure at the pinnacle of the legal profession. In Rune, all barristers, regardless of their tenure or accomplishments, must refer to themselves as junior defense attorneys until they attain the title of royal barrister. You have a significant chance of success. My daughter does not wish for me to be involved, believing it may tarnish my reputation. However, Nozick has been my friend for 30 years, and I must do something for him. Do you not agree?" Muller's demeanor was amiable, resembling that of a concerned elder looking out for a younger acquaintance. "That is indeed your obligation." Rolls nodded in affirmation, but then shifted the conversation, stating that the law is impartial and will not alter its judgment based on his actions or inactions. "Ah, you are still young and have seen little," Muller remarked, aware that his counterpart was no ordinary individual, yet recognizing the truth in Rolls' statement, he could only chuckle in response. "Muller, the proceedings are about to commence. It would be prudent for us to refrain from further discussion. I have heard that today's Judge Skaragash, hails from a military background and harbors a disdain for those who flout the rules." Muller's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly recovered, responding with a smile. "Respect for the judge is paramount." Judge Skaragash entered the courtroom, his brow furrowing at the cacophony within. The clerk, already in position, raised his voice. "Silence. The proceedings are about to begin. The first case. Chapter 83. Defense. Vitcord stands accused of wounding Lancer Nozick with a firearm at 10 o'clock on the evening of June 27th. "Vitcord, do you plead guilty?" "No." Upon hearing the exchange between the clerk and Vitcord, Rolls nodded with satisfaction, relieved that Mr. Vitcord had not squandered the 20 minutes of his counsel's time. His greatest fear had been that Vitcord would utter something akin to "I was acting in self-defense." Brevity in speech would prevent an experienced barrister like John Muller from exploiting any loopholes. However, an admission of shooting Nozick at the outset would undoubtedly influence the jury. People invariably harbor sympathy for the weaker party, even if the perceived weakness is a fade. Judge Skaragash wore a serious expression. He had been following the case closely for weeks and was fairly well acquainted with the details. Yet, he found himself unable to ascertain whether it was Nozick's son who was foolish or if it was Rolls Adrian's cunning machinations leading Lancer into a trap. Skaragash understood that the true contest of this case lay not within the courtroom, but outside of it. He realized that he would ultimately be the judge of this matter, and he knew that the facts were of little consequence. The outcome had already been largely determined. "John Muller." Rolls narrowed his eyes, regarding the crafty old man. "Mr. Vitcord, do you recognize my client, Lancer Nozick?" Muller gestured towards the young man seated in the plaintiff's chair, a lad in his early 20s with golden hair and blue eyes, a prominent nose, thin lips, and a pallid complexion. Ordinarily, both plaintiffs and defendants are required to stand in court, yet due to Lancer's gunshot wound, an exception was made to allow him to remain seated. Muller cast a glance at Lancer, a flicker of anger crossing his features. In his view, Lancer ought to be standing, and it would be best if he fainted midway through the proceedings. Though suffering, such a display could elicit sympathy from the jury. He had a plump, fair-skinned woman in her 30s seated in the audience, sighing inwardly. Nozick's daughter was far too indulgent of her brother. "I have seen him several times. He often comes to the club where I work to practice his shooting. Have you conversed?" Aside from that day, June 27th, we have never spoken before. Knowing the cause of their conflict, Muller refrained from pursuing this line of questioning further and instead inquired about Vitkord's occupation. "Mr. Vitcord, What is your profession? I'm a supervisor at the Crag Club shooting range. Could you elaborate? Club members apply for firearms and ammunition through their instructors or personally. I am responsible for the vetting process and also oversee the storage of the firearms and ammunition. Do you live alone? Vitcord furrowed his brow, sighing yes. Mr. Vitcord, living alone and engaging in such a monotonous occupation for 2 decades, do you not feel a sense of weariness? I imagine many gentlemen and ladies would find such work intolerable, yet you have endured it for 20 years. Mueller's words sparked murmurs among the jury and spectators, as many would likely grow tired of such work within a week. Rolls rose to protest. Your Honor, I object. Mr. Mueller's inquiries are irrelevant to this case. Before Judge Scaragash could respond, Mueller interjected. No, they are pertinent. I suspect Mr. Vitcord may be suffering from a mental ailment. Rolls sat back down, ceasing his objections. Mueller continued mercilessly. We can observe that Mr. Vitcord is missing his left arm. I believe many have likely formed unusual opinions about you. My arm is, Mueller, no longer resembling a man in his 60s, advanced towards Vitcord, locking eyes with him. Vitcord attempted to speak, but nodded under Mueller's relentless questioning. Yes, but there is more. Mueller ceased, listening to Vitkord's words, turning away and adopting the demeanor of a frail elder, muttering to himself, a man who has lived alone for 20 years, enduring the peculiar gazes of others while performing a tedious job. His mental state must surely be affected. Yet, like a powder keg, he remains inert until a mere spark ignites an explosion. What might he do? After 2 decades of pent-up emotions, perhaps fueled by alcohol, he may seek revenge on my client. And my client. Objection. Mr. Mueller's assertions are nothing but malicious conjecture, devoid of evidence. Rolls once again rose to protest. Perhaps there is no evidence, but there are witnesses. Mueller smiled, addressing the judge. Your Honor, I request to call witnesses to testify. Granted. Soon, 2 bailiffs clad in uniforms akin to those of police officers escorted 3 witnesses of varying ages and genders into the courtroom. What are your names? And what is your connection to Mr. Vitcord? Mike Joseph, Mr. Vitkord's neighbor. Vanessa Zuri, I run a grocery store on Snow Wind Street, and Mr. Vitcord frequently comes to purchase items. Carl Joseph, I am a coachman, often waiting for patrons seeking hired carriages on Snow Wind Street. What are your impressions of Mr. Vitcord? Mr. Vitkord's temper can be quite agreeable at times, yet he can also be rather peculiar, even suddenly banging on my door to inquire if all is well in my household. He often visits my grocery store, but his temperament is quite odd. He would agree to pay extra and then retract his offer, and if you say one more word, his temper would immediately flare. Every time I park my carriage on Snow Wind Street, he would invariably confront me, ranting like a madman that I did not take proper care of my horse. What concern did my horse hold for him? Rolls listened quietly, revealing no surprise at these testimonies. It is only natural for one individual to harbor various opinions and perceptions about another, as each person possesses their own character flaws. Such is the essence of humanity. Imperfect as we are. Attorney Mueller held a stack of papers and presented them to the court officer. Your Honor, Chapter 84, another possibility. Your Honor, these documents contain numerous testimonies from witnesses, each more or less connected to Mr. Vitgold. I believe their statements may indicate that Mr. Vitgold has certain psychological issues. Coincidentally, when my client passed by Snow Wind Street, Mr. Vitgold discharged a firearm. The first shot missed, but the second struck my client's left arm, penetrating and injuring the left lung. However, there are too many loopholes. If Mueller were indeed an attorney of remarkable capability, he might obscure these flaws. Alas, he is not. Attorney Mueller pointed towards the pallid Lancer Nozick and continued, Your Honor, I request to present the revolver. Judge Scaragash nodded. Granted. Please present the exhibit, the handgun, to Mr. Vitgold. Upon seeing the court officer place the tray before Mr. Vitgold, Attorney Mueller gestured towards a revolver. Mr. Vitgold, is this revolver one you frequently employ? Indeed, Vitgold responded, causing an immediate uproar among the jury and spectators. Judge Scaragash furrowed his brow and rapped the gavel. Silence. A satisfied smile graced Attorney Mueller's face as he pressed further. Did you use this revolver to injure my client? Yes, I did, Vitgold affirmed, Your Honor. My questioning is concluded. Rolls Adrian stood, adjusting his barrister's robe, which, compared to Mueller's silken garb, had sleeves that hung more comfortably. In order to maintain the peace between the 2 parties, per the agreement they reached, Rolls was prohibited from presenting any evidence or witnesses regarding the mishandling of the Hillsdon Police Department, such as the 2 officers who arrested Vitgold or the senior constable who denied visits. Rolls approached Vitgold, offering him a resolute gaze, and lifted the tray to display. Since Attorney Mueller concluded with this revolver, I shall commence with it. He set the tray down and began a pace. My client acknowledges that this revolver is one he frequently utilizes and that it was indeed employed to injure Lancer. Therefore, let us discuss the origins of this firearm. Although it is often used by my client, it does not belong to him. Rather, it belongs to the Cray Club. Rolls turned to Judge Scaragash, bowing slightly. I request to call my witness, the manager of the Cray Club. Granted. Soon, a man in his 30s with dark hair was brought to the witness stand by the court officer. Your name and occupation? The dark-haired man replied in a deep voice. Herbert Heller, manager of the Cray Club. Rolls continued his inquiry. Is there a daily inventory of ammunition conducted at your shooting range? Certainly, as firearms and ammunition are hazardous materials. At least 2 signatures are required for entry and exit, and someone counts the stock daily. The dark-haired man indicated towards Weitgold. That is Mr. Weitgold's responsibility. Rolls frowned. It is my responsibility. Is there any shortage? None, for I counted on behalf of Mr. Weitgold to ensure accuracy. I counted twice. When did you conclude the inventory? At 8:30. The shooting range generally closes at 8. And it takes about half an hour to tidy up and count. Thank you very much. Rolls turned to Attorney Mueller, speaking in a grave tone. Attorney Mueller rose, unperturbed, gesturing towards Mr. Weitgold. As you can see, he is over 50 years of age, missing an arm, and it is highly plausible that after completing his inventory duties at the club, he stealthily infiltrated the storage room to retrieve his frequently used revolver. He then may have clandestinely followed Lancer after leaving the club, seeking an opportunity for revenge. All eyes were fixed upon the 2 men. Although Weitgold was missing his left arm and had considerable gray hair, he was tall and robust, while the seated Lancer Nozick appeared pale and on the verge of collapse. However, considering Lancer had sustained a gunshot wound, some began to believe Attorney Mueller's assertions. A possibility? May I also propose a possibility? Rolls approached the club manager. Pointing at Lancer, why did this gentleman engage in conflict with Mr. Weitgold? This gentleman had been drinking, leading to a misunderstanding during his communication with Mr. Weitgold. Rolls scrutinized the club manager, this dark-haired man named Herbert Heller, who was cleverly sidestepping the issue. Without accusation, Rolls turned to Lancer, approaching him. Did you consume alcohol that day, particularly in the evening? Pale Lancer Nozick hesitated to deny drinking. Yet before he could speak, Rolls continued. You must remember, the club was bustling that evening, and many witnesses observed clearly. Attorney Mueller rose, remaining in place. My client indeed had an altercation with Mr. Weitgold due to intoxication. Yet Mr. Weitgold's retaliatory use of a firearm is a criminal act, warranting legal consequences. Rolls regarded Attorney Mueller, ignoring the latter's concluding statement, and solemnly remarked, Mueller understands that there is no need for deception in this matter. Mueller nodded. I did drink, but that does not imply anything. No, that presents a possibility. Rolls addressed the jury. Lancer, who was intoxicated that night, Chapter 85. The conclusion. Intoxicated that night. Lancer suddenly recalled the confrontation with Mr. Weitgold earlier that day. A man of noble birth and extraordinary standing. Zop, zop, zop. The gavel echoed as Judge Scaragash interjected. Attorney Adrian, please mind your manner of speaking. This is not a theatrical stage. A normal narrative will suffice. Understood, Your Honor. This is to ensure that I do not drag Congressman Nozick into this. Rolls continued. Under the influence of alcohol, Lancer sought to retaliate against Mr. Weitgold, thus venturing alone to the underground shooting range to ascertain if Mr. Weitgold was still present, only to find it had been closed. Unfamiliar with how to access the ammunition storage, Lancer somehow managed to open the door and retrieve Mr. Weitgold's revolver from the cabinet, marked with his name. He also discovered Mr. Weitgold's address from the employee records in the office, prompting him to leave the club and head to Snowwind Street, where Mr. Weitgold resided. He brandished the revolver and knocked on Mr. Weitgold's door, concealing himself. When Mr. Weitgold emerged to investigate, he fired a shot. Bang went the gun. Yet under the influence of alcohol, he failed to strike Mr. Weitgold. Hearing the gunshot, Mr. Weitgold, relying on his military experience, swiftly evaded and subdued Lancer, seizing the weapon from his grasp. However, upon discovering that the revolver was indeed his own, Mr. Weitgold was taken aback. As Lancer rose and attempted to reclaim the gun, Mr. Weitgold, believing Lancer to possess another firearm, shot and struck his left arm. Mueller scoffed, solemnly declaring, this is merely Attorney Adrian's baseless conjecture. But wasn't Attorney Mueller's assertion also just a possibility? A conjecture devoid of evidence? That is not the same. In what way is it not the same? Ah, I see. The distinction lies in the fact that I possess evidence, Mr. Heller. Rolls once again stood before the club manager, Herbert Heller, and fixed his gaze upon him. May I inquire whether the name of Vic God is inscribed on the cabinet housing this revolver within the armory? Herbert Heller, intimidated by Rolls' penetrating stare, could only nod in affirmation. Yes, indeed. Is there not also information regarding the staff of a shooting range displayed within Mr. God's office? Yes. Excellent. Rolls then turned to attorney Emler, inquiring, Emler, can these details substantiate my hypothesis? Without substantial evidence, you are merely speculating based on these points, Emler replied. His voice still aged yet forceful. However, as an extraordinary of sequence 8, Rolls could discern that Emler's confidence was waning, especially in comparison to his own limited understanding of the Clark Club and the shooting range. Then, pray tell, Emler, where is your substantial evidence? I maintain that Mr. God's mental state is questionable. The testimonies of the 3 witnesses are sufficient to indicate this, Emler asserted. Ah, since you mention it, Rolls interjected, extending his right index finger and gesturing as if recalling something significant. I happen to possess an assessment report issued by the Beckland Medical Institute, which can demonstrate that my client has no psychological issues. Rolls approached Jurgen, taking the document he offered. Emler protested, Your Honor, this is not in accordance with regulations. According to the laws of Rune, all evidence must be presented prior to the court session, and there is a pre-trial evidence exchange system. If one party suddenly produces evidence capable of altering the situation without prior disclosure, the judge has the authority to instruct the jury to disregard the implications of that evidence. Should the evidence be particularly impactful, the judge may even dissolve the jury and render a decision independently. Of course, lighter cases may allow for temporary negotiations, but the gravity of this case renders any surprise evidence counterproductive. Judge Siguro furrowed his brow, looking at Rolls. He did not believe that Rolls would act so irrationally, but nonetheless asked, Attorney Adrian, do you wish to present new evidence? Rolls feigned confusion, glancing at Jurgen, exclaiming, Did you not submit this document? Your Honor, I move to declare this evidence inadmissible. Jurgen slowly rose from his seat. As a transactional attorney, he had no opportunity to defend in a criminal court and could only provide a basic defense in a municipal court. This document has been submitted. Perhaps Emler simply overlooked it. All those reviewing pre-trial evidence furrowed their brows. They had scrutinized all evidence presented by both sides and could not have missed anything. I recall now, Rolls exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. This document was submitted as part of the case materials, but could also serve as evidence. Rolls moved to the center of the courtroom, holding the assessment report aloft, and explained, What distinguishes this case from others is that my client was transferred from the Hillsden Police Department to the Beckland Police Department. Due to this unique circumstance, and to avoid discord between the 2 police departments, we specifically requested that the Beckland Police Department issue a health report for my client, confirming that Mr. God was in good health upon his transfer. This health report includes a psychological assessment, which constitutes case material and can be directly utilized. The jury and spectators erupted into commotion once more. Emler's expression grew grave. He realized he could not evade this. Judge Siguro rapped his gavel, stating, Gentlemen and ladies of the jury, please deliberate and convey your stance. Soon, a middle-aged man stood and responded. We find that this document was submitted prior to the court session and constitutes valid evidence. Rolls approached Emler, a soft smile gracing his lips. Emler, do you still contend that my client exhibits psychological issues? Certainly, I have reason to suspect he does, Emler replied, addressing the jury in his aged voice. We all know how challenging it is to ascertain a person's mental state. Even with an assessment report from the Beckland Medical Institute, it is difficult to definitively prove whether an individual has psychological issues. After all, the human mind is ever-changing. Rolls narrowed his eyes, sensing this was Emler's last gasp. However, based on the testimonies and evidence presented earlier, we can indeed ascertain that Mr. God possesses certain psychological issues. Moreover, we must acknowledge that many veterans, having experienced war, struggle to reintegrate into civilian life following their service. Emler's words resonated with several jury members, their perceptions colored by the media coverage surrounding Mrs. Maynard from the Nozick family, who had unwittingly cast veterans in a negative light. The gavel sounded as Judge Siguro's countenance hardened. Silence. The courtroom quieted, but Rolls suddenly burst into laughter. The already irritable Judge Siguro, having listened to Emler, grew more exasperated at Rolls' mirth. Attorney Adrian, I advise you to temper your demeanor. Your Honor, I laugh at a group of pitiful individuals, those who are protected yet still face scorn. Rolls stepped closer to Vidgod, raising his empty sleeve and proclaiming, "How did Mr. God lose his left arm? Was it for his own sake? Over 20 years ago, it was the Intis who first invaded our nation's territory. Mr. God, in his quest to protect our country and safeguard us sitting here in this courtroom, led the Knights into the fray against the Intis six-barrel machine guns and high-pressure steam rifles." Rolls moved to the window, pointing outside. Just days ago, there was a parade in the Northern District comprised entirely of soldiers who, due to their disabilities, were forced to retire. They're young men, much like myself, yet they bear physical scars. Their rallying cry was fairness. I once thought this an easily achievable ideal. But given your responses, I now understand the reason for their outcry. They sacrificed their limbs and blood for their country. Yet how do you treat them? With disdainful, pitying, evasive, fearful, and loathsome eyes. I concede that many disabled veterans harbor psychological issues to varying degrees, but how many of these are a result of your stares and attitudes? Your Honor, I conclude my inquiry. Judge Sigaro's demeanor softened considerably as he nodded at Rolls, addressing the jury. Jury members, please present your deliberation results. Lur had taken his seat, having exerted his utmost effort. Glancing at the increasingly pallid Lancer Nozick, he shook his head, resigned to the inevitable. It was the same middle-aged man who solemnly declared, "Based on the jury's deliberation, we find Mr. Vidgod not guilty." Rolls exhaled deeply. This case marked his final stride into the Conservative Party of Ruin. "Attorney Adrian, it has been a pleasure to oppose you," he said, turning to his left where John Lur, the royal attorney, extended his hand. They shook, Lur smiling as he remarked, "I too am pleased to have a royal attorney as an adversary. Should circumstances allow, once your time in practice has matured, should I still be alive, I would recommend you for royal attorney status. Thank you kindly." Alas, his aspirations lay elsewhere. This may very well be his final defense. Chapter 86, The Message. 45, Gatton Street, West Beckland, Rolls Laboratory. As he gazed at the white bread, phenabort, seafood paella, and dissy pie laid out upon the table, Rolls shook his head. For him or Audrey, these culinary offerings might well be the most challenging to prepare. Given their status, aside from the white bread, indulging in the others occasionally, or sampling just one could be justified as a change of palate, but preparing all three together could invite suspicion. All were dishes he had instructed his personal servant, Morris, to prepare, as he found it difficult to place complete trust in his steward, Auguste. Arranging the 4 dishes at the corners of the table, he expertly crafted a sealed spiritual environment. Retrieving a glass vial to anoint each corner's candle with the extracted essential oil. Lowering his head, Rolls began to chant in Hermes' tongue, "O fool not of this age! You are the mysterious sovereign above the gray mist. You are the yellow-black king who holds fortune. I beseech your assistance. I implore your favor. I entreat you to grant me a good dream. Blooming flower of deep sleep, herb of the red moon, please bestow your power upon my incantation. Golden hand citrus, herb of the sun, please impart your strength to my spell." Upon concluding his incantation, Rolls felt an imperceptible breeze stirring within the confines of the spiritual wall, and a black inverted pyramid mark manifested upon his palm, pulsating like ripples in water. 5 minutes elapsed without any sign of response. It seemed Klein was still pursuing Triss. No, it should still be Triss for now, but not for long. The witch. Exiting the laboratory, he beheld the staircase at the corridor's end, where steward Auguste and personal servant Triss awaited. "Auguste, what is the situation?" Rolls casually closed the laboratory door and approached the staircase. Following the afternoon's case conclusion, he had dispatched his steward to inquire about the case's developments, allowing Morris to prepare without detection. The Wick-Gold case had concluded, yet the armed assault by Lancer Nozick still required subsequent trial. Auguste stepped forward with a bow. Lancer Nozick has been apprehended by the Sevelis court. The specific trial date has yet to be determined. Rolls nodded, recognizing he had achieved a remarkable feat, having successfully delivered the plaintiff into the hands of the law as the defendant's attorney, a rarity in Beckland. If he could manage to send Attorney Muller into the fray, it would indeed set a precedent in the legal realm. Has Councilman Nozick made an appearance? Auguste shook his head. No, only his daughter, Madame Mena, has appeared, but she was merely warned by the Sevelis court. Very well, I understand. Even if an agreement was reached between the parties, steering the case away from Councilman Nozick, his downfall was foreseeable. Aspiring to ascend as the leader of a new party was no longer feasible. Ensuring his current position ahead of next year's election was already commendable. "Morris, please attend to the laboratory. It is somewhat disordered." Personal servant Morris stepped forward and bowed. "Understood, sir." Auguste continued, Sir, tomorrow evening, Count Wolf is hosting a salon regarding antiquities and history. I implore you to attend. After which, he produced an invitation and presented it to Rolls. Accepting the invitation without scrutiny, Rolls entered the study, seated himself, and inquired of his steward, Auguste, "Is there anything I should be mindful of regarding this salon?" "Sir, this salon bears no distinction from other literary or artistic salons. However, as it is hosted by Count Wolf and focuses on antiquities and history, many landed nobility will undoubtedly be in attendance." In the Tingen, Klein's bedroom. After finally ensuring that Melissa and Benson were sound asleep, Klein prepared for the ritual, ascending to the realm above the gray mist. The grayish-white fog stretched infinitely, deep crimson stars flickering near and far, and the towering temple loomed like a deceased giant. Everything before Klein seemed unchanged compared to the past. The silence and antiquity accumulated over thousands of years enveloped him. No, there was indeed a change, Klein murmured to himself, fixating on the two red stars before him. They symbolized the Emperor and Justice, their deep crimson pulsating rhythmically, contracting and expanding, albeit subtly yet persistently. Klein cautiously extended his spirituality toward the red star representing the Emperor. Upon their initial contact, a dull thrum resonated in his mind, revealing a blurred and distorted image accompanied by overlapping pleas. "O fool not of this age, you are the mysterious sovereign above the gray mist. You are the yellow-black king who holds fortune." From that distorted vision and the ethereal supplication, Klein barely discerned the figure of the Emperor. It seemed to have truly succeeded, within a tavern in the bounteous city of Byam. Having prepared the altar and recited the incantation, Alge felt the winds of the spiritual wall and observed the snowflake mark emerging upon his palm. As if recalling something, he lowered his head to intone, "Esteemed fool, the weapon required by the Emperor has been completed. It shall arrive in Beckland in 3 days. He may visit the Warriors and Sea Tavern on Pelican Street in the White Rose district of Port Priaz and inform the proprietor, Williams, that he comes for the captain's belongings." Utilizing the abilities bestowed by the navigator's potion, he swept across the altar surface, and a shimmering light enveloped it, transforming the altar into a pristine spectacle. Above the gray mist, sensing the hanged man conducting a ritual, Klein extended his spirituality. Hearing the hanged man's supplication and glimpsing the indistinct figure clad in a black robe, rubbing his temples, Klein acknowledged the success of the ritual. Yet Alge's final words plagued him with a headache. This was not characteristic of the hanged man, who was typically the most cautious. It would be unbecoming for me to reiterate the request. How could a mysterious entity serve as a mere conduit? Klein pondered for several seconds before suddenly formulating an idea, manifesting the hanged man's recent supplication into a mosaic-like cinematic tableau. Chapter 87, Grievances. Indeed, apart from a handful of families with severed legacies, all aristocrats still active on the ruined political stage were beyond reproach, with no taint upon their names. According to Steward Auguste, the contents recorded in the tome had been thoroughly vetted by these nobles. It served as their outward-facing calling card and was essential knowledge for all emerging nobility. To Roll's left lay a parchment, inscribed with the names of nobles likely to attend the salon, necessitating his urgent understanding of their histories. To his right, a stack of 5 or 6 tomes on antiquities and history awaited him. Fortunately, he had previously acquired knowledge in these domains. Otherwise, unless he possessed the abilities of a polymath or an eidetic memory, he would be unable to consume and retain the information contained within those volumes in a single day. Abruptly, Rolls closed the book in his hands, and upon opening his eyes, the study had transformed into an ethereal and boundless gray mist. He perceived a blurred silhouette seated deep within the fog, akin to a figure upon a lofty throne. Before he could lower his head, he noticed a new shadow clad in a black robe materializing within the hazy gray atmosphere. Maintaining a posture of prayer, he lowered his head to intone, "Esteemed fool, the weapon required by the Emperor has been completed. It shall arrive in Beckland in 3 days. He may visit the Warriors and Sea Tavern on Pelican Street in the White Rose district of Port Priaz and inform the proprietor, Williams, that he comes for the captain's belongings." A flicker of shock flitted across Roll's eyes, and he instinctively lowered his head. "Esteemed fool, I understand." Sensing the gray mist dissipating before him, Rolls lifted his gaze, exhaling softly. How could Klein have mastered this technique so soon? Was it supposed to be employed only after the assassination of Duke Negan by Chillingers, when Audrey would report back? Furthermore, this hardly resembles the actions one would expect from Alge. Is this the result of my influence? Rolls interlaced his fingers and reclined against the back of his chair. Nevertheless, his cane was prepared. He wondered how much it would enhance his own capabilities. The extraordinary characteristics of the sequence, 7 fortunate ones, on the monster path were noteworthy. Considering the time, Will and Sading should be gearing up for a restart under the relentless pursuit of Euryalus, and the school of life was beginning to experience internal strife. With a deep sigh, Rolls resumed his perusal of the aristocracy of Century, where he had finally encountered the Levitt family, a subject of great interest to him. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Count Levitt," Rolls noted. The Count, with his raven hair and azure eyes, bore a receding hairline and a melancholic expression, dressed in a finely tailored tailcoat. Unlike Count Wolf, this noble exuded an air of authority, even when he made an effort to smile, attempting to present himself as amiable. Rolls offered a slight bow, greeting him, "Good evening, esteemed Count Chessman. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The Levitt family's fiefdom lay in Chessman, a peninsula extending into the Inter Sea, where the first Count Levitt had originally risen to prominence by repelling the incessant incursions of the Farsac. This salon was not a conventional gathering. Rather, it served as a mere pretext for Count Wolf to assemble numerous landowning nobles. In truth, Rune rarely hosted traditional salons akin to those of Intis, as the hallmark of such gatherings is a beautiful hostess. Here, apart from the maidservants standing nearby, the company consisted solely of men. Rune's conservative ethos paled in comparison to the openness of Intis. Should a noblewoman from Rune wish to host an Intis-style salon, it would surely become a source of amusement for the aristocracy. Moreover, Rune's nobility preferred castles, estates, fox hunting, and horse racing over social gatherings. Nonetheless, certain formalities must be adhered to, such as proper introductions. As a newcomer, one must typically rely on the host to introduce them before they can engage with others. This is of utmost importance in noble assemblies. Addressing someone without prior introduction is deemed highly inappropriate. Such introductions are not made indiscriminately. Generally, individuals of lower social standing are introduced to those of higher rank, while ladies, regardless of their status, are usually presented to gentlemen first. Therefore, to genuinely partake in this noble game, one must thoroughly comprehend their social standing and the hierarchy of precedence, a task that can prove quite arduous. Regrettably, Rolls found himself at the lowest rung of the social ladder within this salon, devoid of any title. Thus he could only accompany Count Wolf, requesting him to introduce various nobles. His diligent study of the aristocracy of Century had earned him a measure of respect from several nobles. "Good evening, young lawyer. You have secured a victory for us. Had Duke Negan not forbidden our celebration, I would have hosted a grand feast in your honor," Count Levitt remarked. His words veiled with ulterior motives, yet Rolls maintained a cheerful demeanor, seemingly oblivious to any hidden meanings. "It is my honor to behold such exquisite quaternary artifacts from the house of Count Wolf. That alone suffices for me." Count Wolf erupted into hearty laughter, gesturing toward the artifacts displayed on the shelves. "Today, you may select any one of these treasures." Before Rolls could decline, Count Wolf encouraged him, "Go on, choose one." Aware of the implications behind the Count's words, Rolls bowed to Count Levitt before departing to examine the shelves adorned with artifacts, making his way directly toward the feathered serpent crown from the southern continent of the Quaternary. As he approached the crown, however, Rolls' attention remained fixated on the distant figures of Count Wolf and Count Levitt. Based on Rolls' perception, Count Levitt appeared to be of sequence 7 or 8 within the Arbiter Path. In comparison to the demigod General Emilius Levitt, he was indeed lacking, and he fell short of Duke Negan, who also belonged to the Arbiter Path. Yet, for a conservative landowning noble who had never seen the battlefield, he was undoubtedly remarkable. After all, inheriting a title eliminates the need to risk one's life and struggle. The Levitt family, being the second largest noble supporter of the Conservative Party, had a long-standing enmity with the Negan family. Thus, Count Levitt's words were imbued with dissatisfaction toward Duke Negan. The Levitt family's fiefdom lay in Chessman, where their legacy began, fostering a profound emotional connection to the region. Even amidst frequent assaults by the Farsac, they devoted all their resources to its defense. It was not until the third Count Levitt that the family began to decline, a decline precipitated by the Duke Negan of 2 centuries past, who had led the Levitts down the colonial path. Colonization brought both profit and peril, prior to Rossel's establishment of new trade routes. The 4 northern nations had seen nobles keen to establish new pathways, yet countless ships had perished in the tumultuous seas. The Levitt family was no exception. Throughout their initial explorations of the southern continent, they suffered immense losses. Following the establishment of the new trade routes, the now declined Levitt family found themselves incapable of competing with the other Rune nobles for colonial territories, where the returns were far outweighed by their expenditures. In a bid to preserve their dwindling power, the Levitt family began to enlist in the navy, which was rapidly expanding due to the new trade routes. Many of its members sacrificed their lives amid the conflicts between Rune and the kingdoms of the southern continent, Farsak and Intis. The sacrifices of the Levitt family were not in vain. Within the Royal Navy of Rune, their influence was second only to that of the Negan family. 12 years ago, Emilius Levitt ascended to the rank of admiral, alongside Duke Negan, who was also promoted. To stifle the Levitt family's growing influence within the Navy, Duke Negan compelled Austin Levitt, already a naval colonel, to shift into politics. However, due to the Levitt family's significance within the Navy, coupled with the command of Emilius over the southern seas, Austin became the governor of Olavi 8 years ago, an admiral of the Navy, a provincial governor, and the influential Count Levitt provided the family with sufficient leverage to stand against Duke Negan. Naturally, such intricate details would not be chronicled in the aristocracy of a century, which merely recorded the Levitt family's valiant contributions and sacrifices for the kingdom as colonial interests in embellished terms. The enmity between the Levitt and Negan families was relayed to Rolls by his steward, August, who had witnessed his predecessor rise to the rank of Viscount through military merit, thus possessing a keen understanding of these matters. Observing Count Wolf and Count Levitt making their way toward a corner of the banquet hall, Rolls shook his head and began to scrutinize the feathered serpent crown before him. He had previously discussed this artifact with Count Wolf, yet had never seen it in person. The feathered serpent crown was exceptionally dazzling. Illuminated by the overhead candles, it refracted a spectrum of colors. Yet, as Rolls approached, he felt a shiver run down his spine. The crown resembled a soldier's helmet, its surface encrusted with scales akin to those of a serpent. The scales were tightly fitted around the areas near the cheeks and forehead, bearing a striking resemblance to genuine serpent scales. In contrast, the outer edges of these scales at the crown's apex and rear were flared, causing them to refract a kaleidoscope of hues. Behind beauty lurks danger. The edges of these explosive scales are exceedingly sharp, and a mere touch could surely sever flesh. Between each scale lies a minuscule void, and the orifices of the detonated scales are located where the scales connect to the crown. According to the archaeological experts consulted by Count Wolf, these apertures were intended to accommodate feathers, elucidating why, despite the absence of any feathers, it is referred to as the feathered serpent crown. Recalling the memories of Rawls, the scales of the feathered serpent should be a dark green tinged with black. However, considering this artifact dates back to the Quaternary period, when the underworld sovereign still roamed the earth, it is improbable that the descendants of the Aegis family, who revered the royal lineage, would have a ceremonial crown in such a hue. After probing with his spirit, Rawls discerned that it was merely an ordinary object. He shook his head, for these items must have undergone scrutiny by the extraordinary upon their excavation. Moreover, the Wolf family has preserved its legacy for nearly 3 centuries, and, being noble, surely has extraordinary individuals in their midst. After gazing for a moment longer, Rawls approached another shelf, yet after a brief glance, he turned his attention to yet another display. The feathered serpent crown, stone tablets adorned with grotesque birds and serpents, some antiquated ceramic vessels, black stone bricks, and even a half-mummified corpse. Upon encountering that half-mummy, Rawls harbored strong suspicions that the missing half had been ground into powder, as mummy powder has long been a coveted tonic among the aristocracy. Consequently, many elderly nobles stood near that half-mummy. Turning to the next shelf with a clear objective in mind, Rawls sought a mask extracted from the Aegis family tomb. Did not the Black Skull Party desire it? Were they not in search of it? Rawls was thus granting them an opportunity, referring to the controlling entity behind the Zemong Party as Sequence 9 Hunter. The upper echelons of the Black Skull Party should at most be Sequence 8. As for the Restoration Society behind them, the Night Watchers of the Goddess should find it particularly intriguing. Rawls' footsteps halted before a fragmented mask, a semi-transparent visage fashioned from a material akin to crystal. The forehead of the mask bore a dent the size of an infant's palm, and its edges exhibited varying degrees of wear and loss. Attempting to sense the mask with his own spirit yielded no extraordinary feelings. However, a peculiar sensation stirred within Rawls' palm. Without lingering too long before the mask, Rawls made his way to a corner of the banquet hall, discreetly opening his right hand, allowing the black inverted pyramid mark to gradually dissipate. The mark in Rawls' hand was linked to Klein's source fortress, and its shape bore a distinct correlation to the Grim Reaper's inverted pyramid symbolism, a mark bestowed by the goddess, who has been scheming to usurp the Reaper's authority. That mask was likely taken from the Aegis family tomb. Even if it were not, it should be an extraordinary artifact. Clenching his right hand, Rawls continued to meander among the displays arranged in the banquet hall. Rawls, have you made your selection? I noticed you went directly to the feathered serpent crown. Did you choose that one? Rawls shook his head, gesturing towards the surrounding relics. No, this is what you ought to receive. You caused Nozick to lose his opportunity to advance, and that is sufficient. This is my duty. That is indeed worth claiming. Count Wolf suddenly leaned closer, whispering, Do you know what punishment Nozick will face? Chapter 89, Corruption. Do you know what punishment Nozick will face? Rawls shook his head, not out of feigned ignorance, but because there were far too many punishments that could be administered: whipping, stocks, forced labor, exile, imprisonment, and so forth. The penalties in Rune are shifting from bloody terror towards civility, no longer attempting to deter crime through harsh punishment. When the police system was established over a decade ago, many penalties were adjusted. A whipping, approximately 50 lashes. Count Wolf extended a hand, his face initially bearing a smile, which then transformed into an expression of regret. If only public whipping had not been abolished, Nozick might not survive this year. Public execution of whipping had been abolished before the establishment of the police system, during which most punishments were publicly administered, particularly gallows executions, which transformed execution sites into theatrical stages, attracting countless onlookers, with the wealthy even willing to pay for prime seating. Whipping? Did Nozick not pay a fine? Fines are also part of Rune's penalties, allowing one to substitute a fine for a punishment, albeit limited to minor offenses. However, given Nozick's influence as a counselor, he could arrange for his son to pay the fine to avoid punishment. No, the judges regarded this as a warning and rejected the imposition of a fine. Rawls observed the smile on Count Wolf's face, realizing the Count must have invested considerable effort in the refusal. Thus, selecting an item from these artifacts is well-deserved. Unable to decline Count Wolf's kindness, Rawls reluctantly chose the mask. However, Count Wolf deemed the value of that mask insufficient to convey his gratitude, and thus gifted it along with the feathered serpent crown. Gazing at the crystalline-like mask in his hand, Rawls felt a sense of helplessness. Aside from the mark reacting in his palm, he held no sway over this mask. Presently, Klein had yet to develop a sacrificial ritual, and he was unable to surrender the mask for divination, leaving him no choice but to let it gather dust in his storage, much like the feathered serpent crown. The next day at 5 in the afternoon, sporting a stubbled beard and clad in a trench coat, Rawls arrived at the tavern where he had arranged to meet Hudier and Williams. The cramped tavern was already beginning to fill with patrons. Rawls adjusted his black semi-formal hat and approached the bar, addressing the proprietor, John. With a tap on the bar counter, "A glass of Lindsay, please." "Certainly." Just as the owner John replied, his gaze lifted to find Rawls, expressionless and sporting a stubbled beard, causing his voice to tremble slightly. "Sir, the Lindsay from Fusac is truly out of stock. Didn't I just attend a service at St. Samuel's Church? Has he shown up these past few days? Is the goddess displeased with my donations and wishes to extort more? Just something ordinary will suffice." The tavern owner nodded repeatedly, retrieving a bottle of better quality Lindsay from the shelf behind him and pouring it for Rawls. After taking a sip, Rawls found it indeed fell far short of the Fusac version. He set the glass down and inquired of John, "Has Williams been here in the past few days?" "He has. He comes around this time every day, sometimes staying a bit longer, sometimes just having a drink and leaving. Look, here he comes." As John spoke, he pointed towards the door, as if spotting a savior. Rawls turned to see Williams approaching, jogging and greeting familiar faces in the tavern. "Hello, sir. Sorry for being a bit late today." Williams beamed, standing beside Rawls, then turned to John. "A glass of Lindsay for me, please." After John poured a glass for Williams, he discreetly stepped aside. With the owner gone, Rawls lowered his voice. "As long as you arrived, that's what matters. What about that arbitrator lady?" Williams lowered his head, retracting his neck, and apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. Miss Hugh had some matters to attend to today, but she asked me to bring the information she organized." As he spoke, he retrieved several folded papers from his pocket and handed them to Rawls. Rawls accepted them without glancing, merely stuffing them into his trench coat pocket, then playfully slapped Williams on the shoulder, his forearm and upper arm encircling Williams' neck as he leaned in closer. "I do not wish for there to be a next time." All right. Williams' expression contorted slightly as he nodded vigorously. Although Rawls' slap was not overly forceful, the grip around his neck was significant, leaving Williams with no doubt that the man before him could easily snap his neck. What was she up to? I did pay for this. Williams rubbed his neck with his right hand, the muscles twisting as he did so. Hey, wasn't she inquiring about that loan shark gentleman, Yodel, the other day? Now that the parade has concluded, Yodel has emerged, and Hux is off to gather intelligence on him. It seems Hux cannot escape this predicament, perhaps due to the parade. Yodel has accumulated even more grievances. Wait, the parade has ended? You mean those soldiers' parade is over? Williams paused his neck movements and leaned closer to Rolls. You didn't know? Reports indicate that the military has promised to distribute the compensation for these individuals before August arrives. Moreover, the parade has been ongoing for nearly a week. It's about time it concluded. Rolls lifted his glass, taking a sip of the fiery Lancey, casually inquiring. Do you believe the military can accomplish that? How is that even possible? The kingdom isn't at war with the Farsak Empire. Williams tilted his head back, downing a hefty gulp of Lancey. It would be fortunate if the compensations are issued this year. No, next year at the earliest. How can you assert that the kingdom won to retaliate against the Farsak Empire? Remember, the kingdom has just suffered a defeat. While it was true that the future of Rune showed no intention of retaliating against the Farsak Empire, based on Roll's conversations with several nobles at yesterday's salon, it was evident that the current parliament and prime minister had no inclination for revenge. Nevertheless, for Williams, a mere informant entangled in the world of women and alcohol, to possess such knowledge seemed incongruous with his station. My old man was a retired naval officer. He always said that if the kingdom intended to retaliate, compensations would have been issued long ago. They wouldn't wait for a parade. That's how it was during his service. Whenever there was a war, money was dispersed. Finishing his drink, a flush began to creep across William's face. That's why my old man retired early. He was done serving those nobles. Rolls silently sipped his Lancey. The Royal Navy of Rune boasted an illustrious history spanning over 5 centuries, and with the advent of new shipping routes, the Navy had effectively become the playground of the nobility, leading to rampant corruption within its ranks. Chapter 90. The parade concludes. After paying Williams the remaining £5 for the week and instructing him to ensure Hux ditched his presence on Saturday, or else her mission would be nullified, Rolls departed the tavern and made his way to the intersection of the East and North districts. As the clock neared 7, the crimson moon ascended into the sky, but it was merely a slender crescent, and the absence of streetlights cast darkness over the area. The sound of Roll's footsteps echoed far through the alley. Bending down, he picked up a paper from the ground, a flyer that began with the word fairness. Below, it meticulously detailed the tragic fates of injured veterans, urging people to treat these individuals with dignity and demanding the government provide compensation and fair treatment. The text had been penned by a prominent editor from the Taysok Times, commissioned by the steward, Auguste, and was quite stirring. The reverse side of the flyer, per Roll's request, featured photographs from the battlefield, showcasing soldiers with blood-stained bandages from severed limbs. These images were also sourced from the Taysok Times. The Taysok Times was the first newspaper in Rune to employ foreign correspondents and also the first to dispatch war correspondents, yielding countless relevant photographs. Rolls had just finished reviewing the intelligence compiled by Williams and Hux at the tavern. According to their accounts, the parade had indeed garnered significant support initially, especially from many followers of the goddess in the North District who took to the streets to participate. The scale of the parade peaked on the day the Vateguard case commenced, with several major newspapers simultaneously releasing related reports, thereby amplifying the parade's impact beyond just the North District and adjacent Jowu District. The bishop of the Steam Church asserted that they would apply the most advanced technology to prosthetics to aid disabled soldiers in regaining normalcy in their lives. Conversely, the bishop of the Night Church mobilized the congregation to raise funds for disabled soldiers, donating $5,000 to the Disabled Soldiers Relief Association and calling upon women to join the association. Meanwhile, the bishop of the Storm Church vowed to urge military leaders to devise solutions to improve the compensation situation for disabled soldiers. The following morning, news emerged that the king and prime minister were engaged in clandestine discussions, summoning the ministers of the Navy, Army, Defense, Treasury, and the commanders of the Royal Navy and Army. The preliminary outcome of their deliberations was that the first batch of compensations would be disbursed before August, subject to parliamentary approval. By the afternoon, the number of parade participants had dwindled by more than half, and the parade scope shifted from the planned King S Avenue to the intersection of the North and East districts. On the third day, which is today, the parade had completely disbanded, leaving only a few scattered groups, all of which had dissipated before noon. This was William's summary of the parade intelligence. While Huck's insights delved deeper, she had noticed some extraordinary individuals mingling within the parade, particularly among the leaders and initiators of several large groups. Huck's refrained from directly documenting the extraordinary beings, likely out of fear that Williams might discover them or that others might take note. Those extraordinary individuals within the parade would likely have been dispatched by the military, probably arbiters and lawyers. Only they possessed the prestige and eloquence to swiftly rally and disperse the parade participants. The news of the discussions between the king, prime minister, and military hierarchy must have circulated among them. It was certain that discussions took place, as Rolls had overheard relevant information at yesterday's ball. However, the claim that the first batch of compensations would be issued before August was undoubtedly a fabrication. Even if consensus was reached among the higher-ups, it would still require a parliamentary vote, even if merely for show. Furthermore, the Black Skull Party had inexplicably ceased their pursuit of Rolls. A familiar sound echoed from a distance. "All right, Uncle Gouda, do take care of yourself." Rolls did not advance. He was a barbarian, not an assassin, and his abilities were insufficient to approach silently. Listening as the footsteps faded away, Rolls continued toward the sound's origin. Upon rounding a corner, Rolls peered out. The moonlight dim and devoid of streetlights, revealing only a blurred silhouette, yet he recognized who it was. The left sleeve of his coat was empty. It was Vateguard. Rolls did not follow, but approached the doorway from which Vateguard had emerged, a dwelling exuding the distinct style of the East District. The back-to-back housing structure was a manifestation of high-density living, typically arranged in double rows, with each house featuring only a front wall and window, devoid of a rear window. The back wall of each house was connected to another, sharing a common rear wall. This architectural design allowed builders to conserve substantial materials and land. However, with the shared rear wall, ventilation was non-existent. Navigating to the side of the house, likely the area of the bedroom or living room, he discerned a conversation between a man and a woman. "Casser, how much did Mr. Gouda give you? Can you think of something other than money?" The man's voice was filled with anger. "Casser, without money, are you sending your son to his death? If such a house were to be inhabited, it is likely that little Charlie would not survive beyond the age of 2. The lack of ventilation in this dwelling would elevate the infant mortality rate." The woman's voice was grating, interspersed with the cries of a wailing baby who had been roused from slumber by the cacophony. Chapter 91. The First Rule. The infant's cries interrupted the quarrel of the young couple. A flurry of activity ensued, and then the voice of the young man, Castle, emerged again, albeit with a markedly gentler tone. "Once my leg injury heals, I shall visit the Disabled Soldiers Relief Association. They should have a place for me there." "The Relief Association?" "Indeed. They do accept disabled soldiers, but you are missing your right calf. Without crutches, you can scarcely walk. How could they possibly accept you?" The woman's voice softened, accompanied by the soothing sounds of attempting to calm the child. "Perhaps we should wait for your pension to arrive. Didn't they say it would be processed before August?" "It won't come through," Mr. God stated. "The kingdom has no intentions of retaliating against the Fuzak Empire, so the pension will be delayed. If it arrives this year, we should consider ourselves fortunate." "Then how did the rally suddenly cease? Wasn't it after you received the news that you halted?" The woman's voice rose sharply, awakening little Charlie once more. "I am uncertain, but Mr. God is quite adamant, which is why he came to deliver money to us today, fearing we might not endure otherwise. One can only hope that what Mr. God claims is false." Castle's tone was despondent. He wished for Mr. God's words to be untrue, that they might fare better, yet Mr. God had experienced such trials firsthand. "The lease renewal is due next week. How long should we sign for?" "Although the rent is paid weekly, the lease term must be agreed upon with the landlord. Moving out prematurely would constitute a breach of contract, and should we face litigation, it would entail significant penalties. Given our current financial predicament, a long-term lease could lead to eviction due to our inability to pay. Conversely, a short-term lease might result in the landlord declining to renew. 2 months should suffice. The pension ought to arrive by then." Castle's confidence was evidently lacking, and Rawls had only grasped the general idea. "Is there still enough money at home?" "Mr. God provided me with £10. That should sustain us for a while. We owe Mr. God far too much. Mr. God is not faring well himself. He has just extricated himself from a legal matter and must have spent a considerable sum on legal fees. He has the families of other comrades to support, and now he has been dismissed." "Dropped? How could that be?" "It was not his fault. It was clearly the fault of that minister's son. Vic God has been dismissed." Rawls furrowed his brow, recalling the demeanor and testimony of the manager from the Crag Club during the trial. Mr. God's dismissal was likely a foregone conclusion. Without listening further, he turned and walked towards the East District, his mood quite dismal. Filthy whore. Haven T, you had plenty of clients? How is it that this is all the money you have? Ugh. The woman lying on the ground emitted a groan of pain, utterly devoid of strength to plead for mercy any longer. Leaning against the wall was a bald man who coughed softly. Ahem, that's enough. She still needs to earn us some money. Yes, boss. With another forceful kick to the woman on the ground, the young man approached the bald man, handing over several banknotes and coins. The bald man did not accept them, disdainful of such trifles, and lifted his chin slightly. You keep it. The young man flashed a sycophantic smile. All right then, thank you, boss. The bald man crouched beside the woman, grasping her chin. She emitted a series of pained gasps, and the man's expression soured as he stood and slapped the still smirking young man across the face. What did I say? No slapping the face, no slapping the face. If you break it, you'll have to take over my clients. Dazed from the slap, the young man clutched his jaw, hunched his neck, and repeatedly nodded. I'm sorry, boss. I forgot after the fact. The bald man kicked the young man in the leg, berating him. Forgot? How come you never forget to eat? How come you never forget to take the money? The bald man was about to deliver another kick when he suddenly found himself ensnared. As if a great vice had gripped his neck, lifting him off the ground while his limbs flailed helplessly in the air. It was Rawls who had seized him, and with a powerful fling, he hurled the bald man against the wall, where he struggled to rise. The young man, who had just been knocked down, witnessed his boss being incapacitated by Rawls, and, gritting his teeth, did not stand upright, but instead bent forward, attempting to wrap his arms around Rawls' legs. Rawls frowned and delivered a kick to the young man's shoulder, sending him flying several feet away. Adjusting his hat, he shoved his hands into his overcoat pockets, tightening it as he approached the young man, stepping on his left knee. The young man cried out in pain and promptly lost consciousness. Ignoring the moaning woman still on the ground, Rawls exited the alley. Outside the alley, Rawls closed his eyes, quietly reflecting. He seemed to have discerned the first rule of the barbarian S-code: to vent one's rage, never to endure. Anger amplifies one's strength. On a certain street in the North District. Hugh, do you not realize I still have writing to do? Can you not handle that yodel on your own? You? Writing? When was the last time you wrote anything? Last month or the month before? Two female voices echoed ominously in the stillness of the street. Hugh looked helplessly at her stationary friend, Fursworth. She had finally acquired intelligence regarding Yodel's whereabouts, indicating he had been in the vicinity that day. Having staked out the area until 6 o'clock without even meeting her employer, who paid her a weekly £10, she was concerned he might not show up. If he did arrive and found her absent, canceling the task would be a significant loss. At least she had managed to observe Yodel's henchman entering the villa at 73 on this street, and she worried that the cowardly Yodel might have constructed a hidden chamber inside, preventing her from gaining access. Thus, she had forcibly brought her friend Fursworth, who was an apprentice of Sequence 9, capable of effortlessly traversing walls and doors. Today, even if Yodel's hidden chamber was lined with steel, he would not evade her. All right, let us hurry. Clad in a pale yellow dress with ruffled collars, Fursworth squatted down, entirely unconcerned that her skirt had trailed to the ground. What is the matter? Did I not promise to treat you to an Intis feast? Hugh approached Fursworth, towering over her as she crouched. Fursworth tucked her slightly curled brown hair behind her ear and raised 3 fingers of her right hand. 3 meals. 3 meals? I do not possess that much money. Hugh's eyes widened. The cheapest Intis feast cost £8, which would amount to £16 for 2 people and £50 for 3. Her own savings were barely above that, and the reward for this task was merely £10. Feeling both exasperated and amused, she thought to herself, did her friend not realize this? Ever since Fursworth's store manor became a sensation, she had not penned a single word outside of signing autographs. 2 meals, or I shall go alone. Fortunately, she had recently encountered a wealthy individual earning £10 weekly and with a bit of extra side work. She was easily making £15 a week. Chapter 92. The Witch Emerges. This is the one, 73. Fursworth, it's your turn. Fursworth shot Hugh an eye roll. 2 meals it is then. The task is easy enough. I shall let you do all the work. She leisurely walked to the exterior wall of the villa, extending her right palm to press against the white surface. Fursworth's figure began to shimmer, prompting Hugh to skillfully grasp Fursworth's left hand, and both their forms began to flicker simultaneously. Moments later, they vanished from spot. Within the villa, a man clad in a 3-piece suit rubbed his eyes, bewildered by the sudden appearance of 2 women where there had previously been none. Forsyth, panting heavily, weakly urged, "Hurry, please." Just then, Hiyu passed through the wall, spotting the man who was still rubbing his eyes. With a swift movement, he lunged forward, leaping into the air and delivering a sharp blow to the man's neck. The man's vision darkened and his body slumped, only to be gently caught and laid down by Hiyu. Letting out a sigh of relief, Hiyu approached the weakened Forsyth, who was now slumped against the wall, offering words of comfort. "How are you?" Hiyu understood that while Forsyth possessed the ability to pass through walls, transporting another person was an arduous task that drained her immensely. With her current capabilities, she could only manage to take him through 3 times. Beyond that, she would struggle to remain upright. Forsyth leaned wearily against Hiyu's shoulder, slowly extending 3 fingers of her right hand, signifying 3 meals. Ignoring her friend's plight, Hiyu made his way upstairs, believing Yodel should be in the bedroom above. Forsyth struggled to rise and followed Hiyu, whispering, "Wait for me." In a hidden chamber on the first floor of the villa, the bare-chested Yodel lay on the ground, reveling in the moment. "Are you enjoying yourself?" A cold female voice echoed through the room, instantly turning Yodel's pleasure into terror as he sat up, fearfully gazing at the woman before him. She possessed rare white hair, deep black eyes, and skin that, while pale, conveyed a chilling aura. Dressed in black trousers and a white floral collar shirt, she held a black whip that appeared to be woven from hair, resembling a 9-tailed lash. As the white-haired woman stepped forward, Yodel instinctively shuffled backward, his feet scrambling against the ground until he collided with the cold wall behind him. The woman flashed a dangerous smile, raising her right hand with the whip, its 9 tails twisting in the air like venomous snakes. Upon seeing the whip, Yodel's gaze became entranced, but the icy wall behind him jolted him back to reality. He scrambled to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The sensation of pleasure vanished abruptly as Yodel looked up at the white-haired woman, who furrowed her brow, tilting her head as if she had heard something. Yodel opened his mouth to speak, but the woman placed a finger to her luscious lips, shushing him. Lowering his head again, Yodel trembled even more, uncertain of the intentions of this sorceress before him. After hiding in this villa, he had inadvertently witnessed the peculiar activities of the white-haired woman next door. Mistaking her for a wealthy lady indulging in peculiar hobbies, he had teased her, only to be met with her swift assault, reducing him to her new plaything. As a longtime loan shark in the Eastern District, Yodel knew he had encountered a legendary, extraordinary being, and as an ordinary man, he was utterly defenseless. The white-haired woman before him possessed extraordinary agility, and the enchanted 9-tailed whip in her hand filled him with both fascination and dread. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance, and in the corner of his eye, he noticed the white hair floating in the air. The woman looked down at Yodel, a light laugh escaping her lips. "You have quite a few enemies, don't you? Stay put here. I shall fetch you 2 companions." As the sound of her boots faded into the distance, Yodel collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed by fear. He dared not flee. Escaping would lead to a far worse fate, unless his enemies outside could perish alongside this fearsome woman. Yet, Yodel knew that was nearly impossible. After all, the white-haired woman was an extraordinary being, and he lacked the capability to provoke more of her kind. "Where is everyone? There should be bodyguards here." I saw Yodel's bodyguard come in. An increasingly agitated Hiyu tossed the blanket from the bed onto the floor before jumping onto Yodel's bed. Forsyth, leaning against the doorframe and finally regaining her composure, yawned as she glanced at the not-so-high ceiling. "If he is not here, let us leave. I need to sleep." Hiyu leaped from the bed, kicking at Askew. "No way, there are 2 bodyguards outside. We should wake them and ask." Frustrated by the wasted effort after spending 2 hefty meals on this endeavor, Hiyu shoved past Forsyth, storming downstairs. Forsyth watched helplessly as Hiyu rushed down. As they reached the lower level, a cold voice pierced the air. "So, 2 women with such audacity, are you not afraid of being abducted?" The Red Theater of Byam is always in need of performers. Upon hearing the voice, Hiyu instinctively positioned herself in front of Forsyth. The sound of boots echoed louder as the white-haired woman appeared in the corridor, swiftly transitioning into the living room. Upon spotting Hiyu, who stood protectively in front of Forsyth and wore traditional knight training attire, a glimmer of interest flickered in the woman's eyes. She chuckled lightly. "Ah, a female knight. I've trained plenty of naval officers, but a knight is a first for me. Too bad you're a woman." Hiyu's pupils dilated. She recognized the white-haired woman as another extraordinary being, and judging by her movements, she was significantly more powerful. With a flick of her wrist, a gleaming trident appeared in her right hand, while her left hand subtly pressed against Forsyth's back. This was their prearranged signal to flee. Seemingly oblivious to her discreet gesture, the white-haired woman shook her head. "TSK, TSK. That's not right. A knight should wield a sword or a knight's lance." Hiyu crouched low, gripping the trident with determination. "This will suffice to deal with you." Chapter 93, Nibos. As soon as Hiyu declared her intention, she charged forward, closing the distance of 5 or 6 steps in an instant. Before the blink of an eye, she stood before the white-haired woman. Yet even faster was the thrust of her trident. The 30-centimeter weapon was aimed directly at the woman's chest, evading her ribs and plunging toward her heart and lungs. The white-haired woman moved with the grace of a cat, twisting her ways to evade the trident, her right foot delivering a kick to Hiyu's inner knee. The blow sent Hiyu tumbling to the ground, initiating a roll, but she lost her grip on the trident. The woman raised her right hand, the nine-tailed whip cracking toward the rolling Hiyu, yet her ears detected a whistling sound. The whip lashed out in that direction, deflecting a dagger thrown by Forsyth. Hiyu halted her roll, springing back up and half-kneeling on the ground, using the momentum to perform a front roll toward Forsyth. At that moment, Forsyth had removed a string of bracelets concealed by the ruffled cuffs of her sleeves. The silver bracelet featured 3 rough, dark blue stones, their surfaces marred with burn marks and uneven textures. Forsyth yanked off one stone and, invoking the ancient language of Hermes, shouted to her. She firmly grasped Hiyu's arm, watching as the stone emitted a faint blue glow. The figures of the 2 women began to blur, approaching a state of incorporeality. Noticing Forsyth's actions, the white-haired woman summoned a sharp, crystalline ice spear in her empty left hand and hurled it at the 2. The ice spear grazed Hiyu as she vanished, eliciting a pained groan from her, and soon both women fully transitioned into the spirit realm, seeing the 2 figures dissipate before her. The white-haired woman's expression hardened as she uttered a single word, "Traveler." Within the Spirit Knowledge Society, there exist apprentices and masters of tricks, and as the overseer of the eastern and northern districts, the white-haired woman was all too familiar with the paths of apprentices. The 2 women's means of escape is a capability only possessed by travelers of Sequence 5. However, that woman could only wield it through the aid of that bracelet, which unequivocally disqualifies her as a traveler. Otherwise, she would have fled on her own. She lashed the 9-tailed whip against a nearby sofa, which instantly tore open several large gashes, the edges of which were rimmed with frost. Suddenly, the white-haired woman narrowed her eyes and approached the place where Hiyu and Furs had vanished, where a piece of frozen fabric lay. Pinching the fragment between her thumb and forefinger, a dangerous curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. "You cannot escape." In a narrow alley of the Eastern District, Rolls, who had resolved to end the charade he had been playing today, was preparing to tear off the beard adorning his face, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Hiyu dear? How could she possibly appear here?" Rolls possessed a unique sensitivity to extraordinary beings traversing the paths of lawyers and arbitrators, which allowed him to perceive those of lesser caliber from several streets away. Yet now, as Hiyu suddenly materialized 2 streets away, he felt not a hint of her presence beforehand. Beyond the 2 streets, Furs supported Hiyu as they sat in a corner against the wall. Hiyu's left arm was already covered with a thin layer of frost, her sleeve frozen solid. The moment Furs touched it, the sleeve shattered into fragments, revealing an arm bruised and mottled in shades of blue and purple. Furs could have utilized the spirit realm to escape further, but Hiyu had been injured by that white-haired woman's ice spear, and the spirit realm was fraught with peril. They could only retreat to the Eastern District for now. Though chaotic, this area harbored a number of extraordinary beings, and that woman might not dare pursue them here. "Hiyu, how are you holding up? Do you have any potions on you?" Furs inquired, her expression fraught with concern. This time, she had been forcibly dragged along by Hiyu, and aside from a dagger, she had brought nothing with her. Moreover, that white-haired woman was at least a Sequence 7, if not a Sequence 6. Furs, having merely been grazed by the frost spear, had suffered this much, and ordinary potions might not suffice. "Let's find an inn, no a tavern. We'll buy a bottle of liquor to stave off the cold." Having once been a doctor, Furs quickly devised a plan. It was summer, and it might not provide hot water, but alcohol could offer warmth against the chill. As for the repercussions of Hiyu consuming alcohol, Furs no longer cared. Furthermore, she had no spare clothing to offer Hiyu for warmth, leaving her unable to assist in combating the cold. Fortunately, Hiyu was petite. Though an apprentice did not gain physical enhancements, Furs was still able to support her as they moved forward. After much effort, Furs managed to guide Hiu to the alley's entrance, drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Forsh inhaled sharply, maneuvering Hiu into a corner and picking up a half-brick. Both of their weapons had been left behind at the villa. The footsteps gradually receded, and Furs collapsed beside Hiu, who had turned pale, her lips taking on a bluish hue. Hiu, hang in there. Just one more street, and we'll find a tavern. As an apprentice who often traversed through walls and rooftops, Furs, although rarely visiting the Eastern District, was well acquainted with the surroundings. Hiu nodded, struggling to rise with Furs's assistance. They had barely taken a few steps when they encountered a tall man with a beard, wearing a trench coat, who blocked their path. A black revolver aimed directly at them. Furs instinctively moved forward to shield Hiu, only to be halted by Hiu's grip. Turning to see Hiu blinking rapidly, Furs realized the man holding the revolver was none other than Rolls. Though his combat prowess had doubled since becoming a barbarian, he still relied heavily on his marksmanship. Sheathing the revolver, he produced a tin flask from his coat, unscrewed the lid, and offered it to them. She might need this. Despite Hiu's silence, Furs surmised that this man could not be an adversary. Seeing the flask being offered, Hiu's nostrils flared as her eyes brightened. Alcohol. Nipis? Rolls nodded, revealing it was something he had procured from the tavern owner, John, and was indeed of the type that could ignite a match. Furs accepted the tin flask, gently tilting it to Hiu's lips, allowing her to sip cautiously. The potency of Nipis was high, and being a product of Frozak, Hiu felt as though she was drinking flames, the heat searing through her insides. While the cold no longer bit at her, the alcohol's side effects emerged swiftly. 2 crimson spots rose to her cheeks, and her gaze began to blur. As a close friend, Furs was acutely aware of the consequences that awaited Hiu after consuming alcohol, yet there was no choice but to encourage her to drink more. Casting a glance at Hiu's still blue left arm, Furs gritted her teeth and began to pour more liquor down her throat. That's enough. Too much could lead to complications. Chapter 94. The Spirit Knowledge Society. Within a certain inn in the Eastern District, Hiu lay sprawled upon the bed, drifting in and out of consciousness. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say she was in a stupor. On their way to the inn, Hiu's intoxication had manifested. Rolls had struck her on the neck, rendering her unconscious, only for Furs, a former doctor, to scold him thoroughly afterward. While this method could indeed incapacitate someone, an improper application could result in permanent harm, especially to a wounded and intoxicated individual like Hiu. Fortunately, after Furs's examination, Hiu appeared to be relatively unscathed. Rolls, aware of his misstep, wore a tense expression as he registered his identity as Jeffrey Rister under the disdainful gaze of the innkeeper. Seated upon a chair at a distance from the bed, Rolls turned to the wall, which shimmered and distorted as Furs entered the room, having gone to retrieve potions. Furs's face bore a hint of pallor. In her haste to procure the potions, she had nearly passed through walls and buildings, depleting her spirit. Though she was caring for Hiu, a friend of hers, he was still a man. As a renowned novelist, Furs was all too familiar with such scenarios. So she exerted herself to expedite her return. Upon returning to the room, seeing Rolls still seated at a distance from the bed, Furs sighed in relief and rushed to Hiu's side, pouring a light green potion into her mouth. She then retrieved a bottle of pale gold liquid and applied it to Hiu's severely frostbitten left arm. As the golden liquid dripped, Furs spread it evenly, causing the bruising on Hiu's arm to gradually fade. Observing the remaining liquid in the bottle, Furs glanced at the still unconscious Hiu and poured the rest of the pale gold liquid into her mouth. Watching from the side, Rolls's brow twitched. Was this a dual-purpose potion for external and internal use? Although Hiu exhibited no immediate change, Furs knew that for the time being, Hiu had escaped danger. These potions were Hiu's treasured possessions. The light green one significantly enhanced spiritual abilities, and the pale gold one was holy water from the sun. Together, they were valued at over 10 pounds and would lose effectiveness over time. Seeing Furs relax considerably, Rolls deduced that Hiu was likely out of serious danger. He inquired in a grave tone, "Did you encounter other extraordinary beings?" Yes, Mr. Rister." Furs hesitated, uncertain of the nature of the relationship between Hiu and this brutish man before her. However, from his level of familiarity with Hiu, it was evident they were likely good friends, even if she had never heard Hiu mention him. Wasn't she supposed to meet Yoder? Does Yoder have extraordinary protection? Rolls furrowed his brow. This was an event that had not occurred in the original narrative. After Hiyu entered the temporary jail in the northern district, Furs had still been able to converse with that gentleman, clearly not the type to have extraordinary protection. The fact that he was aware of this matter made Furs glance at the still unconscious Hiyu. You kept your secrets well. We did not encounter Yoder. After entering the villa, we incapacitated 2 of Yoder's bodyguards, and then a white-haired woman wielding a 9-tailed whip appeared. Her strength is formidable. She is likely a sequence 7, if not a sequence 6. White-haired woman, 9-tailed whip. Rolls' brow furrowed further as he recalled Hiyu's arm's frostbite. A witch? Can that white-haired woman conjure ice spears? Forth's body shifted quietly, positioning herself in front of Hiyu. Indeed, you were acquainted with her? Observing Forth's subtle movements, Rawls cast her a sidelong glance and shook his head. I am unaware of her, yet I possess a rough idea of her identity and affiliations. What are her affiliations? Are you familiar with the Cognizant Society? Forth nodded. The Cognizant Society was an illicit organization pursued by both the church and the authorities, notorious for its gruesome incidents. Mrs. Enlisa, who had previously guided her into the extraordinary realm, had also mentioned this organization. Noticing Forth's acknowledgement, Rawls interlocked his fingers and leaned back in his chair. That woman is likely affiliated with the Cognizant Society, functioning as a witch, and, considering your experiences, it is highly probable she is a witch of Sequence 7. A witch? Forth's eyes brightened as she glanced at Hiyu and then back at Rawls, feeling a surge of inspiration and excitement. Leaning closer to Rawls, she inquired, what abilities does she possess? Rawls fixed his gaze on Forth, his voice low and serious. Knowledge comes at a price. What are your thoughts? Are you penning salacious novels? Realizing Forth's mind was wandering, Rawls rose and approached her. Grasping a dark blue stone on her silver bracelet, Forth held Hiyu's hand tightly, her eyes fixed on Rawls. Any inappropriate move from him would prompt her to chant a spell immediately. Sensing her readiness, Rawls halted, recognizing he had perhaps overstepped. He pointed at Hiyu, his tone stern. Once she awakens, ensure she promptly attends to her obligations. My weekly 10 pounds are not given in vain. So you are the foolish, wealthy individual Hiyu mentioned, Forth exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise at Rawls. Uncertain where Forth's thoughts had drifted, Rawls furrowed his brow and reiterated, Forth, do not forget. I will convey this to her. Forth affirmed, in light of her assisting me, I shall share a piece of free intelligence. The Cognizant Society has numerous operatives in the East District. Be vigilant. The Cognizant Society, masquerading as a witch cult, collaborates with the Crown. The human trafficking trade thrives in the chaotic locales of the East District and the docks. It is conceivable that a gang may be backed by the Cognizant Society. Hiyu's stature is quite conspicuous in the East District. If caution is not exercised, he will inevitably be noticed. Forth nodded again, reflecting, wealthy yet naive, with a kind heart, albeit somewhat uncouth. He has the Carlton Club banquet to attend tomorrow, and will bear a mountain of information. After a few moments of quiet contemplation, Forth stealthily approached the door, opened it, glanced around, and, finding no trace of Rawls, breathed a sigh of relief, closed the door, and seated herself on a chair beside the bed. The Cognizant Society, Mrs. Enlisa had spoken of it, indicating that there were extraordinary individuals within it akin to her own path. However, judging by the appearance of that white-haired woman, Forth abruptly shook her head, deciding against it. This situation was rather satisfactory. Casting a glance at Hiyu, still lying in bed, she resolved to advise him to remain cautious upon his awakening, for that man seemed well acquainted with the Cognizant Society, and his words would likely hold merit. Chapter 95, The Prime Minister. Tingen, East District, 18, Vlad Street, Rosen's Herbal Apothecary. Attorney Jurgen, accompanied by his grandmother, Mrs. Doris, had been in Tingen for 2 days, specifically selecting an inn not far from Vlad Street. It must be noted that as a university town, Tingen's air quality far surpasses that of Bakerland. Currently in summer, Bakerland is humid and stifling, while Tingen offers a refreshing coolness, greatly benefiting Mrs. Doris. Jurgen did not disclose to Mrs. Doris that they had come for medical treatment. He merely mentioned that he had successfully handled his case and was granted a week's leave, which was paid. Likewise, Jurgen did not intentionally seek out the apothecary for medicine. He merely pretended to pass by occasionally. However, based on his observations over the past 2 days, he noted that the apothecary possessed remarkable medical skills. Jurgen had inquired among those purchasing herbs and discovered that although the apothecary's remedies were peculiar, their efficacy was substantial. Hello, my grandmother has long struggled with her lungs. Could you assist us in obtaining some medicine? The apothecary, Darkwell, with short black hair and a round face, was garbed in attire reminiscent of a rural witch doctor. His deep black robe adorned with various enigmatic symbols. He raised his head, casting a glance at Mrs. Doris with his deep blue eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Her pulmonary ailment has persisted for quite some time, at least 30 years. Jurgen, excited that the apothecary had discerned the duration of his grandmother's affliction at a glance, eagerly nodded. Indeed, can you treat her, apothecary? Certainly, so long as you possess sufficient funds. £10 is quite reasonable, is it not? If it can cure her, there is no issue. £10 was merely a few weeks' wages, and Jurgen could easily manage it. Darkwell casually retrieved a pouch of herbs from beneath the counter. Add water, ample water, crush half a pound of pig's lung, and boil it together to create a tincture, which should be consumed immediately. This pouch of herbs suffices for 5 doses. Following that, she should be fine. Take it once daily, and after drinking, lie still in bed. Very well. Accepting the herbs with skepticism, Jurgen paid the £10 and ushered a questioning yet admonished Mrs. Doris out of the apothecary. Once Jurgen had distanced himself, Darkwell called toward the back door, Sherman. Gather your things. We depart tonight. A young man with unkempt hair emerged, a puzzled expression on his face. Master, why? Are we not waiting until the shop transfer is complete? Your master's reputation is known even in Bakerland. If we do not leave soon, we may find ourselves unable to do so. Darkwell, a Sequence 9 apothecary with the ability of spirit sight, primarily utilized it to assess physical conditions. Yet, with his extensive experience, he could also determine if a person was lying based on physical responses observed through spirit sight. Furthermore, the individual who had loitered outside his apothecary for 2 days spoke with a Bakerland accent. Surely that was sufficient for the astute Darkwell to make an informed decision. Mr. Prime Minister, I am Rawls Adrian. The Prime Minister, Adjuhide, in his 50s, tall and slender, with thinning hair and sharp eyes, wore a smile, lavishly praising the young man before him. The new party had sacrificed much to avoid conflict with the Conservatives, although these losses paled in comparison to the Conservatives due to the repeal of the Corn Laws. Yet, they were sufficient to compel certain short-sighted nobles to abandon their grievances with the new party. Adjuhide harbored a degree of disdain for some nobles supporting his party. He was not merely the leader of the Conservatives, but also the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Ruin, where maintaining party balance and ensuring stability were paramount. His brother, Duke Negan, and Earl Hall controlled the majority of seats in both parties. Party divisions were trivial matters for him. Particularly recently, a member of Parliament proposed employing public examinations to select government officials. He had privately discussed this with Duke Negan and Earl Hall, deeming it feasible but requiring a gradual approach. However, Adjuhide did hold a slight grievance towards Rawls, who had orchestrated a protest by retired soldiers over a minor case. Although the military had similar plans, Rawls' case had commenced prematurely. Yet, the success of this case stirred considerable public opinion, emboldening the military to resist any concessions regarding the increase in military funding for the next year. In an effort to quell the uproar, Parliament had approved an increase in military expenditure yesterday morning, particularly for the Navy, and an additional ironclad fleet would be added, raising the total to 4 fleets. This is my obligation, especially since the new party has been gaining too much momentum. It is only a matter of time before issues arise. Outside, Rawls would never admit to using the case as a means to undermine the new party, yet in this context he naturally had to concede to this notion. Otherwise, how could he be deemed an ally by these esteemed figures? It was you who caused the problem, was it not? Smiled the Gutchid, clinking glasses with Rawls. I thoroughly enjoy conversing with the youth. They always possess some unique ideas. As a distinguished barrister, do you have any noteworthy insights? Prime Minister, I have only been a barrister for a little over 2 years and remain unfamiliar with many matters, Rawls replied, shaking his head. Even if he had thoughts, this was not the opportune moment to share them, as his rapport with the Prime Minister had yet to reach such intimacy. Just over 2 years. How youthful you are. Prime Minister Aguchid mused inwardly, reflecting on his brother, Duke Negan, who had already taken the lead and arranged his own course, dispatching his nephew, Philip Negan, to his side. A man with golden hair and gold-rimmed glasses approached, nodding respectfully to Duke Negan. Good evening, Prime Minister. Indeed, Aguchid acknowledged, glancing at Rawls. Go on. My brother seems quite impatient. He is rather impulsive. After exchanging polite farewells with Prime Minister Aguchid, Rawls followed Duke Negan's secretary, Lockhart, to the second floor of the club. Are you feeling anxious? Lockhart suddenly inquired, though his tone suggested certainty rather than inquiry. Rolls shrugged and smiled. Of course, after all, I am about to meet a duke. One of the highest echelons. Prime Minister Aguchid stands at the pinnacle of the kingdom's power as well. Why are you not anxious? Lockhart narrowed his eyes at Rolls, recalling how engrossed he had been in discussion with the Conservative Party magnates, including the Prime Minister. That is quite different. Just now, it was in a public setting, and the Prime Minister must exhibit the demeanor of a significant figure. Unless I truly provoke his ire, he would not unleash his wrath upon someone of my humble stature. Lockhart chuckled and shook his head. You are not a mere nobody. You are the most renowned barrister in Beckland of late. With a smile gracing his face, Rolls humbly replied, in the presence of the Duke, I am still but a small figure. The two, both harboring secrets and having once practiced law, conversed without unearthing any useful information from one another. Knock, knock, knock. Lockhart rapped on the door of a room on the second floor, and a deep male voice resonated from within. Enter. The room was modest, and upon entering, the first sight was a massive oil painting adorning the wall, depicting Duke Negan engaged in conversation with members of the Conservative Party. Rolls had taken courses in art appreciation at Lincoln College. While the painting was not particularly exceptional in terms of technique and artistry, its exaggerated scale created a striking contrast with the small room, inevitably drawing one's attention. After a fleeting moment of distraction, Rolls quickly regained his composure, greeting the smiling Duke Negan, who had risen to acknowledge him. Your Grace, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please forgive my lack of decorum. Though Duke Negan was an established land aristocrat, his youthful naval experience had made him somewhat indifferent to noble etiquette. With a casual wave of his hand, the Duke dismissed the formality. No matter. Even those who have visited many times still find their attention drawn to this painting upon entering. Lockhart, not entering the room, closed the door behind Rolls and departed. Rolls scrutinized the painting again, noting that the initial shock had subsided, and he remarked, this painting is indeed quite remarkable. It was the work of the renowned former dean of Beckland Medical College and royal advisor, Ballerlau. However, despite his immense psychological acumen, his artistic talent fell short. Yet, leveraging his profound knowledge of psychology, he had arranged the room and its furnishings in such a way that all who entered would inevitably focus on the painting. Ballerlau, the president of the Psychological Alchemy Society, the very pawn in Adam's manipulation of the society? A tumultuous wave surged within Rolls as he considered the implications of Duke Negan's connections and the insidious influence of the Dusk Hermit Society within the ruined royal family, which had shaped events in accordance with Adam's expectations. However, he had not anticipated such a connection with Duke Negan. His secretary was a double agent, and even the room's decor had been designed by Ballerlau, a Sequence 3 Dreamweaver, his painting adorned with the core members of the Conservative Party, maintaining a facade of calm. Rolls remarked, although it was but a fleeting moment of astonishment, it is evident that Dean Ballerlau possessed remarkable psychological insight. Duke Negan nodded, lamenting, indeed, it is a pity that Dean Ballerlau passed away 3 years ago. I had originally intended for him to assist me in designing several similar rooms. Initially, when Ballerlau first designed this space, Duke Negan had been astounded and had even invited the head of the Beckland parish of the Steam Church, Archbishop Haramikaten, a member of the Council of the Divine, to inspect it, ensuring that no esoteric elements were present before he dared to conduct business within the room. According to Archbishop Haramik, unless one was a specially trained extraordinary individual, anyone below demigod status would inevitably notice the painting first. This arrangement had piqued Haramik's interest greatly. He had wished to discuss related topics with Ballerlau. This revelation had eased Duke Negan's concerns for his safety, and he had even considered having Ballerlau design a similar room for his mistress. However, shortly thereafter, Ballerlau passed away. Rolls found himself at a loss for words. It seemed Duke Negan was eager for his own demise to be even more tragic. I last saw you at Count Wolf's residence. I had intended to extend a personal invitation, but Count Hall had urgent matters to discuss with me, so I had to send my secretary to invite you instead. Duke Negan moved from behind his desk to sit on the sofa, which was of exceptional quality. The large and portly Duke made no sound as he settled into it. Rolls waved his hand and chuckled wryly. Had you extended the invitation personally, I may not have dared to attend. Ha! What is there for the eminent barrister Rolls Adrian, who nearly ignited a war between the two parties, to fear? Seeing the wry smile on Rolls' face, Duke Negan's grin widened as he beckoned. Sit down. Without hesitation, Rolls took his place on the single sofa beside Duke Negan. The butler, Auguste, had advised him that displaying fear and deference before Duke Negan would only invite his disdain. Rather, A measure of excess could foster a sense of closeness. I may have overstepped in this case. I beg your forgiveness, as I was facing the Nozick family. Rolls hastily gestured. I merely sought to ensure that his son, Lancer, received the punishment he deserved. As for toppling the Nozick MP. Duke Negan interrupted Rolls, leaning back against the sofa. Close enough. The new party has made numerous concessions to avoid war, and you have dashed his hopes of becoming the leader of the new party. Consequently, you have now become their adversary. That is inconsequential. As I have not chosen the new party, Rolls hesitated before continuing. I fail to comprehend why we do not seize this opportunity to continue undermining the new party. The repeal of the Corn Laws will lead to our continued decline in strength. Without him, the case might not have even materialized. Perhaps Veitgard would have perished in prison long ago. The Conservative Party has lost its opportunity to strike, and Duke Negan should, after several months of holding on, choose to concede in order to preserve the status of a nobility. The temporary peace between the two parties has invited the assassination by the Apostles of Desire, possibly even with the covert assistance of the Dusk Hermit Society. Previously, the assassination of Duke Negan by Kylanges during the hurricane resembled more of a bounty task, one that could be undertaken or disregarded at will. Now, the Conservative Party has seized upon the Achilles heel of the new party, providing a prime opportunity to initiate conflict. With considerable odds in their favor, the Conservative Party stands as a giant afflicted by a grievous illness, now further wounded by the new party strike at its vital points, causing it to bleed profusely. While the new party remains in its infancy, it too has suffered a blow from the case orchestrated by Rolls, though not fatal. It is sufficient to leave it weakened. More importantly, Duke Negan's previous willingness to set aside grievances and collaborate with the new party demonstrates his resolute intent to execute this plan. Thus, if Duke Negan were to acquiesce, the long-suffering and heavily burdened land aristocrats would undoubtedly seize this chance to suppress the new party. The Corn Laws cannot be abolished and reinstated. Yet the Conservative Party can certainly compel the new party to seek reparation from other avenues, for at present, the Conservative Party remains the ruling party, and the Prime Minister is still its leader. However, it is rather peculiar that Duke Negan continues to tread the old path, even having reconciled with the new party earlier than expected, which does not align with Rolls' anticipations. Upon hearing Rolls refer to us, Duke Negan nodded in satisfaction. Yet when Rolls expressed intent to exploit this opportunity to suppress the new party, he shook his head, believing Rolls to be still too youthful. This reaction is understandable. For if a young person could anticipate everything, what purpose would be served by the existence of their elder counterparts? Clearing his throat, Duke Negan inquired Rolls, "Who supports the Conservative Party?" "The aristocracy," Rolls replied without hesitation, for this was a well-known secret in Ruin. The Conservative Party represents the interests of the land aristocracy and core political factions. And what of the new party? They are backed by industrial magnates and bankers. Yet, many nobles find themselves indebted to these industrialists and bankers. Would you say they support the Conservative Party or the new party? Suddenly, realization dawned upon Rolls, and he understood why the Corn Laws were repealed, as such a proposal, which strikes at the heart of the Conservative Party, could pass through the House of Lords. Beyond the likes of Duke Negan, the aristocrats in the House of Lords are predominantly lesser nobles, whose incomes evidently fail to sustain their expenditures, with borrowing being their sole recourse. Duke Negan waved his hand dismissively. "Rolls, do you know why these industrialists lend us money?" Rising, he adjusted his attire with pride. "We are aristocrats. We do not require elections. We are members of the House of Lords for life." Rolls also stood, observing Duke Negan's display. "We hold both legislative and judicial power. 5 of the 7 admirals of the Royal Navy hail from noble lineage. We wield the majority of power in this nation, upholding the king's reign. The new party has merely achieved a fleeting victory, while true victory ultimately belongs to us." A twinge of pity for Duke Negan suddenly gripped Rolls. As he stated, the Conservative Party preserves the nobility's status, and the nobility sustains the king's dominion. Yet, Duke Negan remains oblivious to the machinations of their sovereign, their protection merely inviting betrayal from a king. Had Rolls found himself in Duke Negan's position, he too might have struggled to fathom the potential treachery of the very person he sought to protect. A series of knocks interrupted Duke Negan's performance. Enter. A tall man resembling Duke Negan, though less portly and in his 30s, stepped inside. With a receding hairline and pronounced forehead creases, he nodded towards Rolls and then bowed to Duke Negan, saying, "Father, did you call for me?" Rolls squinted. This was Duke Negan's son, Lord Philip Negan, the future Duke. "This is Rolls Adrian, As I previously mentioned, he will assist you in restructuring the Hillsdon Police Department. Lord Philip extended his right hand, speaking in a gentle tone. Good afternoon, Lord Philip. Rolls shook hands with Lord Philip, who had not yet been granted a title by Duke Negan. However, as the son of a duke, it was customary to address him as Lord. Duke Negan had but this one son, and thus the future heir could only be Lord Philip. Even if Duke Negan had an illegitimate child, that offspring would not inherit the title. Rolls turned to Duke Negan. Puzzled, Your Grace? I trust you, but I still need to discuss some matters with Aegashide. You and Philip may converse first. Duke Negan was already halfway to the door as he spoke, finishing his sentence before exiting and closing the door behind him, leaving Rolls and Lord Philip to gaze at one another. Rolls quickly gestured for Lord Philip to take a seat. Once seated, Lord Philip began, Based on your reaction, it seems you are unaware of my father's arrangements. Therefore, before we engage in formal dialogue, allow me to speak. After I finish, if you agree, we shall continue. If not, you may leave, and I will address my father. Then my efforts would be in vain. What a domineering manner of speaking, truly befitting a member of the Arbiter's series. Though, I wonder if he is of Series 7 or Series 6. Rolls nodded, gesturing for Lord Philip to proceed. Lord Philip, satisfied, nodded back. I joined the Navy at 20. And now, 13 years later, I detest indirect speech. As a lawyer, you should understand what I mean. It was evident he possessed a military demeanor, and Rolls nodded, acknowledging his comprehension. Secondly, you may point out my mistakes directly, but do not speak of them behind my back, especially regarding my father. This is crucial. Lord Philip's expression turned serious, clearly having suffered significant grievances on this front. It seems you have quite a few informants around you. But do these individuals lack sense? Duke Negan has only this one son. Are you not offending the next Duke of Negan? Thirdly, I will handle matters as I see fit. You may offer suggestions, but whether I heed them is at my discretion. Do not take your advice to my father, pressuring me to comply. Understood, akin to the second point. Rolls finally grasped why, following Duke Negan's demise, Philip struggled to unify the Conservative Party with such a manner of speaking. How could those nobles and politicians accept him in the short term? That's all. Since my father has made a decision, do not harbor hopes of refusal. He will not change his mind. So, can we continue our discussion? Of course. It felt akin to pacifying a child, observing the pronounced forehead creases of Lord Philip. Rolls nodded, though this lad was somewhat grown. Lord Philip appeared quite content, having faced considerable pressure from Austin Levitt and Olavi. So preemptively setting the record straight was most prudent. Well then, share your thoughts. Huh? What do you mean by sharing my thoughts? I know nothing. Rolls shook his head. Lord Philip, I am. Just call me Philip. Such a resemblance between father and son. Could they not allow him to finish his thought? Very well, Philip. I am a barrister, primarily engaged with the courts, and I possess limited knowledge of police matters. You may first outline your thoughts, and I shall see what I can add. After some contemplation, Lord Philip nodded. Upon my arrival at the Hillsdon Police Department, I will directly assume the role of deputy chief, on par with the assistant director at the West Villa site. I intend to initiate an investigation into all personnel involved in the case you handled, demoting or dismissing those found at fault, and subsequently establish a police force loyal to the Conservative Party. The Hillsdon Police Department, due to its unique status, falls within the new party's sphere of influence. Hence, its chief of police and the assistant director at West Villas are of equal rank, whereas other police departments in Beckland hold a higher status, with their chiefs being assistant directors rather than senior inspectors. A rather straightforward and forceful approach, yet undeniably effective, albeit time-consuming, bound by the constraints of the era. Individuals of this time are fervently engaged in politics, and aligning oneself with a particular party has become commonplace. However, the repercussions of renouncing party affiliation can be severe. The majority of officers in the Hillsdon Police Department are members of the new party, making it exceedingly difficult to persuade them to switch allegiance to the Conservative Party. I concur with your initial proposition, and partially agree with your second. Lord Philip furrowed his brows, deep lines forming on his smooth forehead as he spoke. It is imperative to punish the officers who harbor criminals. Yet establishing a police force loyal to the Conservatives presents a formidable challenge, as most are affiliated with the new party, with very few being independent. Proceed. Rather than forming a unit within the Hillsdon Police Department, I propose we recruit externally. External recruitment? Indeed. The Hillsdon Police Department oversees several streets in the Georgewood District and the entirety of the Hillsdon area, yet lacks any precincts, which is patently unreasonable. We could easily establish 5 or 6 precincts, drawing officers from other districts. I believe they would support our cause. This is straightforward. I shall make the necessary introductions. Simultaneously, we can assign some officers from a new party to these precincts, as long as we maintain control over them. The Hillsdon Police Department, having lost a number of officers, can replenish its ranks from other departments. Chapter 97. The Cane in Hand. At 7:15 in the morning, Rolls yawned as he arose from his bed. At the bedside table, his devoted servant, Morris, had already prepared a cup of brewed Earl Grey tea. After sipping a few mouthfuls, he proceeded directly to the bathroom on the second floor. Today, being Saturday, there were few matters to attend to in the morning, so, as per routine, Rolls would indulge in a bath first. At 8:15, after completing his ablutions, he donned a light lavender morning robe with the assistance of his devoted servant, Morris, and descended to the dining room to partake in breakfast: eggs, bacon, white bread spread with jam, and milk. Upon finishing his meal, the butler, Augustus, presented the freshly ironed newspapers to Rolls, in accordance with his Saturday custom, along with the week's bills and notifications for various meetings in the days ahead. Changes in Bavarian stock holdings, numerous nobles investing. The 7 major banks are undergoing their largest equity shifts. Nobles meddling in banking. What does the future hold for these institutions? After perusing several newspapers, the Bakeland Daily, the Bakeland Post, the Taysok Times, and the Daily Observer, Rolls noted that the headlines across Bakeland's major publications were strikingly similar, all reporting on a singular event. Under the leadership of Earl Holber, a dozen landowning nobles, including a marquis, had purchased shares in the 7 great banks, thus becoming shareholders. The Kingdom of Rune conducts interbank transfers through centralized bill clearing. Yet, unlike their counterparts in the Indus Republic, not all banks are permitted to join this arrangement. The largest 7 banks firmly hold this privilege, thus earning the designation of clearing banks, relegating other banks to dependency upon them. Although the shares acquired by these nobles are not substantial, they suffice to eliminate their reliance on rental income. More importantly, these conservative-leaning nobles have firmly embedded themselves in the financial sector of the new party. This could very well be one of the conditions for the Conservative Party's reconciliation with the new party, thought Rolls, snapping his fingers, prompting the butler Augustus to step forward and bow. Sir, I shall investigate the recent status of all the companies in which Earl Holber has invested. Very well. Rolls had no intention of scheming to share in the profits. He lacked the necessary funds, and even if he were wealthy, he would be unable to enter the fray without the connections of Earl Holber, a prominent banker. He believed that merely investing in banks would not satiate the Conservative Party's appetite. It was likely that Earl Holber had offered them greater benefits. Setting aside the newspaper, Rolls picked up the nearby bill, scrutinizing the figures. His brow twitched as he realized that this week's expenditures exceeded £200, reaching a staggering £226, while a mere £73 and 9 shillings remained in his account. This week, nay, this month, Rolls had not hosted any balls or banquets at home, though he had attended many. The grandeur of these events far surpassed Rolls' social standing, resulting in expenses primarily for attire and adornments. For instance, the sapphire tie pin he wore to the ball at the Earl of Wolf's estate cost approximately £96. Nearly half of this week's expenditures, coupled with the custom evening gowns and shoes, little remained in his account, though he still had over £2,000 in savings. Rolls suddenly realized that if he were to pay for the cane on Monday, his account would be depleted. Although Alger owed him £2,000, it was of little help in the immediate sense. By the time he had the funds, he might find himself selling his house. Has the impoverished aura of Klein infected me? Rolls rubbed his temples. He needed to withdraw funds from the office account, lest next week's expenses fall short. Perhaps I shall sell more knowledge at Monday's tarot session. What might be marketable? Presently, only Audrey has the means to purchase. Yet I've already sold her both formulas. What else can I offer? Information on various mysterious organizations? Or should I part with the Sequence 6 formula as well? Shaking his head, Rolls rose to ascend the stairs to change his attire. He had already sent the butler Augustus on his way. It was time to assess the capabilities of the cane he had reserved, to determine if it was worth the £4,000 that Alger had mentioned. The previous night, he and Lord Philip had engaged in lengthy discussions, and they had tentatively established a plan and division of labor for restructuring the Hillsdon Police Department. Their roles were clearly delineated. Rolls would provide ideas, while Philip would handle the implementation, and both were satisfied with this arrangement. Dressed in Geoffrey List's attire, Rolls clandestinely scaled the wall into the back of the bar and knocked on the door to Ken's residence. Creak! The wooden door opened a crack, and upon seeing Rolls, Ken visibly relaxed, opening the door wider to indicate for Rolls to enter. Just as Rolls stepped inside, Ken wiped the beads of sweat from his bald head and complained, "You finally arrived. Why so late?" Observing the sweat glistening on Ken's bald head and his already damp white shirt, Rolls teasingly stroked his recently grown stubble. "Uncle Ken, it's a rare sight to see you like this." Ken shot Rolls a glare and moved aside to wipe his face with a damp towel, muttering, "I shouldn't have agreed to help you retrieve such dangerous items yesterday. Just take it and go. It's under my bed." With a chuckle, Rolls approached Ken's bed, one hand resting on the bed frame as he peered underneath. A black iron box, approximately a meter in length, lay quietly on the floor. He pulled the box out, placing it atop a nearby wine crate, brushing off the almost non-existent dust and tracing the mysterious patterns engraved upon its surface. After using his spiritual touch to confirm it had not been tampered with, Rolls nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Rolls place the iron box on the wine crate, Ken, thinking Rolls intended to open it, hurried to the door. Chapter 98, The Staff of Fairness. Rolls observed Ken's demeanor, which suggested that if he dared to open the box, Ken would flee. "Uncle Ken, you were once a pirate. How can a mere box frighten you so?" Ken, cowering at the door, scoffed. "Jeffrey, I know you are extraordinary, but I believe you have encountered fewer extraordinary beings than I, and you certainly have never witnessed an uncontrollable one. Those who lose control can no longer be called human. They're monsters. They will tear at your flesh and toy with your soul." "Tear at flesh? Toy with souls? That sounds akin to a shepherd's abilities." Rolls caressed his beard, pondering that even an ordinary person like Ken could hardly fare well against the uncontrollable shepherd, let alone the fearsome Viscount Birdmaston. Once an extraordinary being loses control, it may become even more terrifying than in its normal state, especially considering that the true creator at the pinnacle of this path is nothing short of a madman. "Huh, Uncle Ken, if you had encountered such a creature, would you have survived?" Being chosen by the Viscount of Fear as a liaison piqued Rolls' curiosity about Ken's past experiences. "A commoner like me would surely perish. But Lord Mustana could effortlessly deal with such monsters." Ken was pragmatic, aware of the close relationship between the Viscount of Fear and his nephew Jeffrey. He knew that if Jeffrey were genuinely interested in this matter, Lord Mustana would certainly enlighten him. Was it this uncontrollable entity that was not a shepherd? Or had it lost control so utterly that it was easily subdued by the sequence 5 Chaos Menor Birdmaston? "Do you know what path it belongs to?" Lord Mustang mentioned it was a harvest priest, possibly affiliated with the Mother Goddess Church. Ken shivered at the memory. He could never forget the horror of those terrifying tendrils that devoured flesh and blood, the monster that stitched souls together. Since that encounter, the image haunted him incessantly, leading him to abandon the dream of becoming extraordinary and instead open a tavern. A harvest priest? Indeed. The sequence 8 physician of this path possesses the extraordinary ability to stitch souls. Rolls imagined the scene and shuddered. Having endured such experiences, it was understandable why Ken had become so fearful. No longer wishing to frighten Ken, Rolls hoisted the box with his left hand and smiled at Ken by the door. "Thank you very much, Uncle Ken. I must take my leave now." "Would you like to?" Before he could finish, Ken had quickly darted away for the doorway. Rolls shook his head, exited the room, waved goodbye to Ken, and with a great stride headed toward the back wall. He firmly stomped his right foot on the ground, pushed off with his left against the wall, and with a powerful heave, vaulted over the edge. Seeing Rolls depart, Ken's legs weakened, and he leaned against the door frame, sitting down. Upon returning to his rented room on Silver Mirror Long Street, Rolls sat on the bed, placed the iron box across his lap, exhaled softly, and used his spiritual sensitivity to discern the patterns on the box's surface. He retrieved a silver dagger and severed the crucial points of the pattern. This was a common method in the realm of mysticism, depicting mystical symbols in desired locations with spiritually attuned materials to create a simple seal, preventing the essence of extraordinary materials or weapons from leaking and allowing one to ascertain whether the box had been tampered with. Opening the box revealed a meticulously crafted pure black staff, approximately 90 centimeters in length, with a distinctly dual-toned gold and silver head. The inside of the lid was affixed with a sheet resembling parchment, densely inscribed with Indie script. The handwriting was atrocious, rivaling that of the Emperor's diary, truly befitting a descendant of the Emperor. Rolls shook his head. If someone unfamiliar with Indie script were to purchase this staff, they would likely be utterly baffled by the inscription. He unfolded the parchment, the Staff of Fairness, forged using the extraordinary traits of the fortunate and the tail feathers of the spirit bird. No wonder Alge had claimed this staff would reach the level of Sequence 6. The spirit bird is a primary material for sequence 6 notaries, and with the craftsmanship of Scharf, the quality should be exceptional. The holder can utilize the staff to perform simple divination techniques, such as the rod of divination, and can activate spiritual sight while grasping the staff. In a state of spiritual sight, there's a certain probability of glimpsing future events. The staff enhances the holder's self-control and calculation abilities and grants a chance for increased fortune while wielding it. The staff is accompanied by 3 types of spells: language of monsters, emotional detachment, and fair contract. Negative effects. When activating spiritual sight to glimpse future events, the holder will experience a degree of mental shock, with the intensity equating to that of a sequence 7 extraordinary beings' mental impact. Prolonged use of the staff to enhance self-control and calculation abilities may diminish the holder's emotional fluctuations, rendering them an emotionless machine. It is advised not to exceed half an hour of use at a time. The use of the staff requires fairness. For every minute of spiritual sight employed, an equal duration must be spent enhancing self-control and calculation, and vice versa. Otherwise, misfortune will accompany the user for the same duration after the staff's use. The specific method of invocation can be discerned through spiritual infusion into the staff. Truly, it is the staff of fairness. How did Scharf manage to create an extraordinary weapon with such side effects? Rolls continued to read while scratching his beard, eventually tearing it off in frustration at the last peculiar negative effect of the staff. After removing his beard, he began to scratch his hair. Indeed, the abilities of Sequence 9 monsters of the Fate Path and Sequence 8 machines are entirely opposing. One is a mad creature, the other a cold machine. Thus, through the combination of the spirit bird's tail feathers, Scharf managed to treat both abilities with perfect equity, resulting in such bizarre side effects. As for the other 2 negative effects, they were not particularly severe for Rolls. Unless absolutely necessary, he would likely avoid activating spiritual sight in battle, thereby sidestepping the mental shock from witnessing the future. He simply needed to manage his time using the machine-like abilities during combat. With enhanced calculation abilities, half an hour was quite manageable. The mental shock equivalent to Sequence 7 was not particularly dire for a barbarian like Rolls. The greatest danger lay in being injured in battle and needing to activate spiritual sight, causing a second mental shock from glimpsing the future. With the goddess's protection, he should not be so unfortunate, especially with the uncertainty of the mist. Chapter 99. Irresistible Allure. Rolls sat on the bed, gripping the staff's body with his right hand, applying slight force to extract it from the iron box's confines, raising it horizontally before him. Weighing it in his hands, he nodded in satisfaction. The staff's weight met his expectations, approximately a dozen pounds. A weapon of this weight could easily cripple an ordinary person, and if struck in a vital area, it could prove fatal. In the hands of Rolls, with his strength, as long as he did not strike limbs, any hit to the torso would be lethal. Even extraordinary beings with enhanced physicality would not fare well after enduring such a blow. He lightly gripped the staff's midsection, raising it overhead, his wrist twisting as the staff spun gracefully in the air, the dozen-pound staff feeling weightless in the hands of the barbarian. Abruptly halting the motion, he firmly grasped the staff's midsection, the head pointing upward, the tail downward, and with a powerful thrust, he slammed the tail against the nearby ground. With a resounding crash, the floor tiles shattered, debris flying in all directions. Bringing the unchanged staff before him, Rolls' gaze was drawn directly to the staff's head. The head of the staff was spherical, evenly divided into 2 halves. One side was gold, the other silver. The gold half bore twisted patterns, exuding an air of the bizarre, while the silver half was neatly aligned, dividing the hemisphere into nearly equal squares. The shaft of the staff was pitch black, devoid of any patterns, resembling wood yet composed of some unknown metal, lacking the coldness typically associated with metal. The tail of the staff bore a band of gold, an inch wide. As Rolls rotated the staff, directing the bottom toward himself, he noticed sun-like engravings at the base. It seemed prudent to craft a leather sheath to conceal the head. Such an uncanny design and pattern would undoubtedly attract attention if left exposed. As for the tail, Rolls was unconcerned, as many nobles adorned their staff tails with metals, with gold and silver being particularly common. Once again, he flipped the staff, directing the head toward himself, gripping it firmly with his right hand, and attuning his spirit to the staff known as the Staff of Fairness. With a resounding thud, Rolls beheld a dazzling array of golden and silver specks dancing in the air, receiving a plethora of information. This included methods for utilizing the staff to unlock spiritual sight or enhance one's control and computational abilities, along with techniques for 3 types of spells. The emphasis lay upon the techniques for spiritual input and the incantations needed for activation. By continuously channeling spirituality for 3 seconds while reciting the incantation for spiritual sight in ancient Hermes, one could unveil the ethereal realm, perceiving spirits, ghosts, and vengeful apparitions, as well as the auras of individuals or spiritual materials. In this state of spiritual sight, roles could employ the divinatory staff method for fortune-telling. By sustaining spiritual energy for 5 seconds and reciting the incantation for the language of monsters or emotional detachment in ancient Hermes, one could cast spells akin to the language of monsters or emotional detachment. By maintaining spiritual energy for 10 seconds and tapping the staffs end upon a prepared contract while uttering the incantation for contract formation in ancient Hermes, a just contract would be established, imposing significant consequences upon any violator, even if they were the holder of the Staff of Fairness. Merely by continuing to channel spirituality, the staff could enhance one's control and computational capabilities. As long as the staff was held, there was no need to expend spirituality, granting the holder a slight increase in luck, albeit minimal. The language of monsters was essentially a spell relying on the staff's enhancement of heightened inspiration, delivering a mental shock to adversaries with the intensity related to the holder's prowess. Emotional detachment, on the other hand, was a self-affecting spell that would plunge the user into a state of extreme calmness, diminishing the impact of external influences. Rising to his feet, Rolls tucked the iron box beneath the bed, rummaged through the drawer of the cabinet beside the bed to retrieve a box of matches, and with a swift flick, ignited a match to set alight the instructions penned by Sharif. The yellowish-red flames consumed the parchment, and Rolls released his grip, allowing the burning paper to fall to the ground. Within seconds, the fire extinguished, leaving behind a scattering of ashes and smoldering embers. Extinguishing the embers with a swift kick, Rolls grasped the staff and made his way into the washroom. A few minutes later, he emerged, his visage no longer resembling the bronzed countenance of Geoffrey, but rather a darkened, rugged appearance, with his eyebrows thickened and a bushy beard affixed once more. Leaning on the staff, Rolls exited the small abode, heading towards the East District, where he had arranged to meet Hugh with Williams on Saturday afternoon, which was today. Despite the serendipitous encounter with Hugh and Furs the previous night, he was determined to honor the prior agreement, as he was also keen to ascertain whether Hugh had encountered the witch once more. Though Silver Mirror Lane, where his humble dwelling lay, was in the dock area, it was still relatively close to the East District. After a brief walk of 10 minutes, Rolls entered the East District. Both the East District and the dock area were considered impoverished regions of Rune, primarily inhabited by workers, streetwalkers, drunks, and sailors, individuals from the lower echelons of society, leading to a notorious lack of security. However, distinctions existed. The dock area, as its name suggested, was adjacent to the docks, where residents could earn meager wages by unloading goods, enabling them to sustain themselves. In contrast, the East District lacked such opportunities, coupled with rampant gang activity, prompting many locals to join gangs as peripheral members, providing them with some income while shielding them from harassment. Consequently, the East District was considerably more chaotic than the dock area. Particularly following the recent soldiers' parade, the gang members in the East District had been simmering with pent-up frustration, resulting in a notable decline in public order. Even during daylight hours, brazen robberies transpired, with patrolling police often turning a blind eye to petty thefts. Even in instances of robbery, as long as the act were not excessively blatant, the police would merely pursue the offenders for a short distance, deeming the meager salary insufficient to justify such risks. Upon entering the East District, Rolls witnessed at least 5 or 6 instances of theft, executed by groups of ragged youths, their attire tattered and unkempt, feigning playful scuffles while deftly pilfering from unsuspecting pedestrians. As he traversed the streets, a radius of 5 to 6 meters around him remained devoid of any daring souls willing to approach. After all, with his rugged appearance, darkened skin, and towering stature, complemented by the uncommon staff he wielded, he exuded a formidable presence. Although the children were young, they were seasoned enough to recognize that someone of Rolls' stature was not to be trifled with. Even if 1 or 2 contemplated an approach, their companions quickly dissuaded them. Yet, the children's hesitation did not imply that others would refrain from action. While Rolls' grip on the staff kept its head mostly concealed, The golden-hued tip had already ignited the covetous desires of a few individuals eager to make a move. Chapter 100. The Headbutt. Rolls' eyes darted, noting that several figures observing him had suddenly vanished. Yet the instincts of a barbarian informed him that one remained hidden, while the others likely sought a vantage point ahead to ambush him. Adjusting his half-height hat, Rolls strode forward with purpose, only to stumble as if tripped by an unseen force, narrowly avoiding a fall thanks to his staff, which now revealed its head. Advancing a few more steps, he discerned the prying gazes had dissipated, a smile curling his lips. Now he could properly test the might of a barbarian wielding heavy weaponry. In a narrow alley of the East District, several men in their early 20s were embroiled in a heated argument. A black-haired man with a slender scar above his left eye leaned against the wall, abstaining from the fray, deftly manipulating a 20-centimeter dagger in his left hand. His long fingers dancing between the hilt and the circular guard, even brushing against the sharp blade. If we don't pull off a big score soon, how will those whores spread their legs for you? One of the men scoffed. That guy is too brawny. He is clearly not to be trifled with. And he is someone the Black Skull Gang is after. The fact he hasn't been captured yet means he is no ordinary character. Oof. What the Black Skull Gang? Besides running gambling dens, dealing in marijuana, and controlling those whores, what have they ever accomplished? That bearded fellow might be just like you. Indulging without paying. You filthy bastard. You're the one who indulges without paying. I always pay. Weren't you claiming that Sandy and your true love? Doesn't she charge you? That is for her living expenses. There are plenty of others providing for her living expenses. You bastards, say that again. Enough. As the three men argued, on the verge of blows, a young man's voice interrupted them. Two of them immediately ceased their bickering, while the short man who had been providing for Sandy's expenses stubbornly held onto one of the other's collar. The black-haired man with the scar above his left eye narrowed his gaze, his dagger now firmly gripped in his hand. Reynard, if you make me repeat myself, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. The short man's countenance paled with fear, releasing his grip on the collar, muttering, Boss, I was wrong. The black-haired man, cold and detached, continued to manipulate the dagger with finesse. A 15 or 16-year-old boy dashed over, excitement radiating from him as he held up two fingers. All four men fell silent, turning their attention to their leader, Cain, who frowned. With his left index finger pressing firmly against the blade's edge, he sent the dagger soaring, while his right hand reached out to grasp the hilt. Let us do this. Excluding the short man, the remaining three broke into smiles, while the short man, recalling his boss's previous exploits, felt a wave of relief wash over him. In truth, Cain was somewhat reluctant to undertake this job. Although he was significantly stronger than the average person, he ultimately could not compete with a firearm. He had only observed for a brief moment, but his keen observational skills indicated that the bearded man likely carried a gun, necessitating a thorough plan. However, that man was formidable, which meant they could not approach this as they had in the past. As Rawls wandered through the dimly lit alleys, he found himself perplexed. He had traversed 3 or 4 narrow passages, each one seemingly devoid of pedestrians, wary that the group of test subjects would not make a move. Could it be that a few novices, unfamiliar with the terrain, had slipped away from his grasp? Surely not. Those engaged in this line of work ought to reside in this vicinity. He decided to linger a while longer, for it was still early relative to the agreed-upon time. After navigating through 2 more alleys, Rawls paused and then continued on his way. Finally, they had arrived, albeit their movements were painfully slow. Hey kid, don't run. Return my money. Suddenly, 2 young men darted into the alley's exit, racing towards Rawls, followed closely by another man who emerged at the alley's end, pursuing the pair ahead. Such a predictable tactic. Surely, they could not be so dim-witted as to pursue 2 individuals with just one man. Was this reasonable? With a slight shake of his head, Rawls made no effort to sidestep, positioning himself squarely in the middle of the alley as he pressed forward. The pursued duo, Dachi and the short man, Leonard, were momentarily taken aback. Their leader, Cain, had not briefed them on such a scenario. Noticing their hesitation, Cain cursed under his breath and barked, Stop right there. The already stationary Dachi and Leonard exchanged glances before sprinting towards Rawls, with Leonard shouting, Make way, don't block the path. Rawls halted, leaning on his cane against the alley wall. Cain's eyes lit up, and he hollered, Hey, my friend up ahead, stop them. I'll give you £1. Rawls discreetly rolled his eyes. £1? He could go solicit Klein for that. Seeing Rawls yield the path, Dachi and Leonard felt a surge of relief as they zipped past him. Cain squinted, increasing the swing of his arms, his left hand stealthily reaching for the dagger at his waist, while his right hand brushed against Rawls' chest as he passed. Rawls had been prepared for this moment, aiming his cane at Kane's knee. Just as the cane had risen halfway, Rawls' pupils constricted, and he swiftly altered the angle of the cane from diagonal to vertical, intercepting Kane's dagger aimed at his abdomen. He raised his left arm, deflecting Kane's outstretched right hand, and craned his neck, colliding his head with Kane's right shoulder. The dagger was thwarted, and Kane's right hand was deflected. Before he could react, he found Rawls' head crashing into him. With a clatter, Kane's dagger fell to the ground. After receiving a headbutt from Rawls, Kane quickly adapted, collapsing to the ground and rolling sideways against the wall, his left hand pressed to his shoulder as he braced himself. Springing upright against the wall, Kane's two subordinates, who had just dashed past, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only hearing their leader's cry as he leaned against the wall. Motionless. Realizing their leader was in trouble, Dachi and Leonard hurried over, one supporting Kane while the other drew a knife, confronting Rawls, who exuded an air of authority. At this moment, Rawls, adorned with a half-top hat and sporting a scruffy beard, stood with his feet apart, hands resting on his cane, its tip angled forward, pressing against the fallen dagger, his gaze icy as he regarded the trio. In a not-so-spacious alley of the East District, Rawls leaned on his cane, his eyes fixed intently on the three men before him, while goosebumps erupted uncontrollably on his skin, cold sweat saturating his shirt. For the first time, he felt the ominous specter of death looming. He anticipated that the man with the scar above his left brow would strike as he passed, prompting Rawls to act preemptively. His cane was already extended, and should it make contact, that fellow's legs would surely be rendered useless. However, he had not anticipated the man's astonishing speed. Had it not been for Rawls' primal instincts warning him of danger, that initial blade would have surely disemboweled him. Had he not managed to parry the knife with his cane, the revolver concealed within his coat would likely have been seized by that very man. "Kane! Boss!" Two men shouted, racing into the alley from either end, the final line of defense Kane had established. If Kane failed, these two would block Rawls' escape at each alley's end. Rawls glanced left and right before fixing his gaze on the scarred man, speaking in a calm tone with a slight chuckle. "So, you are their leader? Kane, is it? Your knife skills are commendable." He extended his left hand, fingers slightly apart, but alas, you still fall short. The two men arriving from opposite ends brandished their knives at Rawls, utterly oblivious to the earlier events, yet sensing the shift in their favor. Rawls surveyed the four-armed men, scoffing lightly, and tightened his grip on the Kane's handle, delivering a sharp upward strike. With a crack, two wrist bones shattered, their knives clattering to the ground. The man who had just arrived on the left lunged at Rawls with his knife. Rawls cast a sidelong glance at him, twisting his right wrist, the cane still airborne, striking the man's neck with a resounding thud, causing him to collapse, blood and flesh mangled, revealing white vertebrae beneath. With a clatter, the knife slipped from the boy's grasp. Kane did not turn to regard his fallen, silent subordinate, nor did he acknowledge the two writhing on the ground, clutching their wrists. Instead, he pressed his left hand to his right shoulder, staring intently at Rawls. "Sir, we concede. I have several pounds on me. All of it is yours." Rawls' expression remained impassive as he resumed leaning on his cane, his voice low and deliberate. "I isn't a tad late to say that. That knife you just plunged into me was quite formidable." He raised the cane sharply, driving it toward the dagger on the ground, producing a metallic clash as the blade shattered. Kane's pupils dilated in shock, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to be met with Rawls' smirk. Kane, clutching his shoulder, felt numbness from the impact, and any movement of his right hand sent searing pain coursing through him. After several attempts, he was left drenched in cold sweat, with no progress whatsoever. "Fine, you may ask. The first question, you are not an ordinary person, are you?" The enhancements from Rawls' 2 potions did little for speed, if anything at all, yet as a Sequence 8 extraordinary individual, his physical prowess was far superior to that of an ordinary man. The only explanation for this was that Kane was either extraordinary himself or in near Sequence 9, akin to Hiu or the abominable at Demisol. Kane wore a perplexed expression. "I don't know what you're talking about." A faint smile crept across Rawls' lips. Without activating his clairvoyance, his innate ability to find loopholes as a lawyer allowed him to discern that Kane was lying. With a swift motion, he swung his cane down on Kane's right shoulder. Kane crumpled to the ground, having attempted to evade, but the wall behind him left him no escape. His right hand had gone completely numb. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his face pale and lips bitten raw from the pain. The mere act of speaking unleashed excruciating agony. "I am extraordinary, a Sequence 9 thief." His eyes, now squeezed shut from pain, could not perceive the gradual stiffening of Rawls's expression. A thief? Amon? Glasses? Rawls forced himself to maintain composure, exhaling softly. The staff of justice had bestowed him a modicum of luck, however slight it may be. Clinging to the last shred of hope, he inquired, "When did you become extraordinary? How did you attain that status? What if you were some wild card? About a year ago, I encountered an extraordinary individual. She provided me with a formula. But then she vanished. Due to the pain, Kane spoke in a fragmented manner. Rawls's expression grew increasingly grim. In the Rune language, the pronunciation of he and she diverged. In his recollection, the only female thief of remarkable prowess to appear in Beckland was Flora Jacobs, a being parasitically residing in a rat. Do not tell me she provided you with potions free of charge. Kane, his mind slightly adrift, failed to notice the shift in Rawls's tone and laboriously replied. She was gravely injured while retrieving treasure and has been sealed. Rawls's countenance stiffened as he gazed at the fainting Kane, and he spoke slowly. Your answer is displeasing to me, thus. Bang! I shall send you to the underworld. Observing the befuddled Dachi, who stood frozen in place, and the two others who had previously writhed in agony, now lying on the ground feigning death, Rawls exhaled softly. In the East District, Rawls, with a somber demeanor, leaned on his cane as he entered the cramped tavern. The patrons, still somewhat sober, focused their attention on Rawls's cane, an unusual sight in the East District among their ranks. However, the traces of blood staining the golden embellishments of the cane quickly diverted their gaze. Rawls, wielding his cane, resembled the legendary Moses, parting the crowd before him to carve a path toward the bar. Geoffrey, I am here. Chapter 102, The Attire. Geoffrey, I am here. Before Rawls could approach the bar, he heard Williams, whose long, horse-like face was seated there, waving. He was alone and without Rest. Rawls narrowed his eyes. Was Rest still injured? Williams rushed over, attempting to grasp Rawls's left arm, only to be met with a firm hand pressing down on his shoulder. Feeling the chill of Rawls's indifferent gaze, Williams quickly composed himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow and back. Rest is outside. Williams hurried a few steps ahead, gesturing for Rawls to follow, his neck craned in apprehension. Rest mentioned she had offended some individuals and cannot appear in the tavern. Williams soon spotted his friend and hastened towards her, whispering, Rest, Geoffrey has arrived. Hearing Williams's voice, Rest peeked from above her newspaper, her disheveled blonde hair confined by a cap. She cast a quick glance at her friend before shifting her focus to Rawls, who stood a few paces away. Rest's gaze was quickly drawn to the blood on Rawls's cane. The sight startled her, but she soon regained her composure, lowering the newspaper and waving at Rawls while indicating a nearby alley. She turned to walk into the alleyway. After taking only a few steps, Williams blocked her path, an anxious expression on his face. He's in a foul mood today. Perhaps you should offer an apology first. Upon finishing his words, Williams looked up at Rawls with a forced smile, his eyebrows scruffy and fierce, yet his features were relatively soft. Nevertheless, the smile held an unsettling quality. Rawls glanced at him briefly before striding past the two toward the alley Rest had pointed out. Rest, perplexed by the recent turn of events, looked questioningly at Williams. She noticed the blood on Rawls's cane, yet Williams seemed to be standing there unscathed. It's nothing, nothing. Let us go, Williams said with a sheepish grin, lowering his head to move forward, leaving Rest standing there. She cursed Williams for being intoxicated and followed suit. Deep within the alley, the three stood in an awkward silence, each hesitant to speak first. Rawls was still haunted by Ammon. Rest was puzzled by Williams's previous remarks, and Williams felt a shiver at Rawls's unpredictable temper. Williams had expected Rest to speak first, especially since she had been absent the previous day and should offer an explanation. However, upon looking up, he sensed something amiss. Both individuals opposite him were clearly waiting for him to initiate the conversation. Fearful of inciting Rawls's ire, Williams cleared his throat and forced a smile, addressing Rawls, boss. The gangs have been expanding their influence lately, particularly the Zmang gang. They've extended their reach into the North District, securing several streets adjacent to it. He hesitated to mention names, calling Rawls boss, knowing Geoffrey had a vendetta against the Black Skull gang, who had once put a bounty on him, thus opting to share this information first. After a prolonged silence, Rawls finally spoke, and Williams felt as though he had resurfaced after nearly drowning. The North District? Does the precinct not intervene? Aren't those streets inhabited by retired soldiers? The Zmang gang's maneuvers were rather subtle. They sent merely a handful of individuals to monitor the streets, refraining from any overtly outrageous actions, which made it difficult for the police to justify an intervention. I suspect it may be due to the Zmang gang's desire to expand their territory, but lacking sufficient personnel, they might recruit some of those retired soldiers. There are still a few who aren't severely disabled and have survived the battlefield, making them superior to ordinary folk. Moreover, if they successfully enlist them, the Zmang gang will truly establish a foothold in the North District, and the police would not dare to intervene, given that the residents are all soldiers. I assure you, what you fear will not come to pass. If it does, the goddess's night watch and the red gloves will ensure they understand what true nightmares are. Rawls, observing Williams's enthusiasm as if he were the one conquering the North District, continued to inquire, calculating the timeline. The incident regarding the ambassador's assassination has a month and a half left. That spy, Zephyr, from Fursac, resides in the Beckland Bridge District, and the Zmang gang has only recently expanded there. I knew you would inquire. Williams had already anticipated this question and replied eagerly. The Black Skull gang was interrupted by your actions concerning that noble scion, and having been frightened, they could not locate you. Consequently, that nobleman pressured the Bridge District Police against the Black Skull gang. Seizing the opportunity, the Zmang gang expanded into the Bridge District, initially engaging the Black Skull gang in a standoff, and last night ambushing them twice, causing significant losses for the Black Skull gang, who had begun to retract their influence. Upon hearing that sordid affair, Rawls felt a twitch in his brow, struggling to suppress the urge to strike the increasingly animated Williams into silence. Once Williams finished, Rawls fixed him with a cold stare and asked, "Is there no other intelligence?" "None." "Then you may leave." "Leave?" Williams stared blankly at Rawls, then glanced at Rest, who gestured for him to exit. Swallowing hard, he turned back to Rawls, yearning to inquire whether he would still be employed next week, and if he needed to provide a deposit for the upcoming week. After a moment of hesitation, he refrained from asking, casting a deep glance at Rest before exiting the alley. Once Williams had distanced himself, Rest removed her cap with her right hand, placing it and her hand over her chest, and performed a slight bow. "Thank you very much, Mr. Rawls. You saved me and my friend last time." Having learned Jeffrey's full name from Firth, though it might be false, she felt the need to express her gratitude. Rawls turned his gaze aside, finding Rest's attire difficult to suppress a smile at. He could not guarantee that continuing to look would not provoke an outburst of laughter. Chapter 103, The Manuscript. Presently, Rest was clad in a workman's outfit, sporting a blue canvas jacket on top and matching canvas breeches below. It is evident that these garments have been tailored to appear smaller, yet when worn by Shio, they evoke an impression akin to a child donning adult attire. Coupled with the awkwardness of her movements, distorted by the ill-fitting clothing, Shio resembles nothing more than a clown from the circus. Rawls diverted his gaze and spoke in a low tone. "I am your employer. I cannot incur losses until your mission is complete. Regardless, you did save me." Shio hesitated for a moment, responding, "Did you not request that I gather intelligence regarding the extraordinary individuals in the East District? I would not charge you. I would assist you free of charge." Prior to Shio's arrival, she had conferred with Forth on how to interact with Jeffrey going forward. Based on the information she provided, Forth speculated that Jeffrey was either a wealthy scion who had suddenly become extraordinary and sought to hone his abilities in the East District, or an outsider from Beckland intent on residing in the East District, hence his commissioning Shio to gather intelligence. Although Forth was unaware of Shio's past, she surmised that Shio was investigating matters concerning certain upper-class nobles, and thus believed that ingratiating herself with Jeffrey would be beneficial to Shio. However, Shio held a differing opinion. Firstly, Jeffrey had saved both her and Forth, and she did not wish to involve others in her affairs. Otherwise, given Forth's capabilities, progress regarding her father-esque situation would have already been made. Secondly, Shio had diligently gathered a wealth of information on Jeffrey the previous day, discovering that he had only recently appeared in the East District at the end of last month. He was seen only from afternoon until midnight, disappearing for the remainder of the time. Moreover, Jeffrey exhibited a thorough understanding of the extraordinary individuals and power dynamics within the Spirit Knowledge Society, further solidifying that he was not merely a noble who had fortuitously gained extraordinary abilities. From Jeffrey's numerous behaviors thus far, it was clear that his arrival in Beckland and the East District was premeditated, and as someone also embroiled in investigations, Shio did not wish to become entangled, diverting her already tenuous hopes into other matters. Nevertheless, regardless of Forth's suggestion or Shio's own thoughts, expressing gratitude towards Jeffrey was imperative. Had she possessed sufficient funds, Shio would have preferred to offer Jeffrey a sum of money directly, thereby restoring their relationship to a simple employer-employee dynamic. No need, you provide the labor, and I shall compensate you fairly. This is quite reasonable. Yet, just as Xiao opened her mouth to speak, Rawls interrupted her. If you wish to repay me, then simply perform your duties well, ensuring that my weekly investment of £10 yields the expected returns. Xiao frowned and pursed her lips, responding, very well. Rawls recognized that his current role had become increasingly difficult to reconcile with the digestion of potions, ever since he had taken on the identity of a barbarian. He had been oscillating between the roles of a lawyer and a barbarian, making it challenging to fully embody either persona. To effectively play his part, he required the involvement of other characters, and the Zemong Party and the Black Skull Party were well suited for this purpose. The Zemong Party? It was clear that the Zemong Party had received certain reinforcements, emboldening them to expand with such audacity. Jeffrey's pursuit of trouble with the Zemong Party was akin to throwing oneself into the line of fire. Indeed, the Zemong Party is paramount. The executioner of the Zemong Party was Mayor So, an undercover agent for the Intis ambassador, Bekron, in the East District. He had acquired intelligence regarding the third-generation differential machine manuscript of Toulon von Helmosium from the espionage detectives Earl of Fusac. Toulon von Helmosium, the greatest scientist, mathematician, and mechanical engineer following Emperor Rossel, was the father of the second-generation differential machine. More critically, he is the earthly incarnation of the orange light, Hilarion, among the 7 lights of the spirit realm. Although Helmosium may not currently be aware of his true identity, the mere existence of a manuscript tied to his incarnation was sufficient to incite conflict among the extraordinary individuals of Fusac, Intis, and Rune. His worth was beyond question. Portland Moment, having discovered several alloy materials, had been awarded the Light of Machinery Prize, subsequently placing him among the scientific elite, second only to Toulon von Helmosium. His numerous alloy materials found extensive application in shipbuilding and steam engine development, and the patent revenues alone had transformed him into a wealthy individual worth hundreds of thousands of pounds. Recently, Rawls found himself somewhat short on funds. The intelligence he possessed either dared not be sold or held little value, and he could not immediately identify a lucrative avenue. His abilities did not allow him to engage in risk-free ventures like Gelman Sparrow. Thus, he set his sights on the Helmosium manuscript. He estimated that he would be unable to penetrate the third-generation differential machine manuscript, as it was not something one individual could handle. Only certain formidable forces could manage it. He merely wished to see if he could extract some benefits before the manuscript was revealed, acquiring a few lesser-value manuscripts to sell for patents, and potentially netting a few tens of thousands of pounds. Xiao, who had initially intended to offer counsel, chose to remain silent after hearing Rawls's remarks and nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall endeavor to gather relevant intelligence. Rawls scrutinized Xiao's attire and could not help but caution, your current garb will only attract attention, providing no concealment whatsoever. Her entire ensemble was a creation of 4th S, designed to prevent Xiao from being discovered by the Spirit Knowledge Society. As a seasoned arbiter long accustomed to the East District, he immediately sensed something amiss upon stepping outside. Yet there was little recourse available. He could only purchase a newspaper to obscure his presence.